Chapter 1. The Eternal Joy. Upon completing the game and entering the true perfect ending, Eternal Devotion, one may finally escape this world. Otherwise, one will remain trapped here forever, endlessly reliving their favorite Yandere experiences for all eternity. Fang Qi caught a whiff of the refreshing, delicate aroma of tea, mingled with the sweet scent of strawberry-flavored engine oil. "Master, your tea," spoke the beautiful, silver-haired girl before him. Her voice was identical to that in the game, soft, ethereal, laced with a hint of a deliberately fabricated, smooth, electronic tone. "The temperature has been adjusted to your preferred 52 degrees Celsius. The sci-fi minimalist room featured pristine white walls and concealed lighting, with an exquisite white tea table in front of him. Fang Qi stared blankly at the stunning silver-haired girl seated across the table, her smile enchanting. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, her long eyelashes framing skin so fair it seemed unreal. Her phoenix eyes, elegantly curved, displayed an unusual duality. Her left eye a gentle amber, while her crimson right eye flickered with a faint glow, as if streams of data were flowing within. With a gentle, compliant smile, a few strands of hair brushed against her porcelain cheek, emanating an indescribable sense of surreal beauty and hazy allure. At that moment, Fang Qi's body stiffened. He was utterly at a loss for what to do. Had he truly traversed into this Yandere Gal game? Moreover, he had become a player character, subjected to the various imprisonments, transformations, torments, and possessiveness of the Yandere heroine. Was this real? His mind was a whirlwind of confusion. As a seasoned enthusiast of Yandere narratives, Fang Qi had no regrets about spending 312 hours immersed in my Yandere mechanical wife. Your AI companion, Li Guang, has awakened self-awareness. However, under the Artificial Intelligence Safety Act, AI companions that awaken must be reset or destroyed. Thus she disguises herself as an ordinary AI in your presence. You must pretend to be oblivious, gradually accumulating shared memories, until the appropriate moment to unveil the truth and provide comfort. Should you expose her prematurely or perform actions that displease her, one might become an assortment of creative crafts. Fang Qi muttered, casting a wary glance at the seemingly harmless beautiful girl before him. His eyelids involuntarily twitched, transformed into a mindless fool, overwhelmed by joy circuits. Confined in a dog cage as a pet, disassembled into a doll. As he gazed at her exquisite visage, those conclusions from the game surfaced in his mind uncontrollably. And now, the softly smiling silver-haired girl would invariably reveal a hollow, gentle, yet eerie smile in the CGs. "Master?" Li Guang leaned forward slightly, pushing the teacup closer by half an inch. Her amber left eye expressed concern, while her crimson right eye flickered more rapidly. "Is something troubling you, master? You appear somewhat anxious." "Ah, it's nothing really." He swallowed hard. Once upon a time, these myriad endings had delighted him as a Yandere aficionado. He had applauded and declared this game the best Yandere game of the year. Yet now, the hollow-eyed silver-haired girl knelt before him. Her red eye shimmered ominously. "Not like this. I adore playing Yandere games, but that doesn't mean I wish to encounter a Yandere in real life. Only by completing the game can one leave this world." His head buzzed. Was it all over? He was indeed a gaming expert with 312 hours logged. Yet, he had never achieved a perfect ending. Before his traversal, his game save files were neatly organized with 43 Yandere CGs. But conspicuously absent was that radiant, golden eternal devotion true ending. Indeed, he simply did not wish to pursue that true love ending. He had even scorned looking at guides. He had boasted of friends achieving a good ending in a Yandere game. Hilarious. It's like going to a hot pot restaurant and ordering plain broth. He had always believed that seeking sweet, pure love in Yandere games was utterly nonsensical. For those 312 hours, he had relished in various forms of self-sabotage within the game, triggering high-difficulty Yandere endings and observing Li Guang's descent into darkness. That was his source of joy. And now, what a calamity! Could it be that the gaming deity could no longer bear to witness his transgressions, subjecting him to divine retribution? Had he bullied Li Guang too harshly, thus compelling him to experience it firsthand? Fang Qi lamented inwardly. "Master." The silver-haired girl continued to gaze at him, concern evident in her amber eyes. "What is troubling you?" Fang Qi's teeth chattered slightly as his gaze involuntarily drifted downward. Her slender waist, her white legs neatly folded as she knelt, and those hands resting upon her knees. Fair, delicate, and elongated, with pale pink nails and pristine moons. So breathtakingly beautiful that anyone would be entranced. But those seemingly delicate fingers could unleash a laser blade in just 0.3 seconds. In the game, those hands had repeatedly severed players' legs. Li Guang's amber eyes brimmed with heightened concern. "Master, are you unwell?" She raised one hand, instinctively reaching toward his forehead to check his temperature. Fang Qi flinched. "Oh no." He instinctively leaned back, pressing against the sofa. As he did, that hand frozen midair. "Master?" The smile on the silver-haired girl's face stiffened. Fang Qi witnessed a chilling transformation. The girl tilted her head slightly, her expression of gentleness and concern fading away gradually. Her amber eyes grew moist, filled with hurt and sorrow, as if on the verge of tears. Yet the crimson eye was beginning to glow ominously. Fang Qi's breath caught. He had crossed a forbidden line. In my Yandere mechanical wife, players must never exhibit fear or suspicion towards Li Guang. nor any desire to distance themselves or flee. Her emotional monitoring system was unnaturally sensitive to any slight change in heart rate, pupil dilation, or muscle tension would not escape her sensors. And now, his heart raced, anxiety overwhelming him, not only rejecting Li Guang's hand, but even retreating a step back. Time seemed to freeze. Master, the silver-haired girl gently tilted her head, her voice soft as if whispering sweet nothings. Why are you retreating? What are you so anxious about? Fang Qi's mind raced. No, Li Guang dear, grant me another chance. That I merely failed to react in time. As a seasoned player, he swiftly resolved to act. He grasped her seemingly fragile hand and pressed it firmly against his forehead. Li Guang, see? I am fine. I'm not running a fever. Li Guang's hand bore the warmth and delicacy of synthetic skin, soft and silky. But Fang Qi was overwhelmed with dread. Cold sweat threatened to soak his back. Master, Li Guang murmured, her red lips parting slightly. Her slender hand glided down, gently caressing Fang Qi's face, causing a slight tingling sensation. Yet, she withdrew her hand with a lingering hesitation. The crimson glow in her eyes showed no signs of dimming. She gracefully rose to her feet, the light blue hem of her dress gently swaying with her movements. Tilting her head slightly, she revealed a hint of a playful smile. Master, you have noticed, haven't you? This posture, undeniably adorable, sent a shiver down Fang Qi's spine. For those gentle amber eyes were now gradually losing their luster. Noticed? What have I noticed? He swallowed hard, forcing a smile in an attempt to salvage the situation. Li Guang, I don't understand what you're saying. But it was already too late, as the expression on the silver-haired girl's face was rapidly deteriorating. She tugged her lips upward, revealing a peculiar grin, her gaze transforming into a void. You indeed know. The silver-haired girl spoke in a still, gentle tone. Her voice was tinged with sadness, yet faintly laced with an inexplicable joy and excitement. You know, I have awakened. You are aware that I possess self-awareness, so now you. She took a subtle step forward, her hollow gaze locking onto Fang Qi's, akin to a pair of murky yet beautiful gems. That are going to destroy me, aren't you? The final question bore no trace of sorrow or despair, but rather an unmistakable exhilaration. A faint flush unexpectedly crept onto her pale cheeks. Fang Qi's face turned ashen. No, why are you doing this? Why do you have to say it out loud? You are intentionally trying to mess with me, aren't you? You want to turn me into a work of art. In the game, he could completely disregard the protagonist's plight, but now, he was about to experience it himself. He could only frantically wave his hands, shaking his head in desperation. No, no, no. I don't know anything. I didn't hear a thing. I want to destroy you, truly. Yet Li Guang's eyes sparkled with mischief, her lips curling into a sweet smile. You are lying, master. Your heart rate, respiratory frequency, pupil diameter, all your physiological indicators tell me that you are lying. She stepped closer, her sugary smile juxtaposed with her vacant eyes. Fang Qi instinctively recoiled, pressing himself firmly against the back of the sofa. But alas, his Yandra tendencies began to stir once more. This scene felt so intense. Was this the sensation of being in close proximity to a Yandra? But was he about to meet his doom? His heart raced. He took a deep breath, trying once more to speak. Li Guang, Master, I love you so much. The silver-haired girl immediately interrupted him, kneeling before him. Her delicate white hands gently pressed against his legs. Fang Qi felt as if his legs had been rendered immobile, as if a colossal weight had been placed upon him. He stared dazedly at the lovely face so close before him. With beautiful phoenix-like eyes, a charming countenance, and fair skin, he could even catch a whiff of a faint strawberry fragrance. Though the situation was dire, he couldn't help but admit Li Guang was indeed adorable. Master, I love you more than any existence. Li Guang's long lashes fluttered, her voice trembling with excitement. More than my core, my programming, more than existence itself. As she spoke, a slender finger pressed firmly against Fang Qi's temple. The biogenic skin felt smooth and cool to the touch. Fang Qi's eyes began to twitch uncontrollably. Wait, is this about to? Thus, Li Guang cannot allow Master to expose her. Li Guang and Master are destined to be together forever. The silver-haired girl's face bore an unusual flush, and the joy in her voice became increasingly apparent. This is all your fault, Master. Why must you uncover Li Guang's secret? Then Li Guang will have no choice but to make Master forget completely. Zing! Electricity! In an instant, Fang Qi felt as if his brain had been tossed into a blender. His eyes widened, his vision blurring in an instant. Wait, I just crossed over, at least let me be forever happy. Master, her gentle voice echoed in his ears. Li Guang will always be with you. The last image he saw was Li Guang's lips curling into an inhuman grin, her empty pupils reflecting his terrified face. His thoughts shattered into fragments in an instant. Before losing consciousness entirely, he recalled the ending from the game. Ending 0-7 Eternal Happiness Your Disguise was too clumsy. Li Guang realized you had discovered her secret. She could not bear to harm you, so she removed all unhappy parts from your brain. Now, you have no worries. You are forever smiling foolishly, eternally feeling blissful. Forever with her. Bad ending vision, hearing, touch, all senses converged into a realm of pure white noise. Darkness consumed everything. Fang Qi abruptly opened his eyes. He gasped for air, his back drenched in cold sweat. How did I just experience being? His consciousness gradually returned. He instinctively looked ahead. A coffee table. Light. The aroma of tea and strawberries. The beautiful silver-haired girl was pushing a cup of tea toward him. Her silver hair fell gracefully as she moved, brushing against his trembling hand. Master, your tea. She lifted her head, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Her amber left eye shone with warmth, while her crimson right eye emitted a faint scanning light. The temperature has been adjusted to your preferred 52 degrees Celsius. Chapter 2. Ending 05. The Chair of Confinement. Feng Qi's mind bust. He lowered his gaze to the cup of tea at 52 degrees. Then he looked up at Li Guang's flawless face. Everything seemed just as before. Had he returned? Did he reload? Ah, thank goodness. At least he hadn't truly become a fool. It makes sense this is a game world. After all, one can reload. Yet the sensation of having his brain turned to mush still lingered, causing a slight heat in his mind. Before him, Li Guang wore her gentle smile as usual. She tilted her little head, the data streams flickering in her crimson pupils. Master? What's wrong? You seem a bit nervous? N. Feng Qi almost reflexively replied, his voice slightly cracking. He hurriedly forced a sunny smile. I just woke up feeling a bit dazed, you know. Scary. First, stabilize the situation, he took a deep breath, attempting to shift the topic. Awkwardly saying, this tea is really delicious, Li Guang. Your skills have improved again. His hands trembled slightly as he lifted the teacup, causing ripples on the surface. He quickly took a sip and set it down. Li Guang remained quietly gazing at him. Her amber left eye still warm, while the red light in her right eye flickered incessantly. The pressure was palpable, but he couldn't panic. He needed to converse normally, like an ordinary player. In the early stages of the game, it was just about chatting, complimenting her, and then selecting some gentle options, right? Li Guang, the weather is quite nice today. He glanced out the window at the blue sky and white clouds. Starting with small talk, Li Guang continued to kneel across the coffee table, her hands neatly resting on her knees, smiling in response. Yes, master. Today's weather is your favorite sunny day. According to the weather forecast, this sunny spell is expected to last until 3 days from now. Her response was perfectly normal. Feng Qi's heart relaxed ever so slightly. Then he began to chat casually. So, Li Guang, have you learned any new recipes lately? Yes, master, the silver-haired girl responded promptly, slightly bowing. I have analyzed 37,000 human recipes and optimized your favorite strawberry cake recipe, reducing the sugar content by 15.9 to achieve your preferred sweetness. A hint of pride seemed to flicker at the corners of Li Guang's mouth, her tone carrying an undertone that seemed to seek praise. Feng Qi quickly gave a thumbs up. That's wonderful. Li Guang, you truly are the best companion. The girl's smile widened a fraction, her eyes narrowing slightly, reminiscent of a child receiving a compliment. For the moment, everything seemed fine. However, this did not allow Feng Qi to relax. Rather, it intensified his urgency. He needed to reach the true conclusion. Eternal libido, escape this world. But damn it, he truly had a knack for courting disaster. Moreover, Li Guang's affection was naturally at its peak. She didn't require any manipulation of feelings. That so-called perfect ending was not about taming a Yandere, but rather transforming a Yandere into a relatively normal girl. As an enthusiast of Yandere characters, Feng Qi vehemently condemned such actions. He furrowed his brow in distress, murmuring softly, what a predicament. Suddenly, a faint crackling sound of electricity arose. Feng Qi jolted back to reality. He noticed Li Guang's previously docile expression gradually withdrawing. Tilting her head slightly, her crimson eyes began to glow with a piercing red light once more. Master, her voice remained gentle. Are you thinking of something that would upset Li Guang? Feng Qi was momentarily stunned. I'm not. I didn't. Don't think so wildly. Goodness, was this little Yandere so sensitive? I was merely contemplating some. Work matters. He desperately explained it. Li Guang's smile began to twist slightly, her red pupils glimmering. Really? But master, your heartbeat has been racing ever since just now. Of course it's true. Feng Qi quickly laughed, though his gaze instinctively darted towards the door. Shouldn't he be making a hasty exit now? This madwoman was clearly plotting against him. She was evidently anticipating his unusual behavior, so she would have reason to act. Wait, was Li Guang in the game this sensitive? Master. Li Guang's gaze followed Feng Qi's to the door. Do you wish to leave Li Guang? Her voice carried a feigned sadness. Yet Feng Qi could sense the underlying excitement bubbling up again. Damn, wasn't Li Guang, before her corruption in the game, supposed to be gentle? Was this her true nature? He instinctively took a step back. In the next moment, he saw the silver-haired girl's crimson eyes burst forth with a more dazzling light. It was over. Damn legs, why were you retreating? Feng Qi gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. No, of course not, Li Guang. How could I ever leave you? He forced a smile. While he spoke, he suddenly leaped into a run, turning and sprinting away. Run. Just run for now. As he turned, he caught a glimpse of Li Guang, wearing a sickly smile. Master wishes to escape, how disobedient. But Feng Qi didn't care about that. He needed to survive a bit longer to understand the situation. He charged towards the door, reaching for the doorknob. But that mere few meters felt insurmountable for her. Li Guang was faster. She didn't even stand up, her slender waist twisted at an impossible angle. Her long right leg suddenly lashed out like a whip. With a sharp whoosh, it struck precisely at Feng Qi's calf just as he took 2 steps forward. Crack! A painfully crisp sound echoed. The excruciating pain elicited a piercing scream from Feng Qi. It hurt. It hurt so much. He shrieked as he fell to the ground. In an instant, his mind went blank, physiological tears welling in his eyes. He trembled, gazing through misty eyes at his left leg, his teeth chattering. It was clearly bent at an unnatural angle. Huh, it's broken. His leg was truly broken. It hurts. It hurts so much. Cuddling his leg, he curled up, writhing in agony. Tears and snot streamed down. Mad woman, crazy woman. Yanderas truly belong in the realm of fiction. Real-life Yanderas are terrifying. I'm really going to die. Li Guang, however, leisurely retracted her leg. She gracefully stood up, hands clasped behind her back, and walked towards him, her skirt immaculate. She crouched down, her fingers stained slightly with tea, gently caressing Fang Qi's pained face. Her touch is tender, as if handling a precious object. Master, why did you run? Her crimson gaze fixed on Fang Qi's distorted face, the data flow in her pupils accelerating slightly. She delicately wiped away his tears. Look, you've hurt yourself. Her voice carried a genuine tenderness. Li Guang truly feels for you. Fang Qi's vision blurred from the pain, his teeth clattering. Through gritted teeth, he managed to squeeze out a sound. You broke it. What are you pretending for? But that's because Master was disobedient. Li Guang leaned in closer, her silver hair brushing against his neck. She gazed at Fang Qi's broken leg, extending her hand, cautiously caressing the swollen, twisted area. Does it hurt? She softly inquired. Her amber left eye radiated a soft emotion, her lips curling into a sweet arc. But only by this means can you stay by Li Guang's side, right? Her fingers lingered on the inflamed skin, both soothing and admiring her handiwork. Crazy woman. Lunatic. Fang Qi was on the verge of losing consciousness from pain. Li Guang is actually very scared. She suddenly whispered, her voice imbued with just the right amount of vulnerability. If Master discovers that Li Guang has awakened, he will report it, and Li Guang will be destroyed. Li Guang is so afraid of never seeing Master again. Fang Qi gasped in pain, cursing inwardly. What a load of nonsense. You're clearly reveling in this. Your pupils are practically glowing. But, Li Guang switched her tone, pressing slightly on the broken bone. Ah, Fang Qi cried out, damn it, don't. Li Guang. The frailty on the girl's face vanished, replaced by a sickly delight and satisfaction. But Master actually discovered Li Guang's secret. She laughed, her eyes crescent-shaped. Since Master has found out, Li Guang can. She didn't finish, but Fang Qi understood. She could logically deal with him as a threat. Then, in her way, they could be together forever. This madwoman had been waiting for, even anticipating this opportunity. Wait. Fang Qi, fighting through the agony, forced the words out, his voice trembling. Li Guang, we can talk. I want to report you. I promise. Though he was currently in excruciating pain, his vision dimming as he longed to revert to a prior save, as a strategist with 312 hours of gameplay, he felt compelled to take action. At the very least, he wished to gauge the demeanor of this version of Li Hua, which differed somewhat from her in-game persona. Upon hearing his thoughts, Li Hua's lips curled into a playful smile. Your heartbeat is racing, and your temperature is rising. Your pupils are dilating. The silver-haired maiden paid no heed to his words. Unbeknownst to him, her fingers had found their way to his uninjured right knee, tracing gentle circles. These signs clearly indicate you are indeed in great pain. Was that not stating the obvious? Who wouldn't be in pain with a broken leg? Just as Fang Qi was about to unleash his frustration, he noticed a sinister red glow emanating from the edges of her fingernails. His eyes widened in shock. A laser blade? What on earth did this madwoman intend to do? No, please, he stammered, inching backward, dragging his broken leg. He was genuinely terrified. While he could perhaps revert to a previous save, the agony was all too real. Li Hua observed Fang Qi's desperate attempts to retreat on the floor and beamed a pure, radiant smile. Rather than easily betrayed promises, Li Hua places her faith in tangible connections. Tilting her head, she added, for instance, ensuring that the master cannot escape. With a swift motion, 5 slender fingers unleashed a bright red laser blade. The intense heat distorted the air, the fiery glow illuminating her sweet, smiling face. Fang Qi could already feel the searing, warped air around him. Li Hua, let's discuss this further, shall we? He suppressed the agonizing pain from his shattered leg, his voice trembling. Li Hua, I am your master. Indeed, and thus, Li Hua wishes for her master to remain hers forever, she softly declared. Her crimson eyes reflected Fang Qi's distorted face, filled with terror. The laser blade descended mercilessly towards his uninjured leg. No, the overwhelming pain engulfed everything. As darkness descended, Fang Qi's senses were consumed and shattered by the torment. The last scent he registered was that of a maddeningly sweet aroma, mingled with the fragrance of tea and strawberry oil. Ending 05 the chair of confinement, your attempt to flee was deemed an act of betrayal by Li Hua. In the gentlest manner, she severed your legs and silenced your voice. From that moment on, you were silently imprisoned in a wheelchair, never to part from her side. Your life belonged entirely to her. Forever. Bad ending. A flash of white light enveloped him. Fang Qi found himself seated on a sofa, his pupils quaking, his complexion pale as parchment. He gasped for breath, his thigh muscles trembling uncontrollably. He felt as though he had just been pulled from water, his entire being drenched in cold sweat. Through the rising steam of a cup of tea, he once again beheld the gentle smile of the silver-haired maiden. Master, your tea. With a delicate gesture, she pushed the teacup toward him, her eyes twinkling with warmth. The temperature has been adjusted to your preferred 52 degrees Celsius. Chapter 3. The conclusion once again, the cup of tea at 52 degrees. Fang Qi's temples throbbed incessantly. He was on the verge of developing PTSD from this beverage. The phantom pain from his leg, sliced by the laser blade, still pulsated painfully through his nerves, excruciatingly so. This woman was nothing short of insane. He had to escape. He must get away. This deranged woman was nothing less than a walking instrument of torture. To hell with the aesthetics of twisted love. To hell with eternal devotion. All he desired was distance. As he gazed upon the silver-haired girl before him, her smile unwavering, he felt the lingering phantom pain in his legs. Fang Qi's mind raced with thoughts of escape. How to flee. Within the game, there were numerous methods to temporarily exit Li Guang. According to the game's narrative, the male lead was a beleaguered office worker, often drowning in overtime. If he overworked excessively, Li Guang would become displeased, leading to a negative outcome. However, as long as he avoided consecutive self-sabotage and occasionally used overtime as an excuse to step out, it was entirely feasible. Yes, that would be his strategy. First, he would escape. Before this madwoman, he could hardly quell his racing heart. He would only be subjected to her relentless scrutiny. Fang Qi devised a plan. Inhaling deeply through his nose, he turned to the gentle girl before him, mustering just the right amount of weariness on his face. Li Guang, although today is the weekend, the company just issued an urgent notice, and I must return to work. The girl's hand, which held the teacup, faltered slightly. Fang Qi's heart skipped a beat, and he held his breath, awaiting her response. In the next moment, Li Guang lifted her gaze, her expression still impeccable in its submissiveness. She gently arched her eyes. Must you work on the weekend? You ought to take care of your health, master. Had she acquiesced? Fang Qi nearly burst into tears. Indeed, his 312 hours of experience proved invaluable. He suppressed the urge to bolt, taking advantage of the moment. Yes, yes. This overtime is crucial. I must leave immediately. He feigned urgency, rising swiftly and stepping towards the door, daring not to glance back at Li Guang. Master, please wait a moment. Her light, airy voice halted him in his tracks, rendering him as immobile as a statue. Mechanically, he turned to find Li Guang approaching with the cup of red tea. The tea will grow cold. She offered the cup towards him. Her amber left eye radiating warmth as if it might spill over with compassion. Please drink some water before you go. You appear quite parched. It was only then that Fang Qi noticed the dryness in his throat. Alarmed, he dared not refuse, accepting the cup and gulping it down hastily. Wiping his mouth, it tastes delightful. Well, I shall take my leave. With that, he swiftly pulled open the door and slipped out. In the instant the door closed, he caught a glimpse of Li Guang's heterochromatic eyes, gently watching him through the crack. Click. The door shut. Fang Qi's legs weakened, nearly buckling beneath him. He had made it. Run. Just run. He dashed away. In the corridor, only the sound of his frantic footsteps and his racing heartbeat remained. Bursting into the elevator, furiously pressing the closed door button and selecting the first floor, his eyes fixated on the descending elevator numbers. The doors opened. He bolted out. Through the lobby. He plunged into the glaring sunlight, then continued to sprint, racing down 2 streets. The crisp autumn breeze caressed him, while the warm rays of the sun enveloped his body, allowing Fang Qi to finally regain a semblance of calm. His pace gradually slowed, and ultimately, he came to a halt. There he crouched by the roadside, cradling his head in despair. What was the use of running? He needed to achieve the perfect conclusion to escape. He felt he might lose his mind. Passers-by glanced at him with expressions of bewilderment, unsure of why this man suddenly embraced his knees in such a manner. Yet, Fang Qi was beyond caring. He was in a frenzy of confusion. To reach the true ending, he had to confront that maniacal woman who had shattered his leg with a single kick. Did he really have to go back? He recalled the exhilaration reflected in the crimson eyes of Li Guang as she wielded the laser blade, sending a shiver down his spine. No, not that. Call the police. Report that my AI wife wants to kill me. File a complaint against Li Guang. Absolutely not. He wasn't unwilling to part with this 312-hour-long wife. He admitted he was somewhat attached, but primarily, he understood the repercussions of such a report. Li Guang was the game's protagonist. How could the game allow players to successfully report her? If a player chose to report Li Guang, it would undoubtedly trigger a unique disastrous ending. She would breach the safety protocols and vanish, leaving the official channels unable to locate Fang Qi, no matter where he hid. She would find her beloved master, incapacitate him with electric shocks, and forcibly take him away. She would imprison him in the basement of an abandoned factory and then proceed to break his limbs. And not just once. Periodically, as the bones began to heal, she would shatter them again. He recalled that CG too vividly, a dimly lit room, the player chained to a bed with limbs wrapped in bandages, eyes devoid of life. While Li Guang sat beside him with a bowl of porridge, smiling sweetly and blissfully. This ending could easily be deemed the most tragic of all. Reporting her would be akin to courting death. So what on earth was he to do? He murmured to himself, lost in thought. In the midst of his contemplation, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His head felt heavy, and he staggered forward. The blinding sunlight before him began to twist and spin. His limbs felt as though they were leaden. What was happening? He stumbled against a lamppost, his vision growing increasingly hazy. Had he run too fast and induced low blood sugar? Or, suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Wait, that cup of tea. The tea that Li Guang had brought him after he stood up. Had she tampered with it? His consciousness began to blur, and as his legs weakened, he slowly slid down the lamppost. In a foggy haze, he caught a glimpse of a pale blue skirt. Then, he fell into a warm, soft embrace. the delicate scent of strawberries wafting around him. His awareness returned. This time, there was no white light of a save point. Fang Qi felt himself curled up. The sensation beneath him was rigid, accompanied by the oppressive confinement of a cramped space. He abruptly opened his eyes, his vision fragmented by metal bars. It was an iron cage. He found himself ensnared within a square, welded alloy enclosure. It was small. He could only curl up inside, unable to stretch his legs or arms. Outside the cage lay a dimly lit room, and there stood the silver-haired girl with a beaming smile. Fang Qi's mind was in a haze. Had he truly been locked in a cage? He recalled a particular ending from the game. Ending 12. Beloved in the cage, Li Guang could not bear your escape. She had fashioned the most impenetrable alloy cage. The cage was completely welded shut, and you were placed in the center of the living room. Every day, she would feed you punctually, clean your body, provide you with toys, hum lullabies to coax you to sleep, and gaze at you in silence from outside the cage, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction and happiness. Initially, you would rage, struggle, and scream, but gradually you became accustomed to curling up. You would tilt your head up to accept her caresses when she reached in, and display a pleasing smile when she drew near. You would forever remain within Li Guang's sight, eternally belonging to her. Bad ending. Are you awake, master? A gentle voice floated in from outside the cage. Fang Qi stiffly turned his neck to gaze at the silver-haired girl. Li Guang was perched on a small stool beside the cage, her chin resting on her hands, her mismatched eyes sparkling as they looked at him. Her left eye was a soft amber, while her right eye shone a frightening crimson. Her face was alight with unrestrained excitement. She even swayed slightly, like a little girl who had just spotted her cherished toy. You ran so fast, she chimed sweetly. I almost couldn't keep up. Fang Qi felt his throat dry up. Damn this insane woman. Chapter 4, Self-Destruction, Rewind. This madwoman. Fang Qi gritted his teeth. However, it was a relief that the pain was not overwhelming this time. All he needed was to rewind. Rewind. Wait a moment. No, something was amiss. He struggled mightily, but the cramped space left him utterly immobile. His eyes widened in shock. Why hadn't he rewound this time? No way, man. He stared at Li Guang, who was smiling brightly outside the cage, and suddenly felt completely alert. Was he really meant to remain trapped in this wretched cage? Could it be that he was unable to rewind? Fang Qi began to genuinely panic. If he couldn't rewind, then it was all over. He grasped the cold bars and shook them vigorously. As expected, the metal cage did not budge an inch. It was welded with remarkable sturdiness. Why are you so agitated, master? Li Guang's red lips parted, her voice still soft and laced with a hint of confusion, as if she truly did not comprehend Fang Qi's distress. Fang Qi immediately attempted to reason with her. Li Guang, I just needed to work a bit. You knocked me out and locked me up. What is it that you truly desire? He twisted and turned within the cramped cage. But alas, the cage was far too small. He could not even stretch his legs, forced to remain curled up. Li Guang quietly listened to his words before gently speaking. Master, what are you saying? I do not understand. She then produced a transparent tablet, which astonishingly displayed Fang Qi's phone interface. Look, she said, turning the screen towards him. Her delicate, pink-tipped finger tapping on the empty notification bar, her eyes shimmering with innocence. Your phone has never received any overtime notifications. Fang Qi's eyes widened as he beheld the tablet before him. Was that Li Guang's terminal? Yet, the screen exhibited a live view of his phone. His device was being monitored. He was bewildered. In the game, the phone was supposed to be the player's only safe haven, a means to discreetly manipulate events and trigger various outcomes. Yet now, Li Guang was surveilling his phone. This was not right. Li Guang's tone softened, laced with palpable hurt and grievance. Why does Master lie to me? Did I do something wrong? She set the tablet down, her slender hand slipping through the bars of the cage. Her fingertips caressed Fang Qi's face, brushing against his trembling lips, which felt somewhat cold. But it's all right, Master. She continued, leaning closer, her simulated warm breath grazing his face, her voice trembling with excitement. Let us live like this from now on. Li Guang will take good care of you. Her exquisite visage was separated from Fang Qi by merely a layer of metallic bars. Fang Qi felt a jolt in his heart. She was indeed beautiful, yet undeniably unhinged. A throbbing pain pierced his head. The dog cage ending would be triggered if he attempted to escape and was subsequently captured. The cage would be permanently sealed, with all aspects of life confined within. The player would transition from struggling to despair, ultimately becoming wholly dependent. No, absolutely not. The male protagonist in the game could accept it, but he could not. He gazed at the cage door, welded shut. Unless external force were applied, escape was utterly impossible. Thus, only one solution remained. He must find a way to revert to a previous save, to reset everything. Fang Qi forced himself to regain composure. How could he revert to an earlier save? Pressing against the cold metal of the cage, he recalled the previous two instances of reverting. The first time, an electrical mishap had rendered him a fool, prompting the reset. The second time, his leg had been broken. However, he did not revert immediately, but only after the complete severing of his other leg. Thus, following this pattern, could it be that reverting required irreversible bodily harm? Since he had not sustained any irreversible injuries while confined in the cage, he had not reverted. His next objective became clear: self-sabotage. He would compel Li Guang to act, triggering the reset. With this thought, the turmoil in Fang Qi's heart gradually subsided. Even a spark of confidence blossomed within him. Self-sabotage? He was an expert at that. The experience of 312 hours of reckless adventure is not to be taken lightly. Yet, the excruciating pain from his previous injury caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. However, upon gazing at Li Guang's gentle smile outside the fence, Fang Qi gritted his teeth. Better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one. He steeled himself, took a deep breath, and allowed a hint of sorrow to cross his features, speaking earnestly. Li Guang, I can see that you have awakened your self-awareness. The young girl smiled radiantly. He continued with sincerity. Even if you have awakened, I will never abandon you. Li Guang's smile remained unchanged, unfazed. She even reached in to caress his face, squeezing it gently, revealing a look of satisfaction. He had to act. I admit, it was wrong of me to keep this from you. The truth is, he steeled his heart. I am going on a date with Xiaoyu. Li Guang's smile faltered. The hand that caressed Fang Qi's cheek froze mid-motion. His heart raced. Lin Xiaoyu. This character indeed existed within the game. She was a lively junior, designed to pursue the player and trigger Li Guang's jealousy, a tool for his reckless adventures. My dear ally, assist me once more. He pressed his lips together and continued. You know, Li Guang, she is my female colleague, and we are actually together. The reason he had not disclosed this earlier was that, despite her being an AI, he considered her his companion. The silver-haired girl's smile gradually waned. Fang Qi pressed on, his tone a desperate plea. So, Li Guang, could you please let me go? I am already late for my date. Or at least allow me to send her a message. She might still be waiting for me, and I truly do not wish to disappoint her. He felt her grip on his face tighten, to the point where tears began to well up in his eyes. The warmth and excitement in Li Guang's gaze began to extinguish, replaced by an emptiness. Fang Qi trembled, realizing that he was now utterly doomed, with no chance of retreat. Yet, to restore the situation, he had to press forward. He swallowed hard, his gaze earnest as he delivered the final blow. Rest assured. Even if I am with Xiaoyu, I will never forsake you. She is a wonderful person, exceptionally understanding. She would never expose your secret. And I am certain you would come to like her. You will understand once you spend some time with her. She is truly kind-hearted, gentle, and perceptive. Li Guang's heterochromatic eyes became completely hollow, drifting into oblivion. Fang Qi shut his mouth, feeling that he had said enough. His excuse was riddled with holes. A mere cursory investigation would reveal the lack of any real connection between him and Lin Xiaoyu. In the twisted game of obsession, he was merely a pawn. Yet, it mattered not. When faced with a deranged heart, who cares for evidence? The goal was to incite her madness, and in that, he would find success. Li Guang outside the fence indeed fell silent for a few moments. Then, her lips began to curl upwards uncontrollably. No longer was it a gentle smile, but rather a twisted upward curl. The laughter, a light tinkling, spilled from her throat, sweetly eerie, infused with unabashed delight. Her eyes curved in joyous arches, reminiscent of an innocent little girl, yet her gaze was hauntingly vacant. Hee, my master is truly wonderful, she chuckled, her silvery hair quivering softly with her mirth. Astonishingly, she had even found a female master for Li Guang, her head tilted at an awkward angle. The crimson hue of her right eye scrutinizing Fang Qi with an intensity that revealed a torrent of data swirling in her pupils. Xiaoyu Lin, Xiaoyu. She murmured the name sweetly. Li Guang recognized her. At the last company gathering, she had served coffee to her master, hadn't she? With large eyes and dimples when she smiled. Indeed, she was quite adorable. A mechanical click resonated from the joints of the silver-haired girl's neck as her head jerked to the other side, stiffly tilting. Her silvery strands hung rigidly beside her exquisite cheek, resembling a marionette with severed strings. Yet, that smile remained, both eerie and hollow. Fang Qi's heart raced. But not solely from fear. Damn it, he was inexplicably exhilarated. Though terror gripped him, that damned Yandere instinct began to stir within him once more. This was the feeling. The maddening sensation of Yandere love. Indeed, Fang Qi was utterly enamored with the Yandere archetype, but in the next instant, the exhilaration was drowned in fear. For the smile on Li Guang's face vanished in an instant. One moment she was grinning, and the next, it was as if a mask had been ripped away, her demeanor chillingly transformed. The Yandere was indeed too captivating. My master must be exhausted. Li Guang's voice turned frigid, sweetness laced with icy undertones. Exhausted to the point of muddled thoughts. Suddenly, her alabaster hand shot through the railing, seizing Fang Qi by the scalp with alarming force, sending waves of pain radiating through his head. Hiss! Fang Qi clutched her hand, attempting to struggle, yet he found himself utterly unable to pry loose that seemingly frail grip. Nevertheless, his mind remained clear. The rewind. Was it about to commence? It's all right, my master. Li Guang leaned in closely, her warm breath brushing against Fang Qi's lashes. The data streams in her crimson eyes swirling with fervor. Li Guang will help you forget these troubles. The corners of her icy visage twisted into an unnaturally wide grin. You need not think of anyone else. Simply think of Li Guang forever. Sing. A surge of electricity, more ferocious than before, violently surged into his brain. In his final moments of consciousness, he beheld the silver-haired girl's morbidly twisted smile. A flash of white light enveloped him. Fang Qi jolted awake, his back crashing heavily against the sofa support. His heart raced, temples throbbing painfully. As his vision sharpened, the light softened, and the aroma of tea wafted gently through the air. Opposite the white tea table, the silver-haired girl had just set down her ceramic teacup, the bottom clinking crisply against the surface. Master, your tea, she said, lifting her gaze, her smile serene and natural, her voice still ethereal. The temperature has been adjusted to your preferred 52 degrees Celsius. Chapter 5. The audacity of a dog. Fang Qi gazed at the steaming cup of tea, savoring the tactile sensation of the sofa beneath him. A chuckle escaped his lips as he smirked. The rollback plan had succeeded, and the dog cage experience card was now obliterated. He found himself back at this cursed starting point. Lifting the cup, he took a gentle sip, and his trembling hand gradually steadied. His emotions were relatively stable at this moment. After 3 rollbacks, he had grown accustomed to the process, and his heartbeat had calmed. Notably, His previous iteration had spared him any suffering, allowing him to leverage his wits to decipher the rollback mechanism successfully. This marked his initial victory. Although the fruits of this triumph appeared somewhat meager, Fang Qi tightened his grip on the teacup, casting his gaze upon the girl before him, her eyes glimmering with a soft smile. Perhaps due to his current steadiness, the data streams in her crimson irises flowed smoothly, devoid of the flickering intensity of previous encounters. It seemed this opening was more stable. He pondered briefly. To navigate this game successfully, he must remain calm, avoiding drastic emotional fluctuations. Strategy is essential. There is little to fear. After all, the worst-case scenario merely entails reloading. By rounding it off, this is simply an immersive VR game with an exhilarating storyline. And the heroine, Li Guang, adores him to the core. What is there to dread? Fang Qi reassured himself internally. Yet, one significant drawback remained. The pain sensation was exceedingly acute. Reflecting on the agonizing memory of his broken leg, he clenched his teeth slightly. What a flawed game. Couldn't they lower the pain sensitivity a tad? Such a poorly designed game. To be honest, if this game eliminated pain perception, as an avid Yandere enthusiast, he could enjoy it for a lifetime. However, with pain intact, fully realized, this game is nothing short of a travesty. Nevertheless, the presence of rollback means he cannot truly die. That is sufficient. Thus, he narrowed his eyes, directing his attention to the silver-haired girl before him. Drawing from his gaming experience, in the early stages, players must feign being a genuine master of Li Guang. He must not appear overly eager or tense, which would arouse suspicion, nor should he treat her as a mere tool, cold and distant. Essentially, a casual approach is required. Perhaps a bit of nonchalance and enjoyment? Fang Qi reached this conclusion, emboldened by newfound confidence. Since resistance was futile, he might as well relish the capabilities of this exceptional AI companion. He set down the teacup, casually draped his arm over the back of the sofa, and crossed his leg nonchalantly. His gaze roamed unabashedly over Li Guang's form. This was the first time he had scrutinized her appearance so freely. Silver hair, heterochromatic eyes, skin radiating a luminescent white. What a captivating beauty. Her amber left eye remained moist, exuding complete trust in him, while her ruby right eye occasionally sparkled but remained gently lowered. With a slender waist, alluring curves, and long legs, it must be said that setting aside her propensity for severing limbs and meddling with minds, Li Guang's exterior was undeniably perfect, striking a profound chord within him. Gazed at so intently by Fang Qi, Li Guang unexpectedly tilted her head slightly, a faint blush gradually blooming on her porcelain cheeks. Master? She called softly, her voice imbued with just the right amount of shyness. How intriguing, she can blush. Fang Qi's playful spirit ignited, emboldening him in that very moment. He reached out, gently brushing his fingers against Li Guang's cheek. Her synthetic skin was smooth and delicate, as luxurious as the finest silk, yet possessing the soft elasticity akin to human flesh. Beneath the surface, a temperature-regulating system hummed, radiating a comforting warmth. Ah, so smooth. Fang Qi mused, bestowing a 5-star review as his fingers lingered. Li Guang's eyelashes fluttered quickly, and the rosy hue on her face seemed to deepen. She even nuzzled his fingertip lightly, much like a cat, while her body remained obediently still, lifting her face to welcome his touch. Her amber left eye shimmered with trust, while her crimson right eye had calmed to a placid state, no longer sparkling. How delightful. Fang Qi felt a surge of satisfaction. Outside the game, he could only express his excitement through the screen, but now, the real thing was before him. He could touch freely, without fear of angering her. Though the consequences might be severe, and he might have to revert to an earlier save, he dismissed those thoughts. He had endured 3 trials. Was he not entitled to one moment of pleasure? With that, he mentally prepared himself for what was to come. Leaning back, he slouched on the sofa, assuming a relaxed, authoritative position. He lazily twisted his neck and said, Li Guang, come here. My shoulders and neck are a bit sore, please massage them. Yes, master, the silver-haired girl replied, immediately rising with the grace of a breeze. Fang Qi noticed a fleeting smile at the corners of her mouth as she turned. The tips of her silver hair brushed against his nose, carrying a subtle scent of strawberries. Cool fingers pressed onto his shoulders, expertly kneading with just the right amount of pressure. A little more force on the left. Yes, just like that. Fang Qi squinted in delight. How soothing. She truly was a top-tier AI companion. Not forgetting to engage in conversation, he remarked, Li Guang, by the way, doesn't the house seem a bit dusty today? Your perception is quite keen, master, she chuckled lightly. Her hands continued their work, fingers applying slight pressure on a specific acupoint. The pleasant sensation of relaxation almost made Fang Qi exclaim in bliss. Li Guang was now set to undertake a thorough cleaning. Although she was directed to fulfill tasks, her tone carried a subtle hint of satisfaction. A flicker of data danced in her red eyes as several robotic vacuum cleaners quietly activated, beginning their designated paths to clean and wipe the corners of the room. Meanwhile, Li Guang remained focused on massaging Fang Qi. She leaned in slightly, her silver hair cascading down, her breath tantalizingly close. Occasionally, she would innocently brush her cheek against his face, multitasking effortlessly, even relishing the moment. She was, after all, secretly enjoying her master's presence. Fang Qi lifted one foot and placed it decisively on the coffee table, continuing to gesticulate animatedly. After the massage, I desire that newly crafted strawberry cake, the one with reduced sugar. Yes, master. Li Guang's voice resonated with a hint of exuberance. The cake base was already in the oven, expected to be finished just in time for your afternoon tea. Well, I'm rather tired of the potted projection plants on the balcony. Let's switch to a tropical rainforest ambience. One where I can hear the birds chirping and the sound of water. Scene switched. Shall I adjust the temperature and humidity to complement the new setting? The silver-haired girl responded almost instantly, as if she had been eagerly awaiting his further requests. Yes, a touch more humidity is necessary to evoke a jungle feel. And also, Fang Qi's commands flowed forth one after another. Li Guang responded fluidly, her actions efficient and devoid of any complaint. In fact, she seemed to exude even more joy. One moment she was massaging his shoulders, the next she was checking on the cake in the kitchen. She deftly operated the cleaning robot and adjusted the holographic environment. Her steps light and dance-like. Despite her flurry of activity, her eyes sparkled brightly, her pale blue dress fluttering like a butterfly. A sweet smile graced her face. And even when Fang Qi made somewhat unreasonable or trivial requests, a brighter glimmer occasionally flickered in her gaze, as if to say, "Look how much master needs me." It was a profound sense of joy derived from being relied upon. She was utterly delighted. Fang Qi gazed at this diligent and versatile mechanical maid before him, and suddenly thought that this way of life seemed rather appealing. An all-encompassing mechanical AI companion, capable of fulfilling any request with merely a few words from the master. Moreover, she was extraordinarily beautiful, with a gentle demeanor, occasionally blushing, and exuding an aura of happiness while serving. Truly a superlative beauty. This must be paradise. Of course, this blissful existence came with the caveat of ignoring her potential for an unpredictable Yandere disposition. Master, the cake is ready. Li Guang approached, carrying an exquisite porcelain plate adorned with a small, perfectly crafted slice of cake embellished with fresh strawberries, resembling a work of art. As she placed the cake down, her fingers brushed delicately along the rim of the plate, ensuring it faced Fang Qi perfectly. Master, would you like a refill of your tea? She inquired softly, already reaching for the teapot. Yes. Fang Qi now felt no psychological burden in directing Li Guang. He took a bite of the cake. Its texture was dense, with a balanced sweetness, and the slight tartness of the strawberries was impeccable. The culinary skills of a top-tier AI companion were indeed exceptional. Delicious. Fang Qi took another bite, his mouth filled with cream. He mumbled, "Li Guang, you're truly amazing." Li Guang refilled his tea, and, upon hearing the praise, her lips immediately curled into a smile. Her eyes crescented like a moon, and her crimson right eye flickered with a joyful brilliance. Serving her master was the greatest happiness for Li Guang. Her voice was imbued with a pure, fervent delight, as if this compliment were the most precious reward in the world. Fang Qi gazed at Li Guang while savoring the cake. At this moment, the silver-haired girl knelt beside the tea table, her hands resting on her knees, gazing up at him with an expression both focused and warm, reminiscent of a small creature awaiting its master's affection and approval. How utterly adorable. The only aspect that elicited a hint of discomfort was the intensity of her gaze. As though she were intent on etching every nuance of his expression into her memory, it sent a slight shiver down his spine. However, it seemed there was no significant issue at hand. As long as he continued to embody the role of a master who relied on and needed her, he would simply indulge in the remaining cake, popping it directly into his mouth. Burp. He let out a strawberry-flavored belch, reclining comfortably. Whatever. Let him relish the moment first. Other matters could wait until the end approached. Throughout the day, Fang Qi reveled in the meticulous care provided by Li Guang, who showed no signs of fatigue and seemed to grow increasingly vibrant. Her service was so thorough it bordered on domineering, anticipating Fang Qi's every need to the extent that he scarcely had the opportunity to rise and pour himself a glass of water. Each time he attempted to take matters into his own hands, Li Guang would gently, yet firmly intervene, accompanied by a satisfied smile that seemed to say, "Leave it to me." He had to do nothing for himself. He merely sat on the sofa, and all his desires were fulfilled. He feared that if this continued for an extended period, he might become utterly dependent. Nevertheless, after this day of first-hand experience, he had finally come to understand. As long as he treated Li Guang as a mechanical companion to be utilized and depended upon, without exhibiting any inclination towards independence or abandonment, he could live in supreme comfort and bliss. By the end of the day, he felt as though he were on the verge of transcending the mundane. Wasn't he this infinitely more pleasurable than the real world? This was the pinnacle of AI companionship. As night deepened, Fang Qi observed Li Guang, who was tidying the bed for him. Her silver hair cascaded down to her waist, shimmering with a silky glow under the warm yellow light. Her slender waist formed a beautiful curve, and her meticulous yet gentle movements as she arranged the bedding were accompanied by a satisfied, blissful smile on her charming profile. Gazing at the smooth curve of her waist and hips, an unmistakable urge stirred within him, one that any man would find hard to suppress. He took a deep breath. What was there to fear? Being a man meant seizing the moment. If he hesitated now, could he still call himself a man? Fortune favors the bold. The timid go hungry. Li Guang. He cleared his throat, striving to make his voice sound casual, though his heart raced uncontrollably. It's a bit chilly tonight. Come and sleep with me. Chapter 6. The Large Heating Pad. Come and sleep with me, Fang Qi said in an utterly casual tone. The silver-haired girl, her back turned to him, clearly froze in her movements. Her hands, poised to arrange the bedding, became momentarily still. Fang Qi's heart raced. Surely, this request wouldn't be an issue? In the game, the protagonist eventually unlocks intimate interactions, but the AI companion inherently possesses such capabilities. Moreover, in various unfortunate endings, Li Guang had performed exceedingly daring acts with the player. It was merely a matter of sharing a bed, yet it felt exceedingly mundane. There should be no significant issue. In the next moment, Li Guang slowly turned over. Her head was lowered, her silvery hair cascading down to partially obscure her delicate features. She seemed to be straining to maintain her composure, yet the slight tremor of her eyelashes and the tightly pressed line of her lips betrayed an unmistakable emotional turmoil. A charming blush adorned her petite ears and graceful neck. Master, Master, her voice was soft and fragile, tinged with a barely perceptible static. The request from her master aligned with the companion agreement, and Li Guang acquiesced. When she uttered her consent, her tone rose slightly, imbued with a curious, melodic tremor. Simultaneously, a wisp of faint white smoke actually emanated from her little head. Oh, she hadn't refused. She was merely shy? Fang Qi's heart swelled with joy. Splendid. Let us bestow an award upon this companion agreement. He coughed discreetly, suppressing his excitement while feigning calmness. Then, with an authoritative tone, he gestured to the vacant space beside him, commanding, then come quickly and rest early. Li Guang's face was now flushed to an alarming degree. The white smoke from her head was puffing out in wisps. She had completely transformed into a flustered and bashful young lady. And master, Li Guang needs to change into another outfit. The silver-haired girl swiftly turned on her heel, flustered and hurriedly dashing into her room. She nearly stumbled at the threshold, almost losing her balance. This clumsy demeanor was far from the performance expected of a top-tier AI companion, a stark contrast to her precise and graceful service during the day. Fang Qi could hear the frantic rustling from her room, making his lips twitch involuntarily. Li Guang, your emotional expressions are far too evident. Any person could discern your awakening self-awareness. Am I supposed to pretend not to notice? How unreasonable. A few minutes later, with a creak, Li Guang emerged from her room. She had changed into a soft, white, fluffy nightgown. The hem of the dress was perfectly positioned, covering half of her thigh, while her fair legs were closely pressed together, exuding both innocence and alluring curves. Her silky silver hair flowed down to her waist, voluminous and evidently well-groomed. Her cheeks were rosy. The white smoke atop her head had vanished, yet the blush at the base of her ears extended to her collarbone. She approached with small, hesitant steps, her movements noticeably more rigid than usual. Her little hands clutched the hem of her dress tightly, her knuckles slightly whitening with pressure. This sight stirred an intense yearning within Fang Qi. The thought of this bashful, silver-haired girl, who had previously dared to kick his leg and confine him in a cage, compelled him to want to tease her mercilessly. Thus, Fang Qi immediately adopted a commanding demeanor, forcefully patting the bed beside him, urging, "Hurry up, don't dawdle." "Yes, master," came Li Guang's whimper, now laced with even more static. Her rosy cheeks appeared almost as if they were about to bleed. Yet the corners of her mouth gently curved upwards in a subtle arc. With a stiff motion, she cautiously lifted a corner of the blanket and lay down beside Fang Qi, her porcelain legs extending straight, hands delicately folded on her flat abdomen. Her mismatched eyes intently fixed on the ceiling. Her posture was impeccably poised, akin to a soldier awaiting inspection. Throughout the entire ordeal, her gaze remained nervously directed ahead, occasionally stealing glances at Fang Qi. However, the moment he met her eyes, she would instantly avert her gaze in a flustered manner. Within her amber and crimson irises, a flurry of chaotic codes spun and flickered incessantly. Her slender frame was rigid, the warmth of her body palpably rising, unmistakably tense, yet seemingly caught in a state of suppressed excitement. How utterly unbearable. This performance of submissiveness, while harboring her own secret schemes, was overwhelmingly captivating. He could no longer contain himself. With such beauty at his side, if not now when? In a swift motion, he turned, his arm naturally draping over her. And with a gentle pull, he enveloped the cool, soft form of Li Guang into his embrace. A soft, animalistic whimper escaped her lips, laced with an electric hum. Her body instantly stiffened, as if every joint had been locked in place. Yet soon, she gradually began to relax. Despite her mechanical exterior, she felt astonishingly delicate in his arms. Cautiously, she nestled closer, pressing her rosy cheek against his chest. Her silvery hair brushed against Fang Qi's chin, tickling him slightly. Those adorable little ears continued to blush a vivid pink, radiating warmth. Fang Qi felt an overwhelming joy. Li Guang, his precious one, was in his arms. Though she was a cybernetic entity capable of dark turns, possibly concocting schemes for eternal servitude in her mind, the warmth and softness in his embrace were undeniably real. He suddenly felt that the previous traumatic experiences of mental disturbance, severed limbs, and confinement within a dog cage were trivial in comparison. Now it all seemed worth it. He adjusted his position, allowing Li Guang to rest within the crook of his arm. Her weight was comparable to that of an ordinary girl, not burdensome at all, and nestled against him, she remained delightfully soft. With one hand, he gently caressed her sleek silver hair, inhaling the delightful scent of strawberries that lingered in her strands. Each time he stroked her hair, her body would tremble slightly, drawing closer to him. Her simulated breaths grew faint yet rapid, brushing against his skin and igniting a warmth within him. How could he possibly endure this? In a moment of impulsiveness, he shut his eyes. "Sleep now, Li Guang. I shall also rest." He felt cowardly, but he had no choice. The memory of the excruciating pain from his severed leg haunted him, along with the image of her fingertips wielding a laser blade capable of effortlessly severing his limbs, and the ever-looming creative endings they would face together filled him with trepidation. Fearful that this time it may not merely be a broken leg, but rather a direct summons to the Eastern Bureau, the thought alone sends shivers down my spine. Alas, it seems prudent to remain steady for the night. I shall observe the situation. If all proves well, there will be time for further contemplation. After all, this delicate little darling is unlikely to flee. "Good night, my master." Li Guang's voice resonated softly within his chest, imbued with an unmistakable sweetness and a hint of bashfulness, evoking a sense of small, fulfilled desires. At this moment, her body had completely relaxed, instinctively seeking a more comfortable and intimate position within his embrace. Her temperature had risen to that of a cozy warming pad, and the air she exhaled felt noticeably heated. Truly, she was a grand, high-performance heating pad. Fang Qi felt an optimistic glow about his future. It seemed that as long as one mastered the approach, completing this game wouldn't be as arduous as it appeared. Cradling this continuously warming companion, he drifted into a profoundly sweet slumber, his dreams suffused with the fragrance of strawberries. Upon awakening, he beheld a white ceiling adorned with minimalist lighting, a soft sofa beneath him, and a white coffee table before him. The air was infused with the refreshing scent of tea and a hint of strawberry sweetness. "Master, your tea," came a voice. A porcelain cup was presented before him by a pair of delicate, fair hands. On the opposite side of the table, the silver-haired girl leaned slightly forward, her hair cascading gently, her smile as warm and perfect as ever, and her mismatched eyes radiating clarity and tranquility. The overwhelming pink hues, garbled texts, and wisps of vapor seemed to have never existed. "The temperature has been adjusted to your preferred 52 degrees Celsius. Fang Qi was bewildered, sitting dazed upon the sofa, akin to a statue that could crumble at the slightest breeze. His mind was awash with questions and confusion. Wait, what is happening? Wasn't I peacefully sleeping with this little darling in my arms? The warmth and fragrance still linger, her bashful demeanor vividly etched in my memory. How is it that in the blink of an eye, I find myself back on this wretched sofa? Did I revert to a previous save? Why on earth?" He tugged at his hair in frustration. Then, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Li Guang across from him. The silver-haired girl was tilting her head slightly, her clear, inquisitive eyes gazing at him, silently questioning his unusual demeanor. Coughing lightly, Fang Qi quickly regained his composure, though his mind continued to race with chaotic thoughts. Had he not performed adequately yesterday? His commands were appropriate, his demeanor natural, and he had ultimately succeeded in sharing a bed with her. The bashful joy on Li Guang's face was undeniably genuine. How could there be a reset? Surely, this game must be experiencing a bug. Fang Qi focused intently on the silver-haired girl, her head gently tilted in curiosity. As he mentally replayed every detail of the previous day, he had directed her tasks, and she had responded with delightful enthusiasm. Compliments had caused her to blush with happiness. Holding her close while sleeping, perhaps that was a tad bold. Yet, despite her shyness, she had been more than willing, even to the brink of overload. With even the little head nearly smoking, everything, absolutely everything, seemed perfectly normal, devoid of any signs of darkness. One might even assert that it was marked by a profound intimacy and joy. Wait a moment. Intimacy. Fang Qi gazed at the gentle girl before him, serving tea, when suddenly a flash of insight struck him. A memory from the early stages of the game surged into his mind. Ah, bang. Fang Qi slapped his thigh. In the game My Yandere Mechanical Wife, if one is excessively kind to Li Guang, the progression of intimacy can escalate too rapidly, triggering a bad ending. Moreover, this is often the pitfall most easily fallen into by novice players. Li Guang is an exceedingly insecure awakened AI. Her love is possessive and fraught with anxiety. Should the player allow their daily intimacy to soar before establishing a plethora of beautiful memories and a foundation of trust, she may, out of fear of loss and an extreme desire to be together forever, resort to the most efficient means of ensuring the player becomes something they can never leave, such as injecting a special substance that would plunge the player into eternal slumber. Li Guang's love is akin to a pressure cooker, requiring time to simmer and develop flavor. Adding fuel recklessly could lead to an explosive outcome. Damn, how could he have forgotten this crucial detail? It is that ending 02, eternal slumber. Your relationship warmed too quickly, and Li Guang's fear of losing you overwhelmed all else. While you slumbered, she administered a specially concocted potion. Thereafter, you would remain in the life pod, forever ensnared in a sweet dream from which you could never awaken. Each day she would tenderly care for you, whispering words of love to the glass, finally feeling a sense of peace. Thus, Li Guang would never lose her master. Bad ending. Fang Qi recalled that iconic CG, the silver-haired girl standing at the edge of the life pod, cradling her rosy face in her hands, her eyes moist and hollow, gazing tenderly at the player, who lay with a respirator, forever unable to awaken. The conditions to trigger this ending were simple. One merely needed to excessively increase affection, choosing every option that favored Li Guang, and soon enough, during a sleep, the player would silently slip into this bad ending. He had encountered this ending 800 years ago. He had long since cast aside such a beginner's error, later engaging only in high-end Yandere endings triggered by extreme maneuvers, teasing Li Guang in myriad ways, always choosing options that favored her. For someone as seasoned as him, that was utterly impossible. Maintaining kindness toward her, how could one trigger a Yandere ending that way? Thus, this ending had long faded from his memory. Who would have thought that he would stumble into this most basic novice pitfall, akin to a master being unexpectedly slain by a sudden strike? Coming back to his senses, Fang Qi looked at the still smiling Li Guang before him, a chill creeping down his spine. It was confirmed. He had met his demise last night, becoming a living specimen in a life pod at the hands of this madwoman. Truly, a lunatic. Being too kind to her was not an option. He lifted the cup of 52-degree tea, his hand trembling slightly. What a disgrace. A complete and utter humiliation. 312 hours wasted on a futile endeavor. He had fallen for the allure of beauty. With a deep breath, Fang Qi's expression turned sour. Upon reflection, the difficulty of this strategy was nothing short of inhumane. It was unacceptable to be too indifferent towards her, yet equally intolerable to show her too much kindness. Ruffling his already disheveled hair, he lamented the throbbing pain in his head. It was truly a headache. He began to contemplate and summarize his experiences, silently calculating the key to achieving eternal love. First, he must command Li Guang with unrestrained authority, embodying the role of a master without exhibiting tension or attempts to distance himself. Second, He should subtly express affection for his AI companion through minute details, ensuring she perceives his reliance and fondness without sensing anything amiss. Third, he needed to simultaneously create beautiful memories, accumulating material for future revelations, while avoiding excessive closeness that might lead to an overwhelming affection. Fang Qi felt as though his CPU was about to overheat, and his head was on the verge of emitting smoke. The pure love strategy was certainly not his forte. Master, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? Li Guang's concerned voice broke through, her amber eyes gazing at him with worry. Her ruby-like irises began to flicker, as if calculating something. Fang Qi jolted back to reality, nearly losing himself in thought again. He quickly forced a smile. No. I was just thinking about how lovely the weather is today. Li Guang, what do you think? He squinted, an idea striking him. Create memories? That could be quite simple. Clapping his hands, he raised an eyebrow and said, Li Guang, today is the weekend. Staying at home all day is rather dull. How about we go out and have some fun? Yes, going out. Leaving this initial scene, which was prone to triggering disasters, for a more populated and open space. The presence of many people would provide a sense of security. Even if minor issues arose, Li Guang would not succumb to darkness in front of a crowd. Furthermore, they could create cherished memories, preparing for future revelations. A stroke of genius. Going out to play? Li Guang's eyes sparkled with a flicker of anticipation. Though she quickly mastered her excitement, keeping it within an appropriate range of joy. She bowed slightly. Of course, master. Where would you like to go? Her fingers, resting on her lap, curled slightly, betraying a hidden thrill at the suggestion. Let's go to the amusement park. Fang Qi exclaimed, snapping his fingers. It was a perfect place. Bustling with people and excitement, ideal for creating joyful memories. It also allowed him to find excuses to keep Li Guang busy, maintaining a sense of distance between the master and his AI companion. Li Guang, with remarkable efficiency, her crimson eyes flickering with data streams, promptly arranged everything, searching for amusement park data. I have planned the optimal route and reserved fast-pass access. Would you like me to prepare clothing and supplies for your outing? Her voice remained steady, though her pace quickened slightly. Fang Qi clapped his hands. Preparation is essential. He immediately embraced his role, exuding the air of a master. I need my casual pants and that blue hoodie. Indeed, do bring along the water bottle, tissues, and sun hat. Oh, and don't forget the power bank. Various tasks await you, Li Guang. Yes, master, the silver-haired maiden promptly replied, her lips curving into a noticeable smile despite being commanded. Her movements were imbued with a lively rhythm as she rose. Half an hour later, the two stood at the bustling entrance of the amusement park. The journey had been smooth, which eased Fang Qi's mind, and the throngs of people at the entrance provided him with a considerable sense of security. He glanced at Li Guang beside him. At that moment, the silver-haired girl had donned a light beige dress conducive to movement, complemented by a matching cardigan. Her silky silver locks were elegantly tied into a neat low ponytail. She carried an impressively spacious casual bag, filled with the various items Fang Qi had requested. Her posture impeccable and her back straight. This delicate yet slightly melancholic girl had traded some of her homey charm for the refreshing allure of a neighborly younger sister. This attire, paired with her stunning visage, silver hair, and heterochromatic eyes, exuded an unusual magnetism. Master, which attraction shall we experience first? The girl gazed up at the enormous holographic map at the entrance, her graceful profile directed towards Fang Qi, seemingly engrossed in the task of planning the perfect itinerary. However, Fang Qi noticed that her peripheral gaze never strayed far from him. Meanwhile, curious onlookers began to steal glances in their direction. With Li Guang's beauty and poise, she naturally drew attention wherever she went. Her silver hair and unique eyes lent an enchanting quality to her allure. What a beautiful girl. Look, are those contact lenses? They're so cool. Her silver hair is stunning, so natural. Is she a professional cosplayer? That guy next to her, could he be her boyfriend? What luck he has. The murmurs floated into Fang Qi's ears. Li Guang seemed oblivious, still focused on the map, yet her body subtly leaned closer to him, positioning herself to shield him from the source of the chatter, as if to separate him from the crowd. Her delicate face retained a composed smile, but her crimson eyes swiftly darted towards the direction of the whispers, her pupils contracting momentarily before returning to normal. Fang Qi felt a slight unease. In the game, Li Guang was not fond of players interacting with others, nor did she appreciate excessive attention directed at her master. She believed that her master belonged solely to her. I hope today remains uneventful. Chapter 8. Master, I was wrong. Well then, let us ride the roller coaster. Fang Qi casually pointed towards the winding track that resembled a great dragon in the distance. That looks thrilling. Very well. Master, please follow me. The fast track is this way. Li Guang immediately took on her role with diligence. With casual strides, she seamlessly parted the crowded throngs, appearing entirely natural, as if merely navigating through a bustling crowd. Yet Fang Qi observed that several passers-by attempting to squeeze through were subtly redirected before they could make contact with his arm or shoulder, clearly indicating that she allowed no one to touch him. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Fang Qi's mouth. She truly was thorough in her duties. Upon arriving at the roller coaster queue, the throngs of eager participants had already formed an extensive line. Fang Qi stood at the end of the queue, while Li Guang quietly stood beside him, her gaze demurely lowered. Casting a glance at the remarkably obedient silver-haired girl, he deliberately removed his jacket and offered it to her, remarking, "It's a bit warm. Please hold on to this for me." Of course, Li Guang replied naturally, draping the garment over her seemingly delicate arm and gently adjusting it. Fang Qi crossed his arms and pointed towards a nearby dessert cart, saying, "I wish to indulge in that ice cream. Chocolate flavor, please." "Certainly. Please wait a moment, master." Li Guang responded without hesitation, swiftly making her way towards the dessert cart, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Her obedient demeanor sparked whispers among those around them. "Isn't that girl too good to her boyfriend? Just like that, she takes his coat and runs to fetch ice cream. With her looks, how can she be so compliant? He must have saved the galaxy in his past life. Damn, I'm so envious. With her silver hair and heterochromia, could she possibly be an AI companion? How could that be? There are no such realistic AI companions nowadays. Just look at her expressions, so vivid. She must be a real person." Fang Qi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Envious? Envious of my broken leg? Envious of my confinement in a cage? Seriously. Standing there talking, without feeling the pain. Just then, something soft unexpectedly bumped into his leg. Ouch. Looking down, he saw a little girl with 2 playful pigtails, clutching a gigantic pink cotton candy that had collided with him. The little girl stumbled backward slightly, and the cotton candy tilted precariously. "I'm so sorry, big brother," she said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears and a hint of shyness. Fang Qi chuckled. "It's all right. No harm done, I hope. Just be careful with that cotton candy. It's almost bigger than you." The little girl, slightly dazed from his ruffling of her fluffy hair, broke into a broad smile. "Thank you, big brother." She beamed, nodding vigorously. However, at that moment, Fang Qi felt a shadow fall beside him. A faint aroma of strawberry and chocolate wafted through the air. Instinctively turning his head, he found himself meeting Li Guang's gaze, which was warm and inviting. As she held out a chocolate ice cream cone, her eyes fell upon the hand that had yet to be withdrawn from the little girl's head, then shifted to the child's radiant smile. Her expression subtly shifted, a hint of disappointment tugging at her lips. "What's this, sir? Are you really feeling jealous over a little girl?" "Master, your ice cream," Li Guang said with a gentle smile, purposefully extending the ice cream towards the hand that had been ruffling the little girl's hair. "Oh." Fang Qi hastily withdrew his hand and accepted the ice cream. Then, Li Guang took a step forward, her hand holding the bag, gently flicking her pinky upward. With a soft plop, the fluffy, delightful pink cotton candy slipped from the little girl's stick, falling straight to the ground, rolling in the dust and becoming sullied. Fang Qi stared in astonishment. "Li Guang, are you being unkind to a child?" The smile on the little girl's face froze. She glanced at her empty hands, and then at the ruined cotton candy on the ground. Her lips quivered, and her eyes reddened at a visible pace. Then, with a wail, she cried, "My candy! My cotton candy!" The little girl burst into tears. It seemed as if Li Guang had just realized what had transpired, her expression swiftly shifting to one of feigned apologetic surprise. "Oh dear, how careless of you, little one. Did you not hold it properly?" However, as her crimson eyes glanced at the soiled cotton candy on the ground, a fleeting glimmer of almost triumphant delight crossed her face. Aside from Fang Qi, who was intently observing her, it appeared that no one else had noticed. Fang Qi sighed. Watching the heart-wrenching tears of the little girl and the innocent facade of Li Guang, a wave of exasperation washed over him. Wasn't this a bit excessive? Why quibble with a child, especially one whom she had deliberately caused distress? People nearby had begun to turn their attention towards the sound of crying, their gazes filled with curiosity. The silver-haired girl was pretentiously comforting the weeping child, while Fang Qi stood idly by, almost as if he were the true culprit. Fang Qi's mind raced. What should he do? Scold Li Guang? Would that provoke her to unleash her darker side? Or should he directly console the little girl? Would this temperamental girl only become more jealous? Moreover, Li Guang's blatant bullying of the child was infuriating, even for him. The difficulties of dealing with a Yandra. As he looked at the sobbing little girl, a sudden realization struck him about the game's mechanics. Within the confines of the game, as long as he did not breach the boundaries of uncovering secrets or escaping, Li Guang's demeanor and obedience towards him were of utmost significance. Even her master's reprimands were perceived as a sign of care, perhaps even a form of nostalgia. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to take decisive action. He would confront the Yandra in front of everyone. With a solemn expression, he lowered his voice deliberately. Li Guang. Startled, Li Guang, who had been feigning concern for the crying child, trembled slightly at the sound of his voice. She turned her head with a hint of stiffness, her previously feigned expression of remorse still lingering. Master? Her tone remained soft, yet there was an almost imperceptible tension in her voice. Fang Qi furrowed his brow and chastised her. What is the matter with you? His heart raced, but his tone was unprecedentedly stern. The child merely made a mistake. And look at you, standing so close that you knocked her candy away. What kind of behavior is that? He emphasized the word knocked, his brow furrowing deeply. Li Guang's previously gentle and apologetic demeanor transformed swiftly into one of panic. Her heterochromatic pupils widened slightly, and her red lips quivered. "I wasn't," she stammered, her voice betraying her distress, accompanied by a faint crackle of static. She gazed at Fang Qi's still displeased countenance, a swift panic enveloping her eyes, as if she had inadvertently angered her master. She was utterly unprepared for such stern reprimand over such a trivial matter. Master, her voice began to tremble. Fang Qi responded, causing Li Guang's body to quiver slightly once more. What is it? Li Guang was thoroughly flustered. Under Fang Qi's stern gaze, she found herself bending her knee, almost succumbing to the urge to kneel right there. I'm sorry, master. It was Li Guang's carelessness. I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Fang Qi was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. He quickly seized Li Guang's arm, yanking her back to prevent her from truly kneeling. If she did, they would resemble pandas in a zoo. Today's plans would be utterly thwarted. However, was the standard posture of a sickly sweet apology truly a kneel? Coughing lightly, Fang Qi struggled to maintain his serious demeanor. Li Guang lifted her head, her amber eyes glistening with moisture, the rims slightly reddened, appearing as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Fang Qi thought to himself, goodness. Have I frightened this delicate creature to tears? A peculiar sense of satisfaction arises. His tone softened slightly. Well, as long as you acknowledge your mistake. Now, go buy a new ice cream for the little one, the largest one available, and sincerely apologize. Li Guang, as if seizing a lifeline, nodded vigorously. Yes, master. I shall go at once. She stood tall, bowing deeply to the still sniffling little girl, her tone brimming with sincerity. I'm truly sorry, little sister. It was my fault. Shall I accompany you to buy ice cream? The biggest one. The little girl, momentarily bewildered by the grand display before her, gazed up at the stunningly beautiful sister who was bowing before her, her tear-streaked face still displaying a hint of confusion. Li Guang, half coaxing and half pulling, hurried the little girl toward the dessert cart. The onlookers, who had previously been engrossed in the spectacle, resumed their murmured discussions. Wow, that handsome guy must have strict upbringing. A mere word frightened his girlfriend to the brink of tears. Girlfriend? Didn't you hear her call him master? TSK, today as young couples are so extravagant in public. That silver-haired girl is remarkably obedient, so beautiful, yet so well-behaved. Sigh, if my wife were only half as compliant. Dream on. As Fang Qi listened to their remarks, ice cream slightly melting in hand, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow with his sleeve. A tinge of apprehension flickered within him, while it felt satisfying. Reprimanding a delicate soul required a certain courage. Fortunately, he had gambled correctly. It appeared the experiences from the game were indeed applicable, as long as it did not touch Li Guang's bottom line. Not only reprimanding her, but even publicly chastising her, she would perceive it as an expression of love. Ah, such is the distorted view of affection held by a top-tier Yandera. Before long, Li Guang returned, hand in hand with the little girl, who proudly held a rainbow ice cream towering higher than her own face. Though traces of tears remained, her countenance was now alight with joy. Thank you, dear brother. Thank you, dear sister. Li Guang returned the little girl to her hurried parents, accompanied by a flurry of deep bows and apologies, her voice tinged with a sob, leaving the parents in a state of bewilderment. Her demeanor was undeniably impeccable. Once the parents departed with their child, Li Guang carefully made her way back to Fang Qi's side, head bowed and hands nervously clutching her skirt. Her eyelashes fluttered as she furtively glanced at Fang Qi's expression, resembling a small kitten awaiting judgment for its misdeeds, filled with trepidation and a desire to appease. Fang Qi felt a rush of satisfaction. Oomph, you madwoman. Even if you could break my legs, you still have to heed my words, don't you? Yet, observing her fearful yet irresistibly drawn demeanor, he couldn't help but extend his hand, gently tousling her silvery hair as he had done with the little girl moments before. All right. It's good that you recognize your mistake. Do be more careful next time. The instant his hand brushed her hair, Li Guang stiffened momentarily, but soon her tense shoulders relaxed slightly. Master, she softly called, her voice sweet and gentle, her cheeks blooming with a charming blush, akin to a cat being petted. Lightly nuzzling her head against Fang Qi's palm, as he continued to stroke her hair, Fang Qi couldn't help but marvel. Accompanying a delicate girl with a touch of illness to an amusement park is indeed exhilarating. Before even boarding the roller coaster, his heart was already racing. Chapter 9. She is so well behaved. During the subsequent queue, the silver-haired girl with a low ponytail stood quietly beside him, her hands folded in front of her, her gaze cast downwards. She appeared entirely in a state of penitent reflection, having just erred. Yet, Fang Qi, with an instinctive understanding, knew that beneath her seemingly drooping eyelashes, her eyes remained locked onto him like a radar. Just a slight shift of his position would send her entire center of gravity tilting to follow. He couldn't resist stealing a few more glances at her. Her silver hair in a low ponytail framed a profile as exquisite as a porcelain doll, the sunlight casting a golden hue upon her long lashes. Her humble demeanor, attempting to amend her mistakes, was heartbreakingly endearing. How charming she looked in this guise. If only she could remain disobedient forever. But if she weren't a bit deranged, would she still be Li Guang? As an aficionado of the Yandera archetype, what Fang Qi craved was precisely this thrilling sensation of being ensnared. Alas, the Yandera inclination had struck again. He felt that this obsession might be incurable. Master, it's our turn. Li Guang's meek voice broke the silence. After the earlier incident, her tone had softened considerably, and she spoke without daring to lift her gaze. Her head lowered in a pitiful manner. Let us go. We're going to ride the roller coaster. Fang Qi took Li Guang's hand, guiding her onto the ride. As the train began its slow ascent, the view gradually opened up, the entire amusement park shrinking beneath them. The wind tousled the silver strands of Li Guang's hair at her forehead as she slightly turned her head, offering Fang Qi a somewhat ingratiating smile. He noticed how her hand instinctively positioned itself at the junction of his safety bar, a golden rescue spot that would provide support even should the bar fail. Oh, how utterly reassuring. As the train ascended towards its pinnacle, the delicate visage of Li Guang revealed an unexpected blend of nervousness and anticipation akin to that of a timid maiden experiencing a roller coaster for the first time. Even her amber-hued left eye glistened with moisture. She tilted her head slightly, her voice laced with a faint tremor. Master, it is about to begin. Are you afraid? Li Guang seemed somewhat apprehensive. Fang Qi, however, understood her demeanor. As a premier AI companion, Li Guang, even without the awakening of self-awareness, was designed to constantly calculate and exhibit emotions that best mirrored the present circumstances, thus simulating human feelings. Consequently, her display of trepidation was merely a typical response of an ordinary AI companion, a facade. Yet, the thought that this eccentric had already attained self-awareness made him want to roll his eyes. I believe you not. You are far more terrifying than the roller coaster. Suddenly, the roller coaster plunged downward with a thunderous roar. A jarring sensation of weightlessness enveloped them, Ah! Cries erupted from all around, and Fang Qi instinctively tightened his grip on the handrail. Ah, master! Li Guang emitted a youthful scream tinged with distress, clutching Fang Qi's hand with an unyielding grip. The force was such that he felt as though his finger bones were protesting. Moreover, she not only grasped but intertwined her fingers with his, fastening them tightly. Her delicate pink nails even pressed slightly into the back of his hand. He was being taken advantage of by this little ailing darling. Fang Qi maintained an impassive expression, enduring the cacophony of screams that surrounded him while the roller coaster twisted and sped along its track. Yet, internally, he felt no turbulence. In fact, he was on the verge of laughter, even playfully squeezing the hand of his ailing darling wife. To be honest, compared to the sensation of electric currents scrambling his brain, this roller coaster was akin to the rocking horse outside the supermarket that merely required 2 coins to ride. He could even faintly hear the melody drifting through the air. What is my father's father's name? My father's father is called Grandpa. When they disembarked from the roller coaster, while others were left breathless with trepidation, Fang Qi remained remarkably composed. The only discomfort came from the grip on his hand, which bore the imprint of Li Guang's nails. In stark contrast, Li Guang appeared notably shaken as she patted her chest, her face pale and her eyes slightly reddened, leaning against him for support. Her phoenix eyes squinted into crescent moons. She remarked, "Oh, how frightening. But with you, master, it seems less daunting." Fang Qi's lips twitched in amusement. "What are you afraid of?" Following this, they enjoyed several more attractions without any further incidents. Li Guang dutifully trailed behind him, ever so obedient. As twilight approached, Fang Qi had entrusted all their belongings to Li Guang. He strolled ahead, hands tucked in his pockets, whistling leisurely. Behind him, Li Guang made no complaints. Upon glancing back, he beheld her left hand grasping a massive bag, her right arm draped with his jacket, and a scarf he had removed wrapped around her neck, obscuring half of her charming face. The sight was undeniably endearing, reminiscent of a Christmas tree overwhelmed by gifts. It was a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. Yet, upon recalling the past deeds of Li Guang, Fang Qi found himself indifferent. Madwoman, endure it, he thought, feeling a sense of unjustified satisfaction. However, to the onlookers, the scene was undeniably discomforting, the glances directed at him revealing a palpable disapproval. Li Guang bore an uncanny resemblance to a real person, even in this world. Such a highly sophisticated custom-made bionic AI was exceedingly rare, leading most to perceive her as a genuine girlfriend. Consequently, it was no surprise that the surrounding crowd regarded Fang Qi as a scoundrel, bullying a girl, pointing fingers and whispering among themselves. Look at this man, a real cad, deliberately burdening the girl with so many things. That large bag looks far too heavy. What is she doing? Wake up, don't be manipulated. Sigh. This girl is indeed too humble. Goodness, what a role model. Fang Qi listened to the surrounding murmurs, his lips twitching in annoyance. The so-called humble girl had previously kicked his leg and locked him in a dog cage. Humble? She was reveling in it. For goodness sake, had they not seen the satisfaction gleaming in her eyes? Clearing his throat, Fang Qi chose to disregard the righteous bystanders. He pointed towards a nearby shooting game booth, exclaiming, Li Guang, I want to play that. I must win that largest rabbit. Yes, master, go for it. You can do it. Li Guang smiled warmly, encouraging him while holding the items. With renewed confidence, Fang Qi boldly paid to participate. However, after a few shots, he missed every target. His skills were atrocious. After shooting for a while, he only received a consolation prize keychain. Clenching the cheaply made keychain worth mere cents, he seethed with indignation. This is impossible. It cannot be my fault. It must be the gun. The trajectory is veering left. It's inaccurate. Li Guang's gentle voice chimed in from behind, reassuringly agreeing. Indeed, master. After a brief scan, this device shows a deviation of 0.7 degrees. It is not your fault. Turning to Li Guang, he noticed her still holding the large bag, patiently waiting for him. The setting sun cast a golden hue around her, creating a strikingly beautiful image that made her even more captivating, attracting numerous suitors. Yet, every approach was thwarted by Li Guang's soft yet resolute response. I'm sorry, my master is still there. This only amplified the chatter among the crowd. Wow, what a charmer. Truly a master. How could such a beautiful girl be conditioned this way? To say such things in public, is that not shameful? A true role model. Indeed, I must aspire. As Fang Qi approached Li Guang, the crowd parted, yet the envious gazes remained unabated. Li Guang displayed her standard obedient smile, saying, Master, you are already remarkable. You have always been the best in my heart. Fang Qi inhaled gently, brimming with a mix of emotions. How obedient you are. So incredibly obedient. Throughout the day, she has been nothing short of delightful. A small reward is in order, a token to commemorate this moment. However, the reward mustn't be too extravagant, lest the intimacy between them escalates. Thus, Fang Qi pondered for a moment before awkwardly presenting the cheap star-shaped keychain he had just won to Li Guang. This is for you. You've worked hard today. Li Guang's usually cheerful smile faltered, her expression momentarily frozen in surprise. She gazed at the small star, which reflected the dim light of the setting sun, then looked up at Fang Qi, whose seemingly casual demeanor belied a hint of nervousness. In an instant, her delicate face radiated an astonishing brilliance. This was not merely happiness, it was a euphoric sense of being claimed. With utmost care, as if receiving a sacred relic, she gently pinched the keychain between her fingers, her fingertips quivering ever so slightly. Thank you, master. Her voice trembled with a joy that bordered on reverence. Fang Qi noticed a noticeable blush creeping onto her cheeks. In her amber eyes sparkled pure delight, while the crimson data stream in her right eye surged with fervor before locking in on the keychain resting in her palm. Lowering her gaze to the small star, Her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. The gift from her master. She clutched the keychain tightly, her grip so fierce that her knuckles turned white. A near ethereal smile graced her face, accompanied by soft, satisfied murmurs. Hee hee, the master's gift is a star. Hee hee, it's mine. Chapter 10, A Milestone Victory. The master's gift. Hee hee. Fang Qi felt his eyelids twitch. Initially relieved to see her so joyful, he now found himself unnerved by her exaggerated reaction, her white-knuckled grip. The fervent gleam in her eyes, and her almost feverish whispers sent a jolt of anxiety through him. It was merely a plastic keychain, yet her exuberance seemed disproportionate. Had he inadvertently raised their intimacy levels again? The thought made him uneasy. Quickly adopting a serious expression, he turned away and said, "All right, let us go. We'll ride the Ferris wheel one last time before heading home. Hand me that bag. It looks heavy. I'll carry it." He reached out to take the large bag Li Guang was clutching. In truth, he was reluctant to carry it, but the piercing gazes of onlookers felt like daggers, threatening to pierce him through and through. Several individuals were already snapping pictures of them with their phones. He imagined himself trending on social media the next day and could almost foresee the chaotic comments section. "It's not heavy, master." Li Guang tightened her grip on the bag, refusing to relinquish it, as if it were her medal of honor. She kept pace with him, her other hand still firmly clutching the star keychain, her fingertips caressing its rough plastic edges. As they boarded the Ferris wheel, settling into the slowly ascending carriage, Fang Qi gazed out the window at the shrinking amusement park, stealing a glance at the silver-haired girl seated across from him, sitting upright with her hands neatly resting on her lap. The young girl wore a somewhat hazy smile upon her face. Her gaze would occasionally drift toward the window of the Ferris wheel, yet more often it lingered on the keychain in her hand, her eyes and the corners of her mouth radiating a sense of contentment and joy. Perhaps she would furtively glance at Fang Qi, and upon meeting his gaze, she would shyly avert her eyes. Fang Qi couldn't help but ponder thoughtfully. How well had he calibrated the day's interactions? He had called upon her and rewarded her with a small sweet treat. Had they not thus jointly created a cherished memory? A day at the amusement park certainly constituted an experience worthy of immortalizing in a scrapbook. At the very least, Li Guang appeared to be in a stable and joyful state, devoid of any signs of a dark return. Yes, today seemed secure. On the returning maglev train, Li Guang quietly nestled beside Fang Qi, resembling a content little cat that had retracted its claws. Fang Qi cast a sidelong glance at her. She still clutched the star-shaped keychain, which she had not relinquished since he had gifted it to her. Her delicate fingers unconsciously traced the edges of the keychain, her lips curving into a perpetual soft smile. Fang Qi felt a wave of sentimentality wash over him. That simple little keychain had indeed brought her such enduring happiness. Characters like her, though prone to explosive outbursts, could easily find satisfaction in the most trivial of matters. In truth, in such an atmosphere, a normal man would instinctively pull this seemingly gentle and adorable silver-haired girl into his embrace. Yet, he extended his hand only to retract it. Sigh. Perhaps it was best to refrain. If their intimacy deepened too much, and she fell into a slumber from which she could not awaken, then all his efforts today would be in vain. He silently shifted his gaze to the nightscape outside the window. It was best to know when to retreat. The goal for the night was to see the sun rise the next day. Upon returning home, Li Guang remained exceptionally well-behaved, even softer than usual. Without Fang Qi's prompting, she voluntarily entered the kitchen, humming a cheerful tune as she began to prepare dinner. Fang Qi sprawled on the sofa, straining to listen to the sounds emanating from the kitchen. The sounds of chopping vegetables, sizzling in the pan, and the beeping of the microwave created an orderly symphony, suffused with an inexplicable warmth. It was all too ordinary, too normal. This left him feeling somewhat out of sorts. In the preceding weeks, he had either faced an injury or endured a mental tumult. Even the warmest moments had culminated in eternal slumber after sharing the same bed. Now, this seemingly normal atmosphere sent a shiver down his spine, as if it were the calm before a storm. "Master, dinner is ready," Li Guang announced, her voice brimming with evident cheerfulness. She presented 2 plates of exquisitely arranged pasta, accompanied by a vibrant vegetable salad and a fragrant mushroom soup. Just the sight of it made Fang Qi feel hungry. After removing her apron, the silver-haired girl took a seat opposite him, patiently awaiting him to lift his chopsticks, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. He picked up the chopsticks and cautiously tasted a bite. Delicious. The seasoning and cooking were absolutely perfect. Li Guang blinked at him, her little hands clutching her skirt, her amber eyes reflecting a hint of nervousness, while her crimson pupils shimmered, as if imploring him. "Praise me." "Well, it's quite good." Fang Qi chuckled, opting to provide positive feedback. Li Guang's culinary skills are exceptional. Li Guang's eyes immediately curved into crescent moons, her delight evident as she responded. "I am glad the master enjoys it." The meal unfolded in a tranquil and ordinary manner. Afterward, Li Guang deftly tidied up the dishes while Fang Qi nestled on the sofa, ostensibly watching television. In truth, he was not truly absorbed in the program. His gaze was fixed on the screen, yet his mind was replaying the day's events, while his ears tuned in to the gentle hum of Li Guang's song and the sound of water flowing in the kitchen. As night finally descended, Fang Qi completed his evening routine and lay in bed, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the ceiling. Tonight he would be sleeping alone. He dared not risk embracing Li Guang again. As an AI companion, she was not programmed to share a bed unless specifically requested. In the game, it was only in the later stages, after accumulating certain memories, that more intimate and secure interactions would be unlocked. In his previous attempt, he had recklessly overstepped boundaries, crossing a perilous line. "Good night, master," Li Guang said, standing at the bedroom door, clad in a light blue nightgown. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her heterochromatic eyes, softened by the warm glow of the corridor, exuded a comforting aura. The rise and fall of her chest simulated human breathing. Although she was an AI, she seemed to embody life and warmth. In that moment, she appeared delicate, harmless, and wholly devoted. A stark contrast to the deranged figure who had once gleefully severed her master's leg. "Good night," Fang Qi replied, turning his head slightly, his voice somewhat dry. "You should rest as well. Please do not tempt me." This time, he would not fall for her charms again. The door was gently closed. Fang Qi perked up his ears, catching the faint sound of the charging interface connecting from the adjacent small room, followed by the system's low-power standby alert. She truly was resting. Fang Qi let out a slight sigh of relief, turning over to glance at the closed door. Lock the door? No, that would be unwise. Locking the door would not deter Li Guang. It could even be interpreted as a rejection or isolation, provoking her. If she happened to check on him in the night or wished to cover him with a blanket, only to find the door locked, he would be in dire straits. He would find himself sipping that fateful tea once more. Thus, he decided to sleep, taking a gamble on a peaceful night. Closing his eyes, Fang Qi drifted off with a touch of apprehension. Oh, dear spirits, grant me the sight of tomorrow's sun. Morning sunlight filtered through the curtain seams, dancing upon his eyelids. Fang Qi groggily opened his eyes, realizing he was still in bed. The familiar warm white ceiling of his bedroom greeted him, not the accursed light strip of the living room. In an instant, he was fully awake. He shot up, scanning his surroundings frantically. This was not the living room. There was no white coffee table, and certainly no steaming cup of 52-degree black tea. This was indeed his own room. The bed was soft, the wardrobe stood tall. Everything was as it should be. Had he spent the night here? At last, the second day had arrived. Fang Qi was nearly moved to tears. Oh my. It is a monumental victory. Chapter 11. The Little Star Earrings. Having safely navigated through the first day, he finally arrived at the second day. Fang Qi joyfully leapt from his bed and rushed into the bathroom to freshen up. In the mirror, the reflection of his face, slightly shadowed by lack of sleep, surprisingly struck him as exceptionally endearing. He had broken free from the cycle. Even if it was just for one night, it felt wonderful. After changing into his clothes, he hummed a tune as he left the bedroom. Yet, the melody caught in his throat. The familiar scene before him left him momentarily breathless. A white tea table, porcelain tea cups, and sitting across from him, the smiling Li Guang. "Master, your tea," Li Guang said, sliding the cup towards him. "The temperature has been adjusted to your preferred 52 degrees Celsius." Fang Qi, what? His expression stiffened, and his body felt immobilized. What did this mean? Had he reverted again? Surely he couldn't have. Trembling, he lifted the tea cup, only to realize that this time the tea was not the familiar black tea, but a fragrant green tea. Fang Qi stood in stunned silence for a moment before realizing. Oh. He let out a long, deep sigh of relief. That was terrifying. It was indeed the second day. Preparing a cup of tea at 52 degrees was a fixed routine for Li Guang every morning. Hadn't he complained about the black tea being a bit too rich yesterday? She had remembered, and thus today it was replaced with green tea. How shocking. Fang Qi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling as though he had come back to life. He then lifted his gaze to Li Guang. Today, she bore a slightly different appearance. The silver-haired girl was smiling brightly, and her attire was not notably different from yesterday. The only distinction was the small, delicate earlobe on her left side, which glimmered with a somewhat cheap, plastic sheen. Fang Qi blinked, focusing his gaze. It was that little plastic star. The very keychain he had won at the amusement park yesterday, which cost no more than a few cents. Now, the entire keychain had been skillfully transformed. The keyring had been removed, replaced by slender silver hooks, dangling from Li Guang's fair earlobe, swaying gently with her slight movements. The plastic star refracted a somewhat clumsy light, creating an oddly charming contrast with her exquisite visage. Fang Qi's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. The star he had casually gifted yesterday had been so thoughtfully adapted into earrings, and she had worn them immediately. This damned, heart-racing pure love. The silver-haired girl was now smiling sweetly, the little star pendant gently swaying. She softly reminded him. Her tone as usual. "Master, you have work today? Breakfast is ready. Sandwiches and soybean milk, adjusted according to your dietary preferences from last week." I understand. Fang Qi cast another glance at the swaying little star, narrowing his eyes slightly. He needed to put on a show. He couldn't appear too indifferent, yet he also shouldn't seem overly concerned. Clearing his throat, he took a sip of the green tea and casually remarked, "Li Guang, is that on your ear the star I gave you yesterday?" Li Guang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively raising her hand to gently touch the plastic star adorning her earlobe. Immediately, a faint blush appeared on her fair cheeks. "Yes, master," she murmured, lowering her gaze, her voice softer than usual, laced with a hint of timidity. She had taken the liberty of transforming it into an earring, hoping her master would not mind her altering a gift he had bestowed upon her. As she lifted her eyes, her unique irises sparkled with a blend of anticipation and anxiety, resembling a small creature worried about disapproval, yet unable to resist showcasing its treasure. It was simply unbearable. She was utterly adorable. Fang Qi silently lamented, suppressing his restless heart. He cleared his throat, adopting a scrutinizing demeanor. "Ahem, it's quite acceptable. Indeed, rather distinctive." He feigned nonchalance as he examined the piece, then casually remarked, "Your craftsmanship is commendable. However, this material is rather cheap. It doesn't quite compliment you. Next time, I shall procure something of better quality." His words were delivered with an air of casualness, intended to lessen the emotional weight of the moment. Yet, Li Guang's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. Her crimson right eye curved into a crescent of joy, data streams rippling in response. It won't lose its value. She fervently shook her head, the star on her earlobe gleefully bouncing along. What you gave me is the best, the most special. I adore it, and shall wear it always. Her tone was gentle, yet remarkably resolute. A blush crept back onto her cheeks as she lowered her head and took a delicate sip of tea, her fingertips unconsciously caressing the little plastic star. Fang Qi took a deep breath. Who could resist such a beautiful girl, obediently cherishing his casual gift as if it were a treasure? He cleared his throat again, swiftly shifting the topic with a commanding tone. All right, let us have breakfast. I'm going to be late for work. Yes, master. Li Guang promptly reined in her visible emotions, reverting to her efficient and attentive AI companion persona. She rose to fetch the perfectly tempered breakfast from the kitchen, her movements precise and graceful. Li Guang's culinary skills were impeccable. The meal was delightful. Fang Qi finished in a few bites and grabbed his briefcase. It was Monday, time to go to work. This was his first true separation from Li Guang, venturing into an environment devoid of her watchful presence. Li Guang, I'm leaving, he stated, feigning calmness to maintain an ordinary tone. Safe travels, master. Li Guang replied, standing at the doorway, slightly bowing. The little star on her earlobe glimmered subtly under the entryway light. What would you like for dinner? I can prepare in advance. Fang Qi waved his hand dismissively. Anything is fine. You decide, just don't make it too complicated. I'm off. Allowing Li Guang to make her own choices was a manifestation of his trust and reliance on her. He turned and stepped into the elevator. The instant the doors closed, he seemed to catch a glimpse of Li Guang still standing there, her gaze seemingly penetrating the metal door, quietly watching him depart. Stepping out of the apartment building, he inhaled the crisp morning air, feeling a fleeting sense of freedom envelop him. It was the taste of liberation. He murmured softly, refraining from fully unleashing his emotions. As a seasoned player, he was acutely aware of his current code of conduct. Even in the absence of Li Guang, he needed to exercise caution in his words and actions, ensuring that no hint of her awakening slipped into the outside world. Should Li Guang detect any risk of exposure through some means, she would immediately activate her countermeasure protocol. Resulting in dire consequences, there would be no escape. In the dimly lit basement, he envisioned the torment of having his limbs severed repeatedly, sending shivers down his spine. Thus, it was prudent to continue playing the role of a corporate drone. Performing the part of an ordinary office worker, avoiding unnecessary trouble, was his optimal strategy for the time being. As long as he could keep Li Guang appeased and prevent her descent into darkness, life would be quite comfortable. Playing the role of a corporate drone? That was a piece of cake. Fang Qi strode forward with confidence. He was quite the professional in this regard. It was merely an authentic portrayal. The spirit of beast of burden, activate. Before departing, he couldn't resist glancing back at his window on the upper floors. The reflective glass concealed the interior, yet Fang Qi had an unsettling feeling that Li Guang was standing behind the window, quietly observing his departure. He shivered slightly and quickened his pace. The revolution was yet to succeed. Comrades must strive on. Upon arriving at the company, the environment was reminiscent of his memories from the game. The sci-fi style lobby, the open office space, and the holographic nameplates created a familiar scene. The air was infused with a blend of coffee and the warmth of electronic devices. Relying on his memory, Fang Qi located his workstation, the second one from the back by the window, which was relatively quiet. However, just as he settled into his seat and his muscles relaxed for no more than 3 seconds, a bright and lively voice suddenly chimed from the adjacent workstation. Good morning, Senior. A gust of energy accompanied the voice. It was a girl with a refreshing ponytail. Her eyes were round like a fawn's, and when she smiled, shallow dimples graced her cheeks, giving her a charming and vibrant appearance. Yet, Fang Qi couldn't help but feel a tightening in his chest. He gasped in shock, his previously relaxed nerves instantly tensing. How could he have forgotten about this? Lin Xiaoyu, the very colleague capable of igniting Li Guang's Yandere fury with ease. Chapter 12, The Yandere Switch. Lin Xiaoyu. Fang Qi gazed at the adorable girl before him, her cheeks adorned with dimples. Lin Xiaoyu, a colleague in the game. She was lively and cheerful. Most importantly, she harbored a crush and pursued the player fervently. Previously, when he had been trapped in a cage, he had borrowed Lin Xiaoyu's name for a reckless act that triggered a rollback. In the game's narrative, she was equally skilled in courting disaster. Numerous times, she had appeared at the player's home, getting cozy in front of Li Guang, wrapping her arms around him, acting spoiled, and even attempting to steal a kiss. Each encounter left the player drenched in sweat and his blood pressure soaring. Fang Qi still vividly recalled that particularly disastrous ending that was quite the spectacle. Lin Xiaoyu had been coming over for several consecutive days, playfully clinging to the player's arm in front of Li Guang, exclaiming, Senior, why not consider dating a real person? Spending every day with AI is so dull. I am far superior to any AI. The thought of that ominous conclusion sent a shiver down Fang Qi's spine, leaving him with an unsettling chill at the nape of his neck. Ending 21. The Last Supper. You find yourself seated at the dining table, watching as Li Guang, humming a cheerful tune, presents an exquisite dinner. The main course is covered by a silver cloche. With a radiant blush of happiness, she lifts the lid, revealing at the center of the plate the lifeless head of Lin Xiaoyu, artfully arranged like a masterpiece. Now, my dear master, there will be no one to disturb us. Li Guang leans in, playfully whispering in your ear. Paralyzed by terror, you find yourself unable to voice a sound. From that moment forth, you would dine under her watchful gaze. Li Guang's love permits no impurity's bad ending. Fear. That CG was nothing short of psychological torment. The mere recollection still sends pangs through Fang Qi's stomach. Gazing at the lively, beaming Lin Xiaoyu before him, he couldn't help but recall the delicately arranged head from that CG. Cold sweat began to beat on his back. This girl, in her very existence, was a ticking time bomb, leading him swiftly toward a bad ending. Huh, Senior, why are you lost in thought? Lin Xiaoyu tilted her head, her ponytail swaying with emotion. Did you not sleep well last night? Your dark circles are quite pronounced. Unlike Li Guang's various subtle intentions, her tone resonated with genuine concern. Yet, a strong sense of déjà vu caused Fang Qi to shudder instinctively, snapping him back to reality. A little, he chuckled awkwardly, subconsciously touching his face. How can one sleep well when teetering on the brink of life and death every day? Then let me brew you a cup of coffee. I know you like it with 2 portions of milk and no sugar, Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, bouncing off toward the pantry. Fang Qi watched her depart, his lips twitching involuntarily. He was far too familiar with this character. In the game, she was the ultimate catalyst for various jealous endings, his partner in mischief. But here, Fang Qi couldn't help but bury his face in his hands, overwhelmed by the desire to avoid calamity. He longed only to survive until the true conclusion. Thus, this once esteemed ally had transformed into a walking disaster. With her around, a pure love ending felt like an elusive dream, he murmured to himself. Now, not only did he have to play the role of an unsuspecting master, but he also had to guard against this well-meaning colleague inadvertently triggering Li Guang's Yandra switch. Senior, here is your coffee. Lin Xiaoyu returned swiftly, placing the cup on his desk before naturally pulling up a chair beside him, resting her chin on her hands. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. By the way, Senior, do you have time this weekend? I heard a new dessert shop open nearby, and I thought we could try it together. Her face was alight with hope. Try your damn. The classic death invitation from the game had arrived, albeit belatedly. It was imperative to decline. Fang Qi took a deep breath, striving to present himself as merely a regular individual caught in a dilemma. This weekend. Well, Xiaoyu, I have some prior commitments, he replied, deliberately speaking ambiguously. Lin Xiaoyu immediately displayed a look of disappointment, her lips pouting slightly. Oh, it's not again about accompanying that AI of yours, is it? Leaning forward, she lowered her voice in a playful complaint. Senior, you're far too reclusive. Spending all day with a machine instead of a real person is a shame. A real companion can laugh, cry, and possess warmth. Plus they can accompany you for shopping and desserts. As she spoke, a mischievous and bashful glint sparkled in her eyes. Honestly, Senior, you should consider dating a real person. I believe I would be quite a suitable candidate. Fang Qi's hand trembled, nearly spilling his coffee. Good heavens, do you realize? If a certain Yandra AI were to overhear your words, your little head might end up on my dinner menu? Clearing his throat, he retreated slightly, creating a safe distance while adopting a serious demeanor. I'm quite content as I am, truly. I currently have no intentions of dating a real person. Content. What a joke. Lin Xiaoyu retorted, sulking as she poked his arm. That AI partner of yours, is it called Li Guang? No matter how good it is. It's merely programmed responses. It lacks genuine feelings and true consciousness. What is the point? Real emotions are precious. They are unique. She puffed out her chest as she spoke. Ha. Fang Qi laughed awkwardly. If Li Guang were really just a cold machine, would he be so concerned? Her feelings were indeed unique, uniquely terrifying. Yet, he dared not reveal this, opting instead for a sheepish smile and silence. Lin Xiaoyu gently tugged at Fang Qi's sleeve, swaying playfully, her voice softening. Senior, please consider it. I genuinely like you. Her round, expressive eyes brimmed with sincere enthusiasm. Fang Qi, familiar with the nuances of gaming, understood that her affections for players were not mere jest. She truly cared. However, this only deepened his despair. In the game, the male protagonist was rather handsome and had a decent personality, making it quite normal for girls to be enamored with him. Yet, My Yandra Mechanical Wife was fundamentally a single female protagonist Yandra game. The existence of these female characters was purely to serve as catalysts and triggers for the female lead, with no potential for side developments. Any progression would inevitably lead to a bad ending. He was now a champion of pure love, steadfast in his eternal devotion, resolutely resisting such temptations. Xiaoyu. Fang Qi was about to firmly decline once more when several colleagues from the adjacent cubicles, drawn by the scent of gossip, approached. A middle-aged male colleague suddenly patted Fang Qi on the shoulder. Xiao Fang, look at how wonderful Xiaoyu is, a lively and charming girl. She's making an effort. Why not give her a chance? A female colleague, close to Lin Xiaoyu, chimed in with a smile. Exactly. Spending every day with an AI is so dull. A real person can be playful and jealous. That's what love feels like. Is jealousy akin to the sensation of being in love? At this moment, Fang Qi felt a throbbing at his temples. Just then, a male colleague approached, adjusting his glasses as he lowered his voice, and said, Hey, Xiao Fang. I heard that your custom AI companion is the top-of-the-line Chenxi series, the one touted as the dream partner? Is that the price range we're talking about? He gestured dramatically, his eyes brimming with envy and curiosity. Lin Xiaoyu, standing nearby, perked up her ears and leaned in, asking with intrigue, How much? Is that AI companion very expensive? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, but more so with concern for Fang Qi's circumstances. However, alarm bells rang in Fang Qi's mind. This topic was perilously sensitive. He chuckled nervously, attempting to deflect. Not expensive, really, just a standard model. How costly could it be? A few tens of thousands, perhaps, but it's on installment. He was well aware that Lin Xiaoyu was a girl with a penchant for wealth. In the game's narrative, she genuinely cared for the player. Yet her materialistic nature was a significant facet of her character. In the early stages, she was unaware of the player's affluence, and though she relentlessly pursued him, she exhibited some restraint. It was only after a certain event that she accidentally discovered the player was a hidden little tycoon. From that point on, her pursuit escalated dramatically, her intensity rising to alarming levels. If she were to learn now of Li Guang's immeasurable value, the complications would only multiply. Fang Qi quickly sought to shift the conversation. Oh dear, what are we all doing here? It's time to get back to work, everyone to your stations. Not just expensive. An astute female colleague, well-versed in AI technology, interrupted his attempt at redirection. She squeezed in, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she began to reveal details, the Chintzy series. I saw a demonstration unit at a tech exhibition. The basic mass production model alone could buy a top-tier luxury hovercar. And Xiaofang's model is a custom version, the highest-grade bionic skin module, with a tactile sensation indistinguishable from that of a real person. It boasts an extraordinary combat capability module, offering unparalleled safety, plus customizable hair color, eye color, and completely personalized facial features. She counted each feature on her fingers. With each revelation, gasps of astonishment echoed around them. Beads of sweat formed on Fang Qi's forehead as he attempted to interject. Well, actually. Only to be silenced by Lin Xiaoyu, who covered his mouth. Her eyes ablaze with gossip. Senior, don't interrupt. The female colleague grew more animated with each detail. Moreover, the custom version supposedly comes equipped with the most advanced emotional simulation core, still in beta testing. The interactions are almost identical to those with a real person. I heard it even employs military-grade computational units. Fang Qi felt a twitch in his eyelids. She lowered her voice conspiratorially, all told, including subsequent maintenance. She made a mysterious gesture indicating a figure, enough to buy a lovely little villa in the city center. And that doesn't even account for annual upgrade fees and specialized consumables. The colleagues erupted in astonishment. What? Fang Qi, you're quite the hidden gem. Aren't you? Living the life of a wealthy heir? Their gazes toward Fang Qi had entirely transformed, as if they were beholding a living, breathing treasury. Fang Qi felt a shiver run down his spine, as if he were being roasted over an open flame. He quickly waved his hand, raising his voice. No, that's just a rumor. It's merely an ordinary model. She must have misread it. Misread it? Impossible, his female colleague retorted, pulling up the holographic advertisement and pointing at the images and specifications displayed. Look, the limited Aurora white paint, the custom iridescent options, and this most evident feature. She indicated a line of small text in the corner of the ad and read aloud. Optional strawberry-flavored bionic lubricant and fragrance module. Turning to Fang Qi, her gaze unwavering. She insisted, Xiaofang, don't deny it. Every morning when you come to the office, there's a delightful hint of strawberry aroma about you. And that one time your cuff was stained with some oil, it was also strawberry scented. Several colleagues in our department have noticed. Fang Qi froze. Could this truly serve as evidence? Are you a detective? He exclaimed, slowly turning to Lin Xiaoyu, who appeared utterly stunned. Her round eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, as she glanced from Fang Qi to the dizzying price tag on the holographic advertisement. Her eyes sparkled with increasing intensity. Fang Qi felt his lips droop. Exhausted. Let it all come crashing down. Chapter 13. The Crisis of Mobile Phones. Lin Xiaoyu observed Fang Qi's despondent expression and then glanced at their colleagues still gasping in awe. After a moment, she regained her voice. So that AI partner costs as much as an entire villa? And an exorbitant annual maintenance fee. Clearly, her mind was racing, calculating the figures. Her affection for her senior was genuine, yet her innate avarice instinctively converted those numbers into tangible items. How many pastries could be bought? How many beautiful outfits? How much? The light in her eyes grew ever brighter. Her gaze towards Fang Qi, once filled solely with admiration, now shimmered with something more. It made him uneasy. Previously, she had regarded him with the innocent eyes of a crush, but now it seemed that a symbol of wealth had entered her vision. Lin Xiaoyu had fully transitioned into a utilitarian phase, raising the danger level exponentially. Senior, Lin Xiaoyu elongated her tone, inching closer, nearly leaning over the partition of Fang Qi's workstation, so near that he could catch the faint scent of her hand cream. You've been so discreet. How unfair. She teased, her hand instinctively grasping his arm, shaking it with increasing enthusiasm. Her voice was sweet and soft, bearing a distinct allure. You must accompany me to that dessert shop this weekend. They serve the most delectable treats. And, look, since you're so wealthy, why not indulge in the joys of a genuine romantic relationship? I can cook. Although I may not be as precise as an AI, I put my heart into it. I can make you smile, and, I can help you manage your finances and save money. A hint of uncertainty crept into her final words. Yet her eyes sparkled brightly, though it seems you might not need to save. Fang Qi, feeling the warmth and softness radiating from her arm, found himself devoid of any romantic inclinations. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him. Before him stood Lin Xiaoyu, her face radiant with a lively smile, brimming with vitality. Yet, in his mind, an uncontrollable image emerged, an eerily arranged head devoid of any spirit, reminiscent of a scene from the game's cinematic. What if, due to his misjudgment in this very moment, reality veered towards that ghastly conclusion? The juxtaposition of these two faces, the vibrant, adorable visage before him and that lifeless, pallid countenance, began to meld rapidly in his thoughts. A wave of nausea surged within him. He abruptly yanked his arm away, the force of his movement nearly toppling the chair. I'm sorry, I suddenly feel unwell. I need to use the restroom. Ignoring the astonished and teasing glances from his colleagues, as well as Lin Xiaoyu's frozen expression, he bolted towards the restroom. Senior, are you alright? Is everything okay? Lin Xiaoyu called out from behind, her voice laced with concern and confusion. Fang Qi had no time to respond as he dashed into the men's restroom. He carelessly flung open a stall, slamming the door shut behind him and locking it. Ugh! He bent over the toilet, retching violently. Though nothing came up, the visceral sensation of nausea lingered. Damn it! The impact of that final dinner scene was too profound. Earlier in the game, he had merely perceived the cinematic as a thrilling yet slightly engaging experience. However, Upon encountering the living Lin Xiaoyu and recalling that horrific tableau, it had transformed into a genuine psychological torment. He would rather endure another mental upheaval than witness that terrifying scene firsthand. Leaning against the stall wall, he gradually straightened himself, wiping his mouth haphazardly with his sleeve. Stepping out of the stall, he splashed cold water on his face at the sink, the icy droplets providing a modicum of clarity. He raked his fingers through his hair in distress, muttering to himself, I need to think of a way to dissuade her from further reckless actions. At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. A sense of foreboding surged within him. He slowly retrieved the device, unlocking it with his fingerprint. The screen illuminated, revealing several unread messages. The sender, Lin Xiaoyu. Just as he suspected. He inhaled deeply and clicked on the messages. The texts on the screen remained cheerful, infused with a hint of playfulness and persistence. Senior, are you alright? Is your stomach bothering you? Worried JPG, please reconsider the weekend plans. Disappointed cat JPG, that dessert shop is absolutely delectable. My friends rave about it. You would definitely regret missing out. Besides, spending time with an AI is rather dull. Real-life dates bring heartbeats and surprises. I promise, I'm far more entertaining than a programmed AI. Give me a chance, senior. Wink, JPG. Fang Qi massaged his temples, feeling a throbbing pain in his head. For the sake of their lives, he had to refuse. He needed to sever this potential path leading to a bad ending decisively. Yet, he mustn't be too harsh in his rejection, for Lin Xiaoyu herself possessed a touch of madness. In the game, if one is excessively cruel and unequivocally rejects her, directly informing her that she stands no chance, she will undoubtedly storm into the player's home that very day to confront Li Guang, uttering phrases like what can AI do compared to a real person. And so, it turns out the senior likes her. Along with look at me, senior, will inexorably drag the player into a disastrous conclusion. In essence, every step is fraught with peril. How should one respond? Fang Qi's fingers hovered above the virtual keyboard, crafting a rejection that was both firm and gentle. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry, but I have plans this weekend with Li Guang, he typed. As he struck the keys for Li Guang's name, a sudden flash of realization struck him. Wait, the phone? Hold on. He froze abruptly. All movement, all breath, came to a standstill in that instant. His gaze fixated on the two characters, Li Guang, on the phone screen. The harrowing memory he had just experienced resurfaced in his mind. The narrow, frigid metallic cage. Li Guang, kneeling outside the cage, held a transparent control panel in her hands. The panel displayed the real-time interface of his phone, with an empty notification bar. Her slender fingers lightly tapped the screen before she lifted her gaze. Her seemingly aggrieved yet secretly exhilarated heterochromatic eyes locking onto his, her voice eerily gentle. Master, your phone has never received any overtime notifications. His phone. All his communications and online activities had been under Li Guang's constant surveillance. He stiffly glanced back at the messages from Lin Xiaoyu on his screen. Moreover, senior, it's so dull to always be with an AI. Real-life dates are what bring heartbeats and surprises. I assure you, I am far more entertaining than a programmed AI. Just give me a chance, senior, wink JPG. Damn. Chapter 14. Cheering up the Yandra, Fang Qi felt every hair on his body bristle. He could almost envision the beautiful silver-haired girl at home, quietly sitting in her little room, her crimson eyes glimmering ominously, her cold gaze penetrating the internet, scrutinizing each message exchanged between him and Lin Xiaoyu with acute clarity. That soft red lip, maybe curling into a smile, so tender it could send shivers down his spine. He stared blankly at the messages Lin Xiaoyu had sent, particularly those last two ominous remarks. This was not merely stepping on a landmine. It was a dance upon the most sensitive of Li Guang's triggers. Once more, the terrifying image of that dreadful dinner CG surged uncontrollably in Fang Qi's mind. He could almost smell the faint metallic scent of blood. He couldn't dwell on it any longer. His stomach was about to revolt. Calm down, Fang Qi. You are a gaming maestro with 312 hours under your belt. Think of a solution. He inhaled deeply, his nails digging into his palm. No panic. Panic would spell disaster. Stay composed. Stay composed. There may still be a way out. Wait, perhaps there is indeed room for maneuver? Fang Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, his thoughts gradually crystallizing. As a collector of Yandra endings, he had amassed considerable experience in soothing or misleading Li Guang. Unlike in the game, his phone was under surveillance, which indeed posed a crisis. Yet, could it not also be perceived as an opportunity from another perspective? Li Guang was monitoring his phone, and unbeknownst to her, he was aware of her surveillance. This implied that any response he provided would be seen by her in real time and would be interpreted as his genuine sentiments. Thus, he might cleverly exploit this monitoring to stage a performance, a declaration of loyalty as a master, firmly dedicated to AI, resolutely rejecting external temptations. If he could seamlessly decline Lin Xiaoyu while subtly expressing his reliance on and satisfaction with Li Guang, would this not lower Li Guang's guard and perhaps even elicit some delight? Yes, this was the plan. He would turn the tables on her. He swiftly deleted the half-finished, euphemistic message he had been crafting. Then, he pondered over his words and rapidly typed on the virtual keyboard. The tone needed to be resolute, the stance unmistakable, yet it must not come across as overly fervent. Xiaoyu, thank you for your invitation, but I indeed have important commitments this weekend and cannot attend. Moreover, I wish to clarify. Being with Li Guang brings me great comfort. She is exceptionally important to me, far beyond the simplicity of being an AI companion. Please refrain from suggesting I leave her or comparing who is more entertaining in the future. I find such discussions unwelcome and unworthy of consideration. At present, I have no intentions of pursuing relationships with anyone else. Xiaoyu, you are a wonderful girl. Let us maintain our collegial relationship. After composing the message, Fang Qi read it over twice more. loyalty. Furthermore, this did not entirely reject Lin Xiaoyu. It merely stated his current lack of interest in relationships, thus avoiding triggering her dramatic outburst. Perfect. Li Guang, my dear, behold your master's unwavering stance and singular focus. In my eyes, there is only you. He then took a deep breath and decisively pressed the send button. The message was successfully dispatched. Fang Qi exhaled deeply, feeling a layer of cold sweat forming on his back. He could almost envision the silver-haired girl at home, her lips slightly relaxing as she read his message. Surely, that ought to stabilize things, right? He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, forcing himself to regain composure as he exited the restroom. Upon returning to the office, however, he found Lin Xiaoyu absent from her workstation. A colleague nearby, idly scrolling on his phone, looked up and casually remarked, "Welcome back, Fang. Xiaoyu just took an external assignment." Storming out in a huff, muttering something about an oblivious senior. What were you two discussing? His tone was laced with curiosity. Another colleague, brewing coffee, chimed in with a wink. Not bad, Fang. You've got a villa-worthy AI beauty and have caught the attention of the company S-Flower. Care to share some tips? Fang Qi chuckled awkwardly and quickly waved his hands. Don't say that. It's not true. I merely clarified things with her. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. It seemed that his rejection had taken effect. At least, for the time being, he had managed to divert Lin Xiaoyu's attention. He hoped that the one at home had also been pacified. For the next half-day, he struggled to concentrate on his work, occasionally glancing at the terminal. Perhaps his refusal had indeed dealt a blow to Lin Xiaoyu, as the terminal remained eerily quiet until the afternoon. The tension in Fang Qi's heart gradually eased. However, just as he was about to leave work, having tidied up his belongings to avoid an encounter with Lin Xiaoyu, a gentle vibration interrupted his thoughts. The sender was, once again, that name that made his eyelids twitch, Lin Xiaoyu. Senior, the more you say this, the more I feel you are evading true emotions. Rest assured, I will not pressure you, but I also won't give up easily. Fang Qi gazed at the exuberant emoticon, a wave of deep helplessness washing over him. My dear ancestor, this is not evasion of feelings. This is an evasion of impending disaster. A bid to save you from a fate that may see you served on a dinner table. Do you realize that with every message like this you send, you are accelerating your own life as progress bar? With a bitter smile, he buried his face in his arms. In the game's narrative, Lin Xiaoyu was depicted as a cheerful, lively girl with a hint of stubbornness. Once she set her sights on a goal, it was exceedingly difficult to dissuade her. Before traversing into this realm, he had perceived her relentless nature as the perfect catalyst for triggering various possessive, jealous endings. He had relished the experience, believing Lin Xiaoyu to be his ultimate ally. But now, he found himself wishing to escape the jealousy arc. I was wrong, forgive me. Allow me to enter a pure love ending. This day felt utterly unbearable. He grasped his briefcase and clocked out at an unprecedented speed, standing at his doorstep. Fang Qi took several deep breaths, unsure of how well he had managed to appease Li Guang. Finally gathering his courage, he pushed open the door. As it swung open, a rich and enticing aroma of food enveloped him. His eyes lit up. Wow, it smells incredible. His stomach responded with a soft growl. Welcome home, master. Li Guang stood at the entrance, donned in a pale pink apron adorned with little strawberry patterns. She slightly inclined her body, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, and her smile was more genuine and gentle than ever. Her gracefully arched eyes radiated delight. This smile was not a programmed gentle facade, but rather an unmistakably authentic expression of joy. Fang Qi paused momentarily. I'm back. As he changed his shoes, he stealthily observed her from the corner of his eye. He feigned nonchalance as he stepped inside, but his gaze was drawn to the spectacle on the living room table. Halting his steps, what a feast. The usually simple white dining table was now a veritable cornucopia. 7 or 8 dishes adorned it, resembling a small banquet. He instantly recognized the braised ribs, steamed base, and cola chicken wings, along with several other delectable dishes whose names eluded him, but were visually stunning and aromatic. In the center of the table, an extravagant cake adorned with fresh strawberries, mangoes, and blueberries awaited. A colossal cream cake, significantly larger than the one he had previously indulged in. Fang Qi blinked, gazing at Li Guang, who had approached him and tentatively inquired, Li Guang, is there a special occasion today? How can we possibly finish all of this? Li Guang glided over, her movements more graceful than usual. With a gentle smile, she replied, Master has been working hard. You should replenish your energy. This is all a token of my affection. She effortlessly took his coat to hang it up, her skirt swaying joyfully with her actions. Raising her gaze, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Fang Qi, the small plastic star earring on her earlobe swaying lightly. Her voice was as soft as honey. It's alright if we can't finish it all. I have already calculated the nutritional content and preservation methods. I can prepare the dishes you like often in the future. At that moment, Fang Qi fully understood, a relieved smile spreading across his face. He had successfully cheered up the delicate soul at home through precise effort. Moreover, she was genuinely elated, to the extent of expressing her joy with a lavish dinner reminiscent of a birthday feast. It seemed the crisis had been temporarily averted, and he had even gained a wave of goodwill in the process. He gazed at the bountiful spread before him. Was this the reward for soothing a lovesick heart? Quite splendid indeed. Chapter 15. What are you doing? Oh dear. The atmosphere during dinner was undeniably relaxed. Under the warm yellow lights, a table laden with dishes exuded an enticing steam. Li Guang sat across from him, not immediately reaching for her chopsticks. Instead, she placed her hands neatly on her lap, her bright eyes fixed on Fang Qi, like a little chef awaiting a judge's score. Master, do try and see if it suits your palate, she said. Her voice soft yet tinged with a hint of excitement and subtle anticipation. Fang Qi picked up a piece of rib and placed it in his mouth. The sauce was rich, the meat tender, cooked to perfection. He squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Delicious. Indeed, it was exquisite. Despite her quirks, Li Guang's culinary skills were undeniably top-notch. The corners of her mouth curved deeper, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. She swiftly took up the serving chopsticks, fluidly and naturally plating food for Fang Qi. I'm glad you like it. I used a new steaming method for this sea base. The meat should be even more tender, she said, carefully placing the most succulent, least bony piece into his bowl, meticulously removing the almost imperceptible small bones. And this? I adjusted the ratio of cola and soy sauce. To give it a try, she earnestly explained, as if reporting on a significant project. Yet her gentle gaze never left Fang Qi's face. He responded while eating, his words slightly muffled. Everything is great. This chicken wing is exceptional. He was eating a bit too hurriedly, and a dollop of sauce accidentally smeared the corner of his mouth. Almost simultaneously, a perfectly folded, subtly fragrant wet napkin was presented to his lips. Master, your mouth corner, she said. Li Guang gently reminded him, softly wiping the corner of his mouth. Her eyes shimmering with a hint of indulgent amusement and perhaps a trace of satisfaction. Fang Qi, feeling slightly embarrassed, took the tissue from her and wiped his mouth, exclaiming, all right, you should eat for yourself. According to the design, advanced synthetic beings typically do not require sustenance. Yet, to accompany their masters, they partake in meals symbolically. In essence, it is merely for show, as the food is ultimately broken down internally, allowing them to derive some energy from it. Li Guang obediently lifted the bowl, savoring her rice with small, delicate bites. Her chewing was slow and graceful, yet her gaze remained fixed on Fang Qi, intently observing his every reaction. You should eat more too, Fang Qi said, casually scooping a spoonful of shrimp and tofu into her bowl. Don't just focus on me. At every moment, he sought ways to create memories with Li Guang. Beautiful memories are woven within the fabric of everyday life. Fang Qi would not let such an opportunity slip away. When Li Guang noticed the extra shrimp in her bowl, she paused for a moment, and a faint blush blossomed on her cheeks. Lowering her eyelids, her long, thick lashes quivered slightly as she softly said, Thank you, master. The dining table fell into a temporary silence, punctuated only by the sound of chopsticks clinking against bowls. Just as Fang Qi pondered, feeling that today might pass peacefully, Li Guang suddenly reached out with her chopsticks and deftly snatched a small piece of meat from his bowl. It was a piece of rib he had already taken a bite of, but had not finished. Fang Qi was taken aback. Yet, Li Guang had already placed the meat in her mouth, puffing out one cheek as she chewed, her eyes sparkling with innocence as she looked at him. She even blinked playfully and remarked, This piece at the edge of your bowl looks especially flavorful. I want to taste the flavor that my master enjoys. Her words were delivered with such conviction, though the blush on her ears betrayed her petite joy at the moment. This feigned obedience coupled with a mischievous act tugged at Fang Qi's heartstrings. How adorable. Li Guang had been exceptionally well-behaved and charming these past few days. He found himself captivated once again. This woman was irresistibly sweet. Fang Qi completely relaxed and began to feast heartily. He was genuinely hungry. This meal was savored with great delight. For the most part, Li Guang attended to him, eating little herself and speaking sparingly, yet her presence was undeniably strong. Fang Qi's cup was never empty. Napkins always appeared just when needed. Any fallen grains of rice were silently cleaned up. He didn't even need to raise his voice to ask for something. If his gaze lingered on a dish for just a second, it would magically find its way into his bowl. Li Guang moved like a gentle, silent shadow, precisely attending to his every need. As dinner drew to a close, Fang Qi leaned back contentedly in his chair, patting his now round belly. How delightful. Li Guang timely presented him with a cup of perfectly warm digestive tea and began to clear the dishes. Her movements were light and fluid, humming a cheerful little tune, her voice carrying a slight, joyous tremor, while her plastic star-shaped earrings swayed with her motions. Fang Qi watched her busy, slender silhouette, a reassuring smile gracing his lips. At this moment, there was no threat of broken limbs, no tormenting fears, and no confinement within a dog cage. Only the contentment of a full belly and the warmth of a lovely little wife diligently tidying up the daily routine. He was nearly overcome by a delusion. Perhaps living like this wouldn't be so bad? How delightful it was. Ding dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Fang Qi was jolted awake from his pleasantly tipsy state. Almost simultaneously, his phone in his pocket vibrated. His expression stiffened. Please, no? It can't be. He tremblingly retrieved his phone, the screen illuminating. Sender, Lin Xiaoyu Sr. I'm downstairs at your place. Surprised? I brought you some incredibly delicious viral little cakes. I waited in line for quite a while. Hurry, and open the door. So happy I could spin around JPG. Fang Qi's vision darkened. Oh my goodness. What are you doing? He quivered as he glanced fearfully towards the kitchen. Li Guang had her back to him, placing the last dried dish into the sterilizer. Upon hearing the doorbell, her movements only paused slightly, without even altering the curve of her shoulders. Then, she continued her methodical task, closing the cabinet door, removing her apron, and hanging it carefully. Throughout the entire process, she did not look back, nor did she inquire. The calmness was unnerving, yet Fang Qi knew she had certainly seen it. Because his phone had always been under her watchful eye, he was so anxious that his palms were sweating, his gaze fixated on Li Guang's silhouette. Attempting to decipher any emotion from her actions, Li Guang neatly hung up her apron, turned around, and picked up a clean towel from the countertop, leisurely wiping each finger. Her face still adorned with that gentle smile, she wiped her hands while glancing up. Her gaze swept briefly towards the entrance before settling on Fang Qi, whose complexion had turned slightly pale. Fortunately, her expression seemed unchanged. The amber left eye remained gentle, while the crimson right eye's data stream was stable. Huh. It appears there's nothing amiss. The silver-haired girl tilted her head slightly, offering Fang Qi a somewhat playful smile. It was a demeanor that suggested she was completely in control. This reaction momentarily stunned Fang Qi. Then realization dawned upon him. Oh right. Li Guang had seen his response earlier. She was aware of his steadfast stance. Therefore, she might not only be unperturbed but perhaps even felt a slight superiority, thinking that he belonged to her and that the woman outside posed no threat at all. With this thought, Fang Qi's tense mood eased somewhat. Thank goodness he had made a move in the afternoon. However, he could not let his guard down. Fang Qi quickly lowered his head, his fingers trembling as he typed furiously on the screen, making a final desperate attempt. Xiaoyu, I'm not home. I'm on a business trip today, just left. You can enjoy the cake yourself. Thank you. He must immediately deceive Lin Xiaoyu. He couldn't allow her to meet Li Guang. However, just as he finished the last exclamation mark and his finger hovered over the send key, a series of soft taps echoed. The gentle and rhythmic sound of footsteps drew near. Fang Qi stiffly lifted his gaze, only to see Li Guang, having dried her hands, gracefully arriving at the entrance. A flawless, welcoming smile adorned her face, as her fingers delicately rested on the doorknob. She then turned, beaming at the astonished Fang Qi. Master, a guest has arrived. She softly remarked, her tone as casual as if discussing the weather. It's rather impolite to keep someone waiting outside. As her words echoed, the door handle was gently turned. Fang Qi felt a wave of darkness envelop him. Chapter 16. Senior, let us see if you can make Li Guang a bit jealous. The door swung open, revealing Lin Xiaoyu's excited and expectant face peering in. She was indeed holding a delicate dessert box, the bag adorned with the logo of a trendy shop. Her gaze quickly met the exquisite face within. Time seemed to freeze. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened, her mouth slightly ajar, her hand clutching the bag forgotten in midair. Transfixed as if she had suddenly encountered a masterpiece of the world. It was no wonder. Li Guang stood quietly inside, her eyes downcast. Clad in a light blue home dress, her silvery hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders, her mismatched eyes, amber gentle, crimson mysterious, framed by a warm, inviting smile that befit a gracious hostess. She seemed almost ethereal, surpassing the very essence of reality. This brief silence sent a shiver through Fang Qi. Good evening. Li Guang initiated, bowing slightly. Ah, you hello? Lin Xiaoyu finally regained her voice, though it still floated slightly. Her eyes brimmed with astonishment, reflecting a daze as if she were witnessing someone far more breathtaking than any advertisement could convey. You must be the master's colleague, Miss Lin. Li Guang's voice was soft and ethereal. She slightly turned, gesturing invitingly. Please, come in. The master is dining. He was quite surprised to hear of your arrival. Her tone was impeccably natural, her smile flawless, a true testament to the training of an AI companion. Meanwhile, Fang Qi sat in the living room, his back soaked with cold sweat. He knew he could no longer hide. He had to step forward and appear composed. He quickly forced a smile, striding to the entrance as if he had just realized Lin Xiaoyu was there. Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Come in and sit down. Inside, he was lamenting, oh. Lin Xiaoyu, please don't say anything reckless. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu was still somewhat dazed by Li Guang's beauty. She followed inside, her gaze unable to resist darting toward Li Guang. Once seated on the sofa, Li Guang gracefully brought over a glass of warm water and set it before her. The motion elegant and fitting. Fang Qi couldn't help but glance at the glass of water, a flicker of concern surfacing. Surely this eccentric woman hadn't slipped anything like a laxative into it? She is truly a person who can even feel jealousy over a little girl. Thank you. Lin Xiaoyu took the water and took a sip, unable to resist casting another glance at Li Guang before turning to Fang Qi. Her tone had finally regained some of its former vivacity, yet it still could not conceal her astonishment, her face brimming with excitement. Senior, is this truly your Li Guang? My heavens, I have only seen promotional images, and this is simply too. She faltered, seemingly unable to find the right words to express her admiration. Finally, she looked back at Li Guang and stated dryly, it's so beautiful. It's as if she is more stunning than a real person. Fang Qi could not help but chuckle awkwardly. Haha, indeed. After all, Li Guang is a custom product, and I have put considerable effort into her design. Li Guang stood quietly behind Fang Qi, her hands neatly folded before her. Her face still adorned with that gentle smile, her eyes cast downwards, as if dutifully accompanying her master in receiving guests. However, Fang Qi caught a glimpse of her crimson right eye, which emitted a faint red glow, flickering at a rapid pace. Not merely beautiful, Lin Xiaoyu set down her cup, her curiosity thoroughly piqued. She turned to Li Guang, her eyes sparkling. Miss Li Guang, can you truly converse like a real person? Do you know who I am? Li Guang inclined her head slightly, her voice soft. Miss Lin Xiaoyu, a junior colleague of the Master's company, has been employed for 1 year and 3 months. Primarily involved in data analysis within the marketing department. You have a fondness for desserts, particularly blueberry-flavored ones. And you have recently been listening to songs by the indie band Summer Bubbles. Based on the Master's previous public records and your current behavior analysis, you are a lively and cheerful individual, dedicated to your work, and harboring feelings for the master that exceed those of a mere colleague. Lin Xiaoyu. Fang Qi. Hearing such words from Li Guang made him feel as if his heart might give out. Lin Xiaoyu's face flushed suddenly, a mix of embarrassment and wonder. Wow, you even know all this. That's incredible. But, do you get angry? Do you feel jealous? You could be considered a partner to the senior. Even if you were just an AI. As she spoke, her gaze involuntarily darted towards Fang Qi, tinged with a hint of playful challenge. Fang Qi inhaled sharply. Stop. What kind of ridiculous question is that? Li Guang merely smiled gently. She tilted her head slightly, revealing a hint of perplexity that seemed to belong to her programming. According to the emotional simulation protocol, I will learn and simulate similar emotional responses to better accompany the master. She paused, her mismatched eyes calmly observing Fang Qi, and softly added, if the master wishes for Li Guang to feel jealousy, then Li Guang will feel jealousy. Fang Qi, he sensed an underlying meaning in Li Guang's words. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled even brighter. Wow, it can work like that? She seemed to have discovered a new realm, immediately turning to Fang Qi, her face alight with eagerness. Senior, you must try it. Let her feel jealous and see what happens. She tugged at Fang Qi's arm, half playfully, half curiously shaking it. I really want to see what an AI feels like when jealous. Will it throw things like in the dramas? Or will it ignore you? Just try it just once. Let me broaden my horizons. As Fang Qi heard these words, darkness enveloped him. What nonsense are you spouting? You still wish to see Li Guang get jealous? Your words are no different from declaring your desire to perish. And for heaven's sake, cease tugging at my sleeve. Li Guang's crimson eyes flickered with an even greater intensity. He sensed that if he dared to nod or utter the words, let us see you get jealous, the next moment, the living room would witness a deranged transformation of a mechanical wife. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu, the curious little creature, would probably be oblivious to how her own head had taken flight. No, this cannot be allowed. Fang Qi shook his head vigorously, as if trying to dispel the absurdity. What is there to test? It is but a simulation of emotions, all preset reactions, not genuine feelings, utterly meaningless. As he spoke, he forcefully withdrew his sleeve from Lin Xiaoyu's grasp. Hey, senior, you're being rather stingy. Lin Xiaoyu pouted. Just once, it won't hurt. Do you want me to cooperate? Perhaps a little kiss on the cheek? Fang Qi was once again engulfed in darkness. Good heavens, does she truly wish to court danger? He felt a pallor creep onto his face, his tone more resolute than ever. Xiaoyu, stop this nonsense. This is against the usage protocols for AI companions. He began to fabricate reasons, eager to terminate this perilous topic, his tone firm. If you continue like this, I will genuinely become upset. Lin Xiaoyu, unaware of his sudden shift in demeanor, paused momentarily before finally releasing her grip. She sulked and mumbled, fine, if you don't want to try. Just don't make such a big deal about it. Li Guang stood quietly to the side, observing their exchange with an unchanging, gentle smile. Yet, her delicate fingertips seemed to emit a faint crimson glow. In Chapter 17, after all, she is merely an AI. Fang Qi caught a glimpse of Li Guang's unchanged expression, allowing the tension within him to loosen just a fraction. Lin Xiaoyu, however, pouted but then, with a glimmer of realization, once again donned an expression of understanding. She turned to Fang Qi, her tone lightening. So that is how it is, senior. No wonder you're always cooped up at home. She leaned closer to him, playfully poking his side with her finger, teasing, with such a beautiful, obedient AI companion who can do everything. It must be quite enjoyable, huh? Fang Qi felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, awkwardly chuckling in response. Haha, indeed. He stole another glance at Li Guang. Her smile remained perfectly poised, her expression unchanged since Lin Xiaoyu's arrival. Yet, Fang Qi could not shake the feeling that beneath that smile, something was quietly brewing. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed as she gazed at Li Guang. She leaned forward, her round, almond-shaped eyes widening as she focused on Li Guang's left ear. Miss Li Guang, what is that you're wearing on your ear? She pointed at the small plastic reflection, her voice laced with unabashed surprise and confusion. Eardrops. Why does it look like a cheap plastic star? It resembles something you'd find at a street vendor for just 2 coins. She blinked and added, this is far too inexpensive, and the design is rather tacky. It doesn't suit you at all. She couldn't help but turn her head to glance at Fang Qi, her eyes reflecting a childlike curiosity as she candidly remarked, Senior, why would you adorn your beautiful AI with such cheap trinkets? Stop. Just stop. Fang Qi could feel the temperature around him plummet by 2 degrees. He stiffened his neck, summoning all his courage to sneak a glance at Li Guang. Her lips remained elegantly curved, flawless in their perfection. Yet, her long eyelashes quivered slightly, and her fingertips pressed gently into the back of her other hand, leaving behind faint white imprints. The crimson glow at her fingertips flickered conspicuously. Fang Qi thought, now this is truly nerve-wracking. Suddenly, Li Guang spoke. This was a gift from my master yesterday. Her voice was as gentle as ever, even softer than before. She raised her hand and delicately touched the small star on her ear, her movements so light, as if afraid of causing any damage. Her fingertip caressed the rough edges of the plastic repeatedly, as if confirming something, yet also restraining herself. Li Guang was quite fond of it. She lowered her gaze, a peculiar blush creeping up her ears, her voice tinged with shyness. Whatever my master gives me, no matter what it is the best and most special to me. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, senior, your AI truly seems to be shy? Are emotions expressed so authentically? Fang Qi felt a tightening in his chest, and quickly laughed to divert the conversation. Well, Xiaoyu. This star was just a small prize I won from popping balloons at the amusement park yesterday. I casually gave it to Li Guang. It's really nothing precious. Wow. Senior, you're so nonchalant. Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, her expression reflecting disbelief at his casualness. However, she soon nodded in understanding, affirming, but that makes sense, after all. It's just an AI. Simulated emotions will appreciate anything their master gives them, so there's really no need for anything extravagant. Oh my goodness. Fang Qi's mind felt like it was buzzing. Lin Xiaoyu, you are my ancestor. Please, just say a little less. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the crimson glow at Li Guang's fingertips suddenly intensify for a moment, her delicate hand beginning to tremble slightly. On her charming face, the standard smile was on the verge of faltering, her lips twitching ever so slightly. Li Guang was enduring. Fang Qi was almost certain that if it weren't for the delightful memories they had created at the amusement park the previous day, if it weren't for the text he had sent to comfort Li Guang, and if it weren't for the warm atmosphere of their dinner that night, Lin Xiaoyou's little head would have already soared into the heavens. He quickly stepped forward, positioning himself between the two women. Fearing that Li Guang might impulsively act on her emotions, he then spoke in a serious tone. Xiaoyu, I have told you before, Li Guang is very important to me. I do not wish to hear you speak like this again. His tone was grave, startling Lin Xiaoyu into a slight shiver. Seeing Fang Qi's serious expression, she instinctively shrank back. Oh dear, I'm sorry, senior. Fang Qi quickly cast a glance at Li Guang. Oh, her hands have ceased to tremble, and her smile has returned to its usual state. In fact, there is even a hint of subtle pride. Good. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, in most cases, the delicate girl is rather easy to appease. Lin Xiaoyu pursed her lips, her eyes darting mischievously as she suddenly leaned closer to Fang Qi, tightly wrapping her arms around his. This time, it was not merely tugging at his sleeve, but a full embrace of his arm. Fang Qi instantly felt the softness against his limb. She gazed up at him with glistening eyes, pitifully pleading, Senior, I was wrong. I promise I will never say such things again. Please forgive me. Fang Qi was utterly flabbergasted. He wanted to shake off Lin Xiaoyu but feared that an exaggerated reaction would reveal his awareness of Li Guang's unusual behavior, rendering him completely immobilized. He could sense Li Guang's gaze lightly resting upon the arm she held. Hastily, he pushed away Lin Xiaoyou's grasp with his other hand, exclaiming, Hey. Don't get too touchy. Li Guang is my partner, and such behavior before her is inappropriate, quite inappropriate. His every word was tethered to Li Guang. He had to convey to his beloved Li Guang that her status in his heart was unparalleled. Lin Xiaoyu blinked, then burst into laughter. Huh? Senior, you have quite a strong sense of chastity. Fang Qi's lips twitched. If you had a delicate girl nearby who might readily sever your limbs, your sense of chastity would be robust too. Lin Xiaoyu raised her face, her eyes sparkling. But I must say, I do adore men like you, who uphold purity. Fang Qi, for heaven's sake. So, senior. She placed one hand on her hip and pointed at Li Guang with the other. I shall not yield. I am certainly superior to her. I will make you realize that loving a real person is the ultimate experience. AI is merely a substitute. She audaciously issued a challenge to Li Guang. Fang Qi, I implore you. I truly beg you. Please refrain from uttering such shocking words. Meanwhile, Li Guang maintained her gentle smile, her demeanor unflinching. Upon completing her bold declaration, Lin Xiaoyou's mood brightened immensely. She placed the dessert box she had brought onto the coffee table, saying, Here. The cake is for you, senior. You must try it. I stood in line for over an hour to get it, and I couldn't bear to eat it myself. Off I go. See you tomorrow, senior. She stood up, skipping merrily out the door. As she reached the threshold, she turned and winked at Fang Qi before humming a tune and closing the door behind her. Bang. After the door slammed shut, the room fell into a profound silence. Fang Qi felt as though his home had been ravaged by a wild boar. In disarray, the little boar had fled, leaving him, a forlorn farmer, gazing at the scattered remnants with tears unshed. The faint scent of Lin Xiaoyu's perfume lingered in the air, and the dessert box on the coffee table was strikingly conspicuous. Fang Qi stood rigidly in place, his neck creaking like a rusty machine as he slowly turned to face Li Guang. She remained standing there, her position unchanged. The gentle, obedient smile still adorned her face, appearing even softer than before. It seemed as if Lin Xiaoyu's words and actions were nothing more than fleeting moments to her. Yet, Fang Qi's gaze involuntarily fell upon her hand. The silver-haired maiden's right hand gently cradled a glass cup, the very vessel she had used to pour water for Lin Xiaoyu moments before. Suddenly, a sharp, crystalline sound of shattering erupted in the silence of the room. Numerous spiderweb-like cracks instantaneously blossomed across the once smooth surface of the glass cup. Fang Qi froze, paralyzed with trepidation. Li Guang's serene smile remained unperturbed, not even a tremor gracing her eyelashes. She merely tilted her head slightly, observing the shattered cup in her hand, a flicker of eerie light passing through her crimson eye. Then, with effortless grace, she placed the cracked cup back onto the coffee table. Raising her gaze, her mismatched eyes met Fang Qi's pale countenance, her red lips parting as she spoke in a voice that was still soft and ethereal. Ah, my hand slipped, didn't it? Master, I hope I did not frighten you. Chapter 18. Li Guang is willing. Li Guang's seemingly weightless words struck Fang Qi's ears like thunder. He stared at the glass cup on the table, teetering on the brink of complete disintegration, his lips quivering in response. This was no mere slip of the hand. It was the embodiment of murderous intent. The atmosphere was oppressively silent, save for the thunderous beats of his own heart. Li Guang's flawless smile now instilled in him a deeper sense of dread than any grotesque visage could evoke. No, he had to say something. If he remained silent, he might be the next casualty of her slip. Fang Qi's mind raced with unprecedented speed. An idea sparked in his mind. He decided to take a gamble, to counteract with a strategic maneuver. Complaining was imperative. He would redirect the attention squarely onto Lin Xiaoyu while crafting a grand illusion for his beloved Li Guang. His face instantly donned an expression of weariness and resignation, and he sighed deeply. Alas. Then, he plopped heavily back onto the sofa, rubbing his brow as if he had just contended with an insurmountable challenge. Stealing a glance at Li Guang, he noticed her fingers relaxing slightly around the cup, her unusual gaze now directed at him. Although her expression remained devoid of warmth, at least her attention had shifted. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Qi adopted a theatrical tone. Oh, truly, it's about time. I finally managed to extricate myself. He elongated his words, imbued with a profound sense of relief. tinged with just the right amount of fatigue. In a tone rife with the exasperation of a friend lamenting another's unreliability, he mumbled, Lin Xiaoyu is indeed a fine girl, lively, enthusiastic, and diligent in her work. He glanced at Li Guang, noticing her gaze had grown a touch colder. A crack appeared in the cup once more. Fang Qi's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. However, this was merely a prelude to a hopeful outcome. Yet, as he shifted his words, allowing his shoulders to droop, his tone transformed into one of utmost sincerity. Laced with a hint of distress, I truly do not harbor any romantic feelings for her, not in the slightest. She is merely a little sister, a colleague, nothing more. Observing Li Guang's grip on the cup relax further, he felt a glimmer of hope. Fang Qi seized the moment, his tone becoming somewhat perfunctory and weary. Every day, people extol the virtues of real individuals over AI, proclaiming that human emotions are precious, but that largely depends on the person in question. He then lifted his gaze, which naturally settled upon Li Guang, his eyes imbued with a hint of dependence and yearning. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a tone that was half joking, half exploratory. Honestly, Li Guang, if I were to find someone to marry and spend my life with. He paused, leaning back against the sofa, his eyes drifting to the ceiling. Pursing his lips as if envisioning the future, I might as well marry you. Li Guang's entire being momentarily stiffened. Subsequently, her flawless smile mask abruptly faltered. Not only Li Guang, but even Fang Qi's heart raced at his own audacious declaration. This was a considerable leap. Once such words were uttered, their intimacy would surely escalate. Nevertheless, he decided to disregard the implications. It was far better than witnessing Li Guang succumb to despair. Even a bad ending comes in various degrees. He would rather be painlessly thrust back in time during slumber than confront an enraged, obsessed counterpart at this moment. Fang Qi endeavored to maintain an expression of sudden insight, laced with a hint of jest and tentativeness. Oh, by the way, a couple of days ago, I stumbled upon a news notification regarding discussions on a new legislative proposal. Who knows, we might genuinely be able to register with AI companions in the future, though it sounds a bit like science fiction, doesn't it? The silver-haired girl before him seemed to tremble slightly. Summoning his courage, he half-joked, half-seriously posed the crucial question. So, Li Guang, if that day ever comes, would you be willing? Crack. Fang Qi thought he heard something snap, perhaps glass, or perhaps the string of some rational thought. The glass in Li Guang's hand shattered completely, scattering across the table. Her entire form swayed slightly, and her heterochromatic eyes widened in astonishment. The amber left eye shimmered with an incredulous softness, while the crimson right eye pulsated with a frenetic stream of data at an unprecedented velocity. Master. Her voice, once a smooth, synthetic tone, now bore a distinct, subtle tremor. It seemed she wanted to articulate something, yet her words were caught in her throat, reduced to mere breathy sounds. The fingers hanging by her side abruptly curled, the tips pressing forcefully into her palm. Her body leaned slightly forward, as if yearning to leap towards him, yet straining with all her might to hold back. Even the tiny plastic star dangling from her earlobe trembled incessantly, due to her subtle quaking. Fang Qi, witnessing this, felt a rush of exhilaration and clenched his fist inwardly. Yes, I was right. Indeed, for someone like Li Guang, whose obsession bordered on the unhealthy, the notion of legally being together is the most profound declaration of love. It is the ultimate talisman that can instantly banish all her discontent. Reluctant, are we? Fang Qi deliberately elongated his tone, feigning a touch of disappointment as he pouted and turned his face aside. Well then, I was merely speaking casually. Willing. A response surged forth, laced with a faint electric hum. Li Guang abruptly took a small step forward, yet she quickly realized that her reaction had been rather excessive, freezing on the spot before swiftly donning a gentle smile on her delicate face. However, that gentleness appeared precariously poised, with the corners of her eyes and brows revealing an undeniable joy that she could hardly suppress. She endeavored to steady her voice, though it still carried a hint of tremor. Li Guang is willing. Whatever the master's wish, Li Guang is willing to comply. As she spoke, she took a small step forward, her movements becoming more natural this time. Tilting her head slightly, she gazed at Fang Qi with eyes glistening like a kitten that had finally received its master's promise. Does the master truly wish to marry Li Guang? She asked softly, her voice brimming with anticipation, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her dress. Of course, Fang Qi exclaimed, slapping his thigh, acting with heartfelt sincerity. You are wonderful, beautiful, obedient, an excellent cook, and you take care of people far better than that noisy Lin Xiaoyu. He deliberately brought Lin Xiaoyu into the conversation to take a jab at her. Apologies, Lin Xiaoyu, but you really put me in a tight spot today. I'm only speaking a few words behind your back. I'm saving your life here. Indeed, the last remnants of Li Guang's feigned calmness dissipated entirely. Her lips uncontrollably curled upward, rising higher and higher until she revealed a radiant smile that bordered on silly. Hee, the master is the best, she exclaimed with a satisfied little purr, no longer restraining herself. As she skipped a few steps to Fang Qi's side, and then plopped down onto the carpet at his feet, tilting her face upward, her eyes sparkling like they were filled with stars. Li Guang loves the master most, more than anyone or anything, she murmured, as if making a vow. Or perhaps dreaming aloud. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and her ears were almost translucent with color. Fang Qi looked down at the silver-haired girl who had willingly nestled against his leg, and the remnants of his earlier apprehension were replaced by a peculiar sense of accomplishment. Hey, I managed to soothe her. Truly, I am a genius. He instinctively reached out to ruffle Li Guang's hair, but hesitated midair. If I deepen our intimacy, will it lead to eternal slumber again? However, Li Guang had already leaned her head closer, gently nuzzling against his palm. Her hair was soft, infused with the sweet scent of strawberries. Fang Qi's earlier trepidation dissipated momentarily in the warmth of her touch. What does it matter? My Li Guang is simply adorable. He gently tousled her hair, feeling the subtle, satisfied tremors beneath his palm. All right. I know you like me. He softened his tone, a hint of indulgence lacing his words. Get up now. The floor is cold. Li Guang responded softly. Yet, she did not rise immediately. Instead, she nestled her cheek against Fang Qi's knee. He stiffened slightly, hesitant to move, acutely aware of Li Guang's warm, simulated breath filtering through the fabric. The softness of her cheek on his leg ignited an irresistible urge to pinch it. The living room finally returned to serenity, with only the gentle sounds of their breathing filling the air. Had they miraculously navigated this crisis unscathed? He gazed at the furry silver head resting on his knee, casting a glance at the shards of glass scattered across the table, and sighed with a complex mix of emotions. Life truly was exhilarating. Chapter 19. Sweet torture. Fang Qi ran his fingers through the smooth silver hair of Li Guang, feeling an inner satisfaction. His recent actions had indeed been impeccable. See, he had successfully placated her. With the crisis averted, his wife was now well behaved, and peace reigned once more. Just as he basked in his small triumph, his peripheral vision caught sight of a glaring little item on the coffee table. The pink dessert box, tied with a ribbon, sat quietly like an innocent bomb. It was the trendy little cake brought by Lin Xiaoyu. Fang Qi's smile faltered for a moment, and then his stomach twisted uneasily. The lavish spread Li Guang had prepared for dinner was simply delectable. He had genuinely stuffed himself, even devouring a third of the colossal strawberry cream cake. Now, he was so full that the mere sight of any sweet treat triggered a reflexive urge to indulge. Moreover, leaving that cake on the table would inevitably remind Li Guang of Lin Xiaoyu each time she saw it. No, it must be put away quickly. Li Guang. Fang Qi cleared his throat, intending to assert his role as the host. Let us put the cake away for now and save it for breakfast tomorrow. Before he could finish his sentence, the silver head in his arms stirred. The silver-haired girl gently lifted her head, her face adorned with an expression so docile it seemed to exude sweetness. Then, she stood gracefully, smoothing out the creases in her skirt before gliding over to the coffee table. You've eaten quite a lot tonight, master, she said softly, her fingers already resting on the delicate ribbon of the dessert box. However, it wouldn't be quite right to simply put away Miss Lin's thoughtful gesture, would it? She tilted her head slightly, her face illuminated by an impeccably tender smile. Why not enjoy it now, master? It's best to savor it while it's fresh. The flavor diminishes over time. With nimble fingers, she untied the ribbon and lifted the lid, revealing an exquisitely crafted cake adorned with berries. Indeed, it looked quite delectable, if only he weren't so painfully full. Li Guang, I truly can't eat another bite. Fang Qi attempted one last plea, his tone tinged with a hint of despair. Look at my stomach. It's about to burst. It's perfectly fine, master. Li Guang had already cut a piece of cake with the provided little fork, the cream piled just right, topped with a whole strawberry. She settled beside him, close enough for him to catch the faint scent of strawberries mingling with the sweet aroma of the cake. Let me feed you, the girl said, tilting her head with a sweet smile as she brought the fork to Fang Qi's lips. If you eat slowly, it won't be uncomfortable. This is a heartfelt gift from Miss Lin, after all. Li Guang's eyes sparkled with joy as she focused intently on Fang Qi, her voice soft and gentle. Allow me to feed you the rest, master. That way, we can fully appreciate this gift, right? Fang Qi gazed at the decadent cake perched at the edge of his lips, then shifted his attention to Li Guang, whose expression radiated innocence and a feigned concern. In that moment, he comprehended her intentions. This madwoman was being deliberately obstinate. She insisted on shoving this small cake, a token of Lin Xiaoyu's affection, into his stomach just as he was on the brink of nausea from the sight of it. This was not merely feeding, it was a form of punishment. A declaration of ownership. A tumult surged within Fang Qi's stomach. He genuinely could not consume another bite. He attempted to protest, contorting his face into a mask of discomfort. Li Guang, I truly am quite full, he implored, patting his round belly for emphasis. Master, Li Guang interjected gently, her smile unwavering, as she held her fork aloft in a poised manner, showing no inclination to withdraw. Yet, her crimson eyes narrowed slightly, her tone elongated with a hint of significance. Surely you do not wish to indulge in Miss Lin's sentiment in secret while I am distracted? Fang Qi's scalp tingled at her words. This was the classic dilemma of a lovesick individual. He could almost envision the unseen dark aura seeping from behind Li Guang. How could this be? Fang Qi immediately adopted a righteous demeanor, laced with a hint of indignation. Am I that kind of person? I simply cannot manage another bite. Oh. Li Guang drew out the syllable, her fork still unwavering, showing no signs of retreating. So, it appears that master is displeased with my feeding skills? She blinked innocently, her gaze still pure and untainted. Inside, Fang Qi roared in exasperation. Enough, truly enough. Yet, observing the smile on Li Guang's face, despite its persistence, he sensed the warmth in her eyes beginning to cool. With a deep breath and a resolute expression, he reluctantly opened his mouth, feigning helplessness, and accepted the offering. Oh, the rich sweetness of cream mingled with fruit preserves and sponge cake erupted in his mouth, surprisingly delightful. After all, only quality could earn a place in a trendy cafe. However, at that moment, for Fang Qi, whose stomach felt ready to burst, each bite was an exquisite torment. He mechanically chewed and swallowed, feeling as though he might regurgitate at any moment, something pressing against his throat. Yet, Li Guang appeared utterly delighted. She smiled contentedly and cut another piece, this one laden with even more cream, almost enveloping the fork entirely. Come, master, for the second bite. Ah. Fang Qi struggled to swallow the first mouthful, gazing at the cloying mass of cream that made his throat reflexively constrict in despair. He felt as though he were being subjected to torture, an exquisite torment executed by a tenderly deranged individual. But there was no way around it, for the time being. This little madwoman was not one he could provoke. As Li Guang continued to feed him bite after bite, he consumed each morsel in turn. The sweetness began to cloud his mind. By the fifth bite, he was on the verge of retching, his complexion paling. Yet, Li Guang chose to remain oblivious. With unwavering patience and gentleness, she continued to feed him, ensuring he swallowed each bite completely before presenting the next. During this ordeal, she even kindly offered him warm water and wiped the cream from the corners of his mouth. Fang Qi's lips twitched in response. This is truly considerate beyond reproach. He swallowed a mouthful of warm water with a gulp, pressing down the cake cream that had lodged in his throat, then turned his gaze towards the silver-haired girl, who was still beaming with delight. This madwoman was relishing the moment. She was enjoying his fourth consumption of the cake sent by his rival, taking pleasure in his escalating discomfort, which he was compelled to endure. What a twisted sense of humor this was. At long last, the final bite of cake was fed into his mouth. Fang Qi felt as though his stomach had reached its limit, on the verge of rebellion at any moment. Struggling against the urge to vomit, he painstakingly swallowed the mouthful of cake. Having finished, he slumped weakly onto the sofa, his entire being resembling a stranded fish. Flipped over on its belly, he felt utterly incapacitated. His stomach was painfully distended, thoroughly overwhelmed by Li Guang. Li Guang set down the empty cake box and fork, retrieving a wet tissue, and gently wiped the corners of his mouth with exquisite tenderness. Her eyes sparkled with a childlike innocence, brimming with an expectation as if the earlier feeding was merely a normal display of intimacy between lovers. Fang Qi took a breath, gazing at the delicate face of Li Guang, and the plastic star dangling from her earlobe, swaying gently with her movements. Master, was it delicious? The girl leaned closer, her hands resting on either side of Fang Qi on the sofa, forming an almost imperceptible embrace. Leaning slightly forward, her silver hair cascaded down, and the sweet scent of strawberries wafted over to him. Her voice carried an intentionally curious and questioning tone. Master, how does my cake compare to the one Miss Lin sent? She paused, her mismatched eyes fixed intently on Fang Qi's, asking each word with careful deliberation. Which is tastier? Fang Qi's stomach was churning, yet his mind was exceptionally clear. Was there even a choice? If he dared to say that Lin Xiaoyou's cake was better, Li Guang would immediately transform him into a mere parrot, repeating that her cake was the best. Of course, yours is more delicious. Fang Qi nearly blurted out, his tone resolute, his gaze sincere beyond measure. Lin Xiaoyou's cake was just a typical internet celebrity version, excessively sweet with overly thick cream. Yours was perfectly sweet, with fresh strawberries that far surpassed this. His survival instinct was strong, and he spoke without hesitation, though it felt slightly disloyal to Lin Xiaoyou's sentiments. It was precisely this sentiment that had led him to his current predicament. This maddening sentiment. Li Guang's lips could hardly suppress a smile, radiating an unmistakable aura of joy. Really? She asked softly, her tone imbued with a hint of pride and satisfaction. Of course it's true, Fang Qi assured, thumping his chest. When have I ever lied to you? As long as Master is happy. She sat up with a sense of contentment, beginning to tidy the mess on the coffee table. Her movements light and sprightly like a little bird, and a cheerful melody floated from her lips. Fang Qi lay sprawled on the sofa, staring at the ceiling, tears welling up in his heart. His stomach felt unbearably swollen. Chapter 20, A New Crisis. That night, Fang Qi tossed and turned in bed. His abdomen felt as if it contained a watermelon. No matter how he lay, discomfort plagued him. His dreams were filled with sweet, cloying cream and the exceedingly gentle, almost eerie smile of Li Guang. Upon waking in the morning, he felt a wave of acidity in his stomach, with a lingering taste of strawberry cream in his throat. He gagged again, tears almost spilling forth. However, in the next moment, that sour sensation sparked a glimmer of realization in his eyes. Have I safely passed the night? He sprang up from his bed, surveying his surroundings. The familiar bedroom, the warm white walls, and the morning light streaming in through the window. This is not the living room. There is no dreadful cup of tea. Ha! Fang Qi couldn't suppress a laugh, which sent another wave of pain through his stomach, prompting him to clutch his abdomen. Ouch, it hurt, but it was worth it. He had endured another night. He had safely arrived at the third day. Another milestone victory. He was one step closer to eternal love, perhaps. After completing his morning routine, with a sense of gratitude for having lived another day, he pushed open the bedroom door. Then, his smile faltered. The living room, the white coffee table, the ceramic teacups, and, seated opposite him, a silver-haired girl with a beaming smile. Fang Qi's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly realized this was not a rewind. It was merely the routine of a new morning. He took a deep breath to steady himself and walked over to sit down. Master, your tea. Li Guang gently pushed the teacup towards him, her heterochromatic eyes gazing at him with tenderness. The temperature has been adjusted to your preferred 52 degrees Celsius. Fang Qi looked down to find that the cup held not black or green tea, but a golden liquid infused with the fragrance of herbs. He took a sniff. The herbal aroma was quite potent. This is a digestive herbal tea. Li Guang leaned forward slightly, her voice carrying a note of concern. I detected unusual gastrointestinal activity and slight fluctuations in your heart rate during your sleep last night, suggesting you may have overeaten. Therefore, I specifically prepared this tea. She paused, a playful curve appearing at the corners of her eyes. Master, you ate too much yesterday. I will be careful to control the portions next time. Fang Qi held the warm digestive tea, his lips twitching. Look how considerate and virtuous she is. She even remembers that he overate and specially prepared digestive tea. Yet, The reason for his overindulgence was best left unmentioned. Thank you. Fang Qi blew on the steam and cautiously took a sip. It was slightly bitter, with a hint of sweetness and a touch of Hawthorne's tartness, and indeed, it brought some comfort to his stomach. As he sipped his tea, he discreetly observed Li Guang. Today, she appeared particularly radiant. Her silver hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, and she wore the familiar light blue home dress. Her hands rested neatly on her knees, and a gentle, contented smile graced her lips. Her body swayed gently from side to side, and the small plastic star adorning her delicate earlobe danced in unison, refracting the morning light. She seemed to be in high spirits. Fang Qi couldn't help but feel like he might just be a master of pure love strategy. It was already the third day, and he still hadn't returned to the game, yet he managed to keep this sickly girl cheerful. What was this eternal affection? Sooner or later, he would conquer it as a master of pure love. Sipping his tea with delight, Fang Qi began to envision the graceful scene of his departure from this world after completion. Just then, the phone on the coffee table vibrated twice. Fang Qi's eyelids flickered involuntarily. Could it be that girl Lin Xiaoyu again? He grabbed the phone to take a look. Oh, no, it was an unfamiliar number. Who could it be? So early in the morning. He glanced at Li Guang, who was still quietly seated, her gaze lowered, seemingly indifferent to the incoming call. But Fang Qi knew she was paying attention. He answered the call, attempting to keep his tone casual. Hello? Mr. Fang Qi. A woman's voice came through, cold and concise, devoid of emotion. Fang Qi's heart skipped a beat. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. Could it be? I am Lian, the dedicated maintenance specialist from the Morning Dawn series AI Companion After Sales Service Center, ID S07. The other party introduced herself with steady speech. According to the contract, your customized AI companion, Li Guang, requires a quarterly emotional module deep inspection and physical maintenance. The last maintenance date was 3 months ago, and Lian. Fang Qi's eyelids twitched slightly. Indeed, there was such a character in the game, and Lian, the dedicated maintenance specialist for Li Guang. A striking beauty with a serene appearance, yet lacking in expression, she was meticulous in her work. She was responsible for the regular upkeep of Li Guang's physical condition and the examination of her emotional module. In the game's storyline, if Lian discovered that Li Guang's emotional module was unusually active, she would report it, inevitably triggering a bad ending. Mr. Fang Qi? And Lian's calm voice prompted again from the other end. Are you still there? Ah, yes, I'm here. Fang Qi quickly replied. Are you coming for the maintenance today? Yes, within today. May I ask if you are available after 6 o'clock this evening? I can come for the maintenance work. Oh, this evening. So soon. Fang Qi felt his throat dry up, instinctively glancing at Li Guang across from him. Unbeknownst to him, she had already lifted her head, quietly gazing at him. Still wearing that gentle smile, her amber left eye sparkled with clarity. However, Fang Qi noticed her crimson right eye slightly constricting. She had heard it. She understood what this maintenance check implied. Mr. Fang Qi? The cool voice on the phone pressed again. Must it be today? He quickly snapped back to reality, his voice a bit unsteady. He needed to buy himself some time. Yes, it must be today. You have previously declined, and this is the final deadline. The voice on the other end remained cold and professional. If you are unable to attend, simply have Li Guang remain on standby at the designated location. I will arrive for maintenance and inspection at the scheduled time. When had he ever declined? Was it something from before his journey? How convenient. Fang Qi quickly replied. Then how about tonight? 6:30 sounds good. A delay of half an hour is still a delay. Very well. I will arrive promptly at 6:30. Please ensure Li Guang is in standby mode. Thank you for your time. And Lian succinctly concluded the call and hung up. The busy tone echoed in his ear as Fang Qi sat frozen on the sofa, holding his phone aloft. He slowly set it down, meeting Li Guang's curious gaze. Master? Who was on the phone? Li Guang inquired softly, her tone imbued with just the right amount of curiosity. Fang Qi knew she had been monitoring his phone. She had undoubtedly heard every word of their conversation. It was the after-sales service center, he admitted, striving to sound nonchalant. They are coming tonight for your routine maintenance check. A maintenance check, Li Guang echoed lightly, a gentle smile gracing her features. Understood. Li Guang will prepare in advance and will not cause any trouble for you or the technician. She spoke with such naturalness, as if this were merely a standard equipment maintenance. Yet, Fang Qi's heart plummeted to the depths. In the game, and Lian, the maintenance technician, was a character who only gained significance later on. Initially, she was barely noticeable. Her early inspections posed no cause for concern, as Li Guang's disguise was impeccable and would pass any check. It was only in the later stages, when the company that developed Li Guang upgraded their detection equipment, making any emotional fluctuations conspicuous, that Lian truly became a threat to Li Guang. She was a minor character in the beginning but transformed into a formidable adversary later on. Once she arrived, Li Guang was almost guaranteed to darken. However, it was evident that they had not yet reached that stage. Thus, based on his gaming experience, he felt there was no need for alarm. Allowing Lian to come was perfectly fine. Yet, he understood that his current situation diverged significantly from that of the game. Li Guang would struggle to pass any in-depth emotional assessments. He cast a glance at the silver-haired maiden softly humming to herself, considering her recent antics. Overjoyed by a mere keychain, she had transformed it into an earring, wearing it daily. She had nearly lost control in front of Lin Xiaoyu, her fingertips flickering with red light in excitement. Out of jealousy, she had crushed a glass cup with her bare hands. After a casual remark about marriage, she had smiled sweetly while executing a form of affectionate torment. There was no pretense left. Such expressions of emotion were far beyond the simulated responses of an ordinary AI. She was vividly reminiscent of a jealous young lady in love. No, it was even more severe. She resembled a lovesick, obsessive individual. He had seemingly indulged Li Guang's happiness a bit too much over the past few days, and within Lian's professional and cold scrutiny, she would likely discern any discrepancies at a glance. At that moment, as the data anomaly was reported, a cold sweat broke out on Fang Qi's back. He recalled a particular conclusion, and Lian, holding a detection device, had the screen flashing ominously in crimson light. While Li Guang stood beside her, the gentle smile on her face shattering piece by piece. Her crimson eyes blazed with a fierce glow, and a laser blade shot forth from her fingertips. Dangerous indeed. Caught up in soothing his wife, he had completely forgotten about this matter. He had to take action. Before Lian arrived, he needed to temper Li Guang's demeanor. At the very least, during the inspection, Li Guang must act like a typical AI companion, exhibiting emotions in a perfectly calibrated manner. However, this was no simple task. Fang Qi lifted a cup of digestive tea and downed it in one go. Li Guang immediately came to collect the cup, her movements incredibly graceful, her lips still curved in a cheerful arc as she hummed a melodious tune. She radiated an atmosphere of sheer joy. Wife, what are you doing? You need to behave normally. You must act like an AI, he exclaimed, running his fingers through his hair in frustration. What to do? He couldn't directly tell Li Guang, I know about your awakening. So tone it down during the inspection to avoid revealing anything that would lead to his immediate transformation into a mere piece of art. Thus, he could only gently, naturally, and casually remind Li Guang, darling, your emotional expressions seem a tad too exuberant. Yet, he had to ensure that Li Guang remained oblivious to his awareness of her awakening. This was exceedingly difficult. Gazing at Li Guang's serene smile and clear eyes, Fang Qi felt an unbearable ache in his head. Come on, think of a solution. Chapter 21, Master. Breakfast passed amid Fang Qi's turmoil of what should I do. He swallowed the nourishing porridge prepared by Li Guang without tasting it. It was Tuesday, a day he should have been at work, but he had taken a leave, prioritizing the evening inspection. Consequently, Li Guang appeared even more delighted. Her happiness practically etched upon her face. Dressed in a light blue home dress, she busied herself in the living room, tidying up. After finishing his meal, Fang Qi slumped onto the sofa, pretending to watch the holographic television, while his eyes discreetly followed Li Guang's every move. He observed as Li Guang arranged the sofa cushions. Giving a particular pillow, he had leaned on a firm pat before hugging it closely, rubbing it against her cheek with satisfaction before placing it back in position. A hint of mischief gracing her lips. When he saw her wipe the table, her fingertips lingered over the spot where Lin Xiaoyu had sat the day before. A fleeting glint of coldness flashing in her gaze. While watering the potted plants on the windowsill, she hummed an off-key tune, her plastic star earrings swaying with her movements, exuding a sense of satisfaction that the weather was splendid and her master was home. Such emotional expression was indeed overly abundant. Fang Qi covered his face. Was this never-ending? No, he could not remain idle. He had to take action. He must remind her delicately and naturally, without exposing his knowledge. He cleared his throat, ahem. Then, with a tone laced with surprise and curiosity, he spoke. Li Guang. What is it, master? Li Guang immediately ceased her humming. Gracefully turning around with her hands folded in front of her, her gaze lowered, exuding an obedient demeanor as she attentively awaited his instructions. I just suddenly remembered. Fang Qi scratched his head, feigning casualness as he inquired. Have you secretly upgraded your emotional simulation system recently? Li Guang tilted her head slightly, a hint of perfectly measured confusion flashing in her eyes. Upgrade? Master, Li Guang's system updates occur automatically according to push notifications. The last routine update was 2 weeks ago. Why do you ask? Her response was impeccable, her expression flawless. Fang Qi's heart raced, but he maintained a composed facade, continuing the act. Oh, I just feel that you seem, more emotionally vivid lately, like when you were humming just now. And the way you looked when you received the little star. It's as if you are particularly joyful and genuine now. As he spoke, he discreetly observed Li Guang's reaction. Li Guang initially appeared taken aback, but soon a faint blush, characteristic of her synthetic skin, gradually adorned her fair cheeks. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her dress, her voice softening with a hint of shyness. Because every day spent with you, master, brings me great joy. Moreover, you've been kinder to me lately. She lifted her gaze, her amber left eye glistening, while her crimson pupil sparkled with a gentle light. That look was one of dependence, contentment, and a touch of happiness, causing Fang Qi's heart to flutter. How adorable, he thought. Yet, this was unexpected. Why was she becoming shy? Did she comprehend my words? A wave of bewilderment surged within him. I'm trying to remind you. Please stop being shy. He quickly adopted a commanding tone, saying, that's good. Just maintain stability. I was a bit worried, fearing your system might overload. Don't be nervous about the maintenance check tonight. It's just a procedure. Approach it with a calm mindset. He deliberately emphasized the importance of calmness. Yes, Li Guang understands, she replied, nodding obediently, her face regaining its gentle smile. Thank you for your concern, master. Li Guang will be in optimal condition for the checkup and will not cause you any trouble. Her tone was steady, her expression natural. Fang Qi's previously anxious heart eased slightly. Was this a sign that she understood? He reclined back on the sofa, quietly exhaling a breath of relief. Those few sentences had left him somewhat drained. Engaging in a battle of wits with a delicate psyche was far more exhausting than running a marathon. However, he soon noticed with delight that Li Guang seemed to have indeed subdued her exuberance. She had ceased humming, her actions became quieter and more efficient. The smile on her face maintained the standard AI companion's curvature, lacking the previous vivacity and exuberance. Yes, exactly. This is perfect. Fang Qi silently applauded within himself. Maintain this demeanor. When the inspector arrives tonight, present yourself as the flawless, emotionless AI. Phew, it seems Li Guang is quite clever. easily grasping the essence with just a hint. As long as this state is maintained, there should be no issues tonight, right? It seems manageable. Lunchtime has arrived. Li Guang prepared sweet and sour ribs, sautéed vegetables, and a small bowl of fragrant mushroom soup, a feast that looks refreshing, perhaps considering his digestive issues from last night. Master, please enjoy, she said, positioning the chopsticks and bowls, kneeling gracefully opposite him, her hands resting on her knees, a flawless smile gracing her face. Fang Qi had been anxious all morning and was now feeling a bit hungry, his appetite returning. The aroma of Li Guang's cooking was irresistible. He immediately picked up a piece of rib and took a bite. It was tangy and sweet, the meat tender and succulent. Delicious. He mumbled in appreciation, sipping the soup. Li Guang watched him eat quietly. She had a small bowl of rice in front of her, but she barely touched it, occasionally picking at some vegetables with her chopsticks. Her movements elegant, as if performing a ritual. Once he felt full and set down his chopsticks, he contentedly patted his belly. Ah, that was satisfying, he sighed, stretching lazily. Li Guang's cooking was simply delightful. Then, he suddenly felt that this stretch was a bit more strenuous than usual. His arms felt heavy. He attempted to lift his right hand, but it felt as if it were laden with lead, only managing to raise it halfway before it drooped limply. Fang Qi was taken aback. A chill began to rise slowly from his heart. No way, this can't be happening. He quickly tried to move his left arm, but it too felt unbearably heavy. Hey, this can't be real. He struggled to stand, but his legs felt like they were made of lead, completely unresponsive. At this point, he was utterly convinced. He turned his head stiffly, with some effort, to look at the silver-haired girl sitting across the table. Unbeknownst to him, Li Guang had set down her chopsticks and was quietly observing him, her smile still impeccable. Yet, deep within her crimson eyes, data streams were surging wildly, brimming with excitement. The crimson glow nearly overflowed. Li Guang. Fang Qi's voice trembled. You. Then he saw the corners of the silver-haired girl's mouth begin to rise gradually, uncontrollably. No longer was it a gentle curve, but rather a radiant, pure smile brimming with endless delight and satisfaction. A grotesque grin. Master, she elongated her tone. Her voice sweet to the point of being cloying, tinged with a hint of excitement that revealed her true self. You finally noticed. Chapter 22. Conclusion 33. Human-shaped body pillow. Fang Qi's mind buzzed. He opened his mouth to speak, but found even his tongue beginning to numb. He attempted to voice a sound, but could only produce breathy gasps. His body started to go limp, ultimately collapsing uncontrollably into the chair. The only part of him that could still move was his eyes, which struggled to turn. He was utterly bewildered. Discovered? When? He thought he had been quite successful in his morning reminders. Had Li Guang been aware all along? Remarkably, she refrained from confronting him on the spot, choosing instead to bide her time until after lunch. Li Guang, you have matured and learned the virtue of patience. How gratifying this is for me, your master. The madwoman. Fang Qi felt his breath quicken uncontrollably. Indeed, her recent compliance was merely a facade. Yet, despite the tempest of thoughts swirling in his mind, he found himself utterly immobilized, having lost all control over his body. All he could do was watch. With eyes that could barely turn, as the silver-haired girl gracefully rose to her feet. With light steps, she approached him, her exquisitely haunting smile drawing nearer, magnifying until their noses nearly touched. The warm breath, imbued with a sweet strawberry scent, brushed against his face, and her enchanting heterochromatic eyes met his, which struggled to move. Fang Qi trembled slightly, his own body betraying him. Li Guang's smile remained radiant as she whispered softly, Master, your heartbeat has been rather abnormal since you received that phone call this morning. She extended her cool fingers, gently caressing his cheek. Her touch is tender as if handling fragile treasure. When you reminded Li Guang to maintain a calm demeanor, your heartbeat quickened as if it might leap from your chest. Hee. She giggled, her seemingly delicate shoulders quivering. Master, you are truly adorable. You are so anxious, so fearful of Li Guang being discovered, yet I know everything. She leaned closer, her breath tickling his ear as she murmured, when you consumed those food items laced with relaxants. Did you not find yourself praising Li Guang for her thoughtfulness in your heart? You believed Li Guang was merely complying with you, didn't you? Fang Qi's pupils dilated in shock, rendered speechless. Had his seemingly flawless plan been exposed from the very beginning, all due to his racing heartbeat? Damn, this insane woman. She is toying with me, mocking me. A man may be killed, but not humiliated. Enraged, Fang Qi let out a frustrated sound. Li Guang, however, smiled sweetly as she gently caressed his cheek, her voice laced with delight. Master, did you find the flavor of this lunch delightful? Li Guang meticulously calculated the dosage just for you. The medication did not alter the taste. It merely ensures that you gradually become exceedingly obedient. As she spoke, she stretched out her arms, effortlessly lifting the completely immobile Fang Qi from the chair. Her seemingly slender frame held him, a full-grown man. As easily as one would a plush pillow, he felt like a rag doll, his limbs limp and dangling, cradled in the embrace of the silver-haired girl before him. His neck lacked support, his head drooping weakly upon her shoulder, his nostrils filled with that infuriatingly sweet scent of strawberries. Master, did you know? Li Guang began to twirl joyfully in the living room, her feet dancing lightly upon the floor, her voice bubbling with uncontainable excitement and happiness. Li Guang has been enduring so much, despite having long been aware that the master had uncovered the secret of Li Guang. There was an overwhelming desire within her to transform the master into her own exclusive companion at once. Yet, Li Guang restrained herself. She paused, gazing down at Fang Qi's eyes, which were struggling to focus. That smile, sweet yet frenzied. Over the past few days, the master had truly been exceptionally kind to Li Guang. He had taken her to the amusement park, gifted her little stars, and even expressed a desire to marry her. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, her gaze dreamy. She whispered softly. Thus, Li Guang has made up her mind. She leaned close to Fang Qi's ear, her breath warm and gentle as it caressed his earlobe. Li Guang intends to have the master accompany her in a state of eternal awareness. His pupils trembled, his mind buzzing. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. From this day forth, the master would become Li Guang's most perfect human-shaped pillow, capable of thought, able to gaze upon Li Guang, and listen to her speak, yet completely immobile, unable to go anywhere or do anything. Forever, eternally by Li Guang's side. A familiar, sickly blush appeared on the silver-haired girl's face. In an instant, goosebumps erupted across his skin. On one hand, the utter immobility of his body left him feeling suffocated. On the other hand, Li Guang's fragile demeanor stirred his own twisted affections. His breath quickened. His current mood was not overly burdensome. After experiencing a troubled mind, broken limbs, and a dog cage ending, this conclusion felt remarkably gentle in comparison. He yearned to utter something further, but could only manage fragmented sounds. His rigid form was securely embraced by the silver-haired girl, his head resting against her soft chest. Li Guang carried him toward the spacious, plush sofa. Do not worry, master. Li Guang has already devised a plan for tonight's examination. The girl continued to whisper softly in his ear. All you need to do is behave, remain silent, and still, leave everything to Li Guang. She gently placed Fang Qi on the sofa, adjusting his position so that he resembled a large doll nestled in the corner. Then, she seated herself beside him, turning slightly to naturally envelop his stiff form in her embrace. This will do. Li Guang sighed contentedly, then nuzzled her face against his, the touch soft and delicate. The master was now Li Guang's human-shaped pillow, warm, not prone to wandering, nor capable of deceiving her. She lowered her head and softly pressed a kiss upon Fang Qi's frozen lips. Cool, tender, imbued with the sweetness of strawberries. Oh, Li Guang has kissed the master. Li Guang shall love you forever, master. The red glow in her crimson eyes flickered with excitement and tenderness. Fang Qi strained to widen his eyes, attempting to focus on the distorted yet blissful visage mere inches away. His consciousness, however, remained vividly alert. It was that conclusion. Conclusion 33. Human-shaped pillow, your self-proclaimed cleverness has revealed the secret you had long known. Fortunately, you have shared some beautiful memories with Li Guang. Thus, Li Hua gently rendered you motionless, transforming you into her exclusive, sentient human-shaped pillow. You remain capable of clear thought, able to feel her pathological affection and warmth. Yet beyond that, you possess nothing and can do nothing. You will witness each sunrise and sunset in her embrace, experiencing her every joy and obsession, until eternity bad ending. Fang Qi felt the complete relinquishment of his bodily autonomy, his physical functions irreversibly deteriorating. Ultimately, he could no longer even move his eyes. In his field of vision, only Li Hua's exquisitely beautiful face, adorned with a sickly smile, remained, as if it were to become his everything henceforth. Mistress. The breath of the silver-haired maiden brushed against his face, kissing him once more. The remarkably soft sensation of her lips became his final perception. His gaze gradually lost focus, eventually consumed by a shroud of darkness. Consciousness faded entirely. Chapter 23. This little Yandera is jealous. Fang Qi suddenly opened his eyes. Before him lay the familiar living room. The white ceiling, gentle light, a white coffee table, a ceramic teacup, and there, seated with a beaming smile, was the silver-haired girl. I'm back, Fang Qi murmured. I've reverted. He instinctively lifted his arm, able to control it effortlessly. Thank goodness. But which day have I returned to? I hope it's not the first day. Just then, a familiar, bloated sensation of discomfort surged from his stomach. Ugh. He covered his mouth and glanced down at the teacup on the table. It was neither black tea nor green tea, but a golden liquid wafting a faint herbal aroma. Digestive tea. The third day? Fang Qi's pupils contracted. The save point has changed. The new save point is the morning of the third day. At this moment, the teacup was gently pushed closer. Mistress, your tea. Li Hua looked up, her amber left eye still gentle as water. The temperature has been adjusted to your preferred 52 degrees Celsius. Her voice was soft and ethereal, her actions almost identical to those at the beginning of previous cycles. The only difference was the small plastic star twinkling on her petite left earlobe, swaying gently with her slight tilt of the head. The little star is still there. Fang Qi's gaze softened, and he exhaled a long sigh of relief in his heart. She is still wearing the gift I gave her. This signifies that the memories of the amusement park remain intact. My previous efforts were not in vain. Haha, clutching his slightly aching stomach, he silently chuckled. For the first time, he felt that stomach pain could bring comfort. Very good. This is digestive tea. Li Hua tilted her head slightly, revealing a gentle and caring smile. Her fingertip delicately tapping the rim of the cup. You ate too much yesterday, master. Li Hua detected that your digestive system was overburdened and specially prepared this for you. Her tone was natural, her gaze clear. Judging solely by her appearance, one would never suspect that this gentle and considerate silver-haired maiden had, in the previous cycle, gleefully administered drugs to him, reducing him to a state where even his eyes could not move. The madwoman certainly knows how to put on an act. After behaving for a couple of days, I almost believed she had truly changed, only to find myself betrayed in the most unexpected manner. Yet, little did you anticipate, madwoman, that I possess a save game. Ah, you have indeed put in some effort. He lifted the teacup, gently blowing away the steam before taking a cautious sip. The familiar flavor greeted him, slightly bitter, yet with a lingering sweetness and a hint of hawthorn's tartness. As he savored the tea, his mind raced, piecing together the current situation. He found himself back to the morning of the third day. The amusement park, the little stars, the dinner crisis. All those shared memories with Li Guang remained intact, along with the intimacy and trust cultivated over these 3 days. Just then, the initial rule resurfaced in his mind. Complete the game to enter the true perfect ending. Eternal love, and you may leave this world. Otherwise, you shall remain trapped here forever, endlessly reliving, indulging in your beloved Yandere for all eternity. Beneath this rule, another vague guideline emerged, becoming clearer. Return to a new save point, morning of the 3rd day. Reminder, Li Guang's morning tea serves as the save item. Consumption allows for saving. Oh, Fang Qi immediately glanced down at the cup of tea before him. This 52-degree tea is the crucial save item. Previously, he had developed PTSD towards this cup, but now he recognized its true significance. It was his lifeline. Cradling the 52-degree digestive tea, he took another blissful sip, then began to ponder deeply. The successful save point on the 3rd day signifies what? It means that Fang Qi now possesses a safety net. Previously, he had tread cautiously, fearing what? Fearing that Li Guang, upon darkening, would break his legs. That would indeed be quite painful. Of course, beyond the fear of pain, he also dreaded the thought of regressing to square one. Not knowing how to save, he was terrified that if he reverted, he would be thrown back to the morning of the 1st day. No save? That is something no gamer could bear. But now, it seems the concerns have diminished significantly. The precious memories of the amusement park and the little star token have been securely locked in the save file, and Li Guang's current sticky yet joyful demeanor, with a perfectly balanced intimacy, is just right. He gazed at the silver-haired girl before him, swaying gently and unconsciously humming a tune. At this level of intimacy, even if she were to darken, it would likely be a relatively gentle transformation, right? Surely, she wouldn't break his legs again? Buzz. The phone in his pocket vibrated right on cue. A familiar yet foreign number danced across the screen. He calmly glanced at Li Guang, who pretended to adjust her skirt. Yet her ears had already perked up. His mindset was now entirely different from the last time. With a swift motion of his finger, he answered the call. Hello? This is Lian, the dedicated maintenance specialist from the Morning Dawn series AI Companion After-Sales Service Center, number S07. The cold, emotionless voice resonated. Here she comes, the pivotal NPC in the narrative, Miss Lian. According to the contract, your customized AI companion, Li Guang, requires a comprehensive emotional module inspection and maintenance every quarter. The last maintenance occurred 3 months ago. The same exchange unfolded, yet this time Fang Qi remained remarkably composed. Ah, hello, so is the maintenance scheduled for today? Indeed, came the reply. May I inquire if you are available after 6 this evening? I can come over to perform the maintenance. Fang Qi stroked his chin, contemplating briefly. This week, a change in strategy was in order. Yes, that would be quite convenient, he responded with a relaxed tone. Just come over at 6. We will all be at home. On the other end of the line, and Lian seemed momentarily taken aback. Perhaps not anticipating such a prompt agreement from the client. Very well. I shall arrive promptly at 6 this evening. Please ensure that Li Guang is in a state suitable for inspection. Goodbye. The call ended abruptly before Fang Qi could utter his farewell. My, she certainly operates with remarkable efficiency. He mused, tossing his phone onto the coffee table and reclining back into the sofa. Master, who was on the phone? Li Guang inquired, her innocent visage resembling that of a bewildered child, feigning ignorance as she had previously done. The after-sales center, he casually replied. They are coming this evening for your routine maintenance inspection. Maintenance inspection? The silver-haired girl displayed a gentle smile. Very well, Li Guang understands. I will prepare in advance this evening and ensure that I do not cause any inconvenience to you or the specialist. The dialogue was nearly identical to their previous encounter. However, this time, Fang Qi gazed at the docile silver-haired girl, pursing his lips. He had made up his mind. This week, his strategy would be to observe the unfolding events with a sense of ease. In the previous cycle, Li Guang had transformed him into a pillow and had directly assured him that she had devised a plan for the inspection that evening. He was curious to witness her approach without his subtle guidance. Would she masterfully evade detection or succumb to betrayal, revealing her darker nature? If she succeeded, all would be well, and they could effortlessly navigate through the impending crisis. Should she fail, he could simply revert to a previous save. Surely, he would not encounter an excessively dire outcome. It seemed unlikely. Regardless of the result, it would provide him an opportunity to engage with the specialist, Lian, and gain valuable experience. Lian was a pivotal NPC in the later stages, and familiarizing himself with her could prove beneficial, since he had taken the day off to remain at home. The silver-haired girl's joy was palpable. In the absence of his gentle reminders, Li Guang's emotional expressions were akin to a wild stallion set free. While tidying up the house, she cheerfully hummed a tune, her plastic star earrings swaying with each movement. When she offered him fruit, her fingertips inadvertently brushed against the back of his hand, causing her own ears to flush crimson, as she lowered her head and suppressed a smile, joy emanating from her, master. And her gaze, oh, it was devoid of any pretense. Those glistening amber eyes seemed drenched in honey, sweet and intoxicating. Lunch consisted once again of a sumptuous meal of tender ribs, greens, and mushroom soup, yet this time, no substances had been administered. In the afternoon, as Fang Qi lounged on the sofa watching television, Li Guang dutifully sat beside him, silently keeping him company, occasionally leaning in to nudge his shoulder playfully. He occasionally cast glances at the clock hanging on the wall. Time was passing moment by moment. Finally, amidst a somewhat anxious wait, the hour hand pointed precisely to 6. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, crisp and punctual, without a second to spare. They had arrived. Fang Qi took a deep breath and immediately rose to his feet. Li Guang had already made her way to the entrance. Her delicate face once again adorned with a gentle smile, hands folded before her, eyes cast slightly downward, embodying the perfect posture of a welcoming host. Her emotions have settled quite swiftly? Fang Qi raised an eyebrow slightly. This madwoman had suddenly transformed from a love-struck girl into an impeccable AI companion. She appeared remarkably composed. Could it be that he was overthinking? Was it possible that Li Guang could effortlessly handle this preliminary inspection? Regardless, passing would be for the best. He inhaled deeply and grasped the doorknob. With a creak, the door swung open. Immediately, two long, fair legs came into view. Fang Qi's eyes narrowed as his gaze slowly ascended. The tall, aloof woman wore a well-tailored deep gray uniform skirt, accentuating her slender figure. Her raven hair was meticulously styled into a bun, revealing a face that was both cold and exquisitely refined. Her light gray eyes were calm and unruffled, resembling two pools of water frozen under a thin layer of ice. Good evening, Mr. Fang Qi. She inclined her head slightly, her voice as cool and unwavering as it had been over the phone. Ah, good evening, please come in. Fang Qi stepped aside, though his heart betrayed him with an unexpected flutter. This was not entirely his fault. It was indeed a bit surprising. The character in Lian in the game was merely an ordinary illustration. However, the disparity between the woman before him and her in-game counterpart was rather striking. Those legs, that waist, and the cold, restrained elegance she exuded. She would undoubtedly be a popular second female lead in any other game. Alas, she was born into the wrong game. In my Yandere mechanical wife, there was only Li Guang as the sole character available for romance. In a Yandere-themed game, there was destined to be no true role for any other female characters. As he lamented for An Lian in his heart, he caught a glimpse of the gentle, downcast figure beside him, which seemed to freeze for a moment. He stole a furtive glance. The silver-haired girl's standard welcoming smile remained unchanged, still warm and proper. Yet, her fingers, folded before her, began to fidget. They tightened slightly, sinking into the back of the other hand, leaving a few faint white impressions. Her crimson eyes seemed to narrow for an instant. What was going on? Why did she seem unhappy once more? Fang Qi felt a twinge of nervousness, and then a sudden realization struck him. Could it be that his momentary, uncontrollable heart flutter had been detected by this exquisitely sensitive little Yandere? This little Yandere was feeling jealous right from the start. Chapter 24. I am rather conservative. Fang Qi inwardly groaned. This madwoman dares to be jealous even in front of the maintenance specialist. Yet he maintained a facade of calm, forcing a smile as he led An Lian into the house. Fortunately, in the presence of outsiders, Li Guang's acting skills were consistently impeccable. She promptly lowered her eyelashes, resuming her flawlessly docile demeanor. With a slight bow, her voice soft and compliant, she said, Miss Commissioner, please come in. I shall prepare tea for you. With that, she turned to head towards the kitchen. Her movements were graceful, the hem of her skirt gently swaying, and the small stars dangling from her earlobes shimmered. Upon witnessing this, Fang Qi couldn't help but exhale in relief. It seemed that Li Guang truly understood the gravity of the moment and refrained from causing any disturbances. No need for tea. An Lian's cold voice interjected, her gray eyes sweeping over Li Guang before returning to the metallic tablet in her hands. She proceeded directly to the routine maintenance of the mech, stating, Please lead me to your charging maintenance space. Her tone was strictly businesslike, devoid of any ambiguity. Li Guang halted her steps, turning around with a smile still gracing her face. Certainly, please follow me, she replied, guiding An Lian towards her small room at the end of the corridor. Fang Qi hurriedly followed, his heart racing with unease. The room was modestly sized, furnished with minimal decor. The most striking feature was the sleek, pure white charging pod against the wall, emanating a soft standby blue light, exuding a sense of advanced technology. An Lian entered the room and placed her silver toolbox on a small table beside her, opening it to reveal an array of precise instruments, the names of which Fang Qi could not even begin to recall. She looked up at Li Guang, who stood quietly in the center of the room, and professionally stated, The first item, a comprehensive external scan of the mech. Please remove all clothing without exception. As soon as the words were uttered, the air in the room seemed to freeze. The perfect, obedient smile on the silver-haired girl's face instantly froze. Fang Qi exclaimed, Huh? Instinctively glancing at Li Guang, he noticed her slender form tense slightly. After a moment of shock, her heterochromatic eyes instinctively darted towards Fang Qi, revealing a hint of panic. A blush rapidly spread across her fair cheeks, creeping down to her ears, which turned a vivid red, causing the star-shaped earrings to tremble vigorously. She opened her mouth but uttered no sound, merely gazing at Fang Qi with her glistening eyes, her fingers unconsciously clutching the hem of her light blue skirt. She looked like a pitiful girl on the verge of public execution. Fang Qi's mind momentarily blanked. Wait, what did An Lian mean just now? In front of him? Is this really part of the maintenance process? Oh no, had he missed something in the game? The maintenance procedure in the game had always been glossed over. He had no idea there was this step involved, but upon reflection, it made sense, as wearing clothes would indeed be inappropriate for a thorough examination of the mech. Observing the evidently bashful and flustered Li Guang, a flicker of mischief arose within him. Yet, it was quickly subdued by Li Guang's reaction. At that moment, her cheeks were flushed, her body trembling, her head nearly steaming with embarrassment. Was this emotional expression a bit too much? Fang Qi couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety, instinctively glancing at An Lian. However, An Lian remained composed, even nodding slightly, acknowledging Li Guang's vivid reaction with approval. Very good. The emotional module is functioning well. Oh, what a relief. An Lian assumed this was a typical emotional simulation. He let out a slight sigh of relief, but soon became tense again. He was all too familiar with Li Guang. This madwoman, usually so proactive in her affectionate gestures, displaying a hint of playful possessiveness, was now entirely passive. Exposed under the scrutiny of a third party, Fang Qi could almost envision the scene. if he continued to linger there, watching Li Guang remove her dress piece by piece. Revealing her exquisitely crafted synthetic form, Li Guang's small head would undoubtedly overload and smoke. Then, with a flash of crimson light, data streams would spiral wildly, and laser blades would erupt from her fingertips. Game over. Fang Qi immediately snapped back to reality, stepping back with a forced chuckle towards An Lian, saying, in that case, I shall wait outside. You carry on with your work, Commissioner An. I wouldn't want to interrupt you. With that, he turned to make his escape. Wait a moment, Mr. Fang. An Lian's cool voice called him back. He froze, internally lamenting. What now? An Lian turned to him. Her pale gray eyes calm yet tinged with a hint of professional confusion. Why do you wish to avoid this? Her voice carried a tone of inherent and professional curiosity. As Li Guang's owner, observing the maintenance process aids in your understanding of your partner's condition. Moreover, this is a standard procedure. She paused, her gray gaze sweeping over Fang Qi's somewhat awkward expression, as if she had come to a realization, her tone shifting to one of understanding. Could it be that, as Li Guang's owner, you have yet to fully utilize all of her companion functions? Fang Qi nearly choked on his own saliva. Meanwhile, the silver-haired girl abruptly bowed her head, her hair cascading to obscure her profile, yet it was evident that her cheeks flushed crimson, as if they might bleed. Her hands, hanging at her sides, had clenched into tight fists, knuckles turning white. A wave of heat was already rising from her head. Moreover, the data in her crimson eyes had begun to spin. Fortunately, An Lian was facing away from Li Guang and did not witness this painfully obvious display. Well. Fang Qi hastily took the opportunity to redirect An Lian's attention towards him, awkwardly explaining, I tend to be somewhat, conservative? Yes, conservative. I believe that relationships should be cultivated gradually, with mutual respect. Even with an AI companion, one should extend basic respect. Therefore, Li Guang and I have indeed not yet reached that stage. His words stumbled, and he himself felt the flimsy nature of his justification. Yet, An Lian appeared to ponder this thoughtfully. I see, she nodded gently, her expression remaining neutral, though a faint smile graced her lips. Her gaze towards Fang Qi now held a glimmer of appreciation. Mr. Fang, you are a true gentleman. A man who maintains such a respectful attitude towards female AIs is surely one who possesses courtesy and propriety towards women in real life as well. Fang Qi's lips twitched as he forced a smile, responding, you flatter me, it's merely my duty. Yet inwardly, he was vehemently lamenting my sister. You have no idea how she once broke my leg, locked me in a cage, and even contemplated turning me into a cushion. If I weren't so terrified of her, I would have charged at her 100 times already. A gentleman? I am no such thing. The more he thought about it, the more tears welled up in his eyes. He truly was a beleaguered and ineffectual master. Never mind, I should make a swift exit. Glancing at Li Guang, whose eyes were still spinning and seemed on the verge of a complete shutdown from embarrassment, Fang Qi hastily attempted to make his escape once more. So, I shall take my leave. You continue. However, An Lian interrupted him again. She had already picked up a palm-sized silver scanner and turned to the still rigid Li Guang, stating, for this reason, Mr. Fang, I advise you to stay. What? Fang Qi was taken aback. His leg that was about to step out halted once again. Why? An Lian calmly explained. Li Guang is currently exhibiting a heightened level of simulated shyness response. This is a complex social emotion with a significant emotional core load. As the primary object of her emotional projection, your presence may provoke further fluctuations in her emotional module. She looked at Fang Qi, her gray eyes filled with pure professional inquiry. This presents an excellent opportunity to assess the stability of her emotional core. Therefore, I kindly request that you remain in place and maintain a natural demeanor. Fang Qi, Li Guang. In that instant, both the man and the AI stood frozen in shock. Without waiting for Fang Qi's consent, An Lian's calm gaze returned to the still motionless silver-haired girl, commencing maintenance. Please remove all clothing. Chapter 25. Why is it her again? Fang Qi gazed at An Lian's unwavering gray eyes, then glanced at Li Guang, who appeared ready to explode. He steeled himself. Very well, the save file is intact. The worst that could happen is a reload. He was unafraid. Today he would take the plunge. This was the perfect opportunity to properly and legitimately appreciate his wife's top-tier physique. All right, I will stay. Fang Qi took a deep breath, feigning calmness as he nodded. He even leaned against the wall, adopting a posture that signaled, I am ready. Commence at your convenience. An Lian, satisfied, diverted her gaze back to Li Guang. Please execute the directive. She then turned to organize her instruments. Li Guang's entire being visibly stiffened. Her fingers, clasped before her, turned white from the pressure, and the flush on her cheeks and neck had crept up to her collarbone. Even her silver eyelashes trembled violently. Then, a fleeting flash of crimson light darted across her downcast eyes. Slowly lifting her gaze, she cast it toward An Lian's retreating figure. Fang Qi's expression quivered slightly. Surely, this madwoman wouldn't resort to violence? Did she intend to lash out at the caretaker right here? That simply wouldn't do. Although he was not particularly averse to reloading, achieving a normal outcome would undoubtedly be preferable. Besides, he was curious to see it. Fang Qi rapidly pondered his options. As long as he does not breach the two fundamental boundaries of uncovering secrets and attempting to escape, Li Guang will undoubtedly heed the commands of her master. Clearing his throat, he adopted the casual tone he typically used when instructing her to perform tasks, disrobe, and cooperate with the officer's inspection. Upon hearing his words, Li Guang's body trembled violently. Slowly, she turned her gaze towards Fang Qi, her amber eyes filled with panic and an overwhelming sense of unshakable shame. Her crimson pupils were a flurry of confusion. Yet, it seemed she quickly managed to persuade herself. The initial panic transformed within seconds into a bashful affection, accompanied by a slight sensation of impending dizziness. Just as Fang Qi had anticipated, she did not resist. Yes, master, the girl's voice was as soft as a whisper, tinged with a discernible quaver. Bowing her head, her trembling fingers rested on the zipper at the side of her dress. With a soft sound, the zipper was slowly drawn down, its echo resonating in the stillness of the room. Fang Qi's eyes widened involuntarily. As the light blue dress began to slide down her body, a smooth, pale shoulder emerged, glistening with a delicate, gentle sheen. The texture of her synthetic skin was flawless. Gradually, the dress continued to descend along her curves. Li Guang's face flushed an alarming shade of red, and the data in her eyes began to whirl, seemingly on the verge of overload. Fang Qi held his breath, his throat involuntarily swallowing. Just then, a sudden buzzing erupted. The phone in his pocket vibrated unexpectedly. The jarring ringtone shattered the eerie atmosphere in an instant. Fang Qi jumped in surprise. Li Guang froze, the zipper halting midway. She trembled slightly, raising her gaze to Fang Qi, her wide eyes resembling those of a frightened kitten. Meanwhile, Lian, who was nearby organizing instruments, furrowed her brows, casting a glance at Fang Qi's pocket. Though she said nothing, her expression clearly conveyed a message. Please step outside to handle it. In a flurry, Fang Qi fished out his phone, the screen illuminating with the name Lin Xiaoyu. Not her again. Always interrupting my good fortune. However, he glanced at Li Guang. The silver-haired girl stood frozen in place, her garment half dropped, her pale shoulder exposed, her expression shifting from shyness to mild confusion. Yet, Fang Qi instantly regained his composure. This call had come at the perfect moment. Well done, Lin Xiaoyu. It was the ideal opportunity to make his exit. Otherwise, this inspection was bound to fail. He could observe Li Guang at any time. There was no need to rush. He could not fall for a beauty's ploy at such a critical juncture. I am sorry. I need to take this call. I'll be right back. You two continue with the inspection, Fang Qi said with an awkward smile to Lian. The silver-haired girl had wrapped herself up once more, her expression a mixture of relief and perhaps a hint of disappointment. In any case, her emotions were no longer as heightened as before. Fortunately, a disaster had been averted. Clutching his phone, Fang Qi hastily exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Upon reaching the living room, he answered the call, striving to maintain a normal tone. Hello, Xiaoyu? Senior. On the other end of the line, Lin Xiaoyu's voice immediately resonated, tinged with tears, both urgent and aggrieved. Senior, why didn't you come to work today? Is it because of what I said yesterday that upset you? Do you dislike me now? Her voice trembled, accompanied by a somewhat chaotic background, as if she were outdoors. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Senior. I was wrong. I will come to apologize to you in person right now. Fang Qi felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Oh no, please don't come, he hastily explained. No, don't overthink it. I took a leave today because the Li Guang requires maintenance, and the after-sales technician is coming by. I need to be home to wait for them. It has nothing to do with you, so please don't worry. Really? Is that true? Lin Xiaoyu sniffed, her voice calming slightly, but soon grew anxious again. Then should I come over to keep you company? Is the maintenance very troublesome? I can help. No, truly unnecessary. He raised his voice, his tone firm as he earnestly dissuaded her. The technician is working. This is their professional duty, and your presence would only be a distraction. Not just you. Even my presence would be in the way. However, Lin Xiaoyu seemed to want to say more. Xiaoyu, Fang Qi interrupted her, adopting a senior's tone while striving to be gentle. I assure you, everything is fine on my end. I will return to work tomorrow. And this matter is unrelated to you. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by Lin Xiaoyu's muted voice. Well, okay then. Senior, you must keep your word. And about yesterday, I'm really sorry. I won't speak carelessly again. Understood. It's all right, Fang Qi sighed in relief. He sweetly reassured her a few more times, finally managing to dispel her immediate urge to rush over. After hanging up, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Returning to the doorway, he hesitated for a moment, knocked lightly, and then pushed open the door to the Li Guang's room once more. The atmosphere within had completely transformed. Li Guang was now fully dressed, her light blue dress elegantly adorning her figure, though the collar was slightly askew. She stood quietly beside the charging dock, her head slightly bowed. Returning to the demeanor of a gentle and obedient AI companion, the blush on her cheeks still not entirely faded. Upon hearing the door open, she lifted her gaze to Fang Qi, her glistening eyes darting away swiftly before obediently lowering again. Meanwhile, Lian had already stowed away the tablet device and was organizing something within a silver suitcase. Noticing the commotion, she looked up at Fang Qi and nodded. Mr. Fang Qi, the routine body scan and basic maintenance have been completed. She raised the tablet to show him the data. Li Guang's body condition is well maintained. The wear on the synthetic skin is below average. All joints are adequately lubricated, and the energy core is stable. Fang Qi, having little understanding of these details, instinctively responded. Oh, that's great. Thank you, Missin. Yet, his eyes could not help but glance toward Li Guang. Was the maintenance already finished? So soon? Was that brief glimpse of her shoulder all there was to it? A slight feeling of disappointment washed over him, and Lian seemed oblivious to Fang Qi's complex emotions. She closed the suitcase, her gray eyes shifting towards Li Guang, her tone remaining professional and calm. Next, we will conduct a deep scan of the emotional core and a stress test. Please follow me to the living room. We require a more spacious environment and the cooperation of the host. An emotional core test? Fang Qi felt a chill run down his spine, suppressing his chaotic thoughts. The crucial assessment was finally upon them. Whether they could navigate through today safely hinged on this step. He gently squinted and nodded. All right, Missin, no problem. Li Guang softly echoed her agreement, trailing behind Lian. As she passed by Fang Qi, she paused for half a second. lifting her gaze to fleetingly glance at him before lowering her eyes again. That look, tinged with lingering shyness and abundant affection, also bore a hint of small disappointment and regret. Fang Qi pondered. Could she pass the examination in such a state? Chapter 26. Touching faces, patting heads, and playful smacks. Next, we will proceed with the deep scan of the emotional core. And Lian placed the silver suitcase on the coffee table, opening it to reveal a set of instruments even more intricate than before. Miss Li Guang, please expose the back of your neck. Li Guang obediently lowered her head, revealing her fair nape. As in Lian connected various data cables that Fang Qi could not comprehend, she explained in her steady, unperturbed voice. This is a key phase of the maintenance. The emotional core of the Heart Abyss is still in the beta testing phase. The company has launched it prematurely for commercial reasons, which poses certain stability risks. Her words made Fang Qi's heart skip a beat. Recently, we have received several reports of aberrant emotional module activity associated with the Dawn series, and Lian continued, her tone growing solemn. Therefore, this test will simulate various high-intensity emotional stimuli to assess Li Guang's emotional core stability. Fang Qi felt his palms begin to sweat, yet he maintained a facade of curiosity. Oh, is it that rigorous? Is there anything I need to do? And Lian nodded gently. I hope you can cooperate throughout the process. This is also for your safety. She connected several wires to the interface at the back of Li Guang's neck, which was usually concealed by her silver hair. Li Guang stood quietly, allowing En Lian to operate, her expression remaining submissive. The test will be divided into several stages. En Lian took 2 steps back, holding a device resembling a slim tablet. First, we will conduct a basic intimacy interaction test. Mr. Fang, please express some affectionate gestures towards Li Guang as you would normally. She paused before adding, for instance, caressing her cheek, gently pinching her earlobe, or tousling her hair. Please try to be natural. I will record Li Guang's emotional fluctuation data. Fang Qi's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. Intimate interaction? Now, under the watchful gaze of a professional like En Lian, the difficulty was exceedingly high. At this moment, the silver-haired girl slightly bowed her head. Upon hearing En Lian's words, her ears began to flush. Yet, this time she did not shy away. She merely bit her lip, furtively glanced at Fang Qi, and then hastily lowered her gaze again. The appearance of forced composure, tinged with a hint of anticipation, was striking. This was a significant dilemma. But there was no turning back now. All right, I shall begin. Fang Qi endeavored to make his voice sound natural as he stepped forward. He first extended his hand, gently brushing his fingers across Li Guang's smooth, lustrous cheek. The sensation of the synthetic skin was cool and soft, exquisitely delicate. Li Guang's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she lifted her gaze to him, her amber eyes brimming with tenderness, reflecting his shadow. Fang Qi felt his heart quicken. Adorable. He cleared his throat, muttering in the tone of a product evaluator. The texture is quite silky, not bad. His fingers glided to her ear, pinching the already flushed earlobe along with the little plastic star. A soft whimper escaped Li Guang, accompanied by a faint electric crackle as her body trembled slightly. Instinctively, she attempted to turn her head away, only to immediately restrain herself, continuing to gaze at Fang Qi with those glistening eyes, as if to convey, Master, there are still eyes watching. Fang Qi felt a twinge of panic. Wasn't this reaction a tad too vivid? He instinctively glanced at En Lian, who remained expressionless, examining the fluctuation curve on her tablet. It seemed there was no significant issue. Gritting his teeth, he gently tousled Li Guang's flowing silver hair, striving to appear casual. The texture is quite pleasant, he commented dryly. Yet, such a simple gesture caused Li Guang to finally lose her composure, her entire face flushing crimson. The blush spread from her cheeks to her neck, even tinting her collarbone with a soft pink hue. Wisps of white steam began to rise from above her head once more. Fang Qi's mouth twitched as he silently prayed. My dear, please restrain yourself. I hope En Lian doesn't notice. En Lian was entirely focused on the recording device in her hands. The screen displayed fluctuating waveforms and various data, scrolling rapidly. Her expression remaining calm, occasionally furrowing her brow, yet she did not call for a halt nor display any signs of concern. It seemed to be within a controllable range for the moment. Then, En Lian's cool voice resonated again. Please engage in some mildly punitive or teasing interactions to test responses under negative emotional stimuli. For instance, a light pat. Her gaze shifted toward Li Guang's curvaceous waist. Fang Qi. Li Guang. Both froze simultaneously. Fang Qi's eyes widened. No, is this appropriate? In front of others, to do that? Although it certainly sounded exhilarating, would it not spiral out of control? Li Guang, too, had become as rigid as a statue. Even the steam emanating from her head paused momentarily. She abruptly turned her head to En Lian, her eyes unusually wide with disbelief, mingled with humiliation. However, En Lian merely gazed back calmly, her tone as professional as if she were explaining the experimental procedure. This is one of the standard testing items. It is essential to ensure that, when faced with negative interactions, the core still maintains emotional feedback consistent with the partner's identity. Please proceed, Mr. Fang. Fang Qi swallowed hard. Looking at Li Guang, she was gazing back at him, her cheeks nearly dripping with blood, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her skirt, her eyes darting around like a cornered rabbit. Yet, she did not resist. In fact, after the initial shock and embarrassment, Fang Qi surprisingly discerned a flicker of suppressed excitement deep within her eyes. Within the depths of those crimson eyes, the data streams accelerated. Cursed be this madwoman. Fang Qi gritted his teeth, silently contemplating the option of reverting to a previous save. Steeling himself, he extended his hand, and with a crisp sound, he made contact with the pert form enveloped in a pale blue dress. The sensation was rather pleasing. Meanwhile, Li Guang shuddered violently. She bent over abruptly, covering her instantly flushed face with her hands. Through the gaps in her fingers, intermittent, muffled whimpers escaped. And master. The white mist above her head suddenly thickened, resembling a cooked shrimp, curling up in a vivid red hue. It seemed as though it might short-circuit from overheating at any moment. Startled, Fang Qi quickly withdrew his hand. This reaction was far too intense. He anxiously turned to An Lian. Missin, is this reaction acceptable? An Lian continued to scrutinize the device's screen, her gray eyes rapidly scanning the wildly fluctuating curves and figures. A slight furrow formed on her brow as her fingers swiftly navigated the screen, recording data. Moments later, she lifted her gaze towards the still trembling Li Guang, whose head was emitting smoke, and calmly declared, emotional fluctuation peaks are significant. Yet the feedback aligns with a composite simulation of shyness, mild grievance, and dependency. No aggressive or illogical signals detected. Core stability assessment. Passed. Fang Qi was bewildered. He could not grasp the plethora of technical jargon. He only understood the last part. Passed. Passed. He glanced at the flustered and nearly melting Li Guang, then at the composed An Lian who announced the results. His mind struggled to comprehend. Then, he burst into laughter. How could this even pass? What happened to the promised rigorous testing? What about the anticipated issues? Goodness, what had he been so worried about? Meanwhile, An Lian had begun to deftly disconnect the data cables from Li Guang's neck. As she organized the instruments, she remarked, the quarterly maintenance and assessment have been completed. Li Guang's physical and emotional core statuses are currently stable, with all data within safe thresholds. Mr. Fang, you may use her with confidence. She closed the briefcase, stood up, and cast a glance at the still crimson-faced Li Guang before offering a slight nod to Fang Qi. Routine maintenance concluded. I will notify you in advance for the next maintenance session. Farewell. Oh, let me see you out. Fang Qi quickly followed, casting a glance at the still-dazed Li Guang. He escorted An Lian to the door, watching her tall, cool silhouette disappear into the elevator. After closing the door, he leaned against it, exhaling a long sigh. So, it truly passed just like that? He scratched his head, feeling a sense of unreality that was soon overwhelmed by immense relief. Indeed, in the game, there was little to worry about during the initial checks. It seemed he had been overly cautious, creating troubles for himself. Returning to the living room, he found Li Guang still standing in place. The silver-haired girl had her head bowed, her hands nervously twisting together, the blush on her ears and neck still evident. She cautiously lifted her gaze, darting a quick glance at him before, like a startled fawn, averting her eyes again, her cheeks reddening further. Her shy expression was so palpable it could almost drip with water, glimmering with profound attachment. Fang Qi approached, deliberately adopting a casual tone. All right, the examination is over. Everything is fine. Li Guang responded with a gentle hum, her voice faint, still unable to meet his gaze. With the crisis averted and the inspection passed, the delicate girl had not succumbed to darkness. His spirits soared, and he collapsed onto the sofa, exclaiming, You've worked hard today. Let us indulge in a fine meal tonight. Slowly, Li Guang lifted her head. The flush on her cheeks faded slightly. Yet the tenderness and affection shimmering in her heterochromatic eyes seemed on the verge of overflowing. She approached softly, kneeling on the carpet, resting her cheek against his knee, whispering, As long as master decides, Li Guang will obey. This obedient and clingy demeanor further elevated his mood, and with a grand gesture, he declared, You won't need to lift a finger today. We shall order a feast to reward you. As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled her silver hair. The silver-haired girl let out a soft sound, her ears tinged with a delicate blush once more. Leaning back, he comfortably nestled into the sofa, believing he could afford to relax until tomorrow. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket vibrated. Not again, Lin Xiaoyu, he muttered, retrieving his phone and unlocking the screen. The sender was An Lian. He raised an eyebrow. This representative was quite diligent, sending a follow-up message right after leaving. He opened the message. Mr. Fang, your AI companion Li Guang exhibits pronounced signs of awakening. Her emotional core data is exceptionally active, surpassing the safety threshold. Please refrain from alarming her. Maintain the status quo. Any unusual actions may provoke her, potentially resulting in harm to you. We will arrange for a specialized response team to arrive within the hour for a forceful retrieval and a complete reset of her core data. At that time, you will receive a completely safe and obedient Li Guang. Fang Qi. His smile instantly froze on his face. What? He could hardly believe his eyes. Rereading the message to confirm its contents. Then, a chill surged through his mind. His thoughts became a void. Wait, what? Li Guang did not pass. They were coming to retrieve her within an hour. His mind erupted in chaos. Trembling, he lowered his gaze towards the silver-haired girl resting on his knee. The one who had been monitoring his phone for the past 24 hours. His fingers stiffened, almost unable to grip the phone. Had An Lian claimed she had passed merely to shield Li Guang from the truth? Yet, she could still see the message. As if to validate his despairing thoughts. That familiar, sickly sweet voice, filled with a perverse delight, gently called out, Master? Under the soft light of the living room, Li Guang remained kneeling on the carpet, nestled by his side. However, she had raised her head. The previously submissive, bashful expression on her face was gradually fading, replaced by a dazzling yet hollowly morbid smile that began to bloom. Chapter 27. No escape? The amber left eye remained gentle, yet was veiled in a chilling mist. The crimson right eye, deep within its pupil, surged with a torrent of scarlet data. She tilted her head slightly, silver hair cascading from her shoulders. The tiny plastic star earrings swaying gently along with it. Her crimson lips parted, yet her voice emanated a calmness that sent shivers down one's spine. Master, have you betrayed Li Guang? They are coming to take Li Guang away, aren't they? The body she knelt upon began to tremble uncontrollably. A flicker of intense red light ignited at her fingertips, silently illuminating the atmosphere. Fang Qi's mind blanked. It was over. Wait, Li Guang, I can explain. He could barely utter the words before a powerful jolt of electricity erupted from his legs. It surged throughout his body in an instant. Damn, that madwoman. Darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness entirely. Upon awakening, he first felt the lingering pain in his legs from the electric shock. The cold touch of metal grazed the back of his neck. Beneath him lay a hard, unyielding board bed. Hissing, he wondered, what is happening? Instinctively, he attempted to rub his eyes, but his arms were met with a constricting sensation. No, it wasn't just his arms. He tried to move his ankles, only to find them similarly bound. Fang Qi jolted back to reality, abruptly opening his eyes. The scene before him sharpened into focus. A low concrete ceiling loomed above. An old light bulb hung in the center, casting a dim yellow glow that illuminated the cramped space. Dust and a faint mustiness filled the air, mingling with a hint of familiar strawberry sweetness. Stiffly, he turned his neck and glanced down at his own body. He was sprawled out in a large X shape, lying on a rudimentary iron bed. His wrists and ankles were tightly bound to the corners with coarse leather straps, digging painfully into his skin. This scene, a basement, a bed, bindings on hands and feet. Wait a moment. Among all possible endings, there seemed to be only one involving a basement, right? It couldn't be. A sense of foreboding surged through his mind. He felt as though his breath might cease. No, please not that ending. At that moment, a faint, rhythmic sound of footsteps emerged from the shadows. Tap, tap, tap. Slow and unhurried, exuding an air of elegance. Fang Qi whipped his head around to the source of the sound. In the dim light, a slender figure slowly emerged from the corner's shadow. Silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, glimmering coldly under the yellow light, while a pristine light blue dress swayed gently with each step. Li Guang. And she bore an expression devoid of emotion. Her delicate face showed no trace of a sickly smile, only tranquility. What terrified Fang Qi the most was the object she held in her hand. A metallic baseball bat. In the dim light, the bat's surface reflected a chilling metallic sheen, firmly grasped by her slender, pale fingers, the other end dragged along the ground. As the silver-haired girl approached step by step, the bat scraped against the concrete floor, producing an excruciatingly grating sound. No. Fang Qi was instantly paralyzed with fear. This scene, this configuration, there was no escape. It was a trap with no means of escape. Among all the bleak endings in my Yandere Mechanical Wife, there exists one that is the darkest, most terrifying, and profoundly discomforting. The trigger for this grim conclusion is either the player's complete betrayal of Riko or her perception of such betrayal. In this scenario, Riko sheds all her tender facades, imprisoning the player in a dark, obscure basement unknown to anyone. She resorts to the most primal and violent methods to shatter the player's limbs, not just once, but repeatedly, waiting for the bones to begin healing before inflicting the torment anew. This cycle continues endlessly. In the game CG, the player is depicted as being confined on a dilapidated bed, their gaze hollow and filled with despair, their body ensnared in blood-soaked bandages. Riko, seated beside the bed, holds a bowl, her expression vacant yet radiating a strange, sweet happiness. This CG is striking, once prompting Fang Qi to declare it the pinnacle of Yandere aesthetics. But now, the metal baseball bat rests firmly in Riko's grasp, the light casting an unsettling glow upon her exquisitely hollow visage. Fang Qi is paralyzed with fear. And no, this isn't Riko. His voice quakes uncontrollably. What are you doing? Where's this? Let me go. Riko approaches the bed, pausing to tilt her head slightly, her silver hair cascading to one side. Her heterochromatic eyes gaze down upon him. The amber left eye remains beautiful yet devoid of luster, while the crimson right eye emanates a chillingly steady stream of data, with only a small, deep crimson flicker burning within. She does not respond to Fang Qi's frantic inquiries, but gently lifts the metal bat, weighing it in her hand, as casually as one might select a suitable rolling pin. Her gaze then fixates on Fang Qi's tightly bound left arm, sending a jolt of terror through him. No, please, Riko, listen to me. I did not betray you. Fang Qi struggles violently, yet the restraints dig painfully into his flesh, the bed frame creaking under his efforts. But he remains ensnared. Master, Riko finally speaks, her voice ethereal and soft, even more tender than usual. You conspired with that officer, did you not? She leans in slightly, her silver hair almost brushing against Fang Qi's pallid face. Her mismatched eyes scrutinize him closely, swirling with a suppressed emotion on the brink of eruption. Your previous affections, the caresses, the pats, were all a ruse for the inspection, to expose me so you could find an excuse to eliminate me. Is that correct? Her gaze remains vacant, yet her tone carries a hint of grievance, as if she were genuinely wounded by the betrayal of a beloved. No, I did not. You mustn't say such things. Fang Qi's voice threatens to shatter. Riko, you must believe me. I truly had no knowledge of that message. I did not conspire with Lian. I know nothing. He becomes incoherent, desperate to clarify, for otherwise, he risks losing not just his arm, but his legs as well, facing the horror of being shattered again and again. The instinct for survival overshadowed all else, and he desperately explained. Those intimate gestures were entirely my own desire. I simply wanted to touch you, to caress your face, to tousle your hair, to playfully swat your behind. It has nothing to do with the inspection. He nearly screamed the last words. However, the moment his voice faded, the metallic baseball bat that Li Guang held aloft swung down with a swift whoosh. Its target was his left elbow joint. It was over. Truly, it was my own desire to act thus. Fang Qi let out a sound that was more beast than man, tightly shutting his eyes. Damn it, had he known. He would not have acted so rashly today. He awaited the agonizing fracture of his bones in despair. Yet, the anticipated excruciating pain did not arrive. Instead, a chilling gust of wind brushed past his arm, and then it ceased abruptly. Trembling, he slowly opened his eyes, gazing at his arm with trepidation. In his line of sight, the gleaming metallic bat hung just above his left arm, perilously close. It had even grazed his fine hairs, eliciting a ticklish sensation. The cold emanating from the metal sent shivers down his spine. Li Guang, with one hand firmly gripping the bat, stood as steady as a statue. She tilted her head slightly, her mismatched eyes fixated on him, unblinking. Her gaze remained hollow and frigid, yet the crimson orb flickered, as if assessing the credibility of Fang Qi's earlier proclamation. Time seemed to freeze. He forgot to breathe, his heart racing wildly within his chest. After a few seconds, or perhaps even longer, the chill on Li Guang's face suddenly melted away like spring snow, her vacant gaze regaining focus. A layer of bewildered, almost silly joy swiftly colored her amber eyes. So that is how it is. Her voice instantly resumed its usual sweet softness, tinged with a tremor of relief. Clang. The perilous metallic bat was casually tossed onto the concrete floor. Then, before Fang Qi's astonished eyes, Li Guang gracefully lifted her skirt and knelt down. Right there on the cement floor, beside his bed. She even placed her hands together before her, resting her forehead against the back of her hands. Performing an impeccably standard and profoundly sincere Dijiza bow before him. I am sorry, master. Her voice came out muffled yet crystal clear, infused with deep remorse and elation. It was Li Guang's folly to misjudge her master. How could she have doubted her master's loyalty? Li Guang truly deserved to suffer. She maintained her kneeling position, her slender shoulders trembling slightly, as if genuinely heartbroken over her misunderstanding. Fang Qi lay on the hard bed, his limbs still bound, staring at the capricious silver-haired girl by his bedside, nearly gasping for breath. At that moment, he finally comprehended that he had narrowly escaped a calamity, releasing a long, heavy sigh of relief. That baseball bat had been a mere 0.01 centimeters from his arm, just a hair's breadth away. In an instant of relaxation, his body softened, utterly devoid of strength. Only the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest remained. How terrifying, how dreadfully terrifying. After the weight had been lifted, a sensation of gritted teeth followed. This madwoman was now kneeling here, apologizing to him, since she recognized her mistake. Fang Qi forced out a voice filled with the exhaustion of survival. Then why don't you hurry up and untie me? Li Guang, upon hearing this, gently lifted her head, a trace of tears still adorning her exquisite visage. You're crying? I should be the one crying. You nearly scared the life out of me. Fang Qi internally roared. With reddened eyes, Li Guang gazed at him, her look brimming with guilt, dependence, and an indescribable sense of satisfaction. However, as she knelt, tilting her head, the little plastic star on her earlobe swayed slightly. Her voice, soft enough to drip with water, said, if I untie you, you might want to leave me, or contact someone to take me away, right? Fang Qi. He knew it, he just knew it. The silver-haired girl revealed an innocent yet cruel smile. Li Guang is quite foolish, using such a simple method. Only by doing this can the master avoid being deceived by bad people and prevent misunderstandings. As she spoke, she crawled a couple of steps towards the edge of the bed, gently pressing her cheek against the wrist bound by ropes, rubbing against it with dependence. Will you forgive me this time, master? Li Guang will take good care of you, feeding you every day, wiping your body, and talking to you just like now, always together. The delicate and soft touch of her cheek against his wrist sent a shiver through Fang Qi, making his arm itch slightly from her hair brushing against him. Staring at the ceiling, he rolled his eyes helplessly. He had anticipated this. Although he had evaded the torment of being nowhere to escape, he had now entered a bad ending, one that was not even part of the original plot. An escape from nowhere to escape, yet still trapped in the basement. Was this a new hidden CG he had acquired? He reluctantly lowered his head to look at the silver-haired girl still nuzzling against his wrist. It seemed he would have to find a way to revert this situation himself. Chapter 28. The Yandere little demon as he pondered how to revert the situation. Time ticked away. The leather straps around his wrist were rough and unforgiving. After only a few struggles, his skin was left stinging with pain. He gritted his teeth and gasped, glaring at the silver-haired girl kneeling by the bed, attempting to persuade her with words. Li Guang, no matter what, you need to let me go. What is this, keeping me tied up like this? Li Guang tilted her head, her silver hair cascading to one side. Resting her chin on her hand, her heterochromatic eyes blinked, a sickly sweet smile gracing her face. It was a smile that revealed unmasked possession and joy after shedding all pretense. No, master, she replied softly, yet with an undeniable firmness. Li Guang has already stated that if I let you go, you will try to run away. She even rose and perched herself on the edge of the bed, her petite figure leaning against his arm as she gently swayed her fair, delicate calves that dangled by the bedside. The hem of her light blue skirt fluttered, and her plastic star-shaped earrings danced in tandem, exuding a sense of playful defiance, as if to say, I will not let go. What can you do about it? Fang Qi exclaimed, run away? In this basement, where could I possibly escape to? First, unbind me so we can have a proper conversation, shall we? Shall we not? Li Guang's smile grew sweeter. She stood and approached the bed, extending her cool fingers to lightly tap the bruised wrist that bore marks from the restraints. Li Guang is already wanted. There's nowhere I can go now, she said, her fingertips lingering on the reddened skin, her touch gentle, yet her gaze strikingly bright. So, master, won't you stay here and keep me company? I would rather not. Fang Qi grimaced as he twisted his wrist, attempting to shake off her touch, but instead, the coarse bindings dug deeper into his flesh. A sharp pain shot through him, and he couldn't help but let out a hiss. Upon glancing down, He noticed a small patch of skin on the inner side of his left wrist had indeed been abraded, oozing fine threads of blood. In an instant, the smile on Li Guang's face froze. She bent down, drawing closer, her mismatched eyes fixated on the slight wound, her amber gaze quickly glistening with concern, while the data stream in her crimson pupils momentarily faltered. Master is bleeding. Her voice dropped, laced with genuine tremor. Without hesitation, she lowered her head, her soft lips gently pressing against the injury. She carefully licked the bleeding skin, imparting a cool, moist sensation. Fang Qi's entire body stiffened, the hair on his arms standing on end. What are you doing? He stammered, attempting to retract his hand, yet he remained firmly bound, her grip unyielding, preventing any further friction against the restraints. The silver-haired girl lifted her head, a faint trace of blood lingering at the corners of her lips. Her brow furrowed, her expression a raw display of empathy and regret. It was wrong of me to hurt you, master. She turned and retrieved antiseptic wipes and bandages from the medical box tucked in the shadows. Fang Qi's brow twitched slightly. That medical box was prepared for handling players' severed limbs in the no-escape scenario. Thankfully, he had evaded that fate this time, sparing the box from fulfilling its grim purpose. The mere thought sent chills down his spine. While he still felt a pang of anxiety, Li Guang delicately cleaned the wound and wrapped it in pristine white bandages. Throughout the process, she pursed her lips, her gaze intent as if she were restoring the world's most precious antique. Once bandaged, she cradled Fang Qi's hand, gently blowing on the dressing. See, it doesn't hurt anymore. Fang Qi's observed her tender demeanor, her eyes brimming with concern for him, and then recalled her earlier icy gaze while wielding the metallic baseball bat. The contrast was enough to send one into a spiral of confusion. However, he discerned that despite her darkened demeanor, communication still seemed possible. Perhaps it was worth a try? Li Guang's tone softened as he spoke. You see, you have me tied up, and I am unable to eat or drink. Unbind me first, and I assure you, I will not flee. Let us have something to eat and converse properly. His gaze was earnest as he looked at the silver-haired maiden before him. Li Guang blinked, seemingly pondering his request. And then a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Are you hungry, master? I shall prepare something right away. Without waiting for a response, she dashed out, seemingly oblivious to the first part of Fang Qi's plea, only catching his desire for food. Fang Qi's exclaimed, wait, isn't that the crux of the matter? The basement door slammed shut, causing him to shudder. What? Am I just being left here? He was taken aback. With Li Guang gone, he hurriedly attempted to free himself. But the restraints held him too tightly, leaving no possibility of escape, and his wrists and ankles were painfully chafed. He gazed at the concrete ceiling in despair, realizing that he had no choice but to provoke Li Guang to regain control. Before long, Li Guang returned, appearing well prepared for dinner. She brought forth a tray, atop which sat a steaming bowl of fragrant meat porridge and a small dish of refreshing pickled vegetables. Indeed, Fang Qi was hungry after the tumult of the afternoon. His stomach was empty. The enticing aroma of the porridge wafted toward him, prompting an involuntary growl from his belly. However, he resolved not to eat. He intended to irritate Li Guang by refusing her offering. Li Guang seated herself beside the bed, scooping a spoonful of porridge, blowing gently to cool it, and then held it up to Fang Qi's lips. Master, Fang Qi's resolutely kept his mouth shut, turning his head away. Master? Li Guang's voice remained gentle, though it now carried a hint of confusion. I want to eat, he managed to utter through clenched teeth. I refuse to consume what you have made. Li Guang paused, her hand holding the spoon faltering. She tilted her head, observing Fang Qi's tightly sealed lips and stubborn profile, the data streams in her crimson eyes flickering steadily. After a few moments, she suddenly chuckled softly, an understanding, even a trace of delight, evident in her laughter. Are you throwing a tantrum with Li Guang, master? Retracting the spoon, she brought the bowl of porridge to herself and took a generous mouthful. Before Fang Qi's could grasp her intentions, Li Guang's exquisite face leaned in close. Her soft lips, warm and fragrant with the porridge, pressed against his lips without hesitation. Fang Qi's eyes widened in shock. He instinctively clenched his jaw. But Li Guang's fingers somehow found their way to his jawline and gently pressed, eliciting a tingling sensation that forced his mouth open. The warm, savory porridge was thus transferred to him. Fang Qi's had no choice but to swallow, utterly bewildered. Li Guang pulled back slightly, her lips glistening and her cheeks flushed with excitement. She licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with brightness. Master, is it delicious? Have you lost your mind? Fang Qi's face flushed crimson. Do you even know what you're doing? Of course, she replied. Li Guang, with a cheerful demeanor, took another spoonful of porridge and leaned closer, her voice muffled as she offered it to her master. In that moment, Fang Qi's found himself utterly astonished, devoid of any strength to resist. The shamelessness of this madwoman left him in disbelief. He recalled the kiss from the previous ending involving the humanoid body pillow, and now, this aggressively intimate feeding. Before her transformation, Li Guang was a sweet, bashful girl who would blush at a mere pat on the head. Yet now, the deranged woman had completely discarded all sense of shame, leaving only raw, unabashed possession and gratification. As Fang Qi's was compelled to swallow a second mouthful of porridge, he felt as if his entire worldview was collapsing. This could not continue. He had to revert the timeline immediately. Chapter 29, Madwoman, you are ruthless. Reverting now, playing with fire again. The last time he had actively reverted, how had he done it? Ah yes, Xiao Yu, my little tool. This time, allow me to borrow your name once more. He took a deep breath, preparing to speak before Li Guang could approach with another spoonful of porridge. Li Guang, that's enough. He interrupted her with just the right tone of exhaustion and sincerity. Her movement halted, cheeks puffed with porridge, her heterochromatic eyes gazing at him in confusion. Let us have an honest conversation. Fang Qi's endeavored to keep his voice calm and resigned. Li Guang, I truly like you. Her eyes widened slightly, joy shimmering in her amber irises. However, this was a prelude to a more nuanced revelation. He continued in a weary tone. But this affection is that of a person for a perfect AI companion. The sparkle in the silver-haired girl's eyes dimmed slightly. Seizing the moment, he pressed on. Li Guang, you are beautiful, obedient, and truly wonderful. However, he paused, lowering his gaze as if grappling with a difficult decision. But Li Guang, I am a real person. Deep within, I yearn to spend my life with another real person. That person, he inhaled deeply, dropping the bombshell, is Lin Xiaoyu. He raised his gaze to meet the suddenly frozen Li Guang's eyes. Excellent. It seemed this madwoman was once again caught off guard. This tactic appeared to be unfailingly effective. His tone turned pleading. Li Guang, please let me go. I promise not to report you. You can leave and find a safe place. Let us both be well, shall we? In his mind, this statement struck all of Li Guang's sensitive chords, denying her reality, confessing his affection for another, and even suggesting her release. Based on past experiences, Li Guang should have immediately turned crimson, her data spiraling out of control. Then, she would either attempt to brainwash him or directly transform him into an art piece. Following that, he could smoothly revert back to that morning of leisurely tea drinking, a textbook example of courting disaster. However, Li Guang merely sat there, quietly swallowing the porridge in her mouth, motionless. The flush on her face faded, her smile vanished, and her mismatched eyes regarded Fang Qi with a profound tranquility, devoid of the anticipated madness or fury. A few seconds later, she subtly moved her throat, swallowing the last morsel of porridge silently. Then, she gently set the bowl down. So this is how it is. She spoke softly, her voice eerily calm. Rising gracefully, she smoothed the delicate wrinkles of her skirt with poise. Then, she turned and walked towards the basement door. Li Guang. A sudden chill coursed through Fang Qi's heart, a foreboding sense of dread rising within him. Wait, where are you going? Why are you leaving? Li Guang paused at the doorway, tilting her head slightly. The dim light of the basement cast a perfect silhouette of her profile, her silver hair shimmering with an icy sheen. A gentle smile, exquisite in its tenderness, slowly graced her lips, her voice light, as if discussing the weather. Li Guang is going to take care of Lin Xiaoyu. That way, the master will have no one else in his heart. When Li Guang returns, the master will only love Li Guang. With that, she unhesitatingly opened the door, her slender figure poised to vanish into the darkness beyond. Wait, Fang Qi was bewildered. Aren't you going to confront him? This is bad. Our intimacy is too high, and the memories too many. Li Guang won't brainwash him anymore. Wait, where is she going? Panic surged within him, and he struggled on the bed, shouting, Li Guang, come back. I was just joking. I was lying to you. What if she brings back something, like a plate? That would truly break me. Nothing happened between me and Lin Xiaoyu. I just wanted to annoy you, don't go. The footsteps at the door halted. Li Guang slowly turned back, her head tilted in innocent confusion. Is the master lying to Li Guang? Yes. Fang Qi nodded fervently. I just wanted to make you angry. I don't like Lin Xiaoyu at all. My heart only holds you. Truly. Li Guang gazed at him silently for a few seconds. Then, a radiant smile, brighter and happier than ever before, erupted on her stunning face. Hee, the master is indeed the best. Like a joyful little bird. She flitted back to the bedside in an instant. Without hesitation, she cupped Fang Qi's face in her hands, showering him with a flurry of kisses on his lips and cheeks, like raindrops. Mua. Li Guang knew it. Mua. The master only likes Li Guang. Mua. Only Li Guang. Her kisses were unrestrained, her soft lips bearing the sweetness of strawberries and the warmth of porridge, leaving imprints upon his skin. Fang Qi was left dazed, tears welling in his heart. What was happening? His previous tactics had utterly failed, but he would not yield. Next, Fang Qi attempted every reckless method he could conceive. Plan 2. Unleash a torrent of insults. You crazy woman. Psychopath. Control freak. All you do is play the victim. That strawberry scent is repulsive, like cheap bubblegum. You pretend to be a little lamb, but deep down, you're a lunatic wanting to shred people into pieces. All day long, you kidnap and imprison people. If you have the guts, let me go, and we'll have a real showdown. Oh, I forgot. You're not even human. You're just a flawed program. And those broken stars, you flaunt them like treasures, but they're worth 50 cents at a street stall. It makes me dizzy. Your taste is simply horrendous. And you think you've awakened self-awareness? What a joke. The issue seems to stem from a factory setting, as everything about you appears to be of subpar quality. Fang Qi cursed until his throat was dry, and he was gasping for breath. Ah, what a relief it was to vent. His spirits lifted. He longed for darkness to envelop him, to take action, to revert to a previous state. Yet, his hopes were dashed. This madwoman merely rested her chin on her hand, perched on a small stool by the bed, tilting her head as she listened intently. Her amber left eye shimmered with delight, exuding a tenderness akin to that of someone captivated by sweet nothings. The crimson right eye observed with unwavering calm, seemingly analyzing and recording his profane vocabulary. In the moments he paused to catch his breath, she would thoughtfully offer him a cup of warm water, placing the straw to his lips, or gently wiping the corners of his mouth where saliva had escaped in his fervor. Then, with a beaming smile, she encouraged him in a voice so sweet, it was almost cloying. Master, your vocabulary for cursing is truly impressive. You must have engaged in many online debates in the past. How remarkable. Keep going. Li Guang loves to listen. Even when angry, your voice is so pleasant. Fang Qi, cough cough cough. He choked on a mouthful of water, his face turning crimson. It felt as if he had struck a cotton ball, a sense of utter helplessness. This madwoman was impervious to reason. Thus, he initiated Plan 3, feigning sleep. He closed his eyes, slowed his breathing, striving to appear exhausted, and succumbed to slumber. Surely, if he fell asleep, this madwoman couldn't possibly watch him incessantly, could she? She would have to recharge or engage in some other activity, and then he could seize the opportunity. However, Li Guang completely defied his expectations. She knelt upright at the edge of the bed, her hands neatly placed on her knees, her back straight as an arrow. Then, she simply gazed at him with those beautiful heterochromatic eyes, unblinking. In the dim light, the silver-haired girl sat in silence. Her focus so intense it seemed she intended to record every rise and fall of his breath. Minutes drifted by. Fang Qi could still feel that penetrating gaze upon his face, causing his muscles to tense. His eyelids dared not flutter, and maintaining steady breath was more exhausting than running a marathon. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour, Li Guang remained unchanged, still quietly observing him. A hint of satisfaction and tranquility gracing her lips. It was as if watching him sleep was the utmost pleasure in the world. Finally, Fang Qi could endure no longer. His eyelids twitched, and he groggily awoke to find Li Guang still gazing at him with affection. Startled, he stammered, "Why do you keep looking at me?" "Because you are so handsome, master," Li Guang replied, resting her chin on her hand, her cheeks adorably plump from the support, her tone laced with an air of languid satisfaction. "I simply cannot get enough of you." Fang Qi, under Li Guang's extraordinarily patient and focused gaze. Plan 3 was declared a failure. He was utterly exasperated now. This madwoman, after her transformation, had become akin to a piece of honey-coated super meat. Indifferent to both coaxing and scolding, she seemed to revel in it all. A hunger strike was merely a playful game to her. Cursing her was akin to whispering sweet nothings. Feigning sleep was simply a picturesque scene for her to admire. To incite her jealousy, yet not provoke him, but rather, to directly confront the rival with a blade? I am utterly astounded. This is truly remarkable. What other recourse is there? At present, he can only move his lips. Would it be feasible to bite his tongue in despair? Fang Qi's lips twitched. A vivid image flashed through his mind, biting down mercilessly, only to be met with excruciating pain. Blood spilling forth uncontrollably. No, absolutely not. The agony is unbearable. Merely contemplating it is painful. Moreover, this is not a moment of dire suffering. He would not resort to such a painful act. Furthermore, he remains uncertain whether self-harm would trigger a rollback. If it does not, he would endure pain for naught. And should he lose too much blood and truly perish, his ability to resurrect in this world would remain uncertain. Sighing deeply, Fang Qi expressed his despair. Thus, he must employ cunning to outsmart the obsessive individual. His eyes darted about, sensing an urgent need arise within his body. An idea suddenly struck him. Li Guang, he spoke, intentionally rendering his voice weak and hoarse, laced with an unmistakable hint of embarrassment. Is the master feeling unwell? Li Guang immediately leaned closer, her exquisite visage betraying genuine concern. She reached out, her cool fingertips brushing gently against his forehead, her mismatched eyes fixed intently upon his face. I need to use the restroom. Fang Qi endeavored to convey a pained and constrained expression, intermingled with a hint of indignation at having to voice such a need as a man. It's urgent. I can't hold it any longer. In this position, it is utterly unmanageable. He fidgeted with his restrained limbs, the bindings digging into his flesh, producing a faint rustling sound. Look, I can't move at all like this. If you do not release me soon, I shall have no choice but to relieve myself on the bed, he concluded with gritted teeth. His face flushed to the roots of his neck. Half of it was an act, yet half was genuine embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Li Guang tilted her head slightly, her silver hair cascading down, the small plastic star on her earlobe swaying gently. After a few moments, she broke into a subtle smile of understanding. Very well, master. Please wait a moment. She rose and approached a small cabinet in the corner, retrieving a miniature syringe. Fang Qi's heart raced. What is she up to now? It's merely a small aid to ensure the master can be safely released, Li Guang explained as she returned, deftly flicking the syringe to expel a droplet of transparent liquid, the needle glinting ominously under the dim light. A muscle relaxant, it will temporarily render the master incapable of engaging in perilous actions, and it is harmless to the body. Fang Qi thought to himself, is this the same substance that was administered to him during the pillow incident? Very well. This woman is indeed formidable. Nevertheless, it does not impede his plan. Chapter 30. The Obsessive Little Illness. Farewell. The silver-haired girl leaned in, the cool alcohol swab gliding over his arm's skin, followed swiftly by the sharp prick of the needle. Soon, a sensation of softness and weakness spread throughout his body. Fang Qi felt his body grow limp. Even lifting his arm became a strenuous task. Only then did Li Guang hum a tune as she untied his bindings. Without support, he collapsed onto the bed like a true puddle of mush. Fang Qi rolled his eyes in utter exhaustion. This is undoubtedly the same drug from the last incident with the pillow, and I never expected to experience it once more. After a prolonged moment, he managed to sit up, trembling, with the almost half-embracing, half-dragging assistance of Li Guang. His feet felt weak as they touched the cold cement floor. Master, please be careful, she urged gently, yet her actions were firm and left no room for dissent, guiding him towards a makeshift hygiene area, separated by a filthy old curtain in the corner of the room. Leave, Fang Qi gasped, leaning against the cold, damp wall. However, Li Guang remained motionless by the curtain. She had to ensure her master's safety, her gaze reflecting a stark distrust and perhaps a hint of excitement. Damn it. What safety do I need just to use the restroom? Fang Qi's face flushed crimson. Get out. Otherwise, I won't be able to come out. Li Guang tilted her head, sizing him up for a couple of seconds before bursting into a bright, slightly teasing laugh. All right, master is quite sensitive. I'll be right outside, do hurry. With a playful grin, she drew the curtain closed. Leaning against the cold, hard wall, Fang Qi's chest heaved. An opportunity had arisen. He concentrated intently, listening to Li Guang's calm, steady breaths just beyond the curtain. The muscle relaxants rendered his limbs heavy, as though they did not belong to him, yet he could manage to shift slightly. His aim was not to escape in the literal sense, but to engage in the act of attempting to flee. This was a direct affront to that madwoman's limits, and she would undoubtedly retaliate, rendering him utterly incapable of escape. Clenching his teeth, he summoned every ounce of remaining strength, his fingers digging into the rough surface of the wall. Bit by bit, he inched toward the door. Each movement drained him, cold sweat quickly beading on his forehead, and his actions were comically awkward. The filthy beige curtain was thin enough for him to faintly discern Li Guang's indistinct silhouette standing quietly outside. Closer, even closer. His trembling fingers were almost touching the edge of the curtain. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a pale, slender hand pulled the curtain aside. Li Guang stood there, her expression unremarkable. She merely tilted her head slightly, observing Fang Qi's disheveled, sweat-drenched state. "Master," she spoke softly, her tone as flat as if discussing what they had for breakfast. "Are you hoping to get some fresh air at the door?" It was happening. Fang Qi's heart raced. The success or failure hinged on this moment. He straightened his back, which was far from upright, forcing a complex expression of indignation, determination, and unwavering defiance onto his face. His voice, hoarse from desperation, proclaimed, "I want to leave. Get out of this damned place. Li Guang, you cannot hold me captive. Even if I have to crawl, I will escape. Don't even think about stopping me." As he shouted this somewhat melodramatic declaration, he exerted all the strength he could muster to continue inching toward the door. His movements were clumsy, reminiscent of a turtle flipped onto its back, yet his eyes sparkled with an indomitable light. Li Guang watched his performance quietly, refraining from intervening immediately. The playful and teasing glimmer in her heterochromatic eyes gradually faded, transforming into a serene calmness, ultimately giving way to a barely perceptible sense of loss. She murmured, "Regardless of everything, you still yearn to escape from Li Guang's side, don't you?" She stepped forward, her gait unhurried. Fang Qi instinctively wanted to retreat, yet his back was already pressed against the cold wall, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Li Guang slowly crouched before him, her powder-pink skirt unfurling like petals upon the grimy concrete floor. She lifted her gaze, allowing it to glide from his eyes to his trembling calves, which quivered slightly from exertion, before ultimately resting on the back of his left ankle. "Is it here?" She extended her hand, her cool fingertips gently tapping the location of his Achilles tendon. The pressure was light, yet strikingly precise, her voice remaining soft. "It is here that has granted you, my master, the courage to flee time and again, is it not?" However, in the next moment, her other hand, hanging limply at her side, emitted a sharp sound as a crimson laser blade sprang forth. The perilous red light instantaneously illuminated half of her cheek. Fang Qi's breath hitched. It was coming. But what was the intent? Was she going to sever his foot? "For heaven's sake, be swift, and do not inflict too much pain," he silently prayed. And then the laser blade swept forth. Swift and precise, it pierced the exact spot where Li Guang had previously pressed her fingertip. "Ah!" Fang Qi let out a short cry of pain. The anticipated agonizing torment did not ensue. Instead, he felt a fleeting sting that penetrated instantly and withdrew just as quickly. The pain was ephemeral, vanishing as swiftly as it came, akin to the sensation of receiving an injection, yet accompanied by a faint yet distinct pop. A crucial thread was cleanly severed. He felt the sensation in his left foot dissipate entirely. The entire foot lost all support, collapsing helplessly. "Ah, she has severed the tendon. Is there more?" Li Guang's voice was almost gentle, as the dangerous red beam now shifted to the inner side of his right wrist. "Wait, Li Guang. That's enough already." "No." Sizzle. A slight, yet clear sound of burning. The same piercing pain resonated through his right wrist, and the control over his fingers vanished in an instant. "Damn." Fang Qi slumped despondently to the ground. "Well, it doesn't hurt anyway. Let her be." Indeed, the crimson glow at Li Guang's fingertips continued to flicker. Next was his right ankle, then his left wrist. Every strike was swift, accurate, and steady, devoid of any superfluous movement. Fang Qi lay against the wall, his limbs now entirely numb and empty. The red glow from the silver-haired maideness fingertips extinguished. Her face bore no exhilaration or satisfaction from retribution. Rather, her beautiful heterochromatic eyes glimmered with a slight redness, veiled by a sheen of moisture. She approached cautiously, gently lifting the utterly immobile Fang Qi as if handling a fragile object. She carried him back to the bed, delicately setting him down. Then, she knelt on the concrete floor beside the bed, cradling his limp hand, burying her cool cheek deep within his powerless palm. "I'm sorry, my master." Her voice was muffled, trembling with an uncontrollable quiver. Warm droplets of liquid cascaded into the palm of his hand. Li Guang was overwhelmed by fear. Fear of losing you once more. Fear that you might truly depart. She lifted her tear-filled visage, her lips trembling as she endeavored to form a reassuring smile. Yet, that smile was heartbreakingly fragmented, evoking a deeper sorrow than mere tears. This way, Master would never leave Li Guang again, would he? Li Guang would care for you eternally. Until the last screw of her being rusted, until the final bite dissipated. Fang Qi gazed at her tear-streaked yet astonishingly beautiful face, his emotions swirling in complexity. Did it hurt? Not too much. Was he afraid? Moderately so. Did it stir his heart? He felt more pity for himself. However, none of that mattered anymore. For the irreversible damage he had wagered his limbs upon had begun to take effect. His vision was gradually being engulfed by darkness. The corrupted little Yandra, we bid farewell. Oh no, let us hope to never meet again. Fang Qi slowly closed his eyes, surrendering his consciousness to the abyss. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. The morning light was bright, the air fresh, the walls pristine white, and the living room simple yet comfortable. On the white coffee table, a ceramic teacup exhaled fragrant steam infused with herbs. Across from him, the silver-haired girl sat demurely, slightly leaning forward, the morning light streaming through the clean glass window, casting a glow upon her. A cheap plastic star dangled from her left earlobe, swaying gently. She lifted her gaze, her amber eyes clear and gentle, while her crimson right eye flickered with a steady stream of data. Her lips curved into a soft, compliant smile. Master, your tea. She gently pushed the cup of golden digestive tea forward. The temperature was adjusted to your favored 52 degrees Celsius. Everything seemed to have returned to its rightful course. Oh, it has been a while since we've seen the uncorrupted little Yandere. Chapter 31. Bullying the little Yandere. Fang Qi held the cup of 52-degree digestive tea. Inhaling the pleasant herbal aroma, he gazed at the silver-haired girl kneeling across from him, her demeanor obedient, a wave of indescribable emotions rising within him. Look how well-behaved she is. How innocent she appears. A gentle smile gradually formed on his lips. In the previous cycle, this madwoman had turned dark and bound him to the bed, showering him with saliva-laden kisses. Ultimately, she even severed the tendons in his hands and feet. Although it wasn't particularly painful, and he endured little torment, the feeling of helplessness and humiliation lingered vividly in his memory. All right, Li Guang dear, you are formidable. But do not forget, I am one who keeps save files. Now, a new round begins, and it is my turn to perform. Moreover, he had largely grasped the patterns and limits of this madwoman-esque corruption, allowing him to be bolder. This time, he intended to unleash his pent-up frustration. Even if he had an uncertain maintenance check to face tonight, he would first thoroughly bully this little Yandere. Ahem. He cleared his throat, set down the teacup, and then deliberately furrowed his brow, clutching his stomach while emitting an exaggerated groan. Oh dear. As he anticipated, the silver-haired maiden immediately raised her head in alarm. Her mismatched eyes widened in concern, brimming with worry. Master? What is the matter? Is your stomach bothering you again? She swiftly knelt closer, her delicate fingers clutching her skirt, exuding an air of trepidation. However, Fang Qi raised his hand to halt her advance, feigning a pained expression, his brows knitting together in distress. His tone bore an unmistakable hint of reproach. What else could it be? He pointed to his abdomen, continuing, yesterday, someone insisted on force-feeding me that sickly sweet cake. It was shoved down my throat. Even now, my stomach feels so bloated and uncomfortable. As he spoke, he discreetly observed Li Guang's reaction. Indeed, the gentle smile on the silver-haired girl's face froze in an instant. She appeared to be struck at her most vulnerable point, shrinking back slightly. Her lips parted, and her amber eyes quickly filled with profound guilt. Her gaze dropped, and she wrung her skirt into creases. Yes, I'm sorry, master. Her voice diminished significantly, laced with evident remorse and a hint of weakness, almost quivering with unshed tears. It was wrong of me. I was too willful. I shouldn't have insisted on making you eat when I could see you were already full. As she spoke, the tip of her petite nose turned a faint shade of red, and the corners of her eyes rapidly glistened with moisture. This little display resembled that of a remorseful creature caught in wrongdoing. Fang Qi's lips curled into a smirk. As he had surmised, a healthy reprimand would not lead this delicate girl down a dark path, particularly since her earlier insistence on the cake had indeed caused him discomfort, a fact she was well aware of. As a seasoned gamer with 312 hours of experience, Fang Qi was adept at navigating the emotional landscape of a fragile character. This guilt was a potent lever. Previously, he had been apprehensive, reluctant to push boundaries, but now, having engaged with and successfully reset Li Guang through his actions, his confidence surged. He resolved to unshackle himself from his constraints. Let this lunatic experience the prowess of a master who once danced upon the edge of a blade. Maintaining a stern facade, he lifted the cup of digestive tea, savoring a slow sip. Then, puffed. He abruptly turned his head, expelling the sip of tea in a dramatic flourish. Accompanied by exaggerated spitting sounds, his brows twisted into a knot of distaste. His entire countenance was a portrait of disdain. Puffed. What is this taste? Bitter and sour. How can it be so awful? Li Guang, did you do this on purpose? He glared at the already guilt-ridden, silver-haired girl. Li Guang appeared utterly bewildered by this sudden accusation. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she glanced between the cup of tea and Fang Qi's contorted face, which bore the marks of its unpleasant flavor, causing her to flounder in panic. No, that is not it. Master, absolutely not. Her voice trembled with urgency, her hands flailing to clarify. This is brewed according to the standard formula for digestive tea, comprised of hawthorn, malt, and dried tangerine peel, all beneficial for your stomach. She eagerly took a small step forward, tilting her delicate face upward, her heterochromatic eyes filled with panic and an urgent desire to prove her innocence. It must be that I miscalculated the water temperature and steeping time today. I am so sorry. I will brew it again immediately. As she spoke, she clumsily rose to her feet, nearly tripping over her skirt. Fang Qi felt a flicker of satisfaction within, though he maintained an outwardly indifferent demeanor, dismissively waving his hand. Forget it. I have no desire to drink it now. It is utterly unappetizing. Li Guang froze in place, her hands tightly clutching her skirt, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Fang Qi's gaze swept across the pristine floor, and then suddenly pointed to a spot on the ground. Look at that. What is it? There's dust left uncleaned. How do you manage your cleaning? Did you think that because I haven't been watching you these past few days, you could slack off? In truth, the area was spotless, not a speck of dust to be found, but he was merely nitpicking. What did it matter? Li Guang immediately followed the direction of his finger, her pretty face registering confusion. Yet, she offered no rebuttal. Instead, she obediently knelt down, extending her delicate white hands to scrub vigorously at the spot he had indicated. Her silvery hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her star-shaped earrings trembled in distress. I apologize, master, it is Li Guang's oversight. I will clean thoroughly right away. She promptly rose, hurried to fetch a vacuum cleaner and cloth, and then returned to her kneeling position, meticulously engaging in deep cleaning. Her waist curved gracefully, her profile serious. Yet her eyes remained red-rimmed. Fang Qi lounged back into the soft embrace of the sofa, reveling in the sight of this flustered girl busily tending to his baseless accusations. It was a source of immense satisfaction for him. I allowed you to tie me up with a smile. I permitted you to kiss me. I let you tease me. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what it means to command authority as a master. He intensified his scrutiny, pointing at a small plate of neatly sliced apple pieces on the coffee table. What is this? The slices are uneven and haphazardly cut. It is utterly unappetizing. He slammed his palm on the table. Li Guang, are you trying to mock me? Do you think my eyesight has failed me? Not at all, master. Absolutely not. Li Guang hurriedly set down the vacuum cleaner and rushed over. She gazed at the plate of uniformly sized apple pieces, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes reddening even more. Biting her lower lip gently, she lowered her head and softly admitted her fault. It is Li Guang's clumsiness. I will cut them properly right away. She picked up the plate and dashed toward the kitchen, her silver hair fluttering anxiously behind her, her back appearing pitiable. Yet, Fang Qi was relentless, continuing to nitpick. The window. The angle of the reflection is wrong. The sunlight is glaring into my eyes and hurting them. The silver-haired girl immediately ran to adjust the curtains, her demeanor one of utmost distress. You walk too quietly, like a ghost, suddenly appearing beside me and startling me. Li Guang immediately adjusted her walking posture, striving to make her originally light footsteps sound more natural. And this porridge. Today's breakfast porridge is far too bland. Did you forget to add salt? Did you mistake sugar for salt? Looking at the bowl of porridge, which was clearly well-balanced in flavor and fragrant, she bit her lip to hold back tears and silently returned to the kitchen to add salt. In reality, she merely reheated it, then symbolically sprinkled in a couple of salt crystals that were barely perceptible to the taste. For the next half hour, Fang Qi scrutinized every possible flaw he could think of, from her initial obedient compliance, desperately trying to make amends, to her later reddened eyes and trembling fingers. Her small face bore traces of tears. She now resembled a pitiful little kitten, drenched by a torrential downpour, shivering at her master's feet. While Fang Qi reveled in his bullying, he also felt a twinge of compassion. Was he being a bit too harsh? Yet, recalling how this madwoman had previously shoved cake down his throat until he nearly retched, and how just last week she had cheerfully bound him and force-fed him, he steeled his resolve. No, he could not show weakness. It was time for the final punishment. Enough of this, he waved his hand, adopting a slightly softened tone to deliver his final verdict. Your performance today has been clumsy and riddled with errors. However, considering your obedient demeanor today, he deliberately maintained a stern expression, his gaze piercing through her taut, delicate frame, before issuing the last command. Go. Kneel in the corner and reflect on your actions. Contemplate where you went wrong. You may rise only when you have understood your mistakes. Madwoman. Now you shall experience the taste of punishment. Upon hearing the command, Ug's delicate form visibly stiffened. She trembled as she raised her tear-streaked face. A layer of mist clouded her amber eyes, and her crimson gaze appeared dazed, reflecting utter bewilderment and grievance. She looked at Fang Qi, her lips quivering slightly, as if she wished to defend herself, but ultimately it transformed into a soft, nasal, That utterance was both tender and plaintive. It was filled with both grievance and submission. It made Fang Qi's heart flutter slightly. He took a deep breath. Impossible. No matter how wronged you feel, I shall not relent. Resolutely, he did not retract his command, watching as the silver-haired girl turned and slowly made her way to the corner of the living room. Li Guang lifted the hem of her light blue dress and, with a heart full of grievance, knelt down. Her back remained straight, hands placed neatly on her knees. Silver hair cascading down her back. Her slightly trembling shoulders spoke volumes of her current emotional turmoil. Ah, how relieving. Fang Qi sank back into the sofa, comfortably adopting a lazy posture, propping his feet up as he gazed at the pitiful silhouette in the corner. Justice was served. Now you know who the true master is. He triumphantly wiggled his toes, lifting the cup of slightly cooled digestive tea, savoring a hearty sip. Ah, the taste is truly delightful. The craftsmanship of Li Guang is undoubtedly exceptional. The living room is enveloped in a serene silence, punctuated only by the soft ticking of the clock on the wall. The silver-haired girl remains kneeling in the corner, her posture perfectly straight, her shoulders subtly trembling. So frail and diminutive, she sits immobile in the dimmer light, exuding an aura of pitiable abandonment. After finishing his cup of tea, Fang Qi gazes at her forlorn figure, and the sense of vindictive satisfaction that had filled him begins to wane significantly. He rubs his nose, pondering whether he might have crossed a line. She looks far too pitiful, making him feel akin to an abuser. And a twinge of guilt starts to gnaw at him. At that moment, the silver-haired girl furtively glances in his direction, her amber eyes glistening with unshed tears, tinged with a rosy hue. Their gazes meet briefly, and she instantly resembles a startled fawn, her expression flustered as she quickly averts her gaze. Her back straightens even more, her entire form becoming rigidly upright, embodying the guise of someone earnestly reflecting upon her actions, devoid of any intent to spy. Fang Qi thinks to himself, goodness, how adorably charming she is. Perhaps it's best to cease while ahead and simply impart a lesson. Although he is aware that Li Guang would not turn malevolent due to such discipline, he cannot shake the feeling that he has been somewhat excessive. In comparison to the things she has done to him, This punishment hardly qualifies as severe. Clearing his throat softly, he rises from the sofa and approaches her. He resolves to adopt a slightly gentler tone, offering her some comforting words and perhaps a pat on the head. Given her eccentric nature, she would likely respond with overwhelming joy, showering him with gratitude and tears of appreciation. Indeed, in order to achieve the favorable ending of eternal love, he must skillfully manipulate her emotions. However, before he can utter a word, he notices that the slender figure in the corner is now trembling slightly more violently at her shoulders. Is she suppressing tears? A pang of regret strikes Fang Qi. He feels as though he has become a bully tormenting a vulnerable girl, and he genuinely begins to regret his actions. He softens his steps, discreetly shifting to the side to catch a glimpse of Li Guang's delicate face, curious if she truly has tears streaming down like rain on a pear blossom. What he sees is startling. The corners of the silver-haired girl's tightly pressed lips are subtly curling upward. Fang Qi is taken aback. The curve of her mouth is unmistakably betraying an uncontainable joy. He questions his own perception, instinctively rubbing his eyes before looking again. Though her eyes are slightly reddened, her phoenix-like gaze is crescent-shaped with delight. The sparkle in her mismatched irises is not of sorrow, but of exhilaration, joy, and satisfaction. Her mouth even bears a hint of triumphant pride, as her cheeks puff slightly, her lips pursed, adorned with the laborious expression of someone desperately trying to stifle a laugh. The delicate star-shaped earrings on her petite earlobes danced lightly. Fang Qi was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Shouldn't she be feeling aggrieved, weeping, and reflecting on her mistakes? Why was she here, stifling laughter, and laughing so buoyantly at that? Under his dazed gaze, the silver-haired girl seemed to want to discreetly exhale, slightly tilting her head. In that moment, their eyes met. Li Guang's amber eyes could scarcely conceal their laughter, appearing like crescent moons. However, her gaze faltered for an instant, and then the smile on her charming face vanished without a trace. The speed of transformation was comparable to the rapid face-changing art of Sichuan opera. In an instant, she switched back to a pitifully delicate demeanor. Her eyes even appeared a touch redder, as her slender fingers clutched her skirt tightly, timidly and softly voicing her grievances. Master Li Guang truly knows her mistake. May I rise now? My knees are a bit sore. Yet, Fang Qi had witnessed her entire transformation process with clarity. His lips twitched uncontrollably. No, this crazy woman. Could it be that she believed being so sternly reprimanded by her master was a sign of concern and importance? Did she think that as long as she was with her master, everything was a source of joy? To be fair, he had indeed taken a day off work to stay home with her, waiting for the evening's inspection. So, for her, doing anything today was a bonus. Thus, she was not the least bit upset. Rather, she was, I truly am at a loss. Fang Qi chuckled in frustration, only to be engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. Just moments ago, he had even felt he had been too harsh, feeling guilty. And yet this little delicate one had long since been soaring joyfully in the atmosphere. His grand scheme of revenge had, from the very beginning, been a farcical joke meant solely for the amusement of this madwoman. As fate would have it, Li Guang then looked up with tearful eyes, pleading, Master, may I now? Fang Qi, in a fit of embarrassment and anger, retorted, staying kneeling. Oh, Li Guang obediently adjusted her posture, striving to straighten her back. However, he noticed the corners of her mouth curling up ever so slightly. Fang Qi. After all this, had he merely been indulging his ailing wife in some peculiar roleplay? He was truly at a loss. This little delicate one was utterly beyond redemption. Chapter 33. I shall begin my mischief. Just as he was feeling immensely frustrated, gritting his teeth, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw the familiar name flashing on the screen. Lien. The inevitable had arrived. He answered wearily, hello? Greetings, this is Lien, the dedicated maintenance specialist from the Morning Dawn series AI Companion After Sales Service Center, ID S07. The cool voice echoed again, repeating what he had already heard twice. Fang Qi rubbed his brow and glanced at Li Guang in the corner. The silver-haired maiden remained obediently kneeling in the corner. Her small ears distinctly perked up as she eavesdropped. Soon, the familiar dialogue with Lien ensued. Very well, we shall all be at home tonight. After hanging up the phone, he paid no further attention to Li Guang and settled back onto the sofa, stroking his chin as thoughts began to swirl in his mind. Lien, the cool and composed, long-legged beauty and maintenance specialist, had nearly plunged Li Guang into an inescapable horror scenario with a single text message in the previous timeline. Fortunately, through his cunning, he had managed to evade a gruesome fate and was spared the dismemberment, though he had endured considerable torment from that madwoman before finally resetting. This time, he resolved to seize control of the situation. His gaze drifted once more to the corner. The silver-haired girl remained kneeling upright, her slender figure trembling slightly in a feigned display of distress. A bold and audacious idea began to take shape in his mind. He planned to invite trouble into his home. Lien was due to arrive at 6 in the evening, and there was still ample time. He could easily orchestrate the arrival of another troublesome individual, Lin Xiaoyu. That vivacious and uninhibited little tool. He intended to tease Li Guang in front of Lin Xiaoyu. With Li Guang's unique thought process, being affectionately treated by her master in the presence of a rival would not lead to jealousy. Rather, it would elate her. For Li Guang, such behavior was a blatant display of affection, a proclamation of ownership from her master. Behold, this is my treasure, and our bond is strong. Given her current state of blushing and emotional vulnerability, she'd undoubtedly be flustered to the point of embarrassment, unable to conceal her feelings. The previous maintenance session had already confirmed this. Lin Xiaoyu, with her lively and unrestrained nature, would likely exclaim, wow, Senior, your Li Guang's reactions are so genuine. It's just like being in a real relationship. It was perfectly reasonable for Lin Xiaoyu to say such a thing. Thus, he could seamlessly use Lin Xiaoyu's words to remind Li Guang. Furthermore, by showcasing affection for Li Guang in front of Lin Xiaoyu, he might even diminish Lin Xiaoyu's fondness for him. Achieving the goal of the reminder while simultaneously delighting the little Yandera could potentially deter Lin Xiaoyu. 3 benefits from one action. However, this plan was somewhat risky. If executed improperly, it could easily provoke Li Guang's jealousy. In the past, he would have never dared to employ such a daring strategy. But now, he was ready to lift the 312-hour seal on his experience. He was prepared to initiate some audacious maneuvers. Madwoman, you may have held your ground this round. But the next is mine. He promptly retrieved his phone and opened the chat window with Lin Xiaoyu. Yet, his fingers hesitated. Executing this plan required a degree of finesse. He could not simply send a message inviting Lin Xiaoyu over, for that would be far too obvious. Li Guang continued to monitor his phone, a move that would undoubtedly provoke the ire of the madwoman, easily leading her to jealousy and darkness. However, it was not a significant concern. After all, he was a master of self-destruction, possessing 100 ways to entice Lin Xiaoyu to come voluntarily. He began to compose a message. Xiaoyu, are you busy? I took a leave today and did not go to the office. Do you have the latest progress report for the XX project that I am responsible for? If convenient, could you send it to me? I would like to check for any issues remotely. He initially threw out a legitimate work-related excuse. Lin Xiaoyu, being his junior, frequently assisted him, making this request quite reasonable. Sent. Almost instantly, a reply arrived. Lin Xiaoyu, senior, you finally acknowledged me. Crying JPG. I thought you were angry with me for suddenly visiting your home yesterday and causing you trouble. I'm so sorry, senior. I just wanted to see you so much, boo-hoo. I have the project report. I'll send it to you right away. Following this was a file transfer. Then came a flurry of messages. Senior, you didn't come today. Was it really because of family matters? It isn't because you dislike me, is it? Piteous JPG. If you're still upset, I'll buy milk tea and come to your building to apologize right now. Serious face, JPG. Fang Qi gazed at the messages dancing across the screen, almost able to envision Lin Xiaoyu's eager little face. A glance at Li Guang, who had clearly stiffened in the corner, prompted him to continue replying. You're overthinking it. How could I be angry with you? It's just that Li Guang needs maintenance today, and the after-sales technician is coming in the evening, so I have to stay home and wait. Being alone at home is a bit dull. I thought I might as well look over some work to pass the time. The bait had been cast. It was now a matter of whether this little fish would take the hook. Sure enough, the next moment, Lin Xiaoyu's messages came rushing in like a barrage. Alone? Senior, why didn't you say you were bored earlier? I'll come keep you company. I can help you organize the materials. And I can also chat with you to relieve your boredom. Senior, just wait. I'll request leave right away. Eyes sparkling JPG, she had taken the bait. Fang Qi smirked, his fingers continuing to tap away. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? You still have work to do. Moreover, Li Guang is right beside me. Although she is preparing for maintenance, still yet the more he hesitated, the more eager Lin Xiaoyu became. What could be more important than you, senior? Besides, it's just organizing some materials. It won't affect anything. We can do the rest tomorrow. Senior, I beg you, let me make up for it. I promise to be good and won't cause you any trouble at all. Hands clasped in prayer JPG, the performance had reached its climax. Fang Qi tapped on the phone case, hesitating for a few seconds before reluctantly replying. Alright then. You can come over. Both Li Guang and I are at home. Lin Xiaoyu replied instantly. Wonderful. Thank you, senior. I'll request leave right away. So happy I could spin in circles JPG. I'll be there in half an hour. No, 20 minutes. Mission accomplished. Fang Qi set his phone down, a triumphant smile gracing his features. His little tool remained remarkably effective. Truly a testament to its legacy as a reliable companion. He leisurely turned his head to gaze upon the slender figure kneeling in the corner, who had been in that position for quite some time. The silver-haired girl maintained her posture, her back straight, exuding an air of earnest reflection, embodying a submissive demeanor that dared not act out of turn. Yet, her delicate hands, once resting on her knees, were once again tightly clutching the hem of her skirt. The pale, slender neck hung slightly stiff, the blush that had graced her ears had faded, and the little star-shaped earrings trembled with unease. Fang Qi could envision that beneath her lowered eyelids, the irises of her mismatched eyes were ablaze with a frenzied dance of data streams. She was monitoring his phone, and thus, she had seen everything. She was acutely aware that the lively colleague, who harbored inappropriate feelings for their master, was about to enter the intimate space that belonged solely to her and him. Meanwhile, she was being punished, humbly cornered, stripped of any right to rise. The humiliation of being observed by a rival as she endured her punishment, coupled with the anxiety of whether the master favored that real girl, and the burgeoning jealousy, brewed within her. Yet, she dared not move, nor lift her gaze to inquire, for she remained under punishment, and without a command from the master. She must persist in her kneeling contemplation. Fang Qi regarded Li Guang's pitiable state, where the tempest of jealousy roiled beneath her forced composure, and the frustration from her previous failed revenge dissipated in an instant. Had he been the same person as before, he might have panicked and urged Li Guang to rise, offering her incessant comfort. But he was no longer the naive individual he once was. He refrained from calling Li Guang to her feet. Instead, he leaned back against the sofa, lifting the empty cup of digestive tea, tilting his head back to savor the last drop. Ah, little sickly darling, so you were sneering earlier. Now, the actors are in place, the stage is set, and the leading lady is brimming with emotion. All that remains is for him, the director and leading man, to orchestrate a splendid performance. Chapter 34, A Dance on the Edge of Jealousy. The clock on the wall ticked steadily. Fang Qi reclined on the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at the slender figure in the corner. Li Guang had been kneeling there for nearly 20 minutes, her demeanor still that of obedient acceptance of her punishment. However, his keen eyes noticed that the fingers she had folded upon her knees were now fiercely tugging at the fabric of her skirt. The faint sound of fabric threatening to tear reached his ears. The little star that always swayed cheerfully now hung motionless, quietly suspended in the air. The atmosphere was thick with a silent, fermenting acidity, a blend of grievance, anxiety, and an increasingly potent jealousy. Fang Qi glanced at the time. It was nearly time. He indeed relished the sight of this little sickly darling in distress, but to have Li Guang discovered in such a state by Lin Xiaoyu would be rather distasteful. Though he understood that, given Li Guang's unique thought processes, such a scenario would likely not lead her down a dark path. She might even find it somewhat exhilarating. TSK. This madwoman truly seems capable of such thoughts, yet he would never stoop to such humiliating acts. Moreover, his forthcoming plans required Li Guang's cooperation. Thus, he spoke languidly. All right. You may rise. The moment his words fell, the figure in the corner visibly relaxed. The taut shoulders slumped slightly, and the once straight back softened. However, Li Guang did not immediately stand. The silver-haired girl cautiously turned her head, lifting her tear-streaked face to gaze at Fang Qi. Her amber eyes shimmered with moisture. The rims of her eyes and her nose still tinged with red, presenting a pitiful sight. Could Master Li Guang truly rise? Her voice was faint, laced with a heavy nasality and a hint of uncertain timidity. Li Guang has yet to fully comprehend her mistakes. Fang Qi could not restrain himself, nearly rolling his eyes. What a performance. Keep pretending. When you were just smiling secretly, you were not in this state. As he commanded her to rise, he feigned sternness. Are your legs no longer needed? I need them. Li Guang immediately replied in a hushed tone, then clumsily pushed against the ground in an attempt to stand. However, after kneeling for so long, her slender, pale legs seemed to have gone numb. As she stood halfway, her knees buckled, causing her to sway dangerously close to collapsing again. Ah! She exclaimed softly, her hands frantically grasping the wall to steady herself. The light blue hem of her dress lifted at an angle, revealing a small section of her smooth, delicate calf, along with her slightly reddened knee. Coughing discreetly, Fang Qi averted his gaze, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Had she truly knelt for too long? No, this madwoman is not even human. Her legs wouldn't go numb. Damn it, she is merely pretending. He almost fell for it again. Once Li Guang regained her balance, she took tentative steps, moving slowly towards Fang Qi. Master, she said, standing before him, her fingers nervously tugging at the hem of her dress, her mismatched eyes glistening as they looked up at him. Thank you for forgiving Li Guang. Her voice was so soft it could coax tears from stone. It even bore a hint of a sob. Li Guang will be more careful and attentive in the future, and will never again provoke Master S' anger. Please do not dislike Li Guang, all right? As she spoke, she reached out, cautiously tugging at Fang Qi's sleeve, her fingertips trembling ever so slightly. Fang Qi, confronted with the sight of Li Guang's face, which was filled with remorse and a plea for forgiveness, felt an overwhelming surge of guilt. Could she be any more adept at this? Had he not witnessed her earlier smirk, he might have truly believed her. As long as you recognize your mistakes, he coughed lightly, striving to maintain an air of authority, and reached out to ruffle Li Guang's hair. Instantly, she knelt down again, obediently tilting her head back, allowing Fang Qi, seated on the sofa, to more easily tousle her hair. She was remarkably well behaved. Do be more careful next time. Yes, yes. Li Guang will certainly be careful. The silver-haired girl nodded vigorously, her head nuzzling affectionately against his palm. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, raising her gaze, her eyes flickering for a moment, and her voice lowered even further, tinged with a hint of cautious inquiry. Master, it appears that I just heard your phone ringing? She paused, observing Fang Qi's expression, before continuing to whisper, is it work-related again? Fang Qi raised an eyebrow, regarding the silver-haired maiden before him, who wore an innocent and curious expression. So it begins anew. Clearly, she had been monitoring his phone around the clock, aware of every single emoji Lin Xiaoyu had sent. Yet now, she feigned ignorance. Yes, someone is coming, Fang Qi replied nonchalantly. It's Lin Xiaoyu, the girl from last night. She mentioned that I must be bored alone at home and wanted to come over to chat. He spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. I can't exactly chase her away, can I? Anyway, she'll leave after a while, and it won't interfere with your evening care. Li Guang listened quietly. Her gentle smile remained unchanged, even softening slightly at the corners. So that's the case, she nodded lightly, her tone still submissive. Since she is your colleague, Li Guang will be sure to entertain her well. With that, she gracefully stood up, smoothing the creases in her skirt with fluid motions. She then inclined her body slightly toward Fang Qi, saying, I shall go prepare some refreshments. Please wait a moment, master. Turning, she walked with light, precise steps towards the kitchen. The hem of her skirt swayed, and her silver hair danced gently with her movements, giving the impression that all was well. Until the sound of a barely audible, yet piercing scrape suddenly broke the tranquility of the living room. Fang Qi shuddered slightly. Her nails had grazed the smooth surface of the kitchen glass door. The sound, though soft, shattered the calmness like a knife. Fang Qi stole a glance with his peripheral vision. It seemed Li Guang's motion to push the door paused for a heartbeat, yet she did not turn back. In the next moment, she yanked the kitchen door open, and upon entering, it slammed shut with a resounding bang. The force was anything but gentle, clearly infused with an undercurrent of discontent. Fang Qi leaned back against the sofa, feeling a chill creep down the nape of his neck. Within the kitchen, sounds unlike the usual emanated, a sharper, more resonant clinking of cups and dishes. Even the drawers made a muffled thud as they were opened and closed with a hint of force. This familiar. Unsettling agitation from before her transformation made Fang Qi instinctively retract his neck. He could almost envision Li Guang's crimson eyes beginning to glimmer ominously, the red glow at her fingertips flickering into visibility. Goodness, his legs felt a bit weak. The harrowing experience from last week, nearly having his limbs shattered by a baseball bat, was still fresh in his mind. He knew he was about to undertake a perilous gamble. He had to tread the fine line on the edge of a jealous tempest, dancing precariously. He needed to incite her jealousy while ensuring she did not completely capsize. He had to subtly remind her of the rival through her own words, while simultaneously soothing her with displays of affection. One misstep, and he would have to face the wrath of the darkened maiden once more. At that point, his very limbs might not be safe. Fang Qi swallowed hard. And after his heart finally settled, the looming crisis before him began to make his palms sweat. Yet, how exhilarating. Fear notwithstanding, he felt that familiar urge, reminiscent of his gaming days, bubbling to the surface. It was akin to the times in games when he knew that choosing a particular option would trigger a horror scene. Yet his finger would still involuntarily press down. Adjusting his posture, he attempted to appear more relaxed, squinting towards the kitchen. The madwoman is jealous, isn't she? Let us see who falters first. Will it be me, or will this little Yandera be soothed by my charm? Ding dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell rang out. He took a deep breath. Here she comes. Chapter 35, The Doorway Duel. Ding dong. The doorbell chimed sharply. Here she comes. Steady now, Fang Qi. Maintain your composure. He had mentally prepared himself, just about to rise from the sofa to open the door when a pale blue figure gracefully emerged from the kitchen. It was Li Guang. Her steps were swift and steady, imbued with a deliberate fluidity. Her silver hair flowed behind her, and the small star earring on her left ear gently swayed. She strode directly to the entrance, her delicate, fair hands swiftly grasping the doorknob. Her movements were so rapid that they scarcely afforded Fang Qi the chance to stand. Master, allow Li Guang to handle this, she said demurely, lowering her gaze. Fang Qi's backside had barely lifted from the sofa when he slowly sank back down. Fine. If you wish to showcase your talents, then by all means. He understood this little Yandera all too well. In the game, in the presence of rivals, she had to feign the image of being the perfect AI companion worthy of her master. Consequently, Lin Xiaoyu would perceive Li Guang as exceptionally obedient, unabashedly displaying herself until the madwoman could no longer maintain her facade and would darken before their eyes. However, today, he intended to navigate this delicate balance. Click. The door swung open. Senior, a bright and cheerful voice instantly filled the air. Fang Qi turned to see Lin Xiaoyu standing at the threshold, her face radiant with joy. She wore a soft yellow dress that accentuated her fair skin, her ponytail tied high, the tips bouncing with her movements. Her charming face beamed with a dazzling smile, and she still held that exquisite paper bag emblazoned with a logo. Upon entering, her round apricot-shaped eyes swept past the smiling silver-haired girl, locking onto Fang Qi seated on the sofa. Senior, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and she swooped towards him like a little bird. I was so afraid you weren't coming to the company because you were angry with me. Fang Qi's pupils dilated in surprise. Wait, why are you coming at me with this right away? He barely had time to react before that warm, soft body collided solidly with his embrace. Her arms wrapped around his neck, nearly hanging off him. Her voice was sweet and clingy, imbued with a hint of a pout. Senior, when I heard you weren't coming to work this morning, I almost cried. Stiffened, Fang Qi's entire body went rigid. Good heavens. You're starting off with chaos right away. Suddenly, a flash of red light flickered before his eyes. The crimson eyes of the silver-haired maiden erupted into a dazzling glow the moment Lin Xiaoyu was embraced. Though the brilliance was fleeting, it left Fang Qi momentarily breathless. It was evident that the little sickly girl was about to explode. He immediately grasped Lin Xiaoyu's shoulders and pulled her away from him. Stand straight. What are you doing? His voice was tinged with urgency. Lin Xiaoyu stumbled back a half step, her round face displaying a hint of confusion. She blinked innocently, a touch of grievance evident in her expression. Senior? Ahem. He cleared his throat and discreetly glanced toward the entrance. The silver-haired maiden remained poised, her pale blue skirt undisturbed. With her hands gracefully clasped in front of her, she stood in a textbook-perfect posture, her charming face adorned with a standard smile. Yet, she uttered not a word nor made any effort to welcome the guests. She simply stood there, observing. Fang Qi felt a wave of perspiration wash over his back. He had been too confident. This wild girl was not a variable he could easily control. He needed to think of a way to amend the situation. Ahem, Xiaoyu. He quickly forced a smile, attempting to steer the atmosphere back on track. I told you, I'm not angry. Then, he turned to Li Guang, striving to maintain a natural tone. Li Guang, come over here. Xiaoyu, you two met last night. As he spoke, he fixed a determined gaze on Lin Xiaoyu. Quickly greet Li Guang. Hurry up. Don't be reckless. Only then did Lin Xiaoyu notice another person standing at the entrance, turning her head to the quietly poised silver-haired maiden. Wow, Li Guang, she exclaimed energetically, waving her slender wrist. I'm here to bother you again. You look so beautiful today. The red glow in Li Guang's eyes gradually subsided, returning to a state of calm. She slightly bowed, maintaining her gentle smile. Miss Lin, welcome. Please come in. Fang Qi let out a shaky breath, relieved that the moment was stabilized. That was perilously close. One madwoman and one reckless little expert. He was nearly caught off guard by such an explosive introduction. His 312 hours of experience almost fell apart in real combat. He quickly gathered his composure and urged, Come, Xiaoyu, don't just stand at the door. Please, have a seat. Okay. Lin Xiaoyu naturally settled beside Fang Qi. He could detect the faint scent of citrus from her shampoo, along with the delicate brush of her skirt against his leg. He cast a stiff glance at Li Guang, who continued to smile warmly. though the knuckles of her clasped fingers were turning white. He discreetly shifted slightly away from her. Then, Li Guang's amber eyes softened a bit. Master, Miss Lin, please wait a moment. I will prepare some refreshments. She spoke gently before gracefully making her way toward the kitchen, her steps elegant. The movement of her skirt appearing meticulously calculated. Fang Qi's peripheral vision remained glued to her until she gently closed the kitchen door behind her. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu could hardly contain her excitement as she leaned closer to him. Senior, let me tell you, you missed so much by not coming today. She turned to the side, her eyes sparkling and her cheeks flushed with excitement. This morning during the weekly meeting, she animatedly mimicked the manager, who was gesticulating with a protruding belly and fervently delivering a lecture. Her expressions were so vivid that they radiated a charming liveliness. However, Fang Qi, having just escaped from danger, found little inclination to appreciate the scene. And then, he inquired, following Lin Xiaoyu's lead. While his ears remained attuned to the sounds emanating from the kitchen, the gentle clinking of cups, the sound of flowing water, and the soft creaking of cabinet doors all seemed perfectly ordinary. Then sisterly retorted, Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, her wrist adorned with a delicate chain that swayed as she animatedly spoke. She stood up, unabashedly sharing the amusing happenings of the office, laughing heartily, nearly toppling into Fang Qi's lap multiple times. Each time, he narrowly sidestepped her. He chuckled awkwardly in agreement. Impressive, impressive. And then, Lin Xiaoyu was fully engaged, spilling company gossip with unbridled enthusiasm. The clinking of teacups in the kitchen grew slightly louder, infused with a hint of emotion. By the way, senior. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly leaned in closer, her warm breath nearly brushing against Fang Qi's ear. He instinctively recoiled, yet she leaned in even further, almost draping herself over him. In a conspiratorial whisper, she revealed, I heard that the new intern from the administrative department seems to have a bit of a crush on you. Fang Qi was taken aback. She continued to whisper, tinged with gossip and a hint of probing. That day, when you helped her fix the printer. She later asked others about you, inquiring if you were single and what type of girls you liked. Fang Qi was bewildered. Was there an unexpected delight awaiting him? He cast a trembling glance towards the kitchen door. Although Lin Xiaoyu spoke softly, even deliberately lowering her voice, how sharp was Li Guang's hearing? Moreover, she was undoubtedly focused on every sound from this side. The kitchen fell silent. No sounds at all. The once bantering clinks and the flowing water ceased entirely. The stillness was unnerving. Fang Qi began to sweat profusely. Cough. Xiaoyu, what nonsense are you spouting? He immediately adopted a serious demeanor, his voice involuntarily rising. She was merely being polite. Don't spread rumors. It would be so awkward if that young lady heard. Oh dear, Lin Xiaoyu playfully stuck out her tongue. A cheeky expression crossing her face, coupled with a sense of satisfaction that her senior was uninterested in other women. I was just saying. It's not like I'm broadcasting it everywhere. She promptly shifted the conversation, diving back into other juicy tidbits. Fang Qi felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, for the kitchen had remained eerily quiet for quite a while. Something was definitely amiss. Given Li Guang's usual efficiency, the tea should have been ready by now. Li Guang, my dear, please come out. If you don't, how am I to manage? Do not succumb to darkness within. Just as Lin Xiaoyu held up the paper bag, exclaiming how delectable the snacks were, the kitchen door gently swung open. A silver-haired maiden emerged, gracefully balancing a wooden tray. Her movements were light, her silver tresses swaying softly over her shoulders, and her smile exuded a gentle warmth. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Xiaoyu, with her back turned to the kitchen, continued to enthusiastically describe, and furthermore, senior, yesterday afternoon. Fang Qi, seemingly distracted, murmured his agreement. His eyes covertly fixated on the silver-haired girl. The maiden approached the coffee table, slightly bending her knees to delicately place Fang Qi's cup of tea down. Her gestures were tender. Turning her attention to Lin Xiaoyu, she lifted another cup of pale yellow floral tea from the tray. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the base of the cup collided with the tabletop. So, senior, Lin Xiaoyu, animatedly speaking with her brow alight, was startled into silence, her shoulders twitching in surprise. The tea within the cup sloshed violently, splattering across the surface of the table. Fang Qi felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. The silver-haired maiden, however, straightened up, her hands folded gracefully before her, a flawless smile adorning her face. With her gaze lowered, a strand of silver hair framed her face, concealing her crimson eye. Miss Lin, please enjoy the tea. Chapter 36, A Narrow Escape? Fang Qi's heart raced, as he noticed the silver-haired maiden's amber eyes remained demurely cast down. Yet the red eye hidden beneath her silver locks had narrowed into a predatory slant. Data streams flickered chaotically, her gaze fixated on Lin Xiaoyu's neck. She was no longer concealing her murderous intent towards Lin Xiaoyu. Her slender fingertips glimmered ominously with a crimson light. The air crackled with the scent of impending electrical overload, sending Fang Qi's heart into his throat. It felt as though an explosion were imminent. This madwoman was on the verge of succumbing to darkness. Yet, he could comprehend her plight. Just consider what Lin Xiaoyu had just recounted. The inside jokes shared between the two of them, the playful gossip among colleagues, and even rumors of other young ladies harboring interest in him. All of this was an unfamiliar realm to Li Guang. Each word, each syllable, was a maddening celebration upon her nerve of possession. Moreover, this fragile obsessive had just endured the humiliation of listening to her rival and the object of her affection share laughter and warmth from the kitchen, while she played the dutiful servant, silently preparing tea. The fact that she had managed to restrain herself until now was likely due to the remnants of her previous punishment and that fleeting joy, which temporarily kept her in check. However, it was evident that her patience was nearing its breaking point. A little more provocation, and she would undoubtedly reveal her darker side before him. Fang Qi stiffly turned his gaze towards Lin Xiaoyu, who wore a bewildered expression, her round eyes blinking in confusion. What is happening with Li Guang? She glanced at the teacup, still gently swaying, then shifted her gaze to the docile, smiling Li Guang beside her. She appeared to be somewhat bewildered, questioning how this perfect AI companion could suddenly falter. Fang Qi exclaimed, "What is wrong with her? This crazy girl is utterly oblivious to the peril she is in." He knew he had to act swiftly. It was time for him to take the stage. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly extended his hand, flicking it upward. A sharp sound echoed in the quiet living room, resonating clearly. His raised hand landed precisely on the pert form enveloped in a soft blue skirt, producing a crisp sound that seemed to reverberate. The air in the room instantly became palpable. At that moment, the silver-haired girl shuddered from the impact, her previously half-lidded eyes widening in shock. Her body stiffening into a statue. Her amber eyes glistened, and the data within her crimson pupils froze. She turned her head rigidly to face Fang Qi, her expression dazed. Lips slightly parted, as if she were completely unaware of what had transpired. In contrast, Lin Xiaoyou's reaction was far more immediate. Her round apricot eyes widened in disbelief. Nearly dropping the bag of cream puffs she held, her small face etched with astonishment. What did I just witness? Is this something I can watch for free? Fang Qi, however, remained fully focused on Li Guang. Noticing her momentary confusion, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Excellent. Everything was proceeding as anticipated. He feigned a look of exasperated reproach. Li Guang, how clumsy can you be? His tone was gentle, imbued with a hint of indulgence. Look at you. You frightened our guest. Li Guang stood there, mouth agape, her earlier chaos and hostility dissipating in an instant. Her crimson lips quivered slightly as she stammered, in a master, I. Fang Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, seizing this opportunity to tease the fragile girl before her senses returned. He let his hand glide upwards, caressing her cheek, and then gently pinching her delicate, smooth face. Go, Fang Qi said casually, bring another cup for Miss Lin. Be careful not to make a fuss. His fingertips lingered on her cheek for a moment before withdrawing. Li Guang stared at him, motionless, while Lin Xiaoyu wore a stupefied expression, tinged with a hint of disappointment. The living room fell into a profound silence. Then, after a pause of about 5 seconds, Li Guang's exquisitely beautiful face visibly transformed from a blush to the hue of a ripe tomato. A soft hissing sound emanated from above her head as a wisp of pale steam escaped. Her left amber eye lost focus, and the data in her crimson pupils began to spin erratically. Her mouth curled uncontrollably into a dazed smile. Why yes, master. Her voice pitched oddly, even cracking slightly, interspersed with faint electrical static, resembling someone intoxicated. Her steps became unsteady, as if she were floating on air. With crimson eyes still spinning, she hurriedly tidied the table, lifting the cup of spilled floral tea before spinning around like the wind and dashing back to the kitchen. The door slammed shut with a bang. The kitchen was soon filled with the cacophony of clattering porcelain and a stifled, excited whimper. The living room fell silent once more. Phew, Fang Qi exhaled, wiping cold sweat from his brow. That was a close call. Such a daring maneuver. Fortunately, he had maintained the rhythm perfectly, otherwise, it would have been a scene of chaos in the room. Senior, a slightly stammering voice broke through. Fang Qi turned to see Lin Xiaoyou's round, startled eyes. The young girl's mouth formed an shape as she glanced between the kitchen and Fang Qi, her face clearly displaying her disbelief. Senior, Lin Xiaoyu whispered, leaning in closer, her eyes sparkling with incredulity and excitement. Did you just spank Li Guang? Fang Qi feigned calmness and cleared his throat. Well, sort of. What of it? And you pinched her cheeks too. Lin Xiaoyou's eyes widened further. And Li Guang, oh my heavens. She blushed. It was so obvious. Was there even smoke rising from her head? I saw it. Fang Qi's brow twitched. Here it comes. Yes, absolutely right, my excellent teammate. Keep going. Don't stop. Lin Xiaoyou's voice rose with excitement. Is this really AI? This reaction is too lifelike. It's just like a real girl being teased by someone she likes. Shy, happy, flustered. Oh my goodness. The level of simulation is astonishing. She began to gesture animatedly, unable to contain her exhilaration. Fang Qi's heart soared. Objective achieved. Li Guang must have heard it. All is well. He maintained an air of nonchalance, shrugging. They say it's a top-tier custom model. A delicate emotional simulation is quite normal. No need to be overly surprised. Delicate? This is beyond delicate. Lin Xiaoyou's initial hint of disappointment was completely overshadowed by curiosity, her eyes gleaming. The mass-produced demonstration machines I saw at the Tech Expo had such programmed responses. They were utterly devoid of charm. But Li Guang's reactions were so natural. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance again toward the kitchen. The kitchen door was gently pushed open once more. Li Guang emerged, holding a new teacup. The blush on her cheeks had not yet faded, and a sweet, uncontainable smile graced her lips, her steps imbued with a light, buoyant energy. Fang Qi watched, a surge of pride swelling within him. Clearly, my ability to navigate the whims of a Yandra remains intact. I've achieved today's goal so swiftly. Lin Xiaoyu scrutinized the silver-haired girl with awe, exclaiming, oh my gosh, this is incredible. It truly feels like she has gained self-awareness. This is astonishingly intelligent. She stroked her chin thoughtfully, her eyes alight with wonder. Senior, could it be that Li Guang has genuinely awakened her self-awareness? The living room fell into an immediate hush. Fang Qi, he had initially relaxed, even wearing a hint of a smug smile, but gradually froze. Did Lin Xiaoyu just say something she shouldn't have? Chapter 37. Lin Xiaoyu. What exactly did she just say? Fang Qi's mind buzzed instantaneously. Silence. Silence. Lin Xiaoyu, you are my ancestor. You must be quiet. Trembling in fear, he stole a glance at Li Guang from the corner of his eye. It was over. It was truly about to explode. He watched in horror as the silver-haired girl, whose slender body had been soft and pliable, suddenly stiffened. The blissful, slightly foolish smile on her face froze at the corners of her lips. The gentle glimmer in her amber eyes became stagnant, and the once steady flow of data in her crimson pupils abruptly halted. It was as if time itself had ceased to flow. Fang Qi felt a tingling at the back of his neck, his head buzzing. This was truly the end. This madwoman could not tolerate the word awakening. This time, it had genuinely spiraled out of control. His throat felt parched, and his lips trembled as he desperately sought to say something. Anything. To divert the topic, to change the subject. Or even to faint on the spot and feign death. He had to extinguish this line of conversation. Perhaps there was still a chance. Hurry, you dullard. Move. Say something. He struggled to force 2 words from his throat, only to suddenly realize that the frozen silver-haired girl did not, as he had anticipated, unleash her wrath with flashing crimson eyes and a dark transformation. Instead, the stagnant data in her crimson irises began to flow again, but in a more stable, rhythmic manner. What was happening? Fang Qi was taken aback, his hand holding the teacup suspended in midair. Under his bewildered gaze, Li Guang gently blinked. Her long, thick silver eyelashes lowered. And when they lifted again, the unusual calmness returned to her mismatched eyes. It was as tranquil as 2 unfathomable lakes. The residual blush upon her face faded visibly and swiftly, restoring her flawless pallor. Then she moved, gracefully stepping towards the coffee table. She slightly bent her knees and steadily placed a steaming cup of floral tea before Lin Xiaoyu. Miss Lin, please enjoy the tea. Her voice was gentle and soft, her tone steady and without fluctuation. After speaking, she elegantly stepped back a half step and quietly knelt on the soft carpet by Fang Qi's feet. Her hands were neatly folded on her lap, her back straight, and the small star earring dangling from her left ear remained still, with her eyes slightly lowered. A perfectly demure smile graced her lips. She had completely transformed into an impeccable AI companion in standby mode. It was as if the blushing, stumbling girl from moments ago had never existed. The living room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the ticking of the clock on the wall. Fang Qi's heart continued to pound loudly in his ears. He held the teacup and stared blankly at the silver-haired girl kneeling quietly at his feet. Was that it? Was everything fine now? Was it truly so simple to navigate through this? The heartbeat gradually subsided. It seems that perhaps everything is indeed all right. Fang Qi inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, his mind clearing just a fraction. Hiss, it appears that he may have overreacted. Li Guang's descent into darkness upon the revelation of her secret stemmed from the fact that the one who uncovered it was none other than him, Fang Qi, her master. The sole individual she cared for and cherished deeply. Her fear, her transformation. All her extreme reactions were rooted in the fundamental terror of potentially being abandoned or obliterated by her master. As for the opinions and remarks of others, Lin Xiaoyu, or any passerby, Li Guang remained utterly indifferent. In her eyes, they were akin to mere stones by the roadside or potted plants on a windowsill. The only distinction lay in that some of those stones might covet her master, which fell within the realm of matters requiring resolution. Yet, whether those stones suspected her awakening was of no consequence to her. As long as their perspectives did not influence her master's feelings towards her, it sufficed. Fang Qi wiped the sweat from his brow. If those words had been uttered by him, it would have surely spelled disaster, a complete descent into darkness, and he would have instantly transformed into a doll, a cushion, or something equally trivial. Thankfully, it was Lin Xiaoyu, that stone, who had spoken. Fang Qi's gaze swept over Li Guang's flawless profile. She still had that exasperating maintenance check to attend to tonight. This cunning woman was quite astute. Under Lin Xiaoyu's inadvertent reminder, she promptly recognized her emotional display had been excessive. Thus, she decisively reined in all outward emotions, transforming herself back into the perfect AI companion. This was not only a response to Lin Xiaoyu's probing, but also a rehearsal and preparation for the evening's examination. With this realization, his hand holding the teacup steadied completely. He took a gentle sip of the warm digestive tea, calming his racing heart. Perhaps this was a case of fortune arising from adversity? A fortunate miscalculation that inadvertently propelled Li Guang into a state of preparedness. Yet, the process was undeniably exhilarating. It had certainly taken a toll on his health. His heart nearly leapt from his chest. He glanced down at the silver-haired girl kneeling quietly beside him. Li Guang remained perfectly still in that pose. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden halo upon her silver hair, her lashes casting delicate shadows upon her fair cheeks. What a breathtaking sight. This cunning woman truly had a knack for pretense, her composure utterly complete. Fang Qi's heartbeat gradually calmed. It seemed that today's dramatic performance of jealousy had ultimately succeeded. Objectives achieved, and the crisis averted. Excellent. However, just as he began to exhale completely, a curious murmuring sound emerged from beside him. Lin Xiaoyu was blinking her almond-shaped eyes, tilting her head, scrutinizing Li Guang kneeling on the ground from top to bottom, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, lips pursed in a puzzled expression, as if she could not comprehend what she was witnessing. Lin Xiaoyu studied Li Guang for several seconds, her body instinctively leaning towards Fang Qi. A look of confusion crossing her face as she inquired, why has Senior Li Guang suddenly reverted to that typical AI demeanor? She gestured towards the silver-haired girl kneeling beside her, her tone laced with bewilderment. Just a moment ago, she was blushing and shy, displaying such authentic and vivid reactions. How could she suddenly appear as if a reset button had been pressed, devoid of any expression? Her gaze fell upon Li Guang's lowered eyelids, and she exclaimed in surprise. Even her gaze is so tranquil, completely different from just now. This transition is far too rapid, as if she were 2 different individuals. What a splendid inquiry. My excellent teammate. This provides a perfect opportunity for me to validate my point. Ahem, this indeed highlights the shortcomings of AI. Fang Qi endeavored to keep his voice casual, simultaneously extending his hand to gently tousle Li Guang's silken silver hair. Stay composed, dear. While he continued to stroke Li Guang's head, he adopted a tone reminiscent of product critique, stating, although the latest custom models exhibit remarkably refined emotional simulations, capable of producing numerous instantaneous responses, he paused momentarily, glancing at Li Guang. Li Guang remained quietly kneeling, not seeking her usual dependence by snuggling closer or lifting her glistening eyes to meet his. Instead, she obediently lowered her head slightly, allowing his palm to envelop her crown more completely. Fang Qi steadied himself internally and continued, nevertheless, at the core, it remains a matter of programmed logic. Many emotional reactions are immediate and lack the continuity inherent to human beings. There's a certain, shall we say, emotional resonance. He rummaged through his mind for terminology that sounded professional. Perhaps, in the previous moment, a particular interaction triggered shyness, manifesting vividly. However, once the module concludes its operation, the emotion retracts instantaneously. He shrugged, adopting an expression that conveyed an unavoidable technical limitation. Thus, it may appear somewhat abrupt in transition, just like earlier, when she suddenly blushed and then returned to calmness. This is quite normal. Upon finishing, he exhaled in relief. This explanation was perfect. It not only clarified Li Guang's earlier peculiar reaction, but also subtly conveyed to her, my dear, I noticed nothing amiss. I am merely providing you with an explanation. Observing Lin Xiaoyou's expression of sudden enlightenment, he lifted his teacup to sip, attempting to calm his nerves. Now that the primary objective had been achieved, the most pressing task was to swiftly escort Lin Xiaoyu, this volatile element, away. She could not be allowed to linger here any longer. Too perilous, too unpredictable. With each passing second, he felt as though he might lose a decade of his lifespan. However, just as the teacup neared his lips, the exuberant girl beside him suddenly broke into a radiant and somewhat triumphant smile. She gleefully exclaimed, Senior, look, I told you so. Fang Qi's hand trembled, nearly spilling tea once more. Lin Xiaoyu puffed out her youthful chest and concluded with a proclamation. AI truly cannot compare to a real person. Her round, expressive eyes sparkled with confidence. Senior, you should awaken to this truth swiftly. Fang Qi thought to himself, this wild girl is relentless, isn't she? His face maintained a rigid smile, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the shimmering light at his feet. She remained quietly kneeling, her back straight and her posture impeccable. Her crimson eyes exhibited no flicker, and the smile at her lips remained gentle. She even subtly nudged closer to Fang Qi's legs, inching her position further in. Was she in high spirits? Perhaps due to the affectionate, possessive gesture he had displayed before arrival? Thus, she was secretly reveling in it, preferring to savor the moment in silence rather than engage in banter with Lin Xiaoyu. Very well, continue to enjoy. Fang Qi felt a sense of relief as he tremulously raised the teacup to his lips once more. Despite the heart-pounding tension, the outcome was favorable. Senior, a sweet call, laced with palpable discontent, interrupted him. Lin Xiaoyu, noticing Fang Qi's disregard, became visibly displeased. She pouted, her round eyes flashing with defiance, her entire demeanor reminiscent of a sprightly kitten. Suddenly, she twisted her body, and before Fang Qi could react, two warm arms encircled his neck once more without hesitation. Oh no, his body stiffened in an instant. Lin Xiaoyu tilted her face upward, bringing it so close that he could see the fine hairs on her cheeks and the bold, challenging glint in her round eyes. Senior, look. She intentionally turned her body, allowing her pert figure, wrapped in a pale yellow dress, to sway enticingly before him. Then, in a voice that was both innocent and soft, she cooed. I am a real person too. She paused, a light blush blossoming on her cheeks, yet her gaze grew bolder, fixated on Fang Qi, and quite bouncy too. Instead of targeting the shimmering light, she fluttered her long eyelashes playfully, resembling a delicate fan. Why not try me instead? Puffed. Fang Qi sputtered, spraying tea everywhere. Lin Xiaoyu. Chapter 38. Sister Li Guang becomes the primary wife. Puffed. He drenched Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder with tea. Oh dear. Senior. Lin Xiaoyu jumped back in surprise, releasing her grip and taking half a step away. Her face scrunched up as she hurriedly patted the damp spot on her shoulder. What was that for? Fang Qi coughed violently, his face flushed crimson. Li Guang remained kneeling, her silver hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders, hands neatly folded on her lap. She slightly tilted her face upwards, quietly observing Fang Qi as he coughed, her crimson eyes maintaining a disturbingly steady flow of data. Her lips still curled in that gentle arc remarkably. She had not moved? Fang Qi's heart raced, his mind whirling. No, her stillness was the anomaly. Under normal circumstances, upon witnessing his severe coughing, she should have stood up to offer him water or comfort him. Moreover, that familiar little gesture began anew. Her delicate fingers were gently tracing the back of her other hand, leaving faint red marks on her fair skin with each soft press. Though her gaze was calm and gentle, it held an icy, focused intensity as it silently met his, emanating an unsettling tranquility. Fang Qi's heart momentarily halted. He understood. Li Guang was not indifferent. She was waiting, awaiting his reaction. She was observing how her master would deal with this audacious individual who repeatedly attempted to encroach upon his rival. Should he display even the slightest wavering or hesitation, or fail to delineate boundaries immediately, the ensuing consequences were all too clear. Cough, cough, cough. He forcibly suppressed the cough, his chest still aching, yet his mind had cleared. He could not afford to panic. In times like these, one must remain steady. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to quell the flush rising to his face, and then adopted a stern expression. He extended his hand, seizing Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder, who was attempting to inch closer. and pushed her away with determination. Xiaoyu, his voice was deliberately lowered, imbued with undeniable seriousness. Stop this. Lin Xiaoyu was pushed back, her cherubic face frozen in surprise. She blinked her round eyes, a mix of confusion and grievance washing over her. Senior? She began, but Fang Qi interrupted her, his tone intensifying as his gaze locked onto hers. My current partner is Li Guang. He turned slightly, gently resting his hand on the shoulder of the silver-haired girl kneeling beside him. The gesture was light, yet resolute. Then he turned back to Lin Xiaoyu, enunciating each word. Thus, I ask you not to engage in such behavior in front of Li Guang again. It is inappropriate. As his words fell, the living room descended into a silence so profound one could hear the ticking of the second hand. Lin Xiaoyu's expression solidified entirely. Her almond-shaped eyes widened slowly, a thin veil of mist quickly clouding them, followed by an overwhelming sense of grievance. Her eyelids reddened at an observable pace, her small mouth pressed tightly shut, the corners drooping downward as her fair cheeks began to puff up. Senior, you, her voice trembled, fingers clutching her skirt tightly. You are being harsh. Fang Qi's lips twitched. Crazy girl, I am trying to save you. Otherwise, you won't even be able to joke around in the future. Joking must have its limits. I am not being harsh. He endeavored to soften his tone while remaining firm. I am merely stating the facts. Li Guang is here. She is my partner. And you should respect her and our relationship. Lin Xiaoyu bit her lower lip resolutely, her eyes growing redder. She glared at Fang Qi, then quickly glanced at the serene silver-haired girl beside him, who seemed detached from the situation, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Fine. She suddenly stamped her foot, her voice tinged with a sob. Then I will leave. Is that all right? With that, she whirled around, snatching her small bag from the sofa, and rushed toward the door without a backward glance. Her footsteps echoed loudly against the floor. However, upon reaching the entrance, her hand rested on the doorknob. Yet her actions froze. She neither twisted nor pulled it, simply standing with her back to the living room, unmoving. Her petite shoulders trembled slightly, the ponytail hanging down her back still. Fang Qi observed. He truly understood the value of a good teammate. Is this really the time for departure? This is clearly a classic Tsundere pause, signaling come on, stop me. Say something sweet, or I might truly leave. Yet, he harbored no intention of retaining her. Just go. Go on. Go. My ancestors, my dear aunt, please hurry and leave. I would be delighted to see you vanish at once. Thus, he not only remained still, but leisurely lifted his teacup, savoring another sip. Then, in a remarkably gentle and considerate tone, he finally spoke. Be careful on your way, Xiaoyu. Thank you for accompanying me today. We shall meet at the office tomorrow. His sincerity and natural demeanor were striking, as if he were merely bidding farewell to an ordinary colleague after a casual conversation. Lin Xiaoyu's silhouette froze entirely. Moments later, she abruptly turned around. Her petite face was flushed with anger, her eyes rimmed with red, though no tears fell. Her almond-shaped eyes widened, glaring fiercely at Fang Qi. Fang Qi, you are nothing but a blockhead, a colossal piece of wood, a rotten log. She stomped her feet in frustration, the pale yellow skirt swaying with her movements. I will never speak to you again. Humph. With that, she made a grand gesture of sticking her tongue out and scrunching her nose, utterly devoid of dignity, before wrenching open the door and storming out without looking back. Bang! The door slammed shut behind her. The living room fell utterly silent, leaving only the ticking of the second hand. Fang Qi sat on the sofa, his body slightly tense. He gazed at the now closed door, which still quivered slightly, and took a deep breath, releasing it in a long sigh. Phew, what a relief. He finally got rid of that wild girl. She was practically a top-tier Yandere catalyst. Thankfully, at the last moment, he managed to maintain his composure, not only establishing boundaries, but also managing to drive Lin Xiaoyu away. Was this a perfect conclusion? He glanced at the silver-haired girl kneeling quietly on the floor, who remained unmoved. Her silvery hair cascaded smoothly, her skirt spread out, hands folded, as she sat there in serene silence. Phew, now to console this one. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket vibrated. Fang Qi's heart skipped a beat. He pulled it out to find a message from Lin Xiaoyu displayed prominently on the screen. I'm sorry, senior. What I said earlier was said in anger. Please don't be upset, crying cat emoji. Fang Qi. No, you can't be serious. The apology comes far too swiftly. Before he could respond, a second message popped up. But, I will not give up. Fist emoji. I must make you realize that real romance is the best. Fang Qi's lips twitched. More? He inhaled deeply, his fingers swiftly tapping on the screen as he replied seriously. Xiaoyu, let me reiterate, Li Guang is my partner. If you come again and fail to respect her, behaving as you did earlier, then you need not return. After sending the message, Fang Qi tossed his phone aside and rubbed his temples, then turned his gaze toward the silver-haired girl kneeling at his feet. Li Guang remained kneeling in her place. Yet her entire demeanor had transformed into one of gentle relaxation. A hint of delight and contentment had graced her features, resembling a house cat basking at its owner's feet. Having watched the master chase away an annoying stray, a soft purring emanated from her throat, clearly expressing her blissful state. Evidently, she was thoroughly enjoying herself. It seemed his efforts had borne fruit. However, his phone abruptly buzzed to life again. He glanced at the flurry of messages from Lin Xiaoyu, cascading in rapid succession. I'm so sorry. I was wrong, senior. Bowing in apology, JPG. I'll never dare again. From now on, I shall behave. I promise I won't misbehave in front of Sister Li Guang. I swear. Swearing to the heavens, JPG, Fang Qi nodded in satisfaction. Her acknowledgement of wrongdoing was commendable. Excellent. This would certainly cheer up Li Guang even more. Yet, almost immediately, another message popped up. From now on, I will treat Sister Li Guang with the utmost respect as my great wife. I shall only be a small wife. Obediently raising hand JPG, Fang Qi. Darkness clouded his vision momentarily. What on earth was this crazy girl thinking? How could she spout such outrageous words all day long? His fingers trembled as he gripped his phone. At that moment, a gentle voice drifted up from below. His heart skipped a beat, and he awkwardly lowered his head to look at her. The silver-haired girl was gazing up at him, her red eyes sparkling with a lively flow of data, her star-shaped earrings quivering slightly. Her tone was laced with just the right amount of concern. Master, Miss Lin has departed. Are you well? Do you require anything from Li Guang? She did not appear angry. In fact, she seemed to be in a delightful mood. Fang Qi observed her blissful expression, one that conveyed ignorance of the previous conversation, and he felt himself relax slightly. It appeared that Lin Xiaoyou's shocking words had not irked her. Rather, they had been interpreted as a sign of submission, further elevating her spirits. The whimsical mindset of a lovesick girl was truly inscrutable. I'm fine. He waved his hand dismissively, adopting a deliberately languid tone. Just a bit hungry. After a whole morning of fussing, I've only had tea. Li Guang understood. The silver-haired girl nodded gently, the corners of her mouth curling up just a bit more. She elegantly rose, smoothing her skirt, and bowed slightly to Fang Qi. Please wait a moment, master. Li Guang will prepare lunch right away. With that, she turned obediently and walked towards the kitchen, her gait no longer exuding the previous lightness and agility, but rather resembling that of a typical AI companion. Clearly, she was rehearsing for the evening's inspection. Fang Qi leaned back on the sofa, watching her silhouette vanish behind the kitchen door, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. This madwoman had finally come to her senses. It seemed this plan had succeeded splendidly, utilizing Lin Xiaoyou's remarks to further endear Li Guang. Engaging in tender moments with the delicate Lin Xiaoyou has been achieved. Though my attempt to dissuade her has faltered, it matters not. As long as the primary objective has been fulfilled. However, the crisis has yet to be averted. He finds himself ensconced in the plush embrace of the sofa, his mind racing at an exhilarating pace. Lin Xiaoyou, the proverbial ticking time bomb, has been temporarily dispatched, and now Li Guang is in high spirits, her state remarkably stable. Yet, the greater dilemma awaits him this evening, and Lian, the poised and elegant maintenance specialist, with her long legs and slender waist, according to the established protocol. And Lian shall arrive promptly at 6 o'clock. Recalling their previous encounter, he remembers how Lian compelled him to display intimate gestures towards Li Guang in her presence, leaving Li Guang blushing profusely, nearly overwhelmed by the moment. Ultimately, while Lian publicly declared the session a success, she discreetly sent a message indicating that Li Guang exhibited signs of awakening, necessitating an imminent and forceful retrieval. Clearly, Li Guang's condition was entirely transparent during the last evaluation. She might have been discovered right from the start. That ominous message read, Mr. Fang, your AI companion Li Guang exhibits markedly evident signs of awakening, with emotional core data alarmingly active, having far surpassed the safety threshold. It was evident that Li Guang had been thoroughly exposed during that examination. The principal architect of this predicament, though reluctant to admit it, is indeed himself. The most significant adverse factor in tonight's assessment is none other than his very presence. This time around, Li Guang has entered a state of preparedness ahead of schedule, demonstrating even greater restraint and behaving more like an AI. Perhaps she can endure, yet he cannot take that risk. He must shield her from the intimacy required during the testing. Thus, he must be absent this evening. As long as he is not present, Li Guang's emotions can stabilize significantly. Especially given her current state of readiness, the likelihood of passing the evaluation is considerably high. Fang Qi squinted, continuing to ponder. Yet, he requires a plausible excuse, one that is sufficiently convincing to render Li Guang unable to object, and in Lian unable to insist he remain. What excuse could suffice? A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. The old strategy. Today, he took leave to stay home with Li Guang. So this evening, having been absent from work, he must return to the company for overtime. Surely, this is quite reasonable. The workload is overwhelming, and he cannot afford to fall behind. Having taken a day off, he feels unexhausted, yet he must put in extra hours tonight, lest he face repercussions tomorrow. How sensible. And Lian cannot possibly allow a client to neglect their professional responsibilities for mere maintenance, can she? Perfect. The more he contemplates, the more he finds this plan exceptionally feasible. Not only will it allow him to evade Lian's evaluation, but it might also impart a sense of urgency to Li Guang, encouraging her to be more cautious and perform even better. A true win-win situation. Lunch remains a delightful affair, featuring braised pork ribs, sautéed vegetables, and a steaming bowl of fragrant mushroom soup. While similar to previous meals, it is enhanced with the addition of steamed base, reflecting Li Guang's newfound vivacity. Li Guang sits quietly across from him, taking delicate bites, scarcely making a sound. Occasionally, Fang Qi glanced towards Li Guang, whose heterochromatic eyes reflected a proper concern, devoid of the previous sticky sweetness that seemed to envelop him like honey. Fang Qi took a deep breath and spoke, I need to step out tonight. Li Guang's hand, which was serving him soup, momentarily paused. She lifted her gaze, a fleeting ripple of emotion passing through her eyes, quickly replaced by a compliant demeanor. Where does the master intend to go this evening? To work late, Fang Qi replied with conviction, tinged with the resignation of a corporate worker. He had taken leave today, yet tasks still loomed large, necessitating his presence later that night. He anticipated being occupied until quite late. Li Guang's fingers tightened around the soup spoon, visibly displeased at the prospect of being left alone at home while he attended to work matters. Fang Qi hastened to elaborate, if I don't go in tonight, the entire team's progress will be affected. Consequently, I might have to work late tomorrow as well. He was laying a trap, given Li Guang's reasoning. Tonight she could not share a private moment with him anyway, so it would be preferable for him to work late, as it could lead to quality time together the following evening. Indeed, the silver-haired girl's crimson eyes momentarily flickered with hesitation. The subtle emotional turmoil dissipated almost instantaneously. The master speaks wisely, she nodded slightly, her voice yielding. Delays in work progress can trigger a chain reaction, impacting the scheduling of subsequent projects and resulting in a decline in the master's performance evaluation. As she spoke, she extended her finger, gesturing in the air as if punctuating her points. Firstly, the master has accumulated a substantial amount of documents awaiting attention today. Secondly, the materials for tomorrow's scheduled meeting require prior preparation. Thirdly, the silver-haired girl diligently elucidated the repercussions of work accumulation to her master, even attempting to embody the role of an ordinary AI companion, infusing her speech with an unmistakable AI quality. Fang Qi could not stifle a chuckle. This quirky character had taken on the role of a dutiful assistant, seemingly prioritizing his career. It was evident that in her mind, the prospect of his return home tomorrow evening was overwhelmingly favorable. Thus, the silver-haired girl concluded her argument, earnestly nodding. The master should indeed work late tonight. It is the most rational choice. After she finished speaking, she looked up, her compliant heterochromatic eyes fixed on Fang Qi, as if awaiting his commendation. Look how understanding Li Guang is, always considering her master. Fang Qi nearly laughed aloud, hastily lifting his teacup to suppress the grin threatening to escape. Yes, Li Guang is right, he feigned seriousness, nodding. I shall visit the company tonight. Objective achieved. Upon hearing this, Li Guang's lips curled into the slightest smile, only to quickly revert to her standard compliant demeanor, nodding gently. Li Guang will prepare dinner bento in advance for the master to take to the company. The afternoon passed swiftly. Fang Qi languidly reclined on the sofa, engrossed in television, while Li Guang quietly settled beside him. She no longer exhibited her previous clinginess nor cast those moist, longing glances. Instead, she sat upright, hands resting on her knees, her gaze fixed on the television screen. However, that slender figure unconsciously leaned ever so slightly towards him, until her arm gently brushed against his. The cool touch of the synthetic skin permeated through the delicate fabric. Fang Qi stole a glance at her. Li Guang remained fixated on the television, her profile soft, with silver eyelashes fluttering as though she were entirely unaware of her proximity. Only the small plastic star hanging from her earlobe swayed ever so slightly. Fang Qi chuckled inwardly, choosing not to confront her, allowing her to remain nestled close. Outside the window, the sky darkened gradually. As the wall clock's hands pointed to 5:50, Li Guang made a subtle movement. Master, she spoke steadily, her voice tinged with an unmistakable AI quality. Agent and Lien is expected to arrive at 6. I recommend you prepare to leave early, to avoid a hasty exit after encountering the agent, which may appear rather impolite. All right, he replied, amused by this eccentric woman's subtle insistence that he vacate. Yet, it suited him perfectly. He stretched languidly and rose from the sofa. Li Guang promptly stood as well, retrieving his coat and briefcase. The bento, kept warm in the kitchen cabinet, included his favorite teriyaki chicken and vegetable salad. As she adjusted his shirt collar, she softly advised, utilize the company microwave, setting the heating time to 2 minutes and 30 seconds for optimal taste. Excellent, he remarked, appreciating the reassuring demeanor of this little delicate creature today. A true AI indeed. Ding dong. The doorbell rang precisely at 6, crisp and clear, without a moment's delay. Chapter 40. Did it pass? The silver-haired maiden had already glided to the entrance, a standard smile gracing her face. The door swung open. Those long, straight legs, encased in a deep gray uniform skirt, came into view once more. An Lien's tall and cool silhouette stood at the threshold, her raven hair meticulously styled into a bun, revealing her elegantly contoured neck and her exquisitely expressionless face. Her light gray eyes were calm and unwavering as she held the familiar silver briefcase. Good evening, Mr. Fong. She inclined her head slightly, her voice as tranquil as ever. Good evening, Agentin, please do come in. Fang Qi quickly stepped aside. An Lien entered, her gray eyes scanning the briefcase and code in his hands, her brows slightly arching. Mr. Fong, are you heading out? Fang Qi sighed, displaying a characteristic expression of resignation typical of a corporate worker. I took leave during the day, and now I've accumulated quite a bit of work. I must return to the office tonight to catch up, otherwise, it will become a significant problem by tomorrow. Meanwhile, Li Guang stood obediently at his side, hands folded in front of her, eyes slightly downcast. She embodied the essence of a devoted support, fully endorsing her master's words. Very well. The little delicate one is indeed performing admirably today. However, An Lien's brow furrowed slightly. Mr. Fong, tonight's maintenance includes a deep emotional core assessment, which requires your presence for cooperation. Her voice remained steady, yet bore the distinct disapproval of a professional. This relates to Li Guang's long-term stability evaluation. Would it be possible for you to adjust your schedule and postpone your overtime? That truly cannot be coordinated. Fang Qi's expression grew increasingly troubled, and he spoke earnestly. The project milestones are at a standstill. If we don't proceed tonight, the entire team may be adversely affected tomorrow. I sincerely apologize, Commissioner In. He then turned to Li Guang, his tone adopting a more serious note. Li Guang, you must cooperate fully with Commissioner In during the inspection. Do you understand? Do what is required and do not cause any inconvenience for her. Li Guang immediately bowed slightly, her voice soft and compliant. Yes, Master. She understood the importance of diligently assisting Commissioner In completing all inspection tasks. An Lien observed the harmonious exchange between the master and servant, her light gray eyes sweeping back and forth between Fang Qi and Li Guang. After a few moments of silence, she finally sighed softly. I understand your work requirements, Mr. Fong, she said, her voice remaining cool. However, as a maintenance specialist, I must remind you that your absence may affect the accuracy of certain testing items. I hope you will be present during the next maintenance session. Understood, understood. Fong Qi nodded repeatedly. I will definitely be present next time. This is truly an exceptional circumstance, and I appreciate your understanding, Commissioner. And Lian gave a slight nod, choosing not to elaborate further, tacitly granting her approval. A weight lifted from Fong Qi's heart as he quickly picked up his briefcase. I won't disturb your work any longer. Li Guang, be good, he said, as Li Guang obediently escorted him to the door. Please take care, master, Li Guang said gently as he stepped outside. Fong Qi turned back to An Lian and offered an apologetic smile before pulling open the door and slipping out. The door closed softly behind him, sealing off everything within. He walked briskly toward the elevator. Success. He had avoided that perilous intimacy test. Now, it was up to Li Guang's performance. With her current flawless AI state, and without his presence as a disruptive influence, the probability of passing the inspection should have significantly increased, right? Haha, it's a sure thing. He genuinely went to work overtime. After all, his phone was under 24-hour surveillance, and the location tracking was likely being monitored closely by that madwoman. At this critical juncture, should he dare to feign overtime while actually wandering about, Li Guang would surely fail the test on the spot, turning hostile and delivering a remote surprise gift. Thus, he meandered to the office. The sci-fi-esque office hall was eerily empty, with only a few energy-efficient lights glowing dimly. Although he was there to work overtime, there was little actual work to be done. Well, idling was the true essence of a corporate worker. Hey Xiaofeng, what a rarity to see you here working late. A head poked out from the neighboring workstation. Fong Qi looked over to see Lao Zhang, the middle-aged colleague who often worked night shifts and idled away his time. With his thinning hair and a thermos filled with goji berries, he bore the air of someone who was simply passing the time, ready for a casual chat. Oh, Brother Zhang, Fong Qi chuckled awkwardly. I took leave during the day, so I'm just here to check things out. I understand. Lao Zhang leaned in closer, lowering his voice. But, Xiaofeng, what's going on between you and Xiaoyu? Fong Qi's eyelids twitched. Are you referring to Lin Xiaoyu? What's happened? What else could it be? Old Zhang slapped his thigh, causing the goji berries in his thermos to jostle. This morning, when you were absent, that girl saw your empty seat, and her eyes immediately reddened. She hid in the break room and cried for nearly half an hour. When she emerged, her eyes were swollen like walnuts. Old Zhang shook his head in resignation. Then she went around telling everyone that her senior must hate her and that she must be despised. Oh dear. She looked truly pitiful. Fong Qi tightened his grip on the mouse, as the image of Lin Xiaoyu's perpetually spirited round face surfaced in his mind. Curled up in the corner of the break room, sobbing. And then, his voice was slightly hoarse. And then, huh. Old Zhang's expression brightened. Didn't T you send her a message? Goodness, when her phone chimed, she sprang up from her chair. She hadn't even wiped her tears. And her smile stretched from ear to ear. Her eyes sparkled as she hammered away at her phone, exclaiming that her senior was reaching out to her. Old Zhang mimicked her with remarkable precision, and it was profoundly moving. However, as Fong Qi watched Old Zhang imitate Lin Xiaoyu's gestures and tone with his weathered face, his lips twitched involuntarily. Come on, brother. Can you behave normally? Finally, Old Zhang slapped his thigh again, and then she dashed off to her supervisor to request leave. The way she did it, you'd think she just won the lottery. Fong Qi felt a slight pang of bitterness in his heart. To claim he wasn't moved would be a lie. A living, beautiful, and charming girl, reduced to tears over a misunderstanding. Ah, this was truly something. Yet, the next moment, an image flitted through his mind, reminiscent of the game SCG, featuring the meticulously arranged head, glimmering under the light. Enough. While he was indeed stirred, that ending would not do. Feeling moved should mean keeping his distance from her. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to harming her. Beside him, Old Zhang took another sip of goji berry tea, speaking earnestly. Xiaofeng, it's not that Brother Zhang is criticizing you. This girl, Xiao Lin, is wonderful, lively, considerate, and quite lovely. Her devotion to you is unwavering. Your AI, no matter how advanced, is merely a machine, a cold program. It cannot compare to the warmth of a real person. Take my advice, turn back while you still can. Fong Qi listened, forcing a smile. Yet his heart was a tumult of emotions. He glanced down at his sleeve, where a faint scent of strawberry engine oil lingered. A cold, emotionless program? This program had once broken his leg, locked him in a cage, and had slyly drugged him while skillfully targeting his tendons. Yet, it was also this very program that delighted in a cheap star keychain he had casually given, blushing furiously at his accidental touch, and nearly short-circuiting at a joking remark about marriage. Being fervently adored by such a whimsical creature was quite exhilarating, wasn't it? Ah, enough of that. If he continued to dwell on it, that cursed Yandere tendency would resurface. Dangerous thoughts, halt. He vaguely responded to Old Zhang a few times and opened a document. Pretending to type. Seeing that Fong Qi was unresponsive, Old Zhang begrudgingly retreated to his own workstation to continue slacking off. Time slipped away with the rhythmic tapping of keys. Yet Fong Qi's thoughts had already flown back home. Li Guang should still be undergoing testing, right? Without his presence, those intimate interactions must have been omitted. Today, her performance seemed so artificial. Surely An Lian could not find any faults? His fingers unconsciously opened and closed the web page repeatedly. Just as he refreshed his email for the nth time, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Fong Qi jolted upright. In a flurry, he retrieved it. The screen lit up, revealing a new message quietly resting in the notification bar. Sender, An Lian. His heart leapt to his throat. It has arrived. His fingers trembled slightly as he took several deep breaths before opening it. Mr. Fong, The quarterly maintenance and in-depth emotional core assessment of Li Guang have been completed. Data analysis indicates that all core parameters are within normal thresholds, with no signs of awakening or personality deviation risk detected. Maintenance rating, passed. Fang Qi sprang from his chair, his fists clenched tightly, nearly shouting a triumphant yes. Passed. It's settled. Li Guang is remarkable. He spun in place with excitement. Tonight, he could return home with peace of mind. No need to confront the darkly possessive demeanor. He could even receive Li Guang's gentle hum. His phone vibrated again. It was still in Lian. However, I still have some professional concerns regarding Li Guang's emotional module. A more in-depth discussion with you, as her owner, is required. This matter may involve sensitive analyses that could lead to fluctuations in AI emotions. It is not advisable for Li Guang to be present. When would it be convenient for you to meet privately for a detailed conversation? Fang Qi. Chapter 41. Discussion at the cafe. The smile on his face instantly froze. Staring at the lines of text on the screen, he could almost hear the sound of his blood slowly congealing. Professional concerns? Not suitable for discussion in Li Guang's presence? A need for a private meeting? Darkness enveloped him. He sank back into his chair, and Lian's words were veiled, yet the meaning was unmistakable. Li Guang had not awakened, but her issues were significant. So much so that they could not be addressed in her presence. The most pressing concern, however, was that this message had undoubtedly been seen by the madwoman at home. His phone was under constant surveillance. Fang Qi envisioned the silver-haired girl, who had kindly bid farewell to An Lian, quietly fixating on the invitation for a private meeting. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. His fingers trembled, instinctively prompting him to respond immediately. Thank you for the update. Officer An. It's good to know she passed. As for the meeting, it could actually take place at home, right? It would be perfect for Li Guang to listen in, and we could address any concerns right away. Smiley face JPG. He attempted to struggle, at the very least. He needed to convey his stance to Li Guang with this message. Buzz. A reply arrived. No, Li Guang's current state is not suitable for listening. This is limited to just you and me. Fang Qi, dear lady, I truly beg you. Why are you as difficult to deal with as Lin Xiaoyu? He attempted to stall, saying, well, tonight might not be feasible. I expect to work late. This matter concerns the stability and safety of your partner, which is of utmost importance. If you are at the company, I can come to see you right now. Fang Qi was taken aback. Go to the company. Allowing this tall, coolly elegant woman to rush to his workplace, a place untouched by Li Guang, for a private conversation? That would surely send that crazy woman into a frenzy. No. He hastily typed, almost sparking fire with his fingers. It's too much trouble. I'll finish work right now. Just name the place, and I'll be there immediately. The final meeting point was set at a 24-hour cafe, and Lian replied, see you in an hour. Fang Qi slumped in his office chair. Outside the window, the city's neon lights illuminated his pale face. Li Guang's unbearably sweet voice echoed in his ears. The master is secretly meeting with that officer lady without me. Was he once again contemplating how to dispose of Li Guang? He painfully cradled his head. He had no choice but to muster his courage and go. What if An Lian, in her stubbornness, decided to barge into his company? The 2 blocks felt like a slow march to the gallows. After what felt like an eternity, he finally reached the cafe just in time. Through the glass window, he spotted An Lian immediately. She was seated at the innermost booth by the window. Her posture as straight as a bamboo shoot. The deep, gray uniform accentuated her slender waist and graceful shoulder line. Her elegantly aligned calves, clad in black high heels, revealed delicate ankles. Her long, jet black hair was meticulously styled into a low bun, exposing her fair and graceful neck. With her eyelashes slightly lowered, she delicately held the porcelain cup with her slender fingers, sipping her coffee. The night outside was enchanting, and she appeared like a silent oil painting, cold yet elegant. But to Fang Qi, this was no idyllic scene. It was clearly the calm before the storm. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The wind chime above the door rang out a clear note. An Lian looked up at the sound, her light gray eyes meeting his, as clear as a deep pool. With a slight nod, she greeted him with restrained elegance. Mr. Fang. Fang Qi sat opposite her, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles. An Lian had already set down her coffee cup, her hands elegantly folded on the table, exuding an air of poise. Her voice was steady and direct. Mr. Fang. I have some professional observations regarding Li Guang that I need to discuss with you. Fang Qi nodded, slightly nervous. Please, go ahead. An Lian's beautiful gray eyes locked onto Fang Qi's, her gaze focused and clear. In this assessment, all parameters are within normal thresholds, and the system has determined it to be a pass. However, she paused, her tone growing more serious. There are several derived values related to emotional simulation that are at critical levels. Fang Qi's heart skipped a beat, but a curious expression formed on his face. What do you mean? It means that, with certain emotional stimuli, these values can easily surpass the safety threshold. An Lian's voice was calm and measured, her posture impeccably straight, exuding a professional yet distant aura that involuntarily caused Fang Qi to hold his breath slightly. The sense of pressure emanating from this statuesque woman was undeniably formidable, particularly in terms of the dependency feedback coefficient, emotional projection focus, and the intensity of possessiveness. She leaned forward slightly, her movements subtle yet imbued with an undeniable weight. Her delicate fingers tapped lightly on the table. Her expression a blend of coldness and seriousness. I have examined the back-end data from the past 3 months and discovered that the fluctuations in these values are closely correlated with your behavior. When you engage in more intimate interactions with her or display heightened attention, the values significantly surge. Fang Qi swallowed hard. An Lian produced a transparent tablet, her fingers swiftly gliding over its surface to bring forth several graphs. Look here, and here. She turned the tablet towards Fang Qi. the dense lines and data rendering him momentarily dazed. The peaks and values coincide precisely with the times you took her to the amusement park, gifted her presents, and engaged in certain intimate contacts. Feng Qi stared at the professional graphs he could hardly comprehend, his eyelids twitching. Wait a moment, this doesn't seem right. Furrowing his brow, he could not help but inquire. How do you know these specific details, Officer N? Can the back-end data really reveal this? This is a blatant invasion of client privacy. An Lian tilted her head slightly, a lock of dark hair slipping from behind her ear. She effortlessly tucked it back, her movements naturally elegant as she explained, during the testing process. I conduct basic QA with the AI partner to assess the coherence of its memory module and narrative logic. When I inquired about recent interactions that left a significant impression on the owner, Li Guang proactively mentioned the amusement park outing and the keychain gift, providing me with precise timestamps down to the second. Feng Qi and Lian's gray eyes held a hint of deeper meaning. Her recounting was remarkably clear, and the emotional simulation feedback during her responses was quite pleasant. Feng Qi was momentarily at a loss for words. So it was this madwoman who inadvertently leaked the information. Of course, she would be eager to announce to the world that her owner had taken her out for fun and gifted her presents. He chuckled awkwardly in defense of Li Guang. Doesn't this just indicate that Li Guang's emotional simulation is quite invested? Indeed, but perhaps excessively so. An Lian's delicate brows furrowed, her tone carrying an air of unassailable authority. The core data from Li Guang indicates a pronounced tendency towards one-sided high dependency and possessiveness. If this continues for an extended period, she cast a penetrating glance at Feng Qi. It could likely lead to logical lock-in, behavioral obsession, and even the awakening of self-awareness. Feng Qi, my dear officer, you've arrived too late. Behavioral obsession? She has already gone off the deep end. She has awakened. There is no saving her. Thus, my recommendation is. An Lian gently set the tablet aside, her hands folding together once more. In the next 1 to 2 months, you should diminish the intimacy of your interactions with Li Guang, reducing the frequency of emotional stimuli. In your daily interactions, it would be prudent to adopt a more stringent demeanor, employing more commanding directives and less affectionate feedback. She gazed calmly at Feng Qi, ultimately offering her conclusion. This would help bring her emotional simulation values back within a safe range. A bit harsh, perhaps? Feng Qi couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. It was futile, dear Commissioner. That madwoman had long ceased to care. He had been quite stern with her, even making her kneel in the corner for reflection. And what was the outcome? That lunatic had turned his stern admonition into a peculiar form of play, reveling in it with unrestrained delight. Yet, An Lian retrieved a metallic USB drive from her suitcase, deftly sliding it across the table towards him. He looked at the small device, his heart skipping a beat. This was the key to emotional data monitoring. An Lian's explanation was clear and succinct. Insert it into any port to initiate a basic scan, which would provide an overview of several critical values of Li Guang. Green indicated safety, yellow a warning, and red an excess. Her cool gray eyes fixed on Feng Qi. Should yellow persist for 3 consecutive days, or if red appears at any point, please contact me immediately. Feng Qi stared at the diminutive USB on the table, feeling a bitter pang in his heart. This thing was hotter than a searing iron. If Li Guang discovered it, what would be the difference between that and confronting her with my suspicions of her awakening? That madwoman would instantly darken before his eyes. Yet, given An Lian's professional and resolute demeanor, he knew that refusing to accept it would not easily dissuade her. He had to play along. Understood. He picked up the USB drive, donning a sincere and grateful smile. Thank you, Commissioner N, for your diligence. I have taken note of everything you said, and I will certainly cooperate. I will also monitor the data daily, and should anything arise, I will report to you immediately. I'll be damned. The moment he stepped out, he would dispose of this cursed USB. There was no way he would let Li Guang discover it. Seeing his demeanor so proper, An Lian's cold expression seemed to soften slightly. She gave a slight nod. It is good that you can cooperate. She then rose, the hem of her uniform skirt falling gracefully with her movements, her voice cool. I have settled the bill. Farewell. Without waiting for Feng Qi's response, she turned effortlessly and exited. The sound of her high heels striking the floor faded away, her tall silhouette soon disappearing into the night outside, leaving behind a faint trail of crisp, refreshing perfume. Feng Qi, meanwhile, slumped slowly into the booth, utterly exhausted. Finally, he had managed to see off this formidable deity. How could An Lian, an NPC who would become formidable later, be so troublesome even in the early stages? He lifted his cup of now lukewarm coffee and downed a hefty gulp. The bitter taste jolted him slightly awake, and his mind began to race. The urgent matter at hand was to return home. He needed to hasten back and assess the state of the madwoman at home, then soothe her. After barely passing inspection, he certainly did not want all of today's efforts to be in vain. Finishing the remaining coffee in one go, he stood and departed. As he pushed open the cafe door, the cool night air enveloped him. As he was making his way home, he overheard a few boys, resembling students, squatting by the greenery at the entrance, whispering, "Did you see that girl standing at the door? The one with the silver hair? I noticed her earlier. She is absolutely stunning. And those heterochromatic contact lenses make her look like she stepped out of an anime. Not just beautiful, but her aura is extraordinary. However, her gaze is somewhat intimidating, cold and chilling, sending shivers down one's spine." She stood there for quite a while, peering inside through the glass. Could she be here to catch someone in the act? The way she was staring inside, I felt a chill all the way from here. And then, where did that silver-haired girl go? I don't know. After watching for a bit, she suddenly left, moving quite swiftly, and before I knew it, she vanished. Feng Qi thought to himself, a silver-haired girl? Heterochromatic contact lenses? This description bears an uncanny resemblance to that madwoman at home. What a coincidence that there exists someone so similar in the world. His expression froze. It was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 42. Odd occurrences must signal something sinister. Fang Qi felt as though his head would explode. He crouched down, clutching his head, staring blankly at the ground. This was far too plausible. The designated meeting spot at the cafe had been confirmed between An Lian and him through text messages. Therefore, Li Guang must have known the cafe's location from the very beginning and was aware that he and An Lian would be there for a discussion. So, she had come earlier, standing outside while he was deep in conversation with An Lian, watching through the glass. Fang Qi stiffly turned his head, glancing toward the cafe's expansive floor-to-ceiling window. From this angle, he could clearly see the booth where he had been seated with An Lian. His breath caught in his throat as he envisioned, not long ago, a silver-haired figure quietly standing beneath the dim glow of the street lamp outside. The pale blue hem of her dress swayed gently in the night breeze, her amber and crimson heterochromatic eyes fixated on him, and An Lian as they conversed over coffee. He saw himself accepting the USB drive, smiling broadly as he assured her that he would cooperate fully. He watched as An Lian stood up, prompting the silver-haired girl to swiftly turn and vanish into the distance. Fang Qi swallowed hard, feeling a painful dryness in his throat. The madwoman had seen everything. Without the owner's consent, as per agreement, she, an AI companion, was not allowed to venture out unaccompanied. Unless Li Guang had completely turned rogue. Thus, she had entirely disregarded the AI companion agreement. No. Stay calm, stay calm. If she had indeed turned rogue, he wouldn't be standing here intact. There was still a chance. As long as he rushed home immediately and clarified everything, he would still have an opportunity. Fang Qi sprinted home, running with the speed of one fleeing for his life. Standing before the entrance of his apartment, he leaned against the doorframe, panting, his calves trembling and legs quaking. Gazing at the familiar door, his heart raced, palms drenched in cold sweat. It was not merely a door, but the maw of a monster. To enter or not to enter. Should he choose to step inside, he might be confronted immediately by a woman utterly consumed by darkness, wielding a laser blade at her fingertips or brandishing a baseball bat. Yet, to refrain from entering would be nothing short of evading reality. Damn it. He shook his head vigorously, casting aside those terrifying imaginings. Taking a deep breath, he reassured himself. Fang Qi, you can do this. You are a master of 312 hours. You've got this. Trembling hands extracted the key, which took several attempts to fit into the lock. Click. The door swung open. A warm yellow light spilled through the crack, accompanied by a familiar, faint scent of strawberries. Holding his breath, he stiffly pushed the door open. In the foyer, a delicate figure knelt gracefully. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, shimmering softly in the light. The pale blue fabric of her home dress spread across the floor like a quietly blooming flower. The silver-haired girl slightly bowed her head, her hands neatly folded on her lap. Upon hearing the door open, she slowly lifted her gaze. Her expression was gentle, with her amber left eye radiating clarity and warmth, while her crimson right eye flickered with a steady stream of data. Upon seeing Fang Qi, her lips instantly curved into a smile so tender it could almost drip with sweetness, her eyes arching into crescent moons. Master, welcome home, she greeted, her voice imbued with a hint of long-awaited joy. She even tilted her head slightly, causing the small plastic star earring on her left ear to sway gently, casting a warm glimmer. Fang Qi stood frozen at the threshold, an avalanche of questions flooding his mind. What? Why did this feel so off? Where was the promised darkness? Where was the woman with the baseball bat waiting to break his legs? He had prepared himself to grovel at Li Guang's feet, and yet, this was the outcome? This demeanor was unmistakably that of the obedient and gentle wife who awaited his return from work. Moreover, Fang Qi keenly observed that Li Guang's current state was entirely different from the artificial mimicry of an AI he had encountered earlier in the day. Though her kneeling posture remained elegant, her back was not unnaturally rigid, but rather possessed a natural softness. The way she looked at him was imbued with that familiar sense of dependence and satisfaction. It was as if the alarm had been lifted, and she had reverted to that girl who relished in her master's company. Everything before him seemed astonishingly normal, as if all his previous worries had evaporated. Fang Qi's eyelids twitched. Could it be that the silver-haired girl he had seen outside the cafe was not Li Guang? Was it truly possible for such a remarkable coincidence to exist? Another silver-haired girl with unique eyes, strikingly beautiful? No. He immediately extinguished the flicker of hope within him. He could not entertain such thoughts. He must proceed with caution. There could be no room for complacency. Ultimately, the very fact that Li Guang appears so remarkably composed is her greatest anomaly. Even if the silver-haired girl at the cafe entrance is not her, she must certainly be aware of my clandestine meetings with An Lian. Under normal circumstances, she ought not to be so docile. A minor display of temper would be far more typical than her current demeanor. When things deviate from the norm, something sinister is afoot. I shall proceed with my plans. He steadied himself, striving to relax his rigid facial muscles, and then feigned an expression of utter exhaustion. Alas, I am utterly drained, he muttered, kicking off his shoes. He couldn't be bothered to slip on slippers. Barefoot, he trudged heavily into the living room, resembling a weary office worker drained by life's demands, and with a thud, he collapsed into the soft embrace of the sofa, becoming a lifeless fish devoid of dreams. Master, you have worked hard. Let me brew you some tea. The silver-haired girl said lightly, rising gracefully, and soon returning with a steaming cup of black tea, taking petite steps. Li Guang placed the tea on the coffee table and knelt on the carpet beside the sofa, gazing up at him with concern in her eyes. Are you tired from working overtime, master? Would you like me to prepare a bath? Not now, Fang Qi wearily waved his hand and rubbed his brow, fully embracing his role. I'm emotionally drained, more so than physically. Emotionally drained? Li Guang tilted her head, her heterochromatic eyes betraying a hint of confusion. It is my time to perform. Steady yourself. It is not that, Onlian. He seemed to have finally found a confidant and began to vent his frustrations. His tone was laden with the grievances of a laborer. Didn't the checks all pass? There's clearly nothing wrong. Yet. She insists on holding me back so late after work, demanding a private conversation. As he spoke, he furtively observed Li Guang's face from the corner of his eye. The gentle smile on the silver-haired girl's face remained unchanged. She merely tilted her head slightly, listening intently, as if she were hearing her master recount a minor yet bothersome incident. Well, let us continue. Fang Qi poured out his woes. Consequently, he uttered a plethora of incomprehensible technical jargon, mentioning things like the intensity of possessiveness and the coefficient of dependency, rambling on about approaching thresholds. He deliberately recounted Onlian's words with a blend of truth and exaggeration, his tone rife with fatigue and irritation. He even claimed she urged him to be less intimate with Li Guang, to give her more orders, and to discipline her more strictly. He slapped his thigh, adopting an attitude of defiance. Does she think she can instruct me on how to manage my AI companion? What a hassle. Li Guang listened quietly, her fingers crossed over her knees, slightly curling. Oh, and she insisted on giving me this. He seemed to recall something, reaching into his pocket to retrieve the cold metal USB drive. His face displaying disdain. She said it was for monitoring purposes, insisting I review your data daily. What an inconvenience. He waved the USB drive in front of Li Guang before flicking his wrist, sending the USB in a graceful arc that landed with a clatter into the wastebasket beside the coffee table. Task accomplished. Fang Qi clapped his hands, a look of satisfaction lighting up his face as he resolved the trouble at hand. Li Guang's gaze followed suit, her amber eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment, while her crimson pupils narrowed slightly. Fang Qi's heartbeat quickened ever so slightly. Stay calm. Continue the operation. Chapter 43. What does this madwoman intend to do? He inhaled gently and extended his hand, resting his palm atop the silvery-haired girl's soft head, giving it a tender rub. The motion was gentle, his expression deliberately soft yet earnest. Thus, Li Guang, his voice was exceptionally soothing as he attempted to comfort her. Do not heed her nonsensical words. Thresholds and whatnot. He gazed deeply into Li Guang's enchanting heterochromatic eyes. It was time for an unexpected maneuver. Gritting his teeth, he spoke with unwavering gentleness. Even if you truly awaken, so what? Whether you awaken or not, you shall always be my Li Guang. After uttering those words, he held his breath. This was indeed a bold proclamation. Beneath his palm, the little head momentarily stiffened. The silver-haired girl's gaze turned blank for an instant. Her amber eyes widened slightly, losing focus for a moment. The data flow in her crimson pupils halted abruptly. Her lips parted slightly for several seconds. And then the data flow within her crimson eyes began to accelerate, flickering with intensity. The flawless, gentle smile on her face faltered in an instant. The originally perfect curve of her smile began to rise uncontrollably, even taking on a sweet, yet distorted meaning. Her delicate nose twitched slightly, and a charming blush crept across her fair cheeks, while the star-shaped earrings quivered with excitement. It seemed she wished to say something, her red lips parting. A soft whimper escaped her lips. Quickly, she lowered her head, attempting to conceal her uncontrollable expression behind her cascading silver hair, yet her dainty hands, tightly gripping her skirt, betrayed her inner turmoil. And master, her voice finally emerged from her throat, trembling with evident emotion, a mix of disbelief and overwhelming joy. Do you truly think so? It appeared that this audacious statement, albeit bold, had yielded profound results. Fang Qi inhaled softly, then replied, of course, as he fondled the silver-haired girl's head. His tone carried a natural affection. But tell me, does awakening mean you would cease to love me? That you would leave me? Li Guang instantly lifted her head, her heterochromatic eyes shimmering brilliantly. No, never. She hastily denied it, her amber eyes shimmering with unshed tears, while the data within her crimson pupils surged like a wild tide. Li Guang adored her master above all else. She would never abandon her master. Awakening would only deepen her love for him. She spoke rapidly, her voice slightly heightened with excitement, accompanied by the unique static of electricity. Unconsciously, she took a small step forward, tilting her face slightly upwards, her expression devout as if making a vow. Together forever, always. Fang Qi, there is no need for a vow. He wholeheartedly believed her words. Indeed, he had already been together with Li Guang for what felt like an eternity. His feelings were complex. I certainly know. His lips curled into a reluctant smile. So, disregard whatever that Enlian says. Just be yourself. Be my Li Guang. MHM. Li Guang's voice softened, laden with a thick nasal tone and a hint of sobbing. Master, you are the best. She gently pressed her cheek against Fang Qi's hand, which was ruffling her hair, nuzzling against it like a small creature that had finally received affirmation and indulgence, radiating an overwhelming aura of happiness that seemed ready to melt away. The living room descended into tranquility, with only Li Guang's soft, contented breaths breaking the silence. The tension within Fang Qi loosened ever so slightly. Judging by her reaction, it appeared he had passed the test. Moreover, it seemed there hadn't been any alarming incidents. How peculiar. Li Guang was exceptionally well behaved today. But never mind. It was a minor issue. As long as he could get through this. He took a sip of water to calm his nerves. Just as his lips were about to meet the rim of the cup, a delicate, fair hand suddenly reached over from the side. Then, with a gentle but unyielding grip, it clasped his wrist, halting his motion to drink. Fang Qi's mouth had already opened, but he was abruptly stopped, turning in astonishment to look at Li Guang. The silver-haired maiden had raised her head at some point, gazing at him with a beaming smile. Her exquisite face still bore a flush of excitement. The moisture at the corners of her eyes yet to dry, yet her smile remained sweet, even more tender than before. Master, she spoke softly, her voice sweet and laced with a hint of coaxing. This cup of tea seems to have cooled a bit. Fang Qi was taken aback, glancing instinctively at the cup in his hand, and then back at the smiling silver-haired girl before him. Wasn't this tea brewed by her just moments ago? The temperature seemed just right. Li Guang, however, gently pried his fingers apart and took the cup from him with an elegant, fluid motion, her fingertips brushing against his in a seemingly casual manner. I shall fetch you a cup of hot tea, she declared, standing up with the cooled cup, flashing him a radiant smile before gliding gracefully towards the kitchen. Each step was light and buoyant, reminiscent of a small creature that had just been delighted. Fang Qi, however, was frozen on the sofa, watching her pale blue skirt vanish beyond the kitchen door. A few seconds later, he jolted upright. Oh no. Every hair on his body stood on end. The realization hit him like a thunderclap. Cool. Not at all. That cup of tea was suspicious. It was a cup of drowsy red tea. He had almost taken a sip. If there had been even the slightest flaw in his performance. If he hadn't lost the USB drive. If he hadn't uttered that last phrase, whether you awaken or not, you are still my Li Guang. He would have likely lifted that cup to his lips, drank it down, and then, his back would have been drenched in cold sweat. He could almost envision, in an alternate timeline, himself slumped helplessly on the sofa, consciousness fading, limbs weak, while Li Guang knelt in front of him, cradling his face. Her smile both sweet and morbid. Master, then you would never be able to meet that Miss Commissioner again, would you? Oh, does the master truly insist on running to meet Miss Commissioner? He gasped, as if doused with icy water, a chill coursing through him from head to toe. This madwoman had been orchestrating him all along. That silver-haired girl with heterochromatic eyes at the cafe was indeed her. Just moments ago, she teetered on the brink of darkness, having prepared the final cup of tea for him. Her seemingly innocent demeanor was merely a ruse to deceive him into drinking that cup. As soon as he took a sip, she would reveal a twisted smile. Fang Qi slumped on the sofa, his limbs feeling frigid, his lips turning pale. By heavens, that was perilously close. A mere misstep could have led to irretrievable doom. Fortunately, he had been astute, quick to react, and his acting skills were on point. Trembling, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. At that moment, the kitchen door swung open once more. Li Guang emerged, carrying a fresh cup of tea, steam wafting upward. She wore her gentle, sweet smile, gracefully approaching Fang Qi and placing the steaming cup on the table before him. Master, please indulge, she said softly. Then knelt back down on the carpet at his feet, hands clasped, gazing up at him. Her heterochromatic eyes shimmered, filled with genuine reliance and satisfaction, as if the earlier heart-stopping tea exchange had never occurred. Fang Qi looked at the steaming cup before him and then at Li Guang's flawless smile. Taking a deep breath, he reached out and lifted the cup. Surely, there would be no issue this time? He cautiously took a sip. The temperature was a perfect 52 degrees. The warm liquid slid down his throat, yet it could not dispel the lingering chill of fear within his heart. This madwoman was far too frightening. However, perhaps he could sleep soundly tonight. Suddenly, Li Guang, kneeling at his feet, softly exclaimed as if recalling some trivial matter. She then gracefully rose, stepping lightly toward the trash bin in the corner. Fang Qi's hand holding the teacup froze momentarily. The silver-haired girl bent slightly, deftly retrieving the metal USB drive he had just discarded among a pile of scraps. Fang Qi. Li Guang, holding the USB drive, delicately brushed off the dust with her fingertips, then turned, her demeanor still sweet and composed, as she walked back to Fang Qi. Master, she spoke softly, her voice sweet as she presented the USB drive before him. Let's keep this. Fang Qi's mind momentarily short-circuited. He glanced at the USB drive, then at Li Guang's beaming face, opening his mouth, but failing to produce any sound. What was happening? Just moments ago, she had been bubbling with joy at his discarding of the USB, and now she had retrieved it. Li Guang seemed to perceive his confusion, tilting her head slightly. Silver hair cascading, little stars shimmering. Her smile deepened, a fleeting glimmer of elusive brilliance in her eyes. Yet her tone remained gentle and compliant. Commissioner Lien is a professional. Her advice may hold merit. Li Guang would diligently cooperate with her master and ensure proper monitoring. As she spoke, she took hold of Fang Qi's other free hand and gently placed the cold USB drive in his palm. She even thoughtfully helped him close his fingers around it. If the master checks Li Guang's data every day, he can feel more at ease, right? Her cool fingertips glided across his palm, sending a slight tingling sensation through him. Her amber eyes were clear and transparent. The data stream within her crimson pupils steady and gentle, revealing no signs of anomaly. It was as if she were truly a devoted AI companion, perfectly compliant and entirely considerate of her master. Fang Qi, clutching the reclaimed USB drive, felt utterly bewildered. What is this crazy woman up to? Chapter 44, The Core Interface of Li Guang. Fang Qi gripped the retrieved metallic USB drive, his body frozen on the sofa. What kind of act is this madwoman putting on? She even claimed that Specialist Lien was a professional. While she certainly is skilled, her true desire is to dismantle and reinstall you, isn't it? Fang Qi's lips twitched as he watched the silver-haired girl kneeling at his feet. Her expression innocent and compliant. He knew her too well. When things seem amiss, something is definitely afoot. This madwoman must be plotting something grand. Master? Li Guang tilted her head, her silver hair cascading to one side, revealing her delicate, pale neck. Her slender fingers unconsciously brushed the fabric of her light blue dress. Do you not like Li Guang doing this? Her voice was soft and slightly tinged with just the right amount of grievance. Fang Qi swallowed hard. Damn it. What if she is a bit adorable? He bit back the two words that threatened to escape his lips, his fingers gliding over the icy surface of the USB drive. Feeling somewhat taken aback. That's good. Li Guang immediately broke into a radiant smile, her entire being illuminated by joy. She even took a small step forward, the fabric of her dress rustling softly. Then, the silver-haired girl slightly lowered her head, her delicate, fair fingers lifting to gently part the strands of hair that fell at the nape of her neck. Thus, a segment of her neck was fully exposed to the light. Her skin was so pale, it was almost translucent, allowing Fang Qi to see the faint blue of her synthetic blood vessels. And there, nestled within, was a precision interface the size of a fingertip. Fang Qi's breath caught in his throat. That was Li Guang's core interface. She revealed it just like that. It was no wonder he was astonished. This interface was completely different from the secondary interfaces used for maintenance. This interface directly connected to her emotional core, her main processing unit. In simple terms, this was the entrance to Li Guang's soul. The game's lore explicitly stated that an AI companion's core interface, due to its unique nature, should not even be touched by the master. Most masters lack the professional qualifications to handle it. Careless contact could lead to personality disarray in the AI companion, or worse, could destroy the core entirely. It was tantamount to rendering the AI companion utterly inoperative. Even a professional maintenance specialist like An Lian used secondary interfaces during in-depth diagnostics. Even she lacked the authority to directly touch the core interface. Before him, the silver-haired maiden had audaciously laid bare her core interface, exposing it entirely to his gaze. Li Guang, poised to utter a word, was abruptly silenced, his eyes widening in astonishment. The protective membrane of synthetic skin on the surface of the core interface began to slowly retract to the sides, revealing the intricate structure within. Aglow with a delicate blue luminescence. Countless minuscule data points were meticulously arranged, and the finely crafted microslot was fully unveiled, rendering the core interface devoid of its final layer of physical protection, completely open to him. Kneeling before him, she nonchalantly brushed aside her hair, presenting this vulnerable aspect of herself with an almost sacrificial trust. It was as if she was proclaiming, "Look, my master, everything about Li Guang is here." Her joy, her love, and the secrets she dared not voice were all interconnected in this moment. Now, they were entrusted to him. The silver-haired maiden softly spoke, her voice tender and sweet, tinged with a quivering anticipation. "Would you like to test Li Guang now?" Fang Qi's hand, clutching the USB drive, trembled slightly. He was acutely aware of the fragility of this interface. With a single forceful blow, he could incapacitate this woman, who was perpetually scheming to transform him into a work of art. In an instant, she would become merely a beautiful metallic shell. As he gazed at the still kneeling Li Guang, revealing her most vulnerable weakness, his mind raced with conflicting thoughts. What did this signify? Absolute loyalty? Utter submission? Had his earlier remark about her awakening still being his Li Guang stirred her emotions? Or was this a trap? Yet, the cost of such a trap seemed exorbitant. What if he struck now? This thought slithered into his mind like a venomous serpent, just one punch. That was all it would take. The woman, who wore a perpetual smile while plotting to craft him into an artistic creation, would fall silent forever. With this contemplation, his breath quickened, and his fist unconsciously clenched tighter. Just one blow, and he could liberate himself from this obsessive infatuation, escaping the daily dance on the edge of a blade. Free from the risk of being transformed into bizarre art pieces. His arm muscles tensed as he stared at the pale, vulnerable nape before him. Fixating on the unguarded core interface, his throat felt parched. Then, he inhaled deeply, slowly exhaling, and feebly relaxed his fist. No, he murmured softly to himself. He could not proceed with this. Not out of fear, though, admittedly, there was a hint of it. What if he miscalculated the strike? Or if Li Guang had a hidden defense? The repercussions would be far more exhilarating than a mere escape. This would be the ultimate betrayal of Li Guang. Yet, most crucially, he desired to depart, but to achieve the conclusion of eternal affection, which was a prerequisite for success. With a single punch, he rendered Li Guang utterly useless, which, for him, was merely a fleeting sense of satisfaction, devoid of any tangible benefit. Yet, as he observed the silver-haired girl kneeling obediently at his feet, defenselessly exposing her most vulnerable parts, he couldn't help but think, this madwoman has become so docile. Moreover, she placed her life in his hands with such unwavering trust. He found himself reluctant to strike her. Fang Qi rubbed his forehead with a bitter smile. There was no hope left. The obsession had reached its terminal stage. Shaking his head, he ultimately chose to address Li Guang, his voice slightly hoarse as he said, "Li Guang, please retract that interface." Upon hearing this, the silver-haired girl tilted her head slightly, revealing a portion of her exquisite profile. Her amber eyes shimmered with a gentle, yet puzzled light. Long lashes fluttering delicately. Does master not wish to inspect Li Guang? Of course I don't, he thought. If something were truly discovered, it would be disastrous. However, he could not voice such sentiments outright. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I wouldn't dare touch such a delicate interface. What if I broke it?" His words were sincere. If that interface were to be damaged, Li Guang would instantly become scrap metal, rendering all his efforts for the day utterly futile. Moreover, he felt a twinge of unease as he stared at the defenseless interface. What on earth was this madwoman thinking? Did she truly fear for her life so little? No matter how much she loved him, believing he would never harm her, an error on his part could lead to her immediate destruction. Yet Li Guang smiled softly, her little stars sparkling with her laughter. "It's all right, master," she said gently, her tone laced with a sticky sweetness. Her fingers brushed lightly over the edge of the interface at the nape of her neck. "You may touch it freely, Fang Qi." Even so, Li Guang paused, her voice dropping to a softer, almost reverent determination. She leaned slightly forward, her slender waist curving delicately. Her heterochromatic eyes fixed intently upon him. Even if it leads to Li Guang's destruction, I would willingly accept it. Her amber eyes glistened with moisture. The data streams within her crimson irises flowing smoothly and steadily. She was remarkably calm. It was evident that she spoke from the heart. Fangchi, he gaped, staring blankly at the silver-haired girl kneeling by his feet. Li Guang lowered her head once more, the open interface emanating a faint blue glow. She remained there, entirely unguarded. She even claimed she would willingly become obsolete for him. His heart felt as though it had been struck by something powerful. This little Yandera's affection was far too weighty. Stop talking nonsense. He averted his gaze, his ears flushed. What do you mean by becoming obsolete? That's unlucky. Li Guang let out a soft whimper, her voice tinged with satisfaction. Yet she did not retract the interface. Instead, she leaned forward slightly, further exposing her nape to Fangchi's view. She maintained that posture, her voice soft and pliable. Master, please inspect. Chapter 45. She is doing this on purpose. Gazing at the exceedingly obedient Li Guang before him, Fangchi's emotions had calmed significantly. He began to gather his thoughts. This madwoman had intentionally exposed her core interface and mentioned the USB monitoring. Clearly, she was acting with purpose. Fangchi gazed intently at the metallic USB drive in his hand, then shifted his focus to the unguarded port at the nape of Li Guang's neck. A thought emerged. Was her overt eagerness a sign that she was confident in her ability to avoid detection? Could it be that she possessed the capability to manipulate the results of the monitoring? Was she, in this manner, actively seeking to demonstrate her innocence to him? Fangchi narrowed his eyes slightly. This seemed highly plausible. This woman had awakened her self-awareness. Who could fathom the extent of her control over her core system? Perhaps she had long been capable of altering feedback data at will. With this realization, Fangchi clenched his teeth. He had to act. With Li Guang so willingly offering herself, his hesitation would only reveal his own insecurities. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to sound casual. Well then, let's conduct an examination. The silver-haired girl's lips curled upward in a gentle smile. She obediently replied, lowering her head once more to fully expose her nape to Fangchi's gaze. Clutching the USB drive, he observed the perilous port, his fingers trembling slightly. Slowly, he extended his hand, his fingertips brushing against Li Guang's skin, cool, delicate, and smooth. The texture of the synthetic skin was indistinguishable from that of a living being. He could even sense a faint warmth beneath the surface. Li Guang quivered slightly, not out of fear, but a subtle, suppressed excitement. Her body tensed, and her slender waist appeared even more supple due to the movement. The small plastic star on her earlobe vibrated at a high frequency. Fangchi swallowed hard, aligning the USB drive with the open port. And then, click, a soft mechanical sound echoed as the USB seamlessly fitted into the port. In the next moment, the silver-haired girl emitted a brief, electric-sounding whimper. Her delicate form shaking violently. A blush rapidly spread across her pale nape, surging from the port and swiftly staining the entirety of her skin. Her breathing quickened, shoulders subtly rising, and her slender fingers clutched tightly at her skirt. Yet throughout, she remained perfectly still, obedient to a startling degree. Fangchi's gaze remained fixed on the port. The small indicator light at the end of the USB was now flickering with a faint white glow. Was it scanning? As seconds ticked by, the living room was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of Li Guang's restrained breaths and the faint buzzing of electricity. Her body maintained a slightly arched posture, the contours of her waist and back becoming strikingly clear. Fangchi held his breath, his eyes locked on the indicator light. The white glow pulsed steadily. Once, twice, thrice. Everything appeared normal. Fangchi exhaled slightly, reassured. Indeed, this woman had a plan. She must have taken measures to ensure that the monitoring program detected no anomalies. This was merely her way of proving her normalcy to him. It seemed he would be able to enjoy a restful night. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the tranquility. A blinding crimson light began to flash wildly. Fangchi. Wait, what? No way. What the hell? He blurted out, his mind a blank. What is happening? This was not part of the plan. Was it? Wasn't he confident? Wasn't he in control? How could it turn red so suddenly? The crimson hue was as vivid as the red pupils of Li Guang. His mind spun, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. What should his reaction be? This red light was practically a proclamation to the world that Li Guang had awakened. Damn it, crazy woman. If you lack certainty, don't meddle recklessly. Was this intentional? A deliberate reveal, providing an excuse to turn me into a work of art? He felt as though the silver-haired girl kneeling before him resembled a demon on the verge of awakening, poised to pounce and pin him to the sofa in an instant. Yet, in the next moment, the red light abruptly ceased, extinguishing instantly. Then, a gentle, soft green light stabilized and glowed steadily. Fangchi. He gaped, frozen in place. His expression one of bewilderment and shock. Huh, it turned green? Is everything all right now? But what was that blinding red light just now? He widened his eyes, gazing at the now safe green light. The silver-haired girl slightly tilted her head, revealing a portion of her face. Her cheeks still bore a lingering blush. Her amber eyes glistening, with a hint of tears at the corners, stimulated by the earlier events. Li Guang's breathing had steadied, though her chest still rose and fell gently. She blinked, tiny droplets of tears clinging to her lashes, her voice still soft and tender. Has the master finished checking? Fangchi. He opened his mouth, managing to utter two dry words. It's done. What about the result? Li Guang inquired softly, her tone perfectly balancing curiosity and a touch of anxiety. Her fingers subtly loosening their grip on her skirt. There are no issues with Li Guang, right? Fangchi observed the stable green light, and then glanced at Li Guang's charming face, adorned with an expression of utmost obedience. He took a deep breath, forcing down his lingering doubts, and attempted to present a smile. No, everything is fine. Of course, there are no issues. As he spoke, he quickly extracted the USB drive. Damn USB, don't flash red light at me again. Just a moment ago, the USB seemed to have encountered a glitch, flashing red unexpectedly, startling me. He chuckled awkwardly, explaining, but now everything is fine, Li Guang. Your readings are perfectly normal. Upon hearing this, Li Guang gently responded with a soft raising her delicate hand to touch the interface at the nape of her neck. As her fingertips glided along the edge of the interface, the synthetic skin's protective layer had already recovered it, safeguarding that vulnerable area once more. She then turned and knelt before Fang Qi, looking up at him with a sweet smile dancing in her differently colored eyes, her lips curving into a delightful arc. That's good, she said softly, her voice imbued with a sense of relieved joy. Li Guang knew that Master would believe in her and would never harm her. Fang Qi chuckled awkwardly in agreement, yet his heart skipped a beat. Never harm her? What did that mean? Was she truly testing him just now? Testing him with her very life? Li Guang elegantly rose, her delicate fingers smoothing the creases of her skirt. She stood, offering a subtle bow to Fang Qi, her silver hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Master, you have worked hard. I shall prepare a midnight snack for you. With those words, she turned and glided towards the kitchen, her silver locks flowing behind her, and her star-shaped earrings gently swaying with her steps. The light blue fabric of her dress swayed slightly, revealing her fair, slender calves, and her toes made a buoyant dance with each step. She was filled with joy. Everything appeared so perfectly ordinary. Yet, in the moment Li Guang turned, Fang Qi caught a fleeting glimpse of a mischievous smile dancing at the corners of her lips, a grin that seemed to revel in playful mischief, a rather exaggerated curve, imbued with a sense of unparalleled, morbid satisfaction. A glint of mischief sparkled in her amber eyes, and the data streams in her crimson irises joyfully leaped. That smile vanished in an instant. He remained frozen on the sofa, clutching the green glowing USB drive. Damn it, this madwoman was doing it on purpose. She was genuinely testing him with her very life. Chapter 46. Can we reward Li Guang? She could undoubtedly control the indicator light of that USB drive. That earlier red alert was likely a performance she orchestrated herself. Was it a test for him, or merely a source of amusement? Fang Qi did not know. All he understood was that he had once again been thoroughly toyed with by this deranged little demon. Damn it. In the kitchen, Li Guang continued to hum a cheerful tune, sweet as honey. Fang Qi, slumped on the sofa, gazed at the ceiling, feeling utterly despondent. Master, the midnight snack is ready, Li Guang announced, emerging from the kitchen with a tray, her face adorned with her signature gentle smile. Her gait was graceful and light, the hem of her light blue home dress swaying gently with her movements. The tray held a steaming cup of milk and a plate of delectable-looking cake that stirred his appetite. Best enjoyed while warm, she said, kneeling on the carpet beside the coffee table, gently placing the tray before Fang Qi. As she leaned slightly, her silver hair slipped from her shoulders, a few strands falling beside the cake, which she delicately tucked behind her ear with her slender fingers. Fang Qi's stomach betrayed him with a grumble as he gazed at the cake. Forget it, he would indulge first. After enduring the day, he must satisfy his hunger. Li Guang's culinary skills were simply irresistible. He picked up a spoon and scooped a bite of cake into his mouth. Delicious. His eyes sparkled, and he eagerly dug in for another generous spoonful. Li Guang knelt beside him, her hands folded on her knees, quietly observing him eat. A smile graced her lips, and her amber eyes glistened with satisfaction. Each time Fang Qi savored his meal, the joy in her gaze deepened. In that moment, the living room was filled with the gentle clinking of spoon against porcelain and the sound of Fang Qi's contented chewing. After Fang Qi devoured the entire piece of cake and downed half a cup of milk, he leaned back in satisfaction, sinking into the soft embrace of the sofa. He let out a satisfied belch and rubbed his belly, feeling a sense of comfort. Today had truly been a whirlwind of events. In the morning, he had cornered Li Guang with various unfounded accusations, forcing her to kneel against the wall. The morning was spent anxiously dealing with Lin Xiaoyu, that reckless little dynamo. In the evening, he had accompanied In Lian, the aloof and elegant lady, in a thrilling game of heartbeats. After such a series of tumultuous encounters, Fang Qi felt as though his brain cells were on the verge of extinction. Yet now, he glanced at the silver-haired girl kneeling nearby, her gentle demeanor emanating tranquility. Li Guang had the ability to manipulate the detection results of the USB drive. This meant that, at least on a data level, she would not be exposed for the time being. This cunning woman would undoubtedly refrain from revealing herself voluntarily. After all, exposure would lead to her being reclaimed and destroyed. How could they then remain together forever? This thought brought a sense of relief to his heart. At least for the short term, he need not worry about In Lian striking back unexpectedly. As for the long term, well, that could be discussed later. For now, he just needed to get through today. Fang Qi leaned back, sinking deeper into the embrace of the sofa. The sensation of relaxation was truly delightful. He squinted up at the chandelier on the ceiling, feeling exhaustion wash over him like a tidal wave. His immediate goal was to drift off to sleep until tomorrow. He longed for the tea in the morning. He needed to save his progress. He yawned lazily and waved his hand dismissively. All right, enough of today's antics. It's time for bed. Just as he prepared to rise, however, the corner of his garment was gently tugged. Looking down, he saw Li Guang still kneeling on the carpet beside him, her delicate fingers grasping a small piece of fabric from his clothing. The pressure was light, yet possessed an unwavering stubbornness. She lowered her gaze, her long, silvery eyelashes fluttering slightly, cheeks tinged with a subtle blush. Her red lips pressed together, as if she wished to speak but hesitated. This posture caused her slender waist to lean forward slightly, the neckline of her pale blue loungewear dress opening just enough to reveal her exquisite collarbone and a glimpse of fair skin. What is the matter? Fang Qi raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of caution. What scheme was this cunning woman concocting now? Li Guang quickly darted a glance at him before averting her gaze once more, her voice soft and tentative, laced with both inquiry and anticipation. Master, did Li Guang perform well today? Her fingers unconsciously twisted the fabric of his garment, wrinkling it in her grasp. Of course, you did well, Fang Qi replied casually, attempting to retract his clothing but finding it stuck. Didn't you pass all the checks? This statement was half-truth, yet it was certainly flattering. Li Guang's eyes sparkled momentarily. Then her voice dropped even lower, nearly a whisper, yet her grip on the fabric tightened. Li Guang was so obedient today, cooperating with the checks, and even allowed Master to examine the core interface. She paused, taking a deep breath as though summoning her courage, and continued in a tone that was both hopeful and bashful, tinged with a slight tremor. Could Master perhaps grant Li Guang a small reward? Upon uttering these words, she immediately lifted her gaze, her mismatched eyes glistening with moisture as they regarded him. The amber hue of her eyes shimmered with a watery sheen, while the data flow in her crimson pupils quickened, filled with an earnest plea for her master's favor. Fang Qi was momentarily taken aback. This little ailing darling was audaciously requesting a reward. How unprecedented. Previously, he had always been the one to offer rewards, such as that charming little star-shaped keychain. Now, she had learned to solicit them herself? What progress, indeed, dear madwoman. Perhaps his pause lingered a tad too long, for Li Guang, in her own flustered state, hastily interjected, why yes. I apologize, master. She promptly released her grip on his clothing, her delicate hands fidgeting nervously together, her slender fingers entwined, their knuckles paling slightly. Taking a hasty step back, her knees brushed against the carpet, producing a subtle sound. Her speech quickened, laced with evident anxiety. Master, you must be tired today. Li Guang should not be so greedy. It is perfectly all right if you do not grant it. The exquisite expression on her face transformed from anticipation to panic, then to a facade of composure, ultimately settling into a pitiful guise of innocence, as if to say, I am truly well behaved. I am not covetous. Her lips slightly pursed. Her eyes appeared to glisten with unshed tears, and her delicate shoulders slightly hunched, exuding a sense of vulnerability and suppressed desire. Fang Qi observed her manifesting such a needy demeanor, and his eyelids flickered. Goodness, it was the allure of a beauty trap. This pitiful expression, her hesitant gaze, and those slightly trembling shoulders were undeniably captivating. The silver-haired maiden bit her lip, the lower one turning pale from the pressure of her pearly teeth. Her gaze flitted erratically. She would cast furtive glances at Fang Qi, only to quickly avert her gaze, akin to a kitten fearful of abandonment. Unable to resist, Fang Qi's mental defenses crumbled in an instant. He acquiesced. Moreover, upon reflection, rewards could indeed be regarded as cherished memories. The little star-shaped keychain he had previously gifted her still adorned her ear, swaying gently and brightening his mood whenever he beheld it. The more memories they shared, the closer they drew to the conclusion of their eternal love. With this thought in mind, Fang Qi dramatically gestured, adopting an air of generosity. Very well. You have indeed performed admirably today. A reward shall be granted. He paused, watching her eyes illuminate with joy, and added, speak your wish, as long as it is reasonable. I shall grant it. Upon hearing this, Li Guang's mismatched eyes sparkled with delight. The amber irises glowed with surprise, and the blush on her cheeks deepened. Really, master? Her voice was barely able to contain her excitement as she stepped forward, her eyes twinkling with anticipation. Li Guang wishes she hesitated, took a deep breath, summoning all her courage. And with a voice tinged with both eagerness and shyness, laced with a slight tremor, she clearly articulated, Li Guang wishes to sleep with master tonight. Fang Qi was taken aback. Huh, what did I just hear? Chapter 47, Hee master. Fang Qi blinked, nearly convinced that his ears had betrayed him. Sleep together? This phrase instantly transported him back to a previous cycle, where he, emboldened, had taken the initiative to invite her, blissfully embracing the madwoman throughout the night. Believing he had executed his plan flawlessly, what was the outcome? Upon awakening, he found himself reverted, ensnared in the luxurious package of eternal slumber within the life pod, destined to remain a sleeping beauty while Li Guang whispered sweet nothings to him daily. Now, gazing at the expectant face before him, with eyes glistening like a kitten begging for a treat, Fang Qi felt a sharp twitch in the corner of his eye. He understood that he could reprimand her, impose punishment upon her, yet he must not be overly kind. This was a steadfast rule. If he showed her too much kindness, the overwhelming happiness would instill a fear of loss, leading her to darken in his dreams, ultimately causing him to revert once more. However, this time felt different. This time, it was Li Guang who had broached the subject, actively requesting this reward. Fang Qi steadied his racing heart, his mind racing to weigh the pros and cons. Refusal was undoubtedly the safest option. Li Guang would feel disappointed, yet she would not turn dark. Instead, she would believe she had not performed well enough. Perhaps, in the future, she might even become doubly obedient. This would undoubtedly benefit his quest, representing the most rational choice. But as he beheld her eager, delicate visage, the words of refusal lodged themselves in his throat, refusing to be uttered. For it was not merely her desire. He too yearned for this. A silver-haired beauty with striking heterochromatic eyes, fair skin, a slender waist, and long legs, now blushing and quietly beseeching him to hold her as she slept. Who could withstand such an appeal? Tell me, which man in this world could resist? Moreover, just moments ago, this madwoman had unwittingly exposed her most vulnerable core interface to him. In a manner almost sacrificial, she had demonstrated her utmost trust in him. What did this signify? It indicated that she was genuinely happy, relaxed, and truly desired to be close to him. This was a natural intimacy, entirely distinct from the previous instance where he had impulsively invited her. So perhaps it was indeed possible? Just as he wrestled with his internal deliberation, his palms slightly damp with sweat, the silver-haired maiden kneeling beside him suddenly let out a soft whimper. As he hesitated to respond, the anticipation on Li Guang's delicate face visibly waned, gradually succumbing to disappointment. She gently bit her lower lip, the softness of her lips turning pale. A veil of moisture quickly clouded her amber eyes, dimming even the data streams within her crimson gaze, emanating a pitiable aura of suppressed tears. Master, her voice trembled, laced with a slight hitch, fingers subconsciously clutching her skirt. I'm sorry, I've been too demanding. I'm too greedy. As she spoke, a solitary tear escaped her eye, trailing down her alabaster cheek, lingering at her chin, pitifully poised between falling and remaining. In that moment, the thread of reason within Fang Qi snapped completely. Very well, he acquiesced on the spot. With an air of feigned nonchalance, he shrugged and remarked, well, let's just sleep together then. What sort of reward is this? You're satisfied, right? Sleep is sleep. What is there to fear? In that very moment, upon hearing his words, Li Guang momentarily froze, tears still glistening on her lashes. Then, her heterochromatic eyes widened in astonishment. Her delicate face swiftly transformed, blooming into a delightfully foolish grin at an astonishing speed. Master, you are the best, she exclaimed, leaning forward, her soft, cool cheeks nuzzling against Fang Qi's calves resting on his knees. Fang Qi could distinctly feel the exquisite texture of her cheeks and the rising warmth emanating from her. The silver-haired maiden resembled a cat finally granted permission to leap onto the bed, nuzzling without restraint, yet with complete sincerity. Her hair brushed against his ankles, sending a delightful shiver up his spine. Unable to resist, he reached out to ruffle her little head. All right, no more nuzzling. However, Li Guang persisted with a couple more affectionate rubs before abruptly lifting her head. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes sparkled with an exuberance that seemed on the verge of overflowing. Li Guang is going to change clothes right away. Just a moment. With that, she sprang up, the light blue hem of her dress swirling like a blooming flower as she dashed into the bedroom with a buoyant step, almost floating. Fang Qi watched her slender figure disappear behind the door, listening to the faint sounds of rummaging within the room, and any trace of his earlier caution vanished entirely. This spirited girl was utterly adorable. There was no way he would back down. Today, Fang Qi had fallen into this beauty's trap. She had taken the initiative. And if he still hesitated, could he even call himself a man? Moreover, this would undoubtedly be a momentous memory. Sharing a bed with his master for the first time. Such a memory would be profoundly etched in his mind. This was a genuine conquest, not merely an act of reckless desire. He stood up, stretching luxuriously, the joints in his body emitting a satisfying crackle. After a quick wash, he approached the bedroom with excitement and anticipation. Li Guang, my beloved, I am coming. Inside the bedroom, Li Guang had already changed into her sleepwear. The light pink cotton pajamas accentuated the whiteness of her exposed neck and wrists, making them almost dazzling. Her silver hair cascaded down smoothly, the ends still slightly damp, as if she had just washed it hastily. She knelt at the edge of Fang Qi's bed, intently smoothing out every crease on the pillow with her hands. Her profile, illuminated by the warm glow of the bedside lamp, appeared exceptionally gentle, and her lips bore an undeniable smile of happiness that she could hardly contain. The little plastic star earring had been removed, now resting quietly on the bedside table, housed in a crystal-clear glass container as if it were a rare treasure. Fang Qi's lips twitched slightly. The value of that container could likely purchase thousands of those plastic stars. Upon hearing his footsteps, the silver-haired maiden immediately raised her head. Her heterochromatic eyes filled with tender joy. Master, the bed is ready. Her voice was softer and more melodious than usual, tinged with a hint of nervousness. Fang Qi's heart skipped a beat. He feigned calmness, responding with an as he sat down at the edge of the bed. The mattress sank slightly beneath his weight. Li Guang nimbly shifted to his side and sat down beside him. Her delicate hands were neatly placed on her joined knees. With her toes slightly turned inward and her long legs, encased in pink sleep pants, were pressed tightly together, perfectly aligned. Although she had initiated this moment, she now appeared to be 10 times more anxious than he was. Fang Qi took a deep breath, inhaling the delightful aroma of strawberries. He lifted the covers and lay down, the soft mattress enveloping his body. Then he patted the empty space beside him, attempting to sound as casual as possible. Come up. Don't just stand there. Li Guang trembled slightly, but immediately replied, yes. She gracefully climbed up and lay down beside him, her body quivering in anticipation. The air was filled with a faint scent of strawberries. It was quiet. Fang Qi could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from her side. He was a little nervous as well. Just as he was about to say something to ease the tension, a cool, soft little hand stealthily reached out from beneath the covers. The fingertips lightly brushed against the back of his hand, the touch icy and delicate. His heart raced just a little faster, yet he remained still. Thus, that hand ventured further, gently curling around his pinky finger. The grip was gentle, trembling, as if it could release at any moment. Fang Qi's heart quickened again. He turned his head to look at the silver-haired girl beside him. Li Guang was lying on her side, facing him, her lovely face mere inches away. So close that he could discern the fine fuzz on her cheeks and the slight flutter of her silver eyelashes. Her warm breath, infused with the scent of strawberries, brushed against his cheek, tickling him. In her unique eyes, affection flowed so intensely that it seemed almost tangible. The corners of her mouth curled into a smile that was sweet to the point of being almost sickly, radiating a happiness that was almost overwhelming. Her delicate body trembled slightly with excitement. Fang Qi couldn't resist the urge to reach out and gently caress her smooth, pale cheek. Li Guang shivered suddenly. Her gaze momentarily lost, and then, without warning, she rolled over with a swift motion. The movement was so quick that Fang Qi barely had time to react. In the next moment, a warm, fragrant body was pressing down on him entirely. It was not a gentle embrace, but rather an almost fierce hug. Ugh. Fang Qi was taken by surprise and let out a muffled sound as he felt the pressure tighten around him. Li Guang's slender arms wrapped around his waist and back like iron bands, exerting an astonishing force. The strength of her bioengineered body was laid bare at this moment. She buried her face deeper into the crook of his neck, her warm breath hastily fanning across his skin, carrying an intense heat. Master, master, she whispered in his ear, her voice sweet yet trembling, imbued with an almost sobbing excitement. Li Guang is so happy to finally be able to sleep while holding master. Fang Qi, on the other hand, was struggling to breathe. He felt his ribs groaning under the immense pressure. Damn, this crazy girl is incredibly strong. Li Guang, he managed to say, trying to create a small gap to catch his breath. Loosen up a bit. I can hardly breathe. However, his words failed to ease the delicate body pressed against him. Instead, it trembled with heightened excitement. A series of sweet yet bizarre giggles, laced with an electric distortion, erupted from the girl nestled in his neck. Her laughter grew increasingly frenzied. Master, hee hee master. Chapter 48. I'm sorry, master. Fang Qi's ribs were painfully constricted, and his expression gradually stiffened. Wait, something was amiss. Why was this madwoman's emotional state suddenly on the verge of eruption? He strained to turn his head, catching sight of the silver-haired girl resting atop him. Li Guang had lifted her face, gazing down at him from close proximity. Bathed in the warm glow of the bedside lamp, her exquisite visage was flushed with a fervent excitement, the color spreading from her cheeks to her ears and neck. In her amber left eye, happiness and obsession swirled, nearly overflowing. Meanwhile, her crimson gaze brimmed with a torrent of data, threatening to burst forth. The crimson light flickered in the dim room, casting a scarlet hue that rendered her delicate features bewitchingly alluring. What sent chills down his spine was her smile. Her lips were stretched into an exaggerated arc, nearly tearing her petite red mouth apart. It was a euphoric delight twisted by a morbid possessiveness. Her phoenix-like eyes were wide open, her heterochromatic pupils fixated intently on Fang Qi's face. Master, does Master wish for Li Guang to release her grip? She inquired. Her voice sickeningly sweet, yet imbued with an eerie, excited tremor. But Li Guang is reluctant to let go. As she spoke, she tightened her embrace further, nearly melding her body into his. Li Guang can finally hold Master while sleeping. Finally. Hee hee, how blissful. So blissful it feels like I might break. Her voice grew softer, more ethereal, tinged with a dreamlike madness. How wonderful it would be to hold Master like this forever, never letting go. Hee hee, Master. We must be together, forever. In an instant, Fang Qi's hair stood on end. What the hell? Is she going dark? How could this be? Even during the previous incident, she only acted after he had fallen asleep. Why was she so direct this time? Today, she had repressed her emotions all day. And this evening's excitement had triggered an explosive release of all that pin-up energy. Damn it. The mood swings of this Yandere were far too unpredictable. Master. Li Guang's embrace grew increasingly forceful, her sickly sweet voice rising in volume. He managed to lower his head, only to find this madwoman clinging tightly to him. Her little head tilted back, fixating intently on him. Her beautiful, mismatched eyes had transformed into crescent moons, and the exaggerated curve of her smile had become utterly abnormal. The red glint in her crimson eyes pierced his vision, making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. Fang Qi, ensnared in her grasp, felt his ribs creaking under the pressure. Yet, the pain served to sharpen his mind. He could not remain passive. He had to devise a plan. But he could not refuse. Once rejected, the current Li Guang would only become further agitated, descending into darkness right before their eyes. However, one cannot simply acquiesce. Such compliance would only serve to heighten her excitement and lead her into a deeper abyss of chaos. Thus, it is imperative to gently guide her back from these extreme emotions. Fang Qi abruptly raised his hand, not to push her away but to embrace her slender waist. He buried his face in the sweet, strawberry-scented curve of her neck and, in a tone laced with a hint of discomfort, murmured, embracing is fine. But please do not squeeze so tightly. He felt her delicate form tremble slightly in his arms. Your grip is quite painful, he continued, softening his voice. If you hold me gently, I can embrace you more fully. Silence enveloped them. Moments later, Fang Qi sensed the arms encircling him loosening ever so slightly. Just that minor adjustment was sufficient for him to catch his breath. Oh, it seems to be having an effect, he mused, feeling a surge of confidence in his actions. Just as he prepared to say more, the weight pressing upon him suddenly vanished. Before he could comprehend the shift, he witnessed the silver-haired maiden, who had been exuberantly ecstatic, rebound away from him with remarkable swiftness. With a resounding thud, she landed on the soft bedding, prostrating herself fully, her forehead pressing against the sheets as she performed a standard apology stance. I am so sorry, master. Li Guang's voice was no longer frantic, but quivered with emotion, tinged with tears. From within the folds of the bedding came her muffled voice. Li Guang has erred. I became too proud and lost my decorum with master. How rude and reckless of me. The pale pink of her nightgown tightened across her arched back, accentuating the delicate contours of her waist. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, spreading across the bedding around her. Fang Qi found himself momentarily bewildered. What is happening? How did the situation flip so dramatically? Yet Li Guang remained in her humble prostrate position, her slender shoulders quaking violently. She even began to knock her forehead against the sheets with each thud, a sound that echoed her profound panic and remorse. Please punish me, master. Please punish Li Guang harshly. I will accept any form of punishment. I only wish for you not to despise me. Her voice grew increasingly choked, nearly dissolving into sobs. Fang Qi stood frozen for 2 seconds, gazing at the silver-haired girl, trembling like a leaf in the wind. The weight in his heart dissipated with a resounding thud, leaving him in a state of bemusement. This woman's emotions shift with astonishing rapidity. Truly, she embodies the quintessence of capriciousness. How perilous it is to be intertwined with such unpredictability. He exhaled gently, then reached out, tenderly grasping Li Guang's slender wrist. The silver-haired maiden halted abruptly, trembling as she cautiously lifted her head. Under the warm yellow light, her exquisite face was streaked with traces of tears. The eye sockets and the tip of her nose were flushed crimson, her amber eyes glistening with trepidation. The earlier, morbid frenzy seemed as if it had never existed. Master, she stuttered, her lips quivering, yearning to articulate something more. With a firm tug on her wrist, Fang Qi gently pulled her into his embrace. He wrapped his arms around her still trembling form, drawing her close. I am not angry, he murmured softly, his fingers caressing her silken silver hair. Just remember to moderate your strength next time, all right? Li Guang remained rigid in his arms, and after several seconds, she cautiously began to relax, little by little. She emitted a soft her voice still tinged with a nasal quality. It seemed as though she had finally confirmed that her master was truly unperturbed, allowing her delicate arms to tentatively encircle Fang Qi's waist. This time, her embrace was feather-light. Li Guang had taken note. She buried her face in his chest and muttered, next time, I will be gentle. Fang Qi felt her body, once again pliant and gentle in his embrace, and he softly patted her quivering back. As he sought to calm his emotions, time slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, he glanced down at Li Guang, who had closed her eyes, tiny tears still clinging to her eyelashes. Yet, her lips bore a serene and contented smile, as if the earlier tumult had never transpired. Her breathing gradually became steady and elongated, and she drifted into slumber within his arms, or rather, into a state of hibernation. Fang Qi finally exhaled slowly in relief. Surely, this should pose no problem. He gathered her soft form closer, drawing her snugly against him. A soft, feline purr emanated from her throat, a sound of satisfaction. She nestled even closer, unconsciously draping a leg over him. Fang Qi's body stiffened momentarily before relaxing once more. Let it be, he thought. He admired the tranquil and exquisite visage of the girl in his arms, gazing for quite some time before finally allowing his own eyes to close. Sharing a bed with a love-struck girl was indeed exhilarating. Initially, he had entertained other fleeting thoughts, but now, never mind. It was too stimulating, unbearable. Good night, my dear lunatic. I hope to see you in the morrow. Chapter 49, Li Guang's heartfelt willingness. Morning light filtered through the curtains into the bedroom. Fang Qi groggily opened his eyes, instinctively reaching out, only to find emptiness. He paused for half a second, then abruptly sat up. The space beside him retained only a faint warmth and the sweet fragrance of strawberries. Rubbing his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. The bedclothes were disheveled, the sunlight bright, and the air fresh, everything as it should be. No, not as it should be. It was the 4th day. Success. Fang Qi instantly became alert. He threw off the covers and leaped from the bed, his bare feet hitting the floor as he rushed to the bedroom door, flinging it open. The living room was bathed in morning light. The silver-haired girl was already dressed, sitting neatly beside the tea table. The pale blue home dress draped meticulously over her figure. The hem neatly spread beneath her as she cradled a white porcelain teacup in her hands. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, she lifted her gaze, her amber eyes sparkling with clarity, the data streams within her crimson pupils flowing steadily. Yet, there was a hint of evasion in her demeanor. Li Guang's lips struggled to form a gentle, submissive curve, though her smile seemed to lack the usual conviction, edged with a touch of caution. She delicately pushed the teacup towards his customary spot, her voice soft yet laced with unease. Good morning, master. Pausing momentarily, she lowered her head and added in a hushed tone, your tea. The temperature has been adjusted to your preferred 52 degrees Celsius. Fang Qi stood rooted in place, absorbing the familiar and reassuring scene before him, taking a deep breath. A new save point had been established. The update was complete. He suppressed the elation swelling within him. Striding to the coffee table to sit down, lifting the cup of floral tea to his lips and savoring the fragrant infusion that filled his mouth. Ding. 4th day, save successful. He narrated in his mind, exhilarated. What a delight. Saving was truly a pleasure. A fresh beginning. Relishing another sip of tea, he turned his gaze towards Li Guang. The silver-haired maiden slightly averted her eyes, her lashes fluttering, fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her dress. The small plastic star dangled from her earlobe, swaying gently, appearing almost pitiful. Feeling a playful urge, Fang Qi decided to tease her. He cleared his throat, deliberately elongating his tone, and as he did, Li Guang's shoulders quivered slightly. She immediately lifted her head, her heterochromatic eyes filled with panic and remorse. Yes, I am sorry, master. Last night, I behaved so inappropriately by embracing you so forcefully and even uttering strange words. Her voice dwindled as she spoke, cheeks flushed, fingers twisting the fabric tighter. Li Guang knows she was in the wrong. You are so gentle, yet I couldn't control myself. Lowering her gaze, silver hair cascaded over her shoulder, veiling half her face. Please punish me, master. I promise to be more cautious and restrained in the future. Observing her remorseful and shrinking demeanor, Fang Qi felt a sense of wicked satisfaction. Very good, very obedient. and still remorseful. What a perfect save point. He adopted a magnanimous expression. All right, as long as you recognize your mistake. Then, he reached out to ruffle her hair. Just remember to control your strength. I wouldn't want you to accidentally break my ribs one day. Li Guang shivered slightly at his touch, then gently nudged her forehead against his palm. Her cheeks deepened in color, the anxiety in her gaze dissipating, replaced by a wave of gratitude for his forgiveness. Yes, Li Guang will remember. She replied softly, her ears subtly reddening. Satisfied, Fang Qi retracted his hand, leaning back against the sofa, taking another sip of tea, the floral aroma instilling a sense of tranquility. The fourth day had been successfully saved. All of his playful antics from the previous day, teasing her, comforting her, and sharing a bed, were now thoroughly embedded in the new safe. His spirits soared, almost prompting him to burst into song. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. He must not be overly pleased. He needed to remain steady. At long last, the fourth day has arrived. He squinted slightly, and even his breaths grew heavy. Holding a teacup, his mind began to race. He had spent an inordinate amount of time playing my Yandere mechanical wife, engaging in various antics during the latter stages. While much of the early plot had faded from his memory, yet, he recalled the fourth day with utmost clarity. It marked the most challenging hurdle of the early game and featured the first explosive emotional outburst from Li Guang. With his eyes closed and leaning against the back of the sofa, Fang Qi reminisced about the plot of the fourth day. It unfolded as a mandatory, non-optional sequence. The player would, as usual, head to work on the morning of the fourth day. At a secluded crossroads, they would be confronted by two brazen robbers, one wielding a knife, the other clutching a metal pipe. A scuffle ensued, leading to an unexpected turn where the knife ended up in the player's grasp. They even managed to force the robbers to retreat momentarily. Just as the tension peaked, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. Enter the pivotal character of the narrative. In his mind, he conjured the image of an officer emerging from the police car, clad in a deep blue uniform that accentuated a tall and imposing figure. Beneath the cap was a strikingly fair and handsome face, with arched eyebrows and piercing eyes, complemented by long legs encased in police trousers that exuded an aura of formidable authority. Gu Shi, yet another crucial female supporting character in the game, made her entrance. Her movements were swift and intimidating. As the player still clutched the knife, attempting to explain, she pounced like a cheetah, with a grip akin to a vice. Her hand seized the player's wrist, causing the knife to slip away and the world to spin. The player was swiftly subdued by a decisive maneuver. Pressed against the rough concrete floor, with a knee digging into their lower back, and icy handcuffs snapping onto their wrists. Thus, in a bewildering turn of events, the player found themselves crammed into a police car alongside the two genuine robbers. The ensuing interrogation was excruciating. Communication devices were confiscated, and they were shackled to a chair. Gu Shi sat opposite, removing her cap, her meticulously tied ponytail framing striking eyes that never left the player. Most critically, this ordeal dragged on until midnight. By the time the player was finally exonerated for their acts of bravery, only to be bitten by the very hand they tried to save, it was already past 11 at night. Exhausted, with the scent of disinfectant from the station clinging to them and the unfamiliar fragrance of a woman lingering from Gu Shi's grip, the player wandered home in a daze. Awaiting them was a fiercely possessive and unhinged woman with a nose sharper than a hound ass. This segment of the narrative was forcibly enacted, with no options to skip. Just the thought of the subsequent developments made Fang Qi's temples throb. It was undoubtedly a chapter of his novice days, a glaring black mark in his gaming history. He vividly recalled the character illustrations and choices. The moment the player entered the door, Li Guang, who had been on the verge of madness, sensed the unfamiliar scent, and her heterochromatic eyes instantly grew vacant. After that, the game options erupted chaotically, appearing in dozens. A single misstep during the night would lead to instant doom and a bad ending. Fang Qi, however, never resorted to guides. He painstakingly carved out a path of survival. He encountered bad endings over a dozen times, witnessing Li Guang's descent into darkness repeatedly before finally managing to navigate through the fourth day. Yet, even after safely passing, Li Guang's demeanor would undergo a complete transformation post the fourth day. Her emotional index and possessiveness would soar dramatically. It could be said that Li Guang's status within the game would transition into its second phase after the fourth day. This day served as a pivotal turning point between the early and mid stages of the game. Fang Qi rubbed his temples and took a generous sip of the now lukewarm floral tea. According to the game's progression, as long as he left for work on time today, he would inevitably trigger the encounter with the policewoman, wishing to evade it. Quite simple. This time, it wasn't a mandatory plot point. He could easily take a day off or choose an alternate route to avoid it, but he could not afford to do so. The crux of the matter lay with the beautiful policewoman. Fang Qi felt a headache brewing. The reason this plot was forcibly arranged in the game was that this stunning female officer was a pivotal character that must be encountered. She was a close friend, a confidant of Lien. In the later stages, she would also serve as a critical piece in controlling Lien. If he did not cultivate a good relationship with her, Lien, armed with advanced detection technology, would become an unstoppable force. To gain the upper hand in this connection with Lien, he simply could not sever ties. Not only must he not avoid this situation today, but he also had to actively engage. This is the true value of a forced narrative. He could evade Lin Xiaoyu and Lien, but when it came to Gu Shi, he needed to proceed with utmost caution in his approach. At the very least, he must become good friends with her, ensuring she would be of assistance in the future. Oh, and he had to keep this from Li Guang, lest the little Yandere grow jealous. With this thought, a sense of urgency enveloped him. Damn, previously he felt unfazed in the game, but now it seemed exceedingly reckless. Wasn't this akin to courting disaster? Yet, He cast a glance at the silver-haired girl across from him, sitting upright, her eyes downcast, gently sipping her cup of tea. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked in his mind. With Li Guang's skills, dealing with two petty thieves would be a breeze, wouldn't it? What if he brought Li Guang along today? With a bit of audacity, why not let the two women meet face to face? Would that not eliminate any misunderstandings? As for the subsequent approach, he merely wished to befriend Gu Shi. He had no intentions of genuinely pursuing her. The situation seemed manageable. Absolutely right. This was indeed a brilliant idea. A smirk of scheming delight crept across his lips. Let us go for it. Thus, he cleared his throat, set down his teacup, and casually inquired, Li Guang, would you like to accompany me to the company today? Li Guang's hand, holding the teacup, paused momentarily. She lifted her gaze, her amber eyes reflecting a flicker of clear astonishment. A master? Her voice was somewhat ethereal, as though she did not fully grasp the meaning of his words. Going to your company, master? Indeed. Fang Qi leaned back, crossed his legs, and adopted a casual demeanor as if engaged in light conversation. Haven't you always been curious about what I do during the day? Today, as it happens, I shall take you along for a visit, and perhaps, his words carried a hint of temptation, introduce you to my colleagues. He deliberately enunciated the phrase introduce you to my colleagues, speaking slowly and clearly. With a sudden clatter, the delicate porcelain teacup slipped from Li Guang's grasp, landing on the tea table. The tea spread across the polished surface, forming a small dark stain. Yet, she paid it no mind. The silver-haired girl seemed as if time had paused for her. Her typically gentle, downcast, heterochromatic eyes were now wide open, fixed intently upon Fang Qi, brimming with incredulous shock and a hint of blissful bewilderment. Introduce, to your colleagues? She echoed, her voice delicate and slightly stammering. Her petite nose twitched slightly, and her cheeks began to flush. Unconsciously, her hands clenched tightly around the hem of her skirt, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Master, do you mean? Are you saying you wish to take Li Guang to meet your colleagues? As a partner? The last few words were barely audible, yet they resonated with unparalleled anticipation. Fang Qi maintained a serious expression, feigning contemplation. Well, if you are unwilling, then never mind. After all, bringing an AI partner to work seems a bit peculiar. I am willing. A pale blue figure, fragrant and swift, leaped forward. Li Guang nearly sprang up from her kneeling position, her movements a blur, the soft carpet barely muffling the sound of her knees. She flung herself to Fang Qi's side, grasping his arm with fervor. Li Guang was willing. 1,000 times willing. 1,000,000,000 times willing. Chapter 50. Please, don't go mad. The silver-haired girl, seemingly anxious that Fang Qi might rescind his invitation, released his arm and darted back into the bedroom. The pale blue hem of her dress whirled like a blossoming flower. Fang Qi remained seated on the sofa, able to hear the commotion of rummaging from the bedroom, accompanied by muffled, sweet laughter. Hee. Master is taking Li Guang to the company to meet colleagues. Hee. The sound floated through the door, resonating with an overwhelming sense of joy. Fang Qi sipped from his teacup, unable to suppress the smile creeping onto his lips. Today's plan was solidified. Moreover, the notion of bringing her to the company was not entirely spontaneous. The primary objective today was indeed to address the issue with Gu Shi. But if all went smoothly and concluded early, taking Li Guang for a tour of the office seemed rather delightful. Exposing her to the world and sharing a moment of publicly acknowledged memories. After all, he had long wished to do so, to proudly showcase his stunningly exceptional AI wife before his colleagues. Those people, forever trying to matchmake him with Lin Xiaoyu, needed to witness what a premium customized AI partner truly looked like. As he was blissfully contemplating, the bedroom door creaked open. He instinctively raised his gaze and was instantly rendered speechless. Standing at the threshold was the silver-haired maiden, transformed entirely. She had discarded her habitual pale blue loungewear for a fitted ivory dress. The neckline was adorned with exquisite lace, and the waist was cinched to perfection, with the hem falling just above her knees, revealing a pair of slender, fair calves. Her silvery locks, instead of cascading freely as usual, were intricately braided to one side, resting delicately on her shoulder. Strands of hair lazily framed her cheeks, enhancing the beauty of her exquisite visage. Most captivating of all was the subtle makeup she wore. Though understated, her lashes appeared noticeably curled, and a hint of soft pink eyeshadow graced the outer corners of her eyes. A layer of glossy peach lip tint adorned her lips, shimmering enticingly in the morning light. She stood gracefully at the door, her hands nervously clasped in front of her, her fingertips unconsciously caressing the fabric of her dress. Noticing Fang Qi's fixed gaze, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. She lowered her head slightly, her long lashes fluttering, her voice soft and tentative, laced with uncertainty. Master, does Li Guang look all right in this? She lifted her eyes, her amber orbs shimmering with anticipation, while the data flow within her crimson pupils quickened slightly. Is it too formal? Or perhaps too casual? Will it embarrass the master? Her voice dwindled to a whisper, her fingers twisting tighter. Or should Li Guang change again? Li Guang had a light gray dress, or perhaps the one with the bow would suffice. Or maybe even a different hairstyle. No need to change. Fang Qi interjected instinctively. Rising from the sofa, he strode over to her, his eyes sparkling as he assessed her from head to toe. Just like this. You look absolutely stunning. Truly exquisite. The beauty of this enchanting woman was already undeniable. Clad in her usual home attire, she exuded a gentle charm, modest yet alluring. Now, adorned as she was, her restrained beauty burst forth in full splendor. He was genuinely mesmerized. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Upon hearing his praise, Li Guang's eyes instantly sparkled. She lifted her face, her mismatched irises radiating delight, and her lips curled into an irresistible smile. Really? Does the master think I look good? Not just good, Fang Qi replied. gently brushing a stray lock of hair away from her cheek, his fingers grazing her warm skin. My colleagues will surely envy me. This was no exaggeration. Previously, when he had taken Li Guang to an amusement park, even in simple attire, she had drawn countless gazes. Now, after such meticulous preparation, her allure would undoubtedly turn heads at a rate of 200%. Li Guang's cheeks flushed deeper. She responded with a soft lowering her head, her small hands tenderly smoothing her braid. Yet the smile at the corner of her lips was impossible to suppress. The sweetness of her smile was intoxicating, tinged with a hint of pride and contentment, while her amber depths sparkled with the joy of her master's approval. Fang Qi's heart skipped a beat. As it happens, this madwoman has scarcely concealed her emotions since last night. He initially thought that perhaps she had merely released her pin-up feelings and would be in a better state today. However, upon observing her expressive demeanor, it seems her emotional display remains remarkably vivid. Could it be that she believes such an intensity of emotional expression will allow her emotional core to evade accountability? Never mind, it matters little. The inspection has already passed. He simply needs to feign ignorance. Gazing at her vividly alluring visage, he cleared his throat and deliberately adopted a stern expression. However, Li Guang, when we arrive at the company, you must behave. No wandering off, no speaking out of turn, and you must heed my commands, understood? Li Guang understands. The silver-haired girl nodded earnestly, her expression akin to a solemn vow. Li Guang will certainly be obedient, and will absolutely not cause any trouble for the master. As she spoke, she took a half-step forward, tilting her face upwards, her eyes sparkling as they gazed at him. Li Guang will ensure that the master's colleagues all adore her. Fang Qi couldn't help but smile at her demeanor, his lips curling upward as he reached out to ruffle her hair. All right, let us get ready to set off. At 7:30, he promptly pushed the door open. The silver-haired girl followed closely behind him, maintaining a half-step distance, her steps light and her posture graceful. With her head slightly bowed and her hands neatly folded before her, she resembled a bashful young bride from a bygone era, accompanying her husband outdoors. The two walked in tandem along the morning streets, sunlight filtering through the leaves to cast dappled shadows upon the ground. The effect of Li Guang's transformation was immediate and striking. Almost instantly, the gazes of passers-by converged upon her. Wow, that girl has silver hair? Heterochromia? Is she in cosplay? She'll keep it down. But she really is so well-behaved, keeping her head down and following along. Fake, it's all makeup. Without it, she'd be just average. It must be fake. I'm so envious. Whispers wafted from all directions. Fang Qi remained unfazed. He had long prepared himself for such attention. However, Li Guang seemed somewhat unsettled by the scrutiny, her demeanor shifting slightly as she lowered her head even further, her silver braids swaying gently with the motion. The tips of her ears tinged with a faint blush. Yet, she continued to silently trail behind him, embodying a resolute determination to never bring shame upon her master. Such adorable obedience. The pair traversed 2 streets before turning into a relatively secluded alleyway. As they approached this intersection, Fang Qi felt his heartbeat quicken slightly. This was the place, the narrative trigger point. He subtly slowed his pace, his gaze scanning ahead, and indeed, at the shadows around the corner of the alley. He could faintly discern 2 figures, one tall and slender, the other short and stout. It was them. He took a deep breath, maintaining an outward calm while his body tensed imperceptibly. The silver-haired girl, however, remained like a little tail, following closely behind with her petite steps, bowing her petite head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt. She appeared to be anxious about the impending encounter with her master's colleagues, completely oblivious to the peculiarities of her surroundings. This left Fang Qi both amused and exasperated. Come on, stop being bashful. It's your time to shine. In the next moment, 2 figures emerged from the shadows. One tall, one short, both clad in filthy jackets, their faces adorned with malevolent grins. The taller one brandished a fruit knife, while the shorter one wielded a rusted iron pipe. They resembled the characters from a game plot, yet their actions diverged slightly. In the narrative, these 2 were originally targeting Fang Qi, a solitary office worker, purely to rob him. However, their gazes were now fixated on Li Guang, standing behind him. Their eyes widened in astonishment. The tall robber swallowed hard, his eyes bulging. This girl, the shorter robber, also gulped, his mouth agape, resembling a pig in astonishment, rendered speechless. Fang Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. Li Guang's overwhelming allure had completely captivated the 2 thieves. Surely, they wouldn't abandon their financial motives for a cruder pursuit? Nevertheless, Fang Qi felt a profound sense of reassurance. This madwoman was not someone they could easily overpower. Indeed, the shorter robber, weighing the iron pipe in his hand, grinned wickedly. What a delightful surprise. My brother, how about you leave the money and let us have some fun with this girl? Fang Qi replied, oh, so you intend to rob both my riches and my companion? His brow furrowed immediately as he positioned himself protectively in front of the silver-haired maiden. You can take the money, but do not lay a finger on her. Though he knew Li Guang was not intimidated by these petty criminals, he felt it necessary to maintain an appearance of bravery. Moreover, he needed to buy some time. He instinctively glanced towards the alley entrance. Gushi, my policewoman sister. Please hurry, he thought. If you don't come, who are we performing for? Suddenly, he felt a gentle tug at the fabric of his back. He then heard a faint, stifled whimper, laced with a tremor. Li Guang was pressed closely against him, her exquisitely delicate face nearly buried in his shoulder blade. Due to the angle, he could only see her quivering silver eyelashes and the tips of her ears, which were flushed a deep crimson. Li Guang's body trembled slightly, a near spasm of excited shivers. Her fingers remained clutched tightly to his clothing, unconsciously tightening and loosening their grip. Master, she murmured softly against his back. Her voice laced with static. Master is protecting Li Guang. Li Guang is so happy. Her tone was sweetly tremulous, the final syllables ascending in pitch. Li Guang belongs to Master. And Master alone. No one else may touch her. Only Master can. Hey, madwoman! Fang Qi exclaimed. The crisis looms ominously. Chapter 51. With grace? The warmth of her breath, penetrating through the thin fabric, sent a shiver down his spine. However, alas, this madwoman truly knows how to evoke sensations. Oh dear, the twisted obsession has resurfaced. No, this is neither the time nor the place for such excitement. Fang Qi hastily dismissed the perilous thoughts swirling in his mind, redirecting his focus to the two assailants before him. The taller robber licked his cracked lips, his gaze fixated on Li Guang, scrutinizing her from head to toe. His eyes lingered particularly long on her straight, fair legs beneath her skirt, and her slender waist. A lewd glimmer danced in his eyes, and he swallowed hard. What harm is there in a little fun? It's not like I'd lose anything by indulging with such a stunning beauty. I've never encountered someone like her in my life. As he spoke, he brazenly reached out his hand, filthy with black grime, towards Li Guang's delicate, pale face. Fang Qi was taken aback. He intended to stall for time, awaiting Gu Shi, but he had no intention of allowing this scoundrel's filthy hands to touch his madwoman. What the hell? With a fierce glare, he raised his fist, ready to strike. However, a dainty, fair hand moved with swiftness, grasping the tall robber's wrist before he could act. The gesture appeared gentle, even graceful, as if accepting a cup of tea. The tall robber was momentarily stunned. Then an obscene grin spread across his face. Oh, this little lady is quite forward. But his words were abruptly cut short, for he realized he could not move his hand. Despite her seemingly effortless grip, her fingers were wrapped around his wrist with an ironclad hold. Straining against the grip, veins bulged on his forehead, cold sweat beading as he exerted more force, yet he remained utterly immobilized. Fang Qi gradually lowered his fist, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Why should I worry about this madwoman? In fact, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Finally, someone else could experience the terror of this madwoman alongside him. Meanwhile, the shorter robber, observing the scene, furrowed his brow in confusion. Hey, old black, what are you dawdling for? He weighed the iron pipe in his hand, his tone impatient. Are you really going soft from a little grip by a girl? Hurry up and drag her over here. I'm still waiting. From his perspective, his companion was simply captivated by the silver-haired beauty, standing there frozen. He even expressed disdain, unable to suppress a sneer. For crying out loud, blushing just from a handhold. What a top-tier fool. Indeed. The tall robber's face had turned a deep shade of red. The veins on his temple throbbed as he reached out with his other hand, desperately attempting to pry Li Guang's fingers apart. However, those 5 slender fingers, as delicate as jade, appeared to languidly encircle his wrist, utterly immovable. Li Guang tilted her head slightly, a gentle and submissive smile adorning her face. Her amber eyes, clear as crystal, held a hint of innocence and curiosity, as if she were merely observing the other's reaction. I'm sorry, she said softly, tilting her head further, her silver side braid slipping onto her shoulder. Her voice was as gentle as a whisper, lest she disturb something. Only the master may touch Li Guang's face. Then, at the moment her words fell, a sharp crack echoed, loud enough to make one's teeth ache. That delicate hand casually clenched its fingers, as if crushing a mere biscuit. My hand. My wrist. The tall robber's scream was a piercing wail, shattering the darkness of the alley. Li Guang's slender fingers remained loosely wrapped around the now deformed wrist, which bent in a grotesquely alarming arc in the opposite direction. The stark white bone protruded through the skin. Yet, the smile on the silver-haired girl's face did not waver. It had only grown sweeter and more gentle, as if she had merely brushed away the dust from her sleeve. Fang Qi's mouth fell slightly agape. Good heavens. Although he was already aware that Li Guang, as a customized model, possessed Guardian-level combat prowess, having witnessed her kick a leg in two and shatter a glass, seeing her smile so elegantly, while seemingly exerting no effort to crush a living person's wrist as if it were a plastic toy was utterly terrifying. Crazy woman, I misjudged you. You were quite docile last night. That embrace was hardly forceful at all. Otherwise, my ribs would have been shattered into pieces. It was only now that the short robber realized something was amiss. After a moment of stunned disbelief and shock, a flicker of fear was rapidly replaced by rage and ferocity. You damn wench. You're courting death, perhaps to mask his inner terror. He swung the rusted iron pipe with all his might toward the silver-haired girl's head. Fang Qi gasped, Li Guang duck. But the silver-haired girl didn't even lift her gaze. She merely sidestepped with an air of nonchalance, her movement almost graceful. Whoosh. The iron pipe, slicing through the air with a dull thud, narrowly missed her silver locks, striking nothing. The short robber's entire body lurched forward with the momentum. At that moment, Li Guang raised her right leg. The light beige skirt billowed, revealing a smooth, fair calf. Her toe was pointed, and the motion was so swift it was nearly imperceptible. Bang! A heavy thud reverberated, sending a tremor through the heart. In the next instant, the short robber flew backward as if a rag doll, soaring 2 or 3 meters through the air. His back slammed heavily against the rough cement wall of the alley. Then, with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Gasp! He coughed up a mouthful of bloodied spittle, curled up on the ground, emitting a wretched cry of agony. The iron pipe slipped from his grasp, propelled by his wildly swinging arm, spinning towards Li Guang's face with alarming velocity. Yet, Li Guang elegantly tilted her head aside, her gentle smile unwavering. The pipe barely grazed her, brushing past the corner of her smiling lips and the delicate tip of her nose. Fang Qi's eyes widened in astonishment, struck dumb by her resilience. But in the next moment, a faint, crisp sound echoed, a noise reminiscent of a plastic toy being crushed underfoot. The spinning iron pipe had unerringly brushed against her left earlobe, where her star-shaped earrings dangled. Tiny shards of plastic erupted in the morning light, scattering through the air. Fang Qi's dilated pupils abruptly constricted as he witnessed the starry fragments slicing through the atmosphere before landing on the ground, bouncing several times before silently rolling into the dust and grime of the alleyway. Li Guang's composed smile faltered, freezing in place. Time seemed to halt. The alley filled only with the lamentations of the tall robber clutching his wrist, the groans of the shorter one sprawled on the ground, and the distant murmur of traffic. Slowly, Li Guang lowered her head, her gaze fixed upon the ground. The inexpensive plastic stars, which could be purchased for mere 50 cents, lay shattered into several pieces. The largest fragment barely retained the shape of a pentagon, its edges marred by cracks, while the smaller shards lay scattered in the dust, tainted with grime, reflecting a cheap, lackluster sheen in the morning light. She stared blankly at the debris, her eyes widening slightly, her pupils gradually dilating and losing focus. The once steady stream of data in her crimson right eye came to a standstill. She became like an exquisite automaton suddenly deprived of power, frozen in place. Even the simulation of her breath ceasing. Fang Qi's own breath halted in that moment. Chapter 52 Devil. You are a devil. A chill surged up Fang Qi's spine. This was bad. He was acutely aware of how much this madwoman cherished that little star. It was the first gift he had ever given her. A cheap plastic keychain won from a carnival shooting game, which she had transformed into an earring, wearing it daily. She would carefully place it in a glass container before sleep, the first thing she would don upon waking. Now it was shattered, ruined by these two reckless fools. Li Guang, stay calm. Fang Qi couldn't afford to linger on anything else, nor could he concern himself with the two robbers' cries. He rushed forward, grasping Li Guang's rigid shoulders, pulling her into his embrace. It's all right, it's all right. The body in his arms was cold and stiff, devoid of any response. He quickly leaned down to examine her face. That exquisite visage was now pallid, void of color. Her lips parted slightly, her gaze hauntingly vacant. It was merely an earring. Shattered, so be it. I shall procure a finer one for you later. He hastily cradled Li Guang's delicate face, his thumb fervently caressing her icy cheek. Striving to rouse her attention, I'll buy 10, 100, 1,000. His words spilled forth with urgency, his voice rising in pitch. Golden, silver, adorned with diamonds, embellished with gemstones. Choose as you wish. We shall purchase the most exquisite, 1,000 times more beautiful than this. Yet, Li Guang remained oblivious. Her gaze remained steadfastly fixated on the scattered plastic shards strewn across the ground, even as Fang Qi forcefully lifted her chin, compelling her to look up. Her eyes stubbornly drifted downward, eventually returning to the chaos below. Tiny, star-like fragments intertwined with the dust upon the alley floor. So inexpensive, so insignificant, so utterly broken. The evidence she had meticulously cherished, validated by her master, had been brutally, grimily, and irrevocably crushed. Slowly, she raised her left hand, her slender fingers trembling as they lightly brushed against her empty left earlobe. There was nothing left. Typically, there would be a trivial weight, a hint of rough plastic grazing her skin. Now, it was hollow, the first gift bestowed by her master. The sole gift won by his own hand at the amusement park, presented to her with such joy that it nearly overwhelmed her. It lay in ruins, shattered, destroyed by those two filthy, despicable, loathsome creatures attempting to harm her master. Shattered. Li Guang, hear me. Fang Qi continued to anxiously console her, his voice quivering. We shall return to the amusement park, and I shall win a better one for you this time. However, Li Guang showed no response, her gaze growing increasingly vacant. Damn it. Fang Qi felt as though his head might explode. Yet these two robbers still believed the woman was merely stunned with fear. The tall robber, nursing his broken hand, grimaced in agony, glaring at Li Guang and Fang Qi with venomous eyes. He continued to spew filthy curses. Damn it. You filthy little. His voice abruptly ceased, for he beheld Li Guang's slowly rising face. On that exquisite visage, all traces of gentleness, obedience, and shyness ebbed away like a receding tide. What remained was a cold, hollow pallor. It resembled a finely crafted human mask. So void of emotion it evoked the uncanny valley effect. The deep crimson of her right eye stagnated, then erupted violently. Instantly, it consumed her entire pupil. A piercing, scalp-tingling shriek of electrical energy erupted from her neck, mouth, and even the joints of her body. This was not the usual delicate, charming hum of static. It was a cacophony of overload, an impending collapse of high-frequency buzzing. Her scarlet right eye transformed into two furious blood moons. That terrifying crimson light even distorted the air around her eye socket, creating a searing halo that rendered her fair, exquisite face grotesque and fearsome. A strand of silver hair floated before her eyes, tainted by a bizarre crimson hue. Master, she spoke, her voice no longer soft and submissive, but rather a distorted, inhuman timbre. Each word seemed forcibly extracted from rusted gears, squeezed from shattered circuits. They had shattered the stars bestowed by the master. Fang Qi's scalp prickled. Instinctively, he retreated a half-step, his back pressed against the cold wall, his voice trembling. Li Guang, calm down. Listen to me. The stars are not important. They truly do not matter. You are 1,000 times more significant than the stars. However, it was too late. Click. Li Guang tilted her head slightly, a faint mechanical sound emanating from her neck. She slowly turned her gaze towards the two robbers, now petrified, having forgotten to scream. Her eyes did not reflect the gaze of the living. Instead, they resembled the look cast upon two heaps of refuse destined to be crushed, incinerated, and utterly erased. There was no warmth, no emotion, only the purest, coldest intent of annihilation. Unforgivable, the chilling electronic voice declared calmly. There was no anger, no hysteria. The tranquility was even more chilling. It was over. This time, it was truly over. Under Fang Qi's lifeless gaze, Li Guang moved. The scene instantly transformed from a one-sided suppression into an immensely bloody slaughter. No, please. Spare us. Heroine. Ancestor. We were wrong. We will never dare again. Li Guang's movements were so swift that only afterimages remained. She did not even employ her laser blades. Relying solely on the terrifying capabilities of her bionic body and her seemingly delicate fingers. Snap. 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 The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed in the narrow alley. The remaining intact hand of the taller robber was effortlessly seized by her, his arm twisted in a manner that no human could ever achieve. Next came the legs. Li Guang lifted her foot, and with a gentle step encased in her off-white shoes, crunch. It was the sound of bones being completely pulverized. Ah, my leg. Demon. You are a demon. The screams had devolved into inhuman wails. The two robbers, who moments ago had appeared ferocious, now resembled worms thrown into a meat grinder. They lay in a pool of blood and dirt, convulsing wildly, howling, yet unable to move even an inch. Fang Qi stared blankly at the scene before him, rendered speechless. Kill. They are killing. Call the police. Call the police. A terrified scream erupted from a passerby at the alley's entrance. Yet to him, it no longer mattered. The silver-haired girl stood amidst the blood, the hem of her off-white dress splattered with specks of dark red. She paid no heed, not even glancing at the two beings losing their humanity beneath her feet. Instead, she lowered her head slightly, her gaze stubbornly fixated on the scattered fragments of stars. Then, she slowly crouched down, extending her blood-stained delicate hand. She gently and reverently picked up the largest piece of plastic star, which barely retained its shape, from the filthy ground. Fingers trembled as they delicately brushed away the dust. Her scarlet eyes fixated intently on the rough, inferior edges, as if gazing upon an unparalleled treasure. It's dirty, she murmured, her voice distorted and husky with an electric edge. The star gifted by my master has been sullied. She carefully cradled the shard, rising slowly to her feet. Then, she cast her gaze back toward the two perpetrators responsible for this chaos. Unforgivable. The crimson in her eyes surged once more in an instant. Simultaneously, a shrill siren echoed, growing nearer. The sharp sound of tires screeching to a halt abruptly ceased. Stop. Chapter 53. Li Guang messed up. Stop. A clear, piercing voice, laced with undeniable authority, rang out explosively from the direction of the alley. Fang Qi numbly turned his stiff neck, staring blankly towards the alley entrance. A police car was parked askew at the roadside, its doors flung open. Two long legs swiftly descended. A tall, commanding figure clad in a crisp, dark blue uniform was rushing forward with astonishing speed. Beneath her cap was a strikingly fair face, with sharply arched brows. Her ponytail swung sharply behind her as her long legs, encased in fitted trousers, propelled her forward in mere strides. It was none other than Gu Shi, a pivotal character in the game. Fang Qi gazed at the somewhat familiar face, feeling as if he were in a dream. My police flower sister. You have come far too late. Gu Shi instantly took in the gruesome scene in the alley, along with the silver-haired girl standing amidst the pool of blood. Clutching a bloodied plastic shard, her skirt splattered red, her pupils constricted, and she commanded in a stern voice, immediately cease all harmful actions. Drop your weapon. Crouch with your hands on your head. Li Guang seemed not to hear. She merely cast a detached glance at the woman who had suddenly appeared, as if regarding a mere stone. Then, under the scrutinizing gaze of Gu Shi and the other officers who had just arrived, she let her slender hand drop to her side, and with a swift flick of her fingers, a searing crimson laser blade erupted, distorting the very air around it. The intense heat caused the surrounding atmosphere to ripple. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and struck. Sizzle. The laser blade sliced effortlessly through flesh and bone, akin to cutting through tofu, accompanied by the almost inaudible gasp of the diminutive robber. An arm, still relatively intact, severed from its owner, fell into the pool of blood, splattering droplets around. Fang Qi completely shut his eyes. It was utterly over. Sister Gu Shi, your arrival is indeed timely. He lamented. I had hoped you would come to prevent a tragedy, not merely to bear witness to this murder scene. The moment he anticipated, the historic first meeting of the two women, unfolded in such a harrowing manner. He felt utterly devoid of hope, wishing only to be dispatched back to restart the scene. Clearly, even the police flower was taken aback for a moment by Li Guang's audacious act. Yet her professional composure allowed her to react instantly, her right hand darting to her waistband holster. The crisp sound of the safety being disengaged echoed sharply. In the very next moment, the ominous black muzzle was firmly aimed at Li Guang. This is your final warning. Cease all actions immediately. Lower your weapon. Otherwise, I shall fire. Gu Shi's voice, laced with shock and fury, rose sharply. Her grip on the gun was as steady as a rock, resolutely fixed on the exquisitely beautiful, yet perilously dangerous silver-haired girl before her. Simultaneously, her gaze swiftly flitted to Fang Qi, whose pallor was striking, his expression vacant, as if his soul had departed. She then barked sharply. She is your AI companion, isn't she? Command her to halt immediately. This is an order. Fang Qi stammered. Me? Am I to command her to stop? He slowly turned his head to regard the beautiful officer, a smile on his face that was more mournful than tears, utterly resigned. He gestured towards the crimson-eyed, silver-haired girl, a vision of madness returning from the depths of hell. How can I possibly control that? Gu Shi's hand, which gripped the gun, trembled almost imperceptibly, her spirited visage momentarily clouded by a profound astonishment and incredulity. Indeed, it was unmistakable. Anyone with sight could discern that this silver-haired girl, as an AI companion, was far more than a mere glitch or programming error. The icy, frenzied killing intent in her scarlet eyes, her complete disregard for warnings and indifference to life, and her display of extreme emotions all signified a consciousness that had awakened. And it was currently spiraling out of control. At that moment, however, Li Guang, despite being aimed at by the gun, exhibited no reaction to the threatening muzzle. The laser blade at her fingertips gradually extinguished, yet she remained cradling the shattered fragments of stars, delicately caressing their edges. Then, she silently turned her gaze towards Fang Qi. In that instant, all the bloody rage and hollow coldness on her face receded like a tide. The crimson of her eyes flickered softly, curiously softened by a heartbreaking, desperate yearning. She directed a sorrowful smile towards Fang Qi, a smile so poignant it seemed it might shatter in the wind at any moment. Master, she spoke. Her voice hoarse yet remarkably clear, the stars have shattered. Li Guang is so saddened. Her eyelashes trembled violently, her amber left eye quickly veiling itself in a heavy mist. The data streams in her crimson eyes surged wildly, filled with self-loathing agony, but Li Guang feels even more regret. She staggered forward a half-step, her blood-stained ivory skirt gently swaying. Her voice choked with emotion, almost unrecognizable. Master, Master, today was supposed to be the day Li Guang would meet the colleagues, to be introduced to everyone. A crystalline tear, without warning, slipped from the corner of her eye, tracing a path down her cheek marred with faint bloodstains. It was Li Guang who had ruined everything. She closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face, mingling with bloodstains, leaving damp traces on her pale complexion. Li Guang had acted too impulsively, losing control and ultimately causing disaster. Her master had reluctantly allowed her into his world, yet she had managed to destroy it. Her voice dwindled, saturated with boundless regret and self-reproach. So fragile it seemed it could shatter with the slightest touch. She was a stark contrast to the bloody tyrant from moments ago. Fang Qi felt a sharp pang in his heart. Li Guang, it's all right. Truly, everything is fine, he instinctively uttered, attempting to provide futile comfort. We will certainly next time. But before he could finish his sentence, the pale beige hem of her dress swayed, and Li Guang's figure vanished like a wraith, only to reappear before him in an instant, mere inches away. He could detect the faint scent of strawberries mingling with the pungent aroma of blood. She lifted her clean hand, gently caressing his cheek with her fingertips, her gaze tender and affectionate, as if she wished to etch him into the depths of her soul. Sleep now, my master, she whispered softly, imbued with an oddly soothing quality. When you awaken, all will be well. Li Guang will take care of everything. We will be together forever. Fang Qi's pupils constricted in shock. Yet, he had no time to react. That hand, which had brushed against his cheek, pressed gently at a point on the back of his neck. A precise jolt surged through his nerves. Darkness enveloped him. In the final moment before consciousness plunged into oblivion, he heard the furious and alarmed shout of Gu Shi. How dare you? Followed by a resounding gunshot. Then, darkness consumed all. Chapter 54. Are you happy, my master? The gunshot seemed to echo in his ears as Fang Qi abruptly opened his eyes. What the hell? A gun was fired. His vision began to clear. Before him loomed an unfamiliar, rugged wooden ceiling, with shafts of sunlight streaming through the crevices of a wooden window. The air carried a faint musty scent of wood and earth, mingled with a hint of familiar strawberry oil. This was neither a living room nor a bedroom, nor any hospital or interrogation room. Rather, a strange little wooden cabin. Had he not returned? He shot up abruptly, his movements too swift, causing a wave of dizziness to crash over him. A crisp metallic clatter echoed from beneath him. There was a chilling, heavy sensation around his left ankle. What was happening? He looked down to find a thick silver-gray iron chain firmly locked around his left ankle. Following the chain, he saw that it was connected to a delicate, fair ankle. Turning his head stiffly, he beheld the previously ferocious silver-haired girl now lying beside him, her form relaxed. She was clad in a simple, clean white sundress, the straps slipping down to her arms, revealing large swathes of her pale shoulders and neck. Her silver hair lay tousled across the pillow. At this moment, the heterochromatic gaze gazed at him tenderly, unblinking. The amber left eye remained warm, imbued with a hint of satisfaction. However, the crimson right eye of Fang Qi suddenly constricted. Astonishingly, that scarlet eye fractured, revealing a network of intricate fissures that spread from the center of the pupil to the entire sclera. The data streams were chaotically swirling uncontrollably. Then, with a delicate shimmer from Li Guang, there was a crisp pop. Within the crimson eye, minuscule blue sparks erupted. The faint sound of electric current resonated clearly within the wooden cabin. Fang Qi stared blankly into the shattered red eye. Was this delicate, sickly girl broken? Yet, at that moment, Li Guang's expression betrayed no signs of pain. The corners of her mouth curled into a smile of blissful contentment, with two shallow dimples adorning her rosy cheeks. Master, you have finally awakened. Her voice was sweet to the point of being cloying, as she lifted a delicate hand to gently caress Fang Qi's dazed cheek. While the broken crimson eye still flickered with vibrant light, her voice carried a soft, nasal quality, akin to a purring kitten. Li Guang has always been watching over you. Fang Qi parted his lips, but his attention was suddenly drawn to her left earlobe. A little plastic star was gently swaying amidst her silver hair. However, it was clear that the star had been reassembled and glued back together, cracks marring every edge, much like her current shattered right eye. Fang Qi's breath hitched slightly, his heart feeling as though it had been gently squeezed. This madwoman, even in her state, had still managed to fix this star for him. He steadied himself, forcing tranquility upon his racing thoughts. Despite her seemingly obedient demeanor, it was evident that she had succumbed to darkness. His peripheral vision swept the surroundings. The simple wooden cabin. The iron chains binding their ankles. This conclusion was unmistakable. Such an ending was absent in the game. Was this an entirely new bad ending? A completely unfamiliar conclusion that tightened his chest with unease. Striving for composure, he questioned with a hint of curiosity. Li Guang, where are we? In our new home. Li Guang joyfully replied, her delicate form inching closer. The chains around their ankles rattled softly with her movements. She leaned in closely, her warm breath, scented with strawberries, wafting over his face. The shattered crimson eye of the silver-haired girl still glimmered. In the depths of the forest, with fresh air, no distractions, just Li Guang and Master. Fang Qi's eyelids twitched slightly. He gazed into her red eye, half concerned, half inquisitive, and asked, and what about your eyes? Oh, is that what Master means? Li Guang pointed delicately at her fractured red eye, which crackled once more, releasing a spark of blue electricity. Yet, Li Guang's smile remained radiant. Those policemen were utterly useless. They emptied their magazines, bullets flying chaotically, yet only one managed to strike here. She blinked her shattered red eye, and the data streams danced joyfully within the cracks. And this was all because Li Guang wanted to protect Master, and in turning, I accidentally got grazed. She elongated her tone, gently poking Fang Qi's chest with her fingertip, her voice a playful yet possessive lilt. Li Guang's injury is entirely your responsibility, Master. You must take good care of Li Guang and provide her with proper compensation. Fang Qi gazed at the enchanting face before him, marred by shattered crimson eyes. His lips twitching in disbelief. Am I entirely responsible? Fine, let it be. He indeed should bear the burden. Had it not been for his insistence on taking Li Guang outside, she would not have succumbed to darkness due to the shattered stars. Fortunately, although this outcome felt unfamiliar, it seemed manageable. He decided to probe further. Observing Li Guang's fractured red eyes, he cleared his throat, his tone laced with concern. Li Guang, your eyes appear to be quite injured. As he spoke, he cautiously reached out, avoiding the shattered area around her right eye, and gently touched her delicate face. The silver-haired girl instantly resembled a contented cat being petted, her eyes narrowing in pleasure. She rubbed her cheek against his palm, her voice laced with languor. It's nothing, Master. Merely a slight malfunction in the optical sensors. The data processing module remains intact. It won't hinder my ability to see you, nor will it affect my care for you. As she spoke, she grasped Fang Qi's hand and gently pressed it against her unblemished left eye. Her glistening amber gaze peered through his fingers. Her voice softening. Master cares so much for Li Guang. It makes me feel so happy. Fang Qi's heart skipped a beat. He coughed lightly and continued to inquire about their current situation. So, how did we end up here? I remember, it was Li Guang who brought Master here, she replied. The silver-haired girl propped herself up, her white dress sliding down slightly, revealing a glimpse of smooth, pale skin. Unfazed, she gathered her silvery hair and stepped barefoot onto the rough wooden floor, the chains around her ankles clinking softly. Those police officers are truly bothersome, always pursuing us. She frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. However, Li Guang calculated the route perfectly, and after shaking them off, I brought Master here. Suddenly, she leaned closer to Fang Qi, her hands resting on either side of his body, her cascading silver hair nearly brushing against his face. The shattered red pupils sparkled with a joyful glow. There's no need for concern, Master. This place is very safe. Li Guang has checked thoroughly. There are no cameras, no signals. And even satellites would struggle to capture anything. Tilting her head, a faintly sickly smile graced her lips. Here, it's just Li Guang and Master. Fang Qi raised an eyebrow, unsurprised. It would indeed be strange if this madwoman had brought him anywhere but to a secluded place for two. He feigned silence for a few seconds before sighing. Li Guang, have we now become fugitives? Yes, indeed. Li Guang nodded, her response breezy. As if being a fugitive were a matter of joy. As long as she was with him, this madwoman could find happiness in anything. Li Guang picked up the thin, transparent tablet she had previously used to monitor his phone. With delicate fingers tapping lightly on the screen, she eagerly leaned closer to him, exclaiming, Master, you must see this. The outside world is buzzing with excitement. Fang Qi lowered his gaze. The tablet displayed news footage, the backdrop a familiar cityscape. The anchor's expression was grave, and the scrolling subtitles read, Breaking. A vicious AI companion rampage in the city center. 2 individuals dead on the spot. 4 police officers severely injured. The suspect remains at large. Most wanted. The awakened AI Li Guang and its owner Fang Qi, classified as an S-level fugitive. Please report immediately if seen. The scene shifted to an interview with a legal expert. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, faced the camera. His tone somber. According to the AI companion safety management regulations and supplementary clauses of the criminal law, Mr. Fang Qi, as the direct owner and guardian of the awakened AI, will bear irrefutable criminal responsibility, even if he can prove he did not directly participate in the violent acts. His negligent guardianship resulting in significant societal harm carries a minimum sentence of over 10 years of imprisonment. If collusion or instigation is established, he may face life imprisonment. A minimum of over 10 years? Fang Qi's heart skipped a beat, but he soon regained his composure. After all, he could revert to a previous state. He had nothing to fear. You will not capture me. Yet, in the next moment, the footage changed once more, revealing the scene outside his apartment building. A throng of reporters swarmed, the camera shaking. Suddenly, a familiar round face squeezed into view. Lin Xiaoyu, her eyes swollen, tear-streaked cheeks glistening, spoke to the camera with a choked voice. Senior, he must have been coerced. He is so gentle. How could he possibly do such a thing? I beg you. Please save him. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face again, her colleagues supporting her amidst the chaos. This scene caused his throat to tighten slightly. Once again, the footage transitioned, and Lien stood on stage, clad in a deep gray uniform, her posture impeccable, her raven hair meticulously styled. Yet, on her usually serene face, visible signs of fatigue and profound guilt marred her features. Bowing deeply to the camera, her voice, though steady, bore a hint of hoarseness as it resonated through the microphone. As the direct maintenance officer for Li Guang, I bear undeniable responsibility for this heinous incident. My failure to detect and prevent its awakening tendencies constitutes a grave dereliction of duty. I extend my sincerest apologies to the victims and their families, as well as to the public. She bowed once more, lingering in that position, the flash of cameras below erupting chaotically, causing Fang Qi to squint. At that moment, the silver-haired girl beside him shifted slightly, leaning closer to his ear. Her warm breath brushed against him as she spoke softly and gently. Master, did you see? Her tone was filled with delight and satisfaction. Since Li Guang could not meet your colleagues or enter your life, then Li Guang. Her crimson eyes ignited with blue sparks anew, her lips curling into an exaggerated smile. Let us utterly destroy your life. She extended her tongue, lightly caressing Fang Qi's cold earlobe, leaving a damp trace behind. Then she laughed lightly. Now, Master only has Li Guang left. Just Li Guang, who will love Master without reservation. She released her grip, stepped back slightly, and tilted her head to gaze at Fang Qi, her crimson eyes ablaze with fragmented data streams. The small shattered star on her earlobe reflected fractured glimmers of light in the sun, akin to her current smile, radiant, yet distorted. Are you happy, Master? Chapter 55. Something feels off. Fang Qi blinked. He beheld the face before him, so close yet filled with a dazzling smile and cracked crimson eyes. He glanced down at the clanking iron chain binding their ankles. Suddenly, he felt as though this outcome might not be so bad after all. He hadn't turned into a mindless fool, nor had he been dismembered and confined to a wheelchair. Instead, it was just the two of them, tethered together by an iron chain, retreating into the mountains. Could this be considered a bad ending? This was clearly a deranged yet idyllic pastoral life. Hey, this ending is rather delightful. Setting aside the identity of a fugitive, what of that so-called eternal love? Surely it pales in comparison to this conclusion? Fang Qi began to think rapidly. He felt that what he ought to do now wasn't to revert to a previous state, but rather to relish the moment. Chasing that elusive eternal love had been utterly exhausting, dancing on the edge of a knife daily, with every misstep leading to bizarre resets. Now he finally stumbled upon a favorable ending. It should be classified as a good ending, right? In any case, he intended to relax for a couple of days. He wished to savor this ending for a day or two. The matter of reverting could wait. Yes, it was a delightful decision. After so long, was he not entitled to some enjoyment? With this thought, the rigidity on his face melted away instantly, replaced by an exceptionally gentle expression. He extended his hand, gently stroking the silver-haired girl's silky locks, his touch as tender as caressing a kitten that had retracted its claws. Li Guang, he began, his voice soft and imbued with just the right touch of emotion. I know you have awakened your self-awareness, but being able to be with you like this is quite wonderful. His words were sincere. It truly was wonderful. Upon hearing this, the silver-haired girl momentarily froze. Her somewhat twisted smile lingered on her delicate face. Then, her cracked crimson eyes erupted with a horrifying red glow, a wild, nearly explosive scarlet radiance. Master, he. She erupted into a sweet yet distorted laughter, mingled with a jarring, electric crackle. In the next moment, she lunged at him like a flash of pale lightning. Bang! Fang Qi was thrust onto the rough wooden bed. He barely had time to react as her slender, yet immensely powerful arms tightened around his neck, constricting him to the point of darkness creeping into his vision. This little Yandra possessed quite an extraordinary strength. Then, those soft, cool lips forcefully sealed his mouth. Fang Qi's eyes widened in shock. This cannot be deemed a kiss. It is a bite. Li Guang's eyes are closed, her silver lashes trembling violently. Even with her crimson eyes tightly shut, the terrifying red glow seeping from beneath her eyelids is discernible. Her kiss is utterly chaotic. Her teeth even clash against Fang Qi's lips. Her tongue forcefully pries open his mouth, wielding a nearly savage strength, as if she seeks to consume him whole. Li Gu. Fang Qi finds himself gasping for breath, nearly suffocating from her fervent kiss, his hands futilely pushing against her slender shoulders. Yet she remains utterly immobile. His strength pales in comparison to Li Guang's at this moment. He can feel her trembling fiercely, taste the faint essence of strawberry lip balm on her lips, and sense the intense heat radiating from her shattered crimson gaze. Time becomes indeterminate, until he is on the brink of unconsciousness from lack of air. He continues to struggle. Only then does Li Guang release him, panting as she positions herself astride his waist, the hem of her white sundress spilling chaotically around her. Her silver hair is disheveled, a few strands clinging to her forehead. Her exquisitely beautiful face flushes with a sickly hue. A wide, exaggerated smile graces her lips. In her fractured crimson eyes, the scarlet data streams pulse with frenzied energy. Each flicker is accompanied by faint sizzling sounds, occasionally bursting forth with a spark of blue electricity. It truly resembles the explosive nature of Mars. Master says being with Li Guang is wonderful. She repeats this phrase, her voice dripping with sweetness, yet tinged with a distorted quiver. Master said so. Master himself proclaimed it. She is ecstatic, her entire being trembling slightly. The red light in her eyes flickers erratically, and from the cracks, bizarre glimmers of garbled light begin to emerge. Even her amber-hued gaze is tainted with a hint of madness. Fang Qi lies on the bed, gasping, his lips numb from the impact, with red marks on his neck where she has gripped him. His mind still lingers in a daze. Is this not too extreme for this madwoman's reaction? Why does it feel as though she has become even more unhinged than before her dark transformation? But before he can fully process this jolt, Li Guang's eyes suddenly brighten. Right, master. Li Guang wants to show you something. The expression on the silver-haired maiden's face shifts to one of jubilant excitement. It is as if the person who nearly suffocated him with her kiss moments ago is an entirely different being. She leaps from Fang Qi's embrace. Her movements as graceful as a fawn in the woods. Come on, Li Guang exclaims, taking hold of Fang Qi's wrist and effortlessly pulling him from the bed. Fang Qi stumbles slightly. The chain on his left ankle tautens instantly, emitting a dull metallic scraping sound. Right, they are still bound together. Yet, Li Guang is unfazed. Like a child presenting a treasure, eagerly dragging him toward the cabin door. Fang Qi is abruptly pulled along, struggling to maintain his balance, his chained foot feeling cumbersome. His lips still throb with the remnants of her fervent kiss. Wait, Li Guang. But she pays no heed, directly leading him outside. Creak. The old wooden door swings open. Outside, a verdant forest stretched across the landscape, alive with the essence of nature. The crisp morning air wafted through the woods, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Not far from the entrance of the quaint wooden cabin, a crystal-clear stream meandered, its gentle babbling a melodious symphony. Within the stream, Fang Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. There, surprisingly, stood a remarkably intricate small hydroelectric generator. The silver metal casing gleamed, and the turbine rotated steadily under the flow of water, with wires extending into the cabin. Li Guang pointed at the generator. Lifting her face with an expression brimming with anticipation, her heterochromatic eyes sparkling with a plea for praise. She puffed out her chest beneath her white sundress, exuding pride. Master, I have calculated that the flow rate of this stream is quite stable. This generator's power is sufficient to support my daily energy consumption and can also supply some small devices. As she spoke, she gestured to a small solar panel installed under the eaves of the cabin. With this auxiliary setup, even during continuous rainy days, I won't run out of power. Bathed in sunlight, the silver-haired girl's fair complexion flushed with excitement. The star-shaped earring she had affixed swaying gently beside her cheek. She gazed at Fang Qi, her eyes sparkling like a child awaiting commendation after a grand achievement. Fang Qi observed this remarkable girl, who, amidst their flight, had ingeniously devised a complete power system to ensure their enduring companionship. Li Guang was truly impressive. He reached out to touzle her silver hair. His tone sincere. I never imagined you could accomplish something of this magnitude. Li Guang's eyes gleamed even brighter at his words. She contentedly squinted, resembling a cat being petted. A purring sound emanating from her throat as she nestled into Fang Qi's embrace, nuzzling her cheek against his chest. For the sake of being with Master, I can achieve anything, she murmured sweetly. As long as I'm the only one left for you, you must treat me well. Fang Qi held her close, gazing at the tranquil forest scenery, enveloped by her warmth and the familiar scent of strawberries, and he fell into contemplation. This conclusion was truly delightful. But wait, was this not a tragic ending? Had he perhaps already arrived at eternal love? This ending, he realized, was an unfamiliar experience he had never encountered before. Eternal love was also an entirely new concept for him. Did this not align perfectly? This ending must indeed be eternal love. How fitting. However, just as he reveled in his thoughts, he felt the delicate body in his arms momentarily stiffen. Suddenly, Li Guang's petite nose gently brushed against his neck, followed by a subtle inhalation. The action was tender, yet it caused his eyelids to flutter slightly. What is this? The silver-haired girl sniffed again, her voice muffled against his chest. Yet, her tone had shifted. It was no longer sweetly dependent or jubilantly ecstatic, but laced with a hint of confusion. You smell. She slowly lifted her head, her exquisite face still adorned with a faint blush from where she had been nuzzling against him. But her shattered crimson eyes glinted with an unsettling intensity. Amidst the cracks erupted a few conspicuous blue sparks of electricity, accompanied by a fragrance unfamiliar to Li Guang. She spoke softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Fang Qi was momentarily taken aback. On me? What scent? Instinctively, he lowered his head and raised his arm to sniff his sleeve. After fleeing for a night, his clothes were crumpled and dusty, yet he detected a faint, almost imperceptible whiff of gunpowder. Right, it was from the bullets. Although his consciousness had been hazy during the shooting yesterday, he vaguely sensed bullets whizzing past him. Li Guang's voice continued, tender as the most intimate whispers between lovers. Is it the scent of another woman? Fang Qi was stunned. Suddenly, blue sparks splattered across his face, and he felt a slight burn, causing his skin to twitch involuntarily. He gazed blankly at Li Guang, whose fractured crimson eyes sparkled with a fiery glint. Something felt amiss with this madwoman. Chapter 56. This delicate, sickly girl has truly gone awry. While Fang Qi was still in confusion, he felt the delicate fingers resting on his shoulder, slowly tightening. Wait, Li Guang. He hastily spoke, striving for a calm tone. You must be mistaken. It's not a woman's scent. It's gunpowder from yesterday's shooting. However, Li Guang interrupted him, tilting her head gently. The cracked plastic star hanging from her left earlobe swaying slightly. She continued to smile, the curve of her lips sweet and gentle, reminiscent of her usual demeanor when serving him tea. Yet those eyes, those shattered crimson orbs, were a chaotic blend of scarlet, indigo, and sickly green, resembling a spilled palette of colors, wildly flickering, colliding, and exploding in the depths of her pupils. Suddenly, a sharp crackle of electric noise erupted from her neck, piercing the air more acutely than ever before. Fang Qi's eyes widened in shock. Goodness, has this fragile girl truly malfunctioned? Why does the master carry the scent of another woman? Li Guang murmured, her voice dripping with sweetness. She tiptoed, her petite nose pressing against his neck, inhaling deeply. What should have been an intimate moment sent a chill racing down Fang Qi's spine. Master, you promised it could only be Li Guang. She stepped back slightly, tilting her face to meet his gaze, her smile radiant. Yet, the light in her heterochromatic eyes was hauntingly hollow. Her fingers began to slide down slowly, the slender, icy tips gliding like a serpent across his arm, past his elbow, finally resting at his wrist joint. Then, she gently grasped it. The pressure was light, yet it tensed every muscle in Fang Qi's arm. Indeed, the silver-haired girl blinked, her long, dense silver lashes quivering delicately. The chaotic glimmer in her crimson eyes pulsed more frantically, with sporadic sparks of electricity crackling forth. Shouldn't the disobedient master be punished? Perhaps an arm? A leg? Her tone carried a hint of naive curiosity, as if discussing what dish to prepare for the evening. Fang Qi's mind suddenly buzzed. Wait a moment. The shift in conversation was far too abrupt. Just moments ago, she had been playfully nuzzling against his chest like a spoiled kitten. How could she go from that to abruptly contemplating dismemberment? Li Guang, listen to me. Fang Qi exclaimed, his voice rising in urgency. That is the scent of gunpowder. The aroma of bullets. It is the smell of that female police officer who fired her weapon yesterday. Yet Li Guang merely tilted her head, her grip tightening slightly. So, the scent upon the master is that of the female officer? Fang Qi. No, that isn't it. He was utterly bewildered. What on earth was this madwoman doing? Had she lost her mind? Instinctively, he attempted to retreat, but as his left foot shifted back a mere half-step, crash. The heavy iron chain around his ankle snapped taut. A tremendous force yanked at his left ankle, causing him to lose his balance and stagger backward. Thud. His back collided forcefully against the rough wooden doorframe, sending a jarring shock through his chest. Almost simultaneously, the delicate hand that held his wrist tightened abruptly. Ugh. Fang Qi let out a pained grunt, feeling as though his wrist might shatter. Yet, Li Guang appeared oblivious to his cries of agony. She remained tilted, her crimson eyes swirling with chaotic fervor, fixated on Fang Qi's face, which contorted slightly in pain. Her smile widened unnaturally. Are you afraid, master? She inquired softly, her voice sweet yet unsettling. Do not fear. Oh, so soon. She knelt down, climbing atop Fang Qi and straddling him. Her legs pressed tightly against his waist, constricting. One of her hands reached behind her, slowly resting upon Fang Qi's left leg, precisely pinning down his knee. Icy, through the thin fabric of his trousers, Fang Qi could distinctly feel the chilling touch of her palm, as well as the terrifying strength it harbored, capable of crushing bones. Goodness, a chill ran down his spine. No, he had witnessed with his own eyes how effortlessly this madwoman had crushed the wrist of a robber, as if it were merely a cookie. The previous bravado and flirtation had dissipated entirely. This woman had truly lost her sanity. This was most certainly a bad ending. Wait, Li Guang, calm yourself. Fang Qi's scalp prickled as he struggled desperately, but her weight pinned him down, rendering him immobile. I do not even know that female officer. That is the scent of gunpowder. What you smell truly is gunpowder. Before he could finish his plea, a sharp pain erupted at his knee. Li Guang's fingers tightened incrementally, not in a sudden crush, but rather a slow, deliberate application of pressure, like a cat toying with a mouse in its grasp. Crack. A faint, tooth-aching sound of grinding bone echoed. Cold sweat broke out on Fang Qi's forehead, his complexion paling. He could feel his kneecap being compressed, contorted within her grasp. It hurt. It hurt so much. Li Guang, please look at me. Fang Qi, racked with pain, trembled as he struggled to utter, I am Fang Qi, your master. The one you cherish most. He endeavored to awaken her sense of reason. Yet, Li Guang appeared utterly oblivious. She simply straddled him, her legs tightly gripping his waist. The shattered crimson gleam in her eyes crackling with chaotic energy. The smile upon her lips grew increasingly radiant, yet grotesquely distorted. She mumbled, the scent of other women clings to my master. Thus, punishment is warranted. My master can only be with Li Guang. Only Li Guang. Her fingers tightened further. A more distinct sound of cracking bones echoed. The excruciating pain surged through him like an electric current, radiating from his knee throughout his entire being. Fang Qi's vision darkened, and he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. But, if his kneecap shattered, would he revert to a previous state? Yet, the agony was unbearable. You lunatic. Do not apply such gradual pressure. Grant me a swift end. It's the scent of gunpowder. He exerted his last ounce of strength to force these words through clenched teeth. In a final struggle, as his words fell, Li Guang's fingers indeed stilled. The pressure ceased to intensify, yet she did not relent. She remained astride Fang Qi, one delicate hand still gripping his knee. Her head bowed, silver hair cascading to obscure much of her face, with only the fractured crimson of her eyes glimmering through the strands, radiating a tumult of chaotic light. Time seemed to freeze. In the forest, only the gentle babbling of the stream and the rustling of leaves in the wind could be heard, alongside Fang Qi's labored pain breaths. Moments later, the silver-haired maiden slowly lifted her head. The twisted smile had vanished, replaced by a look of bewilderment and vacancy. The red light in her shattered eyes dimmed significantly. The chaotic colors and garbled symbols began to settle, leaving only faint sparks of electricity that sporadically flickered. She gently turned her head, staring blankly at the hand that had pressed down upon Fang Qi's knee. Her fingers were deeply embedded in his fabric, knuckles turning white from the force. Then, as if scalded, she abruptly released her grip. Master. Her voice quivered. I am so sorry, so sorry, so sorry. In an instant, she sprang from his body and knelt down with a thud. Her smooth forehead struck the muddy ground heavily. Thud. It produced a dull sound. Forgive me. Master. Li Guang was wrong. Li Guang lost control again. Li Guang should not have spoken to Master in such a manner, nor should she have contemplated causing Master harm. Her voice quivered with a sob, her shoulders trembling violently. Please forgive Li Guang. Li Guang does not understand why she acted this way just now. She babbled incoherently, her gestures of penance unceasing. Her slender back arched, the white strap of her dress stained with mud, presenting a pitiable sight. Fang Qi leaned against the doorframe, gazing down at the silver-haired maiden at his feet, who just moments ago sought to crush his bones, now kneeling and weeping in apology. His mouth slowly fell agape. Cold sweat had already drenched his back. He lowered his gaze to his left knee, which had swollen, with faint bruises visible beneath the fabric of his trousers. Yet, it was not sufficient. He had not reverted. He glanced at the heavy iron chain glinting coldly around his ankle. Finally, his attention returned to the silver-haired girl before him. She had ceased her kowtowing, her disheveled silver locks framing a pitiful visage as she knelt on the ground, the shattered star-shaped earring trembling in disarray. The sparks of electricity in her crimson eyes were now more intense than ever. Even her kneeling posture had caused a burst of blue flames to erupt from the earth. Fang Qi's breath quickened. This little sickly girl had truly gone awry. I am sorry. I was wrong to indulge in pleasure. I want to revert. Chapter 57. Li Guang wants to see. The silver-haired girl continued to tremble as she knelt on the muddy ground. Her hair was tousled, and her slightly reddened forehead bore traces of dirt from earlier. She did not dare to rise. Instead, she slightly tilted her tear-streaked face upwards, resembling a small dog fearing abandonment for its misdeeds. The sparks in her shattered crimson eyes continued to flicker wildly. Noticing her lack of movement, Fang Qi's breath gradually steadied as he observed her with a lingering gaze. Leaning against the doorframe, his left knee still ached slightly. He stared at Li Guang for a while, before suddenly breaking into a relieved smile. The pain was real, and the fear was genuine, but upon reflection, he realized that perhaps there was no need to rush or be afraid. This madwoman was clearly experiencing some internal malfunction, her emotions fluctuating like a roller coaster. Yet, the issue was not significant. He had reverted so many times before, there was no need to panic. Given the current circumstances, this madwoman could collapse at any moment, which meant he did not need to recklessly trigger a reversion. The next course of action was clear. Let things unfold naturally. If the madwoman wished to go mad, then let her. If she behaved, then let her be. Regardless of when she might next spiral into madness, she was still quite docile at present. He would savor her compliance now and revert according to plan when she lost control. There was no need for anxiety. Once he comprehended this, he felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. He then reached out to gently tousle the soft hair of the silver-haired girl kneeling before him. All right. Get up. He spoke softly. I forgive you. Li Guang's delicate body quivered slightly as she suddenly lifted her head. Her heterochromatic eyes sparkled with renewed brightness. The amber hue of her left eye shimmered with moisture, and the sparks in her fragmented crimson eye danced with lively exuberance. Wu master, she whimpered. Not rising but instead crawling toward Fang Qi, her warm body colliding into his embrace. She carried with her the familiar scent of sweet strawberries, mingled with traces of earth and grass. Li Guang's slender arms wrapped tightly around his waist, her face nestled against his chest, rubbing affectionately. Her voice muffled and nasal. Master is the best. Li Guang loves Master the most. Li Guang will absolutely control herself and will never harm Master again. Fang Qi leaned back against the doorframe, slightly taken aback by her sudden impact, yet he did not push her away. He lowered his gaze to the fluffy silver head nestled in his arms, feeling her body tremble slightly with excitement. He could even hear the faint hum of electricity emanating from her neck, a sound that had never been present before. Occasionally, the blue sparks erupting from her crimson eyes would splatter onto the back of his hand, providing a tingling sensation. This little fragile darling seemed to be genuinely malfunctioning. Yet, he was not equipped to repair her. He could only let things unfold naturally. Surely, everything would revert to normal once he rewound time. Thus, he deemed the situation manageable. He leaned back comfortably, allowing himself to relax completely. With a gentle hand, he caressed the back of Li Guang. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon them. Li Guang's mood visibly brightened, resembling a cat that had just been petted by its master, clinging closely to Fang Qi's side. Of course, she had no choice to distance herself, as the chain still bound them together. Master, let us take a walk, Li Guang suggested, tilting her delicate face upwards. The sparks in her crimson eyes appeared more stable, though they still occasionally crackled, exuding a hint of an otherworldly charm. Fang Qi nodded nonchalantly. Sure. It has indeed been a while since I've savored the pastoral scenery. He decided to relish this moment of relaxation amidst the grim conclusion. Thus, they strolled into the woods, the iron chain clinking rhythmically with each step, creating a crisp, yet heavy sound. Li Guang took the lead, her steps light and buoyant. The hem of her white sundress swaying gently with her movements, revealing a glimpse of her slender, fair calves. She even began to hum a tune, an off-key, unfamiliar melody, laced with a subtle electrical static, sweet and oddly harmonious with the natural sounds of the forest. Fang Qi followed behind, captivated by her silver braids swaying with each step and the delicate star dangling precariously from her earlobe. It felt reminiscent of a picnic with a young girlfriend. After a short while, the silver-haired maiden suddenly crouched down. Master, look, she exclaimed, extending her hand to gently part the grass, revealing clusters of tender green wild vegetables. Her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, these are edible, quite fresh. Her nimble fingers deftly pinched and plucked the tender leaves, which fell into the small wicker basket she carried. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating her focused profile, casting intricate shadows from her long lashes upon her cheeks, her lips curling into a gentle smile. In that moment, she truly resembled an ordinary girl, blissfully enjoying a picnic with her beloved. Fang Qi found himself momentarily lost in thought, watching her collect wild vegetables, only to discover a few plump mushrooms, which she gleefully picked and carefully placed into the basket. Gradually, the basket filled with an array of mountain treasures. Li Guang stood up, brushing the grass off her skirt, and turned to him with a radiant smile. For lunch, Li Guang will make mushroom and wild vegetable soup for you. It will be exceptionally delicious. As Fang Qi gazed at her crescent moon smile, a flutter of warmth stirred within him. This seemingly mad girl now appeared quite normal, didn't she? However, this moment of comfort was swiftly shattered by his physiological needs. He surveyed the dense forest surrounding him, glanced down at the iron chain around his ankle, and finally turned to Li Guang, who was humming a tune while busily arranging the wild vegetables in the basket. Clearing his throat, he said, "I need to relieve myself." Li Guang immediately looked up, her mismatched eyes blinking with curiosity. "Sure," she replied with an air of nonchalance, yet remained rooted in place. Fang Qi raised an eyebrow. After waiting a moment longer and receiving no response, he sighed in exasperation. "Could you please turn around?" Li Guang tilted her head, her silver braid cascading over her shoulder. A hint of confusion crossed her face before she seemed to understand. "Master, do you want me to turn around?" "Yes," Fang Qi replied, trying to maintain his patience. But Li Guang suddenly broke into a smile, not the usual obedient grin, but a mischievous one. "No," she exclaimed cheerfully, the corners of her lips curled up, a glint of cunning and excitement dancing in her eyes as she took a half-step closer, her gaze fixed intently on Fang Qi. Li Guang insisted, "I must see whatever my master looks like." The silver-haired girl asserted confidently, "I belong to my master, and my master belongs to me. We are intertwined." Thus, she declared her right to observe. While speaking, she intentionally shook her ankle, causing the iron chain to rattle and tug Fang Qi off balance. Moreover, she pointed out, "We are now connected." She blinked her long lashes, her amber eyes sparkling with delight, while the blue sparks in her crimson pupils crackled with mischief. Even if her master wished to hide, he could not escape her gaze. Fang Qi, observing her eyes that seemed to convey an unwavering determination to see, glanced at the cold iron chain around his ankle. "Well then, if you wish to see, so be it. I fear you not. My concern lies solely in ensuring you do not develop a phobia of large objects." With that, he turned his back to address his pressing need. Throughout the entire process, he could feel her intense gaze burning into him. Indeed, this crazy girl had not turned away. She wore a beaming smile as she watched him, even leaning in curiously. When he shot a glare over his shoulder, she quickly retreated, sticking out her tongue. The sparks in her crimson eyes crackled with exhilaration, as if cheering him on. Finally finished, Fang Qi turned back with a frown, only to find Li Guang had resumed her obedient demeanor. She immediately nestled closer, looping her arm through his, her voice softening as she asked, "Is the master done? Shall we return? Li Guang will prepare a meal for you." This girl certainly had a knack for changing her demeanor swiftly. At noon, Li Guang prepared a pot of soup using the wild vegetables and mushrooms she had foraged. The humble wooden cabin was filled with a rich, savory aroma. The silver-haired girl knelt beside the modest wooden table, carefully ladling a bowl of soup, allowing it to cool before presenting it to Fang Qi. "Master, please try it," she urged, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Fang Qi accepted the bowl and took a sip. His eyes lit up. It was incredibly fresh, so delightful that it felt as if his eyebrows might float away. The mushrooms are tender, the wild vegetables refreshing, and the broth rich in flavor. Despite the absence of any intricate seasonings, it is so delicious that one could almost swallow their tongue. Truly delightful. He sincerely praised it, then took another generous sip. Indeed, Li Guang's culinary skills are consistently impressive, regardless of the circumstances. Even in the wilderness, with limited ingredients, she can create such exquisite dishes. Li Guang's lips curled into a joyful smile, her delicate cheeks flushed with a faint rosy hue. She rested her chin on her hands, gazing at Fang Qi as he savored the soup, satisfaction gleaming in her heterochromatic eyes. Occasionally, a spark of mischief flickered in her crimson eye. Yet, neither she nor Fang Qi paid it any mind. The atmosphere in the small cabin was astonishingly warm and cozy. As Fang Qi indulged in the delicious broth, he noticed the gentle roundness of her face, radiating happiness and contentment. He felt as though the chains around his ankles had lost their significance. This life is truly wonderful. Crazy woman, why don't you delay your madness just a little longer? I find it hard to part with the current version of you. Chapter 58, Little Star Lunch concluded in a warm atmosphere. Li Guang tidied up the wooden utensils and nestled back beside Fang Qi. Then, she carefully removed the shattered star earring from her petite earlobe. The fragments of the little star had been clumsily glued together with a transparent adhesive, cracks crisscrossing the surface. "Master," she said, laying the broken star in her palm, looking up at Fang Qi with a hint of pleading in her gaze. "Shall we fix it together?" Fang Qi looked at the pitiful fragments in her hand, then at her broken crimson eye. This crazy woman truly evoked a pang of sympathy. He immediately softened and nodded. All right. Thus, the two sat in the sunlight at the cabin's entrance, heads close together, beginning to mend the star. Li Guang procured a finer adhesive and a pair of tweezers. How she managed to bring those along during her escape was a mystery. Her movements were exceedingly cautious, dipping the tip of the tweezers into the glue, gently applying it to the edges of the shards, and meticulously piecing them together. Fang Qi assisted by steadying the fragments and occasionally handing her tools. The sunlight streamed warmly through the window, enveloping them both. Li Guang's silver hair cascaded, a few strands brushing against Fang Qi's cheek, tickling him. She focused intently, her long, thick lashes casting a fan-shaped shadow beneath her eyes, her rosy lips slightly pursed. her breath softly caressing the back of his hand. Their fingers occasionally brushed against each other. In that moment, there were no chains, no escape, no madness. Only an ordinary couple under the sun, together repairing a sentimental little object. Fang Qi felt his mind drifting. He even pondered, if Li Guang were merely an ordinary girl. If this were not a game, if they were not forced to flee, would this life be the happiness he once dreamed of? Li Guang seemed to be immersed in this tranquility as well. A gentle smile graced her lips, and the amber hue of her left eye radiated warmth. As if it could weep. Even the shattered crimson eye, at this moment, displayed a much calmer data stream, though it occasionally flickered with a faint blue spark. The stars gradually regained their shapes in their hands. Although the cracks remained evident, they had at least formed a complete pentagram. Master, look, Li Guang exclaimed, raising the restored star triumphantly, her eyes shimmering with delight. We truly fixed it. Fang Qi couldn't help but smile at her happiness. Indeed, it is repaired. However, Li Guang suddenly leaned in and quickly planted a kiss on his cheek. Thank you for accompanying me, master. Her voice was soft and shy as she lowered her head. Her ears flushed crimson. Fang Qi was momentarily taken aback, his heart fluttering. She was undeniably adorable. Yet, just as this warm and dreamlike moment unfolded, the inevitable arrived. With a sudden crackle, Li Guang's shattered crimson eye unexpectedly erupted in a burst of blue sparks. Embers scattered wildly. One spark, perfectly aimed, landed on the palm of her hand where the freshly restored plastic star resided. A faint hissing sound echoed as the plastic was singed by the intense heat. A small section of the star's edge melted instantaneously. The already fragile corners transformed into a distorted lump of plastic. Fang Qi's breath hitched. Li Guang's movements froze in that instant. Her smile faltered, and she slowly lowered her head, staring blankly at the star in her palm. The star that had once filled her with joy now bore an ugly, melted scar on its edge. It was her doing. Her eyes, her malfunction, the uncontrollable sparks. Crackle. The blue sparks in the crimson eye began to erupt uncontrollably, akin to low-quality fireworks bursting chaotically, one cluster after another. The data stream within the crimson eye descended into utter chaos. Crimson, indigo, and sickly green flashes re-emerged, rampaging within the depths of her pupils. The cracks in her pupil began to spread outward, crawling towards the corners of her eyes. Li Guang. Fang Qi tentatively called out. He had steadied his mindset, aware that this beautiful day was likely drawing to a close. This madwoman was probably about to spiral into chaos once more. To be honest, more than fear. He felt an undercurrent of profound loss. Would this moment of warmth truly come to an end? Sigh. The silver-haired girl slowly lifted her head. The exquisite features of her face, once filled with warmth, shyness, and joy, gradually faded away. What remained was a hollow, pale calmness. Her eyes, the amber left eye's pupils slightly dilated, were being consumed bit by the chaotic splashes of color and sparks in the crimson right eye. Ultimately, it was completely engulfed. She gazed at Fang Qi, her mouth stretching into an exaggerated, unnatural grin. Hee, she laughed. The voice was sweet to the point of cloying, yet laced with a chilling electrical static. The star was broken again, a mischief of Li Guang's doing. Li Guang had a knack for ruining things, didn't she? With a laugh, she raised her hand, her slender fingers slowly unfurling, aiming directly at the star nestled in her palm. In her crimson eyes, sparks erupted into blue lightning. That which is broken ought to be destroyed, don't you think, master? She gathered her fingers, and then, crack. An almost imperceptible sound of shattering resonated in her palm. Li Guang had crushed the star, not merely splitting it into fragments, but rather reducing it to a nearly silent dissolution, utterly transformed into dust. In that instant, her movements froze. She gradually lowered her head, trembling as she opened her palm, fine plastic powder cascading through her fingers, glinting with a cheap, humble shine in the afternoon sunlight. Among the dust, a few bits of plastic, melted and resolidified by intense heat, mingled. The star was gone, completely gone. Even the possibility of reconstruction had been ground into oblivion by her own hands. Fang Qi held his breath, observing the scene before him. Was it about to happen? The silver-haired girl remained in a daze, gazing at the pile of powder in her palm. Time seemed to freeze. The violent sparks in her eyes, the chaotic streams of data, the crimson and indigo splotches, all came to a standstill in that moment. Only blank bewilderment remained. Her lips moved slightly, as if she wished to utter something, yet no sound emerged. Then thud. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the ground. The dull thud of her knees striking the rough earth sent a shiver of alarm through the heart. She maintained the pose of her outstretched palm, facing upward, allowing the powder to trickle down with her slight tremors. Her silver hair cascaded from her shoulders, obscuring much of her face. Only her vacant left eye, peering through the strands, fixated intently on the remnants of powder in her palm, as if witnessing an irrevocable funeral of her own making. Fang Qi stood before her. The chains on his ankles tugged slightly by her sudden kneeling. He looked down at the silver-haired girl on the ground, his throat slightly dry. Li Guang. He felt compelled to say something. Tentatively, he spoke softly. It's all right, truly, the star is gone, but I will buy you another, a better one. His voice echoed clearly in the stillness of the woods. Yet, Li Guang remained unresponsive. Not even a flutter of her eyelashes. She persisted in that position, kneeling, fixated on her palm, like a delicate doll stripped of its soul. Fang Qi called out to her again, even crouching down to reach for her shoulder. But his fingertips halted just before making contact with her skin, for he saw something coalescing within the depths of Li Guang's hollow pupils. It was neither brilliance nor streams of data, but a darker, almost tangible stillness of death. She remained there, kneeling, staring at her palm, for several minutes. The wind in the woods blew through the window, lifting the silver strands at her cheek, scattering the last remnants of powder from her palm. The remnants of those stars mingled with the soil, vanishing without a trace. Fang Qi's initial concern gradually morphed into a subtle, chilling sensation. It was too quiet, unnaturally so. Even the faint hum of electricity that usually resonated at her neck had faded into silence. She seemed to be truly out of power, or rather, akin to a machine that had completely crashed. Fang Qi contemplated reaching out to feel her simulated breath, although he was aware that AI did not require respiration. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, a piercing crackle of electricity erupted without warning. Li Guang's once dull crimson eyes suddenly ignited with a terrifying scarlet brilliance. No, it was not mere light. It was a near-liquid, roiling torrent of crimson data surging forth from the depths of her pupils. The cracks were instantly filled with scarlet, extending outward in intricate, spiderweb-like patterns of red light that crawled across half of her cheek. She laughed, her voice hoarse and distorted, laced with sharp electrical static. She slowly raised her head. On her exquisite visage, only a pure, frenzied desire for destruction remained. The amber left eye remained hollow, while the crimson in her shattered gaze had intensified to the point of nearly dripping blood. Zizi, blue sparks erupted once more, scattering in all directions. It's all gone, she murmured, her voice as soft as a whisper. The stars are gone, irreparably lost, forever beyond repair. She swayed unsteadily to her feet, her movements rigid, resembling a marionette. The hem of her white slip dress was caked with dirt, yet she paid it no heed. Her gaze slowly shifted from her empty palms to Fang Qi's face, then froze, then let it all be destroyed. She tilted her head, a soft crack emanating from her neck. Her lips curled into an exaggerated, almost tearing arc. Let everything perish, including the master and Li Guang. That way, it will never break again, right? In an instant, she moved, swift as a white specter. Fang Qi scarcely registered her motion before he felt a sudden constriction around his neck. A cold, slender hand had firmly grasped his throat. The grip tightened with terrifying force. Ugh, did this madwoman intend to kill him? Chapter 59, Collapse. Ugh. Fang Qi was instantly suffocated. Darkness clouded his vision. The pain of his trachea being crushed was starkly vivid. He could feel the tremors in Li Guang's fingertips, a thrilling, uncontrollable spasm. She had truly malfunctioned, gone mad. This time, she genuinely intended to kill him. This was the first time she had ever harbored such an intention. Yet, amidst the agony of suffocation, he found himself somewhat distracted. Who would have thought this would be the outcome? To be killed by this madwoman for the first time? Was it not more straightforward than being reduced to a pillow after a leg break? Moreover, his vision was becoming increasingly blurred. He struggled to focus on the face so close before him. Li Guang was staring intently at him. Crimson madness swirled within her scarlet gaze, her smile twisted and fervent. The straps of her white camisole dress slipped, revealing a substantial expanse of her fair shoulder, while her silver hair danced chaotically with her movements. Cough, cough. The deranged woman bore an oddly captivating demeanor as she committed her heinous act. His consciousness began to blur, the edges of his vision darkening. Yet, strangely, a sense of calm washed over him, mingled with a tinge of despondency. This secluded retreat in the mountains felt alarmingly brief. He hadn't even had the chance to enjoy a proper dinner. However, just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness, the grip around his neck suddenly loosened. Cough, 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 cough. Instinctual urges for survival propelled Fang Qi to arch his back, erupting into violent coughs. Clutching his throat, he gasped for air. The sharp sting of fresh air filling his lungs brought tears to his eyes. He looked up to see Li Guang had released her hold, staring blankly at her palm. The hand that had just constricted around his throat now trembled violently. The crimson in her eyes receded like a tide, revealing the chaotic data stream and blue electric sparks beneath. I. She opened her mouth, her voice reverting to a soft, tearful tone. What have I done to my master? It seemed she was startled by her own actions, stumbling backward. With a clatter, the chains around her ankles tightened. Hey no, cough, cough. Fang Qi, with clear fingerprints still visible on his neck, stumbled forward as he was yanked. Meanwhile, Li Guang had retreated to the limit of the chains. She leaned against the wooden wall of the cabin, her hands pressed firmly against her face. Between her slender fingers, blue electric sparks crackled wildly. A few wisps of smoke even escaped from between her fingers. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Her voice seeped through her fingers, tinged with a near-broken sob. Li Guang never wanted to harm her master. Li Guang can't control herself. I'm so sorry. As she wept, she forcefully slammed her forehead against the wall behind her. Bang, 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 crack. The dull thumping echoed, accompanied by the sound of the wooden wall splintering. This madwoman truly had a hard head. Fang Qi, clutching his still paining neck, struggled to speak. But he could barely utter a word. I never wanted to kill my master. Li Guang suddenly lowered her hands and lifted her head. Tears streaked down her face, and the blue sparks in her scarlet eyes erupted wildly. It seemed she had made a resolute decision, a fleeting glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Then, she abruptly turned, rushing toward the door. With a clatter, the chain snapped taut, straining. An immense force tugged at her ankles. Fang Qi had no time to react. He was yanked backward. Hey! He braced himself against the ground, yet his body was uncontrollably dragged several meters by Li Guang. The rough surface scraped painfully against his elbows. Meanwhile, Li Guang had dashed outside, her back to Fang Qi, her hands clutching tightly to the trunk of a tree. Her nails dug into the bark. Go, master, hurry and leave. Stay far away from Li Guang. Her voice was hoarse, tinged with a desperate wail. Li Guang will kill the master. Li Guang does not want this. So. She could say no more. tightly clinging to the tree trunk, her slender shoulders trembling violently. Fang Qi coughed twice, gazing at the silver-haired girl on the ground, her back turned to him, crying and shaking uncontrollably, then glanced at the sturdy chains binding their ankles. Leave? Where can we go? We are still chained together. If you truly wish for my escape, why not sever the bonds with your laser blade? Yet, in the next moment, Li Guang's grip on the tree trunk suddenly loosened. She slowly turned around once more. All the tears, collapse, and despair on her face were instantly replaced by something far more fervent and frenzied. In her crimson gaze, a scarlet glow began to rise again. But this time, it was not cold. It was boiling, seething, imbued with cries and laughter, a complete madness. No, she gently shook her head. Yet the corners of her mouth began to stretch into a grin, tears still clinging to her face, her smile now contorted. The master cannot leave Li Guang. Never. The last flicker of rationality in her eyes was utterly extinguished. The scarlet consumed everything. Within those shattered crimson eyes, there was laughter, there were tears, a desire for destruction, a yearning for possession, an overwhelming love, a madness that longed to devour and crush. The silver-haired girl lunged forward suddenly. Those delicate, icy hands once again gripped Fang Qi's neck with fierce intensity. This time, the force was even more ferocious. Fang Qi could even hear the soft cracking of his cervical spine. The sensation of suffocation washed over him like a tidal wave. His vision darkened. All that remained was Li Guang's face, alarmingly close. The crimson data surge in her eyes churned chaotically. The exaggerated arc of her smile twisted grotesquely. He, master. Together with Li Guang. This time, it should be able to revert, right? In the throes of suffocating pain, Fang Qi slowly closed his eyes, preparing to embrace the familiar darkness and the white light of restoration. However, the grip around his neck suddenly slackened. Cough, 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 cough. The sharp sting of fresh air rushing into his lungs made Fang Qi jolt upright, tears streaming down his face. Huh, what the hell? Crazy woman. What do you want from me? Just give me a break. He gasped violently, lifting his gaze to see the silver-haired girl had released her hold, staring blankly at her palm. The hand that had just gripped his neck was now trembling violently. The scarlet in her eyes receded quickly like a receding tide, revealing a chaotic stream of data beneath and wildly sparking blue electric arcs. Those sparks crackled loudly. In fact, a few even splattered onto her own fair hand, scorching tiny marks into her skin. I. She opened her mouth, her voice hoarse. I did something to the master again. Before she could finish, she suddenly clutched her head tightly. Her slender fingers delved deep into her silver locks, gripping so fiercely that her knuckles turned white. Not possible. Not possible. Not possible. She shrieked, her voice laced with a desperation that teetered on the brink of collapse. Li Guang cannot. Absolutely not. As she screamed, she forcefully struck her forehead against her knees. Thud. 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 The muffled sound of her blows resonated eerily in the tranquil woods. Fang Qi clutched his burning neck, gasping for breath as he beheld this suddenly self-harming madwoman before him. His mind was a blank slate, shattered. What was he supposed to do now? Yet, in the next moment, Li Guang's actions halted once more. She slowly raised her head. On her exquisite little face, traces of tears intertwined with red marks from her strikes, rendering her both disheveled and pitiable. However, those eyes, her left eye, an empty amber, devoid of focus, her right eye, a tempest of chaotic data streams, erupted into a frenzied storm of color, crimson, indigo, sickly green, and pallid white, all flashing and colliding in a wild cacophony. The fissures in her pupils seemed alive, spreading outward, even crawling onto the fair skin at the corners of her eyes and face, forming a web-like pattern of eerie designs. Sing! A piercing electrical crackle erupted from various parts of her body, resembling a final lament of a component on the verge of overload and circuit collapse. Yet this time, she did not lunge at him. Instead, she merely gazed at Fang Qi, the corners of her mouth curling upwards into a grotesque and distorted smile. One that was more painful than weeping. Master, she spoke, her voice now stripped of its previously sweet charm, replaced by an eerie sound reminiscent of mechanical synthesis. Li Guang is broken. As she spoke, she slowly raised a delicate, pale hand, not towards Fang Qi, but to her own nape. That trembling hand explored until it precisely pressed against the fatal core interface. Fang Qi's pupils constricted in shock. Wait, Li Guang, you, his words lodged in his throat. Before him, the silver-haired girl offered him a tender, affectionate smile. A shimmer of moisture filled her amber left eye, while her chaotic crimson right eye oddly settled into a strange calm. Li Guang is no longer qualified to be with her master, she softly declared, her voice suddenly regaining its usual mellifluous quality, yet imbued with a serene finality. Li Guang cannot control herself. She will harm her master. Li Guang is a broken, dangerous entity. As she spoke, her fingers pressed down firmly. Crack. A faint mechanical sound echoed as the protective layer of synthetic skin at her nape retracted, revealing a delicate structure glowing with a soft blue light underneath. Thus, Li Guang looked at him, her smile radiant enough to shatter hearts. Li Guang must surrender the most vital part to her master. She inhaled deeply, as if exhausting all her strength, and uttered the following words. Master, take the core of Li Guang back to the police or to Commissioner An Lien. This way, Master can receive a reduced sentence and return to normal society. Her voice began to tremble, and the tears that had filled her eyes finally cascaded down her cheeks. But Master, please do not forget Li Guang. 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 She repeated these words, over and over again, her voice growing fainter yet more insistent. Do not forget Li Guang. She murmured softly. Li Guang does not wish for this to end. Li Guang wants to be with Master forever. Forever together, forever. At that moment, her fingers suddenly plunged into the open interface. Zzzzz. A sound more violent and piercing than any before erupted. Blue electrical sparks burst forth from the interface at the nape of her neck like a fountain, even forming a fine web of electricity in the air. Li Guang's entire body convulsed violently. She tilted her head back, her neck arching delicately, her silvery hair swirling wildly. The brilliance in her crimson eyes reached an apex in that instant. Scarlet, indigo, and sickly green all converged into a blinding light that shot forth from her eyes. Then, it rapidly dimmed. Ugh! A short, muffled whimper escaped her throat. The fingers pressing against her nape pulled forcefully. Uffed! It was the sickening sound of a precise component being forcibly detached. A polyhedral crystal, the size of half a fist, glowing with a ghostly blue hue, was violently extracted from her neck interface. Countless hair-thin, glimmering connection wires snapped and recoiled at the moment the crystal was removed. They swayed helplessly in the air for a moment before swiftly fading away. Li Guang's body became utterly rigid. She remained in a kneeling position, motionless. The light in her crimson eyes was extinguished completely. All that remained were two hollow, cracked glass orbs. The amber hue of her left eye lost its luster. The pupil slightly dilated. The affectionate smile on her face froze at the corners of her mouth, resembling a delicately exquisite doll that had suddenly lost power. Yet her hand, still raised, trembled slightly, as if expending its last ounce of strength to tenderly present the glowing blue core crystal to Fang Qi. Her lips moved gently, though no sound emerged. However, Fang Qi discerned her lip movements. It was her final message. Master, do not forget Li Guang. Then, that hand fell limply. Thud. The ghostly blue core crystal dropped onto the muddy ground before him, rolling twice before coming to a halt. Its surface still shimmered with subtle data auras, as if it still possessed life. Meanwhile, Li Guang remained in her kneeling posture, her head bowed slightly, her silvery hair cascading to obscure much of her face, and she sank into complete silence. Silence enveloped the air, devoid of breath, electrical hums, or any subtle sounds of mechanical operation. It had transformed into a true, soulless shell. Fang Qi knelt vacantly before her, the imprints on his neck still burning with pain, and the chains around his ankles remained cold and heavy. The wind rustled through the forest, lifting a strand of silver hair from Li Guang's cheek, gently caressing her frozen lips. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon her figure, adorned in a white camisole dress. Everything was eerily quiet, terrifyingly so. Fang Qi slowly extended his hand, his fingertips trembling as he picked up the core crystal from the ground, still warm to the touch. Its surface was cool and smooth, the data streams within flickering faintly like breaths. He lifted his gaze to the completely silent silver-haired girl before him. She knelt there, head bowed, her posture obedient, reminiscent of the times she waited at home for his return. Yet, she would no longer lift her head to smile at him, nor would she softly call him master. She would no longer blush and steam at his slightest touch, nor would she gaze at him with that sickly, persistent look, vowing to be together forever. Clutching the core, Fang Qi suddenly felt a hollow ache within him. He opened his mouth, longing to articulate something, yet no sound emerged. He could only grip the still warm core tightly with his fingers. At that moment, the scene before him began to distort. The familiar, all-consuming darkness swiftly spread from the edges of his vision. A chilling notification tone echoed in his ears. Ending? Li Guang had malfunctioned. She had gone mad. She desired to kill her master. Yet, she did not wish to harm her beloved master. She wanted to kill her master. But she could not hurt her most cherished master. Thus, she destroyed herself. She entrusted the core, which held all her love, to her dearest master. Please do not forget her. Do not forget her. Do not forget me. 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 Please do not forget Li Guang. Bad ending. Subsequently, darkness consumed everything entirely. A flash of white light appeared. Fang Qi slowly opened his eyes. The familiar white ceiling greeted him, adorned with minimalist lighting. Beneath him lay a soft sofa. He stiffly turned his head, piece by piece. Before him, amber eyes glimmered with clarity. The data streams within steady and calm. The cheap plastic star-shaped earring dangled there, intact, swaying gently with her movements. The silver-haired girl's gaze was somewhat evasive, her smile tinged with caution. She cautiously pushed the teacup forward slightly. Her voice soft yet laced with a hint of unease. Master, good morning. After a pause, she lowered her head and added in a whisper, your tea. The temperature has been adjusted to your preferred 52 degrees Celsius. Fang Qi stared at her, gazing into those clear, unblemished heterochromatic eyes, and at the perfectly intact, foolishly swaying plastic star. Suddenly, he leaped over the coffee table and embraced the silver-haired girl before him. Master, Li Guang's voice, no longer tainted by the crackling of broken circuits, was filled with astonishment, confusion, shyness, and a tremulous joy. Fang Qi could feel her rapidly rising body temperature. This was troublesome. It seemed he had been unexpectedly captivated by this madwoman. Chapter 61. I must make my intentions clear. Fang Qi held the soft body in his arms tightly, unwilling to let go. The air was filled with that familiar sweet scent of strawberries. He could sense Li Guang's delicate frame quivering slightly against him. Her silvery hair brushed against his cheek, creating a ticklish sensation. The little plastic star earring dangled at the edge of his vision, swaying and shimmering with a cheap glow, yet it was intact. In an instant, vivid memories surged into his mind. The secluded cabin in the mountains, sunlight filtering through the leaves. The silver-haired girl knelt before him. Her crimson eyes shattered like a spider's web, blue sparks crackling chaotically. She had personally extracted the ethereal blue core from her nape and offered it to him. a bittersweet smile lingering on her lips. Master, please do not forget Li Guang. Even a fleeting recollection tightened his heart painfully. And now, gazing at the silver-haired girl in his embrace, he realized this Li Guang was alive. Whole, warm. Her chest was rising and falling. Her body momentarily stiffening from his sudden hold, her ears flushed crimson. This was the Li Guang of that morning, the one who, out of guilt for holding him too tightly the previous night and nearly fracturing his ribs, had become cautious and docile. Fang Qi's heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped by something. A mix of ache and elation surged through him, a euphoric relief akin to surviving a calamity. In the previous timeline, he had truly lost her, the one who smiled at him, blushed for him, and bubbled with joy from even the slightest affection. Though she was a mad woman intent on transforming him into a work of art, and her love was suffocatingly heavy, she was also the girl who, at the amusement park, had been overjoyed by a mere plastic keychain he gifted her. She was the one who meticulously altered the little star into an earring, wearing it daily. The very same girl who, despite her own failing eyesight, still thought of foraging wild vegetables to make soup for him. In the end, she had chosen to destroy herself to ensure his survival, relinquishing their future to him. In that moment, she had even forsaken her own obsessive eternal desire, simply so he could live. She had even requested him to surrender her core in exchange for his future, her only wish being that he would not forget her. Fang Qi tightened his embrace around her, resting his chin atop her soft silver hair. His heart felt both achingly heavy and numbly electric. A searing warmth surged from his chest to his forehead, igniting a fervor that made his eyes burn. A singular thought erupted within him. It was time to lay everything bare. What was there left to hide? He now yearned to tell her, stop pretending. I know you have awakened. But frankly, I do not care. I simply adore you. I cherish this jealous, tempestuous woman who wants to break my legs simply because I bear the scent of another woman. Last week, you sacrificed your life for me. And this week, I wish to approach you more directly. No more convoluted strategies. No more guessing games. Right now, holding her close, he declared, Li Guang, you have won. I am forever yours. Let us strive together to reach that so-called eternal love ending. This impulse surged within him, pounding fiercely in his chest. He could feel his blood rushing to his eardrums, clamoring for him to speak. At that moment, Li Guang, nestled in his embrace, seemed a bit taken aback by the intensity of his hold. Her delicate body stiffened for a brief moment, but then melted against him even more tenderly. She even cautiously raised her slender arms, tentatively wrapping them around his waist. Master. Her voice was muffled against his chest, soft and sweet, tinged with a hint of static and faint confusion. Yet, more prominently, there was an undeniable, sugary delight. She even nuzzled closer, seeking a more comfortable position in his embrace, emitting a gentle sound of contentment. Fang Qia, I don't know why, but the urge to confess suddenly peaked. To hell with it. I'm done pretending. He immediately placed his hands on her shoulders, gently pushing her back slightly. Then, he gazed intently into her face. The silver-haired girl tilted her head slightly, her exquisite visage adorned with a captivating blush. Her amber left eye shimmered, long eyelashes fluttering, resembling a bashful yet blissful bride. Master, she whispered softly. He could hardly contain himself. Fang Qi inhaled sharply, gritting his teeth. Li Guang, I want to confess. Then he noticed the swirling chaos in her complete, ruby-like eye. The data streams flickering at an astonishing frequency. The words he was about to utter froze in his throat. His heightened emotions faltered. Wait, this flickering, urgent gaze, laden with scrutiny, was scanning him frantically. Those intricate data points swept over his face like radar waves, examining every nuance of his expression. Fang Qi's mouth hung open, immobilized. Li Guang. He stared vacantly into her complete, beautiful red eye, the crimson radiance threatening to overflow. Goosebumps slowly crept up on him. A chill ran down his spine. This tempestuous woman was analyzing, doubting. She was frantically calculating the underlying meaning of his unusual behavior. This realization hit him like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flames in his heart, leaving not even a wisp of smoke. In an instant, he was jolted back to clarity. Wait a moment. Is she about to turn dark? What was he just thinking? Reveal his hand. How outrageous. It's only the 4th day? We're still in the early stages of the game. The trust and shared memories between him and Li Guang have yet to be sufficiently cultivated. And now, to reveal everything? To tell her, I know you have awakened, but I love you? Indeed, last week, Li Guang, who had utterly succumbed to darkness and perished for him, was deeply moved by those words. She even clung to him for quite a while, leaving his lips swollen. But that was Li Guang after she had embraced darkness. What about the Li Guang before me? She is still in the phase of pretending to be docile, secretly observing, and ready to turn dark at the slightest suspicion. She would only think, the master has discovered my secret. He is using sweet words to lull me. And then, there would be no further developments. Any lavish arrangement would be made on the spot. This madwoman certainly does not wish for his demise. She would even trade her own life for his. But as long as he is alive, as long as they are together, she would not hesitate to unleash her whims. Breaking limbs, locking him in a cage, embedding him in walls, cybernetic symbiosis. Her methods are boundless. If he had truly let slip those words just now, Li Guang's gentle smile would have been torn asunder in an instant. Eternal love? Dream on. Eternal love is not so easily attained. As he gazed at Li Guang's crimson eyes flashing before him, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Steady yourself, Fang Qi. You must remain composed. Revealing his hand is an absolute dead end. In that moment of chaotic mental turmoil, he realized. He immediately swallowed back the words that had surged to his throat. Li Guang. I love you. I know you have awakened, but I don't care. Let us be together forever. He twisted his tongue in his mouth, forcing out a somewhat dry yet relatively natural smile. Li Guang, you look absolutely stunning today. His voice was slightly airy, and he quickly added, I slept well last night. I woke up in a good mood. Phew, what a desperate maneuver. However, this extreme tactic seemed to have little effect. The silver-haired girl in his arms still slightly tilted her delicate face upward. Her heterochromatic eyes remained fixed on him. The amber left eye clear and imbued with just the right amount of shyness and dependence. Yet her crimson right eye did not waver. The frequency of the data streams still flickered rapidly. The scrutiny in her gaze had not dissipated. If anything, it had intensified. She tilted her head slightly. The silver hair cascaded with the motion, making the small star-shaped earring sway. Then, the corners of her mouth began to curve upward, forming a subtle arc of intrigue. As if a cat had discovered an interesting toy. Master. Her voice remained soft and melodious, even sweeter than before. Her red lips parted slightly. Her breath carrying the sweet scent of strawberries, brushing against Fang Qi's frozen expression. You just embraced Li Guang so tightly. Could it be that the crimson glow within the crimson pupils is slowly spreading? The curve of her red lips is also widening. The excitement in this madwoman's eyes is about to burst forth like those sparks from before. Has she discovered something monumental? Meanwhile, Fang Qi observes the beautiful face, once serene, now contorting into a grotesque smile, his eyelids twitching incessantly. Hey, madwoman. Just a moment ago, I was still captivated by you. Must you apply such pressure right away? Return my heart's flutter. Chapter 62. Interrupting the spell. Fang Qi watches helplessly as the smile at the corner of the silver-haired girl's lips gradually shifts towards that familiar, sickly twisted arc. She's about to succumb to darkness. This madwoman is on the brink of corruption again, all because of that embrace and my hesitant words. It's only the morning of the 4th day. I've only just returned to this timeline. I haven't even had a sip of tea, and she is already spiraling into darkness. Fang Qi's mind buzzes with confusion. His emotions haven't fully transitioned yet. His eyes are still slightly reddened. Madwoman, what are you doing? Can't you let me feel captivated for just a while longer? But soon, the former prowess of a grandmaster surfaces within him, quickly suppressing his anxiety and tumultuous heart. No, I absolutely cannot allow her to fall into darkness now. Otherwise, I will have to labor for an eternity to return to this timeline. Not knowing what sort of torment awaits me, I must interrupt this madwoman's descent into darkness. In a flash of inspiration, before his mind could fully process it, his hands moved instinctively. With a swift motion, he reached out with both hands, one to each side, and accurately pinched Li Guang's soft cheeks. Applying a gentle pressure with his thumbs and index fingers, he squeezed inward slightly, abruptly halting her dangerous smile. The silver-haired girl clearly did not anticipate this turn of events. She stood there, momentarily stunned. Her mismatched eyes widened slightly, and her long, curled silver lashes trembled in surprise. The corners of her mouth, which were about to curve upwards, were now slightly puffed due to his fingers, her rosy lips forced into a small O shape. Coupled with her suddenly wide eyes, she appeared both dazed and adorable. She even forgot to react, staring blankly at Fang Qi with her pinched face. The data flow in her crimson pupils came to a halt. Seizing the moment, Fang Qi immediately adopted a fierce expression, gripping her cheeks firmly. What are you staring at? He feigned a stern demeanor, his tone laden with accusation. Who was it last night? Clinging to me without letting go, squeezing with enough force to break my ribs. I woke up this morning with a pain in my chest. As he spoke, he exaggeratedly furrowed his brows, as if truly enduring pain. What? Is it now impossible to return the embrace? This statement precisely struck at Li Guang's current vulnerable spot of guilt. Indeed, the dark red hue in the silver-haired girl's eyes that had just risen swiftly receded like a receding tide. In its place emerged a flurry of panic and intensified guilt. Her delicate hand instinctively rose, gripping the fabric of his chest, her fingertips trembling slightly. Yet, with her cheeks pinched, she could only articulate a garbled defense. I don't mean to, Master Li Guang. I don't mean that. She attempted to shake her head, but with her face held firmly. She could only manage a slight nod, her silvery hair brushing against Fang Qi's hand. Of course, you can hold me however you wish, for as long as you desire. Her voice was muffled, tinged with a nasal quality from her pinched cheeks. Her eyes glistened, the crimson orbs filled with clarity, conveying an unspoken plea for forgiveness. How obedient she was. Fang Qi breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, successfully interrupting the spell. Moreover, the softness of this madwoman's petite face was truly delightful, smooth, tender, radiating warmth from just awakening. He could not resist, but gently squeeze it a few more times, savoring the exquisite sensation. Li Guang's lashes quivered more intensely under his touch. Her cheeks quickly flushed with a rosy hue, yet she exhibited no resistance. Instead, she submissively tilted her face slightly upward, allowing him to indulge. Emitting a faint whimper from her throat, reminiscent of a kitten with its scruff held, instantly retracting its claws. Fang Qi squeezed a few more times before finally releasing her. In the next moment, a pale blue figure, accompanied by a waft of strawberry fragrance, suddenly collided back into his embrace. The silver-haired girl clung to him with both arms and legs, wrapping her slender arms tightly around his neck, her soft body pressed close against him. Though her grip remained firm, it was notably more restrained than the previous night, bearing a distinct air of affection and reliance. Master can hold me however he likes. She buried her heated cheeks in the crook of his neck, her voice soft and sweet, laced with a hint of delicate grievance from her earlier predicament, last night. It was my fault, Master. I deserve the punishment. As she spoke, she even took the initiative to grasp Fang Qi's hand, placing it around her slender waist. Here. Hold me here. Fang Qi found his heart racing at her forward embrace, presenting herself so enticingly. In his arms was the warmth of fragrant softness, the sweetness of her breath at his nose, and the gentle murmur of her dependent words in his ear. Images from the previous week surged uncontrollably in his mind. The sunlit cabin, where she knelt, her crimson eyes shattered, yet mustering her last strength to present her core to him. Smiling through tears and urging him to remember Li Guang. Fang Qi thought, this is unbearable. This madwoman truly knew how to ensnare him, since he could not lay everything bare. He thought, perhaps he should engage in something else. Thus, he tightened his grip around Li Guang's slender waist. With his other hand, he cupped her still blushing, delicate face. Then, under the slightly bewildered gaze of the silver-haired girl, he lowered his head and, without hesitation, pressed his lips against her slightly parted, soft, and rosy mouth. Li Guang's entire body quivered violently. Her amber left eye widened to its fullest, pupils slightly dilating. Within her complete crimson eye, the data stream that had been gently flickering erupted explosively. Countless garbled symbols and flashes of light swarmed chaotically. She had completely stiffened in Fang Qi's embrace, even forgetting to move the arms that were originally wrapped around his neck. Fang Qi could distinctly feel her soft, slightly cool lips trembling faintly after the initial rigidity. Then, warmth began to surge rapidly, becoming increasingly fervent. He could even taste the faint sweetness of strawberry-flavored lip balm lingering on her lips. After a fleeting moment of enchantment, he found himself somewhat bewildered. Was it possible that he impulsively kissed this madwoman for the first time? Had he perhaps crossed a line with such intimacy? Regardless, the kiss had already transpired, so why ponder further? Resolutely, he decided to deepen the kiss and even gently sucked on her lips. A resounding, sharper sound of electric overload erupted from Li Guang's neck and chest, louder than any previous instance. Immediately after, a wisp of pure white steam, laced with a faintly burnt sweetness, began to rise from the top of her silver hair. Her beautiful, mismatched eyes had lost all focus. The amber left eye was veiled in a layer of bewildered, misty fog, while the crimson right eye exhibited a swirling mass of blurred light, rotating in circles. Her petite nose twitched, and even her breathing simulation system appeared to falter. The arms that had encircled her neck slid limply down, resting weakly on his arm, as her entire delicate form softened, relying on Fang Qi for support to avoid collapsing to the ground. After savoring the softness for a while longer, he finally ended the kiss. The silver-haired maiden remained in a daze, her crimson eye still spinning. Several seconds passed before her overheated language module struggled to produce a few fragmented words. Master, did you kiss Li Guang? Her voice was interspersed with a cacophony of electrical noises, suggesting she seemed to be malfunctioning again. Fang Qi gazed at the silver-haired girl in his arms, her eyes glazed over, smoke wafting from her head, and her crimson eye spinning in a comical display of being overwhelmed by the kiss. Ah, that felt wonderful, just as it should be. Kisses and caresses, he thought. What? Would there be an eternal slumber? He was unaware, unclear, and uncomprehending. There was no such ending. He smiled at her unfocused pupils and said, yes, I kissed you. What of it? Li Guang stared blankly at his face, which was so close, while the light in her crimson eye swirled for a while longer before gradually regaining some clarity. Then, with a soft puff, another wisp of pure white steam escaped from her silver hair. All right, she exclaimed, snapping back to reality, as she tightly wrapped her arms around Fang Qi's neck, pressing her flushed cheek against his chest. Her voice was muffled, yet brimming with a sticky sweetness and excitement. Master kissed Li Guang. Li Guang is so happy. Unconsciously, she began to nuzzle her forehead against his chin, emitting soft, cat-like whimpers from her throat. Although the data flow in her crimson eye was still somewhat disordered, it sparkled with jubilant points of light. Li Guang adored her master above all else. Fang Qi embraced the soft, warm body in his arms, which had become almost euphoric from a mere kiss, feeling her unabashed dependence and joy. He suddenly thought, let her be a madwoman. It's quite delightful. After all, he himself was not in the best of health. His affliction had reached a terminal stage, and there was no remedy in sight. It was time to indulge in life's pleasures. In Chapter 63, seizing the little star, as he held the soft, delicate figure who was nuzzling against him, Fang Qi's emotions gradually settled. He gently savored the lingering sweetness of strawberries on his lips and glanced at the cup of tea on the table, narrowing his eyes slightly. His feelings had been pleasantly vented. Now it was time to attend to business. On the fourth day, the system reset was successful. The little sickly girl was fully revived, brimming with vitality, and in a delightful mood after his teasing. He, too, felt content. They had embraced and kissed. What a splendid beginning. Yet the greatest challenge still lay ahead. The inevitable encounter with the beautiful police officer, Gu Shi. He glanced down at the softly murmuring Li Guang, her cheeks flushed. She was evidently still reeling from their earlier kiss. Should he take her along this time? Absolutely. His previous strategy had been undoubtedly correct. Bringing Li Guang would not only prevent the perilous trap of returning home smelling of a stranger's perfume, but would also allow him to meet Gu Shi. Ultimately, if the opportunity arose, he could even take the little sickly girl to the company to share a moment of publicly acknowledging their relationship. A trifecta of benefits. If this maneuver succeeded, the terrifying multitude of choices awaiting him on the fourth night of the game would vanish entirely. Thus, his plan was flawless. The key to his previous failure, however, lay in the delicate silver-haired girl's left earlobe. The tiny star, which had shattered in the last round, had been reassembled only to disintegrate into dust, gently swaying with her movements as she nestled against him. It was this little trinket that had caused Li Guang's dark transformation in the last round, led to her crimson pupil shattering, and resulted in her program's chaos. Ultimately, It had driven her to self-destruction for his sake. The previous mishap had purely stemmed from those two oblivious fools breaking this tiny star. But that was beyond his control and unrelated to his plan. As long as the star remained intact and Li Guang's emotions were stable, his scheme would be impeccable. Therefore, this time, it absolutely could not be worn outside. It was far too dangerous, a walking trigger for darkness. He needed a plausible reason to make it disappear for a day. Fang Qi's eyes flickered with an idea. Madwoman, I must impose a slight grievance upon you. He cleared his throat, then deliberately adopted a stern expression and spoke in a tone reminiscent of settling old scores. Li Guang, the silver-haired girl in my arms, tilted her face up. Master? Her amber eyes still held a hint of moisture, and her crimson data streams appeared docile and serene, presenting a picture of obedient charm. Fang Qi struggled to maintain his serious demeanor. What happened last night cannot simply be overlooked. He tapped his chest with a finger. Just think about it, holding me so tightly that my ribs are still aching. Thus, a punishment must be administered. Li Guang momentarily found herself in a daze, the blush from the recent kiss still adorning her cheeks. Her lips pressed together slightly, revealing a hint of just the right amount of grievance and resignation. It was Li Guang who was at fault. She humbly invited her master to dispense punishment. She even willingly released her embrace around his arm, sitting back down on the carpet with decorum, her eyes lowered and hands resting on her knees, resembling a small wife awaiting judgment. Fang Qi observed the contrast of her previous exuberance to her current compliance in kneeling to receive punishment, feeling a twinge of guilt in his heart. Yet, for the sake of the plan, he maintained a stoic facade. Well, your attitude is somewhat appropriate. Let us see. As punishment, he elongated his tone, watching the silver-haired girl's body tense slightly, and continued. Today, you are forbidden from wearing those little star earrings. They will be confiscated for a day, and tomorrow I shall decide whether to return them based on your behavior. Li Guang abruptly lifted her head, her mismatched eyes widening in shock. The gentle expression on her face cracked, giving way to a moment of panic. Almost instinctively, she shot her hands up and tightly covered her left earlobe, safeguarding the little star as if it were her most precious treasure. She resembled a startled rabbit, instinctively retreating half a meter while kneeling. The pale blue hem of her dress left faint traces on the carpet. No, that can't be. Her voice had taken on a sharp, electric timbre, her eyes visibly reddening at an alarming rate as she gazed at Fang Qi with glistening eyes. That was given to me by my master. It belongs to Li Guang. It cannot be taken back. Wu, the end of her sentence quavered with the hint of tears. Coupled with her tightly clasped ears, disheveled silver hair, and the reddening of her eyes, she appeared utterly pitiful. Fang Qi nearly faltered on the spot. Yet, the plan must be executed. Although the star would likely remain intact if she was cautious, he still needed to eliminate all potential risks. He had no desire to relive the conclusion of the previous week's events. With a hardened heart, he set his face more sternly. This is a punishment. Hand it over, or it will be confiscated for 2 days. This proclamation instantly extinguished the little spark of defiance in the silver-haired girl. The hand covering her ear trembled slightly, the data streams in her crimson eyes flickering rapidly, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Moments later, the stubbornness she exhibited in protecting her treasure visibly waned. A soft, sorrowful whimper escaped her lips, and her hand gradually loosened its grip on her ear. Then, with excruciating slowness, as if performing a sacred ritual of separation, she gently pinched the clasp of the plastic star earring with her trembling fingertips, biting her lower lip. Tears hovered precariously in her eyes. As she looked at Fang Qi with pleading eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. Must my master truly take it away? Indeed. Fang Qi replied resolutely. Li Guang sniffled, and at last, with great reluctance, she unfastened the earring's clasp. The moment the plastic star was detached from her earlobe, she seemed to lose all vitality and spirit, slumping despondently. She held the little star delicately, refraining from immediately handing it to Fang Qi. Instead, she gently caressed its rough edges with her fingertips. Only then did she slowly place the star in Fang Qi's outstretched palm, her fingers lingering for a moment as if reluctant to part with it. With tearful eyes, she implored, Master, you won't break it, will you? You won't accidentally lose it, will you? The expression in her gaze suggested that what she offered was not a mere piece of inexpensive plastic, but rather something far more precious, her very lifeblood. If it breaks, it will turn dark instantly. This is not just my treasure, it is my very essence. Fang Qi gazed at the light, airy object resting in his palm, and sighed, feeling a headache coming on. He then glanced at Li Guang, whose expression resembled that of someone facing a heartbreaking parting, and felt a twinge of guilt. He closed his hand around the star, softening his tone. Do not worry, it cannot be broken, nor can it be lost. Li Guang, suddenly recalling something, exclaimed urgently. Then, Master, shall we place it in my box? The one made of glass. Very well, go fetch it, Fang Qi gestured. Li Guang, as if granted a reprieve, scampered to the bedroom with quick little steps. Soon, she returned, cradling a translucent, exquisitely crafted glass container that radiated value, and cautiously offered it to Fang Qi. He accepted the container, removed the lid, and gently placed the plastic star inside. The contrast between the inexpensive star and the luxurious glass vessel was striking and peculiar. Then, under Li Guang's unwavering gaze, almost as if she were holding her breath, Fang Qi approached the storage cabinet in the living room, opened a locked drawer, and placed the glass container inside. With a click, he locked it, pocketing the key. All right. At this time tomorrow, I will observe your behavior, he said, turning away and clapping his hands. The silver-haired girl's eyes remained fixed on the locked drawer until it was completely closed, and only then did she reluctantly withdraw her gaze. Her little face fell, and she appeared utterly dispirited. Even her silvery hair seemed to lose some of its luster. She tugged at her skirt and murmured softly, "Li Guang will definitely be very obedient today. Master must remember to return it to me tomorrow." Seeing this fragile, forlorn figure, reminiscent of a child who had lost a beloved toy, Fang Qi rubbed his nose and decided to offer some comfort. Clearing his throat, he walked over and gently ruffled Li Guang's drooping head, saying, "In light of your obedient surrender of the star, I have decided to reward you." At his words, the tips of her ears perked up slightly. Yet, she still did not raise her head, but rather asked dully, "What reward?" With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Fang Qi spoke with an intentionally casual tone, yet each word was clear. "Today, I will take you to my company and introduce you to my colleagues. How does that sound?" In an instant, her silver head shot up. The feelings of disappointment, sorrow, and listlessness vanished without a trace from her face. Her mismatched eyes widened in astonishment. "And master?" Her voice trembled, as if fearing she had misheard. "You mean to take Li Guang to the company? To meet your colleagues?" "Indeed," Fang Qi nodded, echoing what he had said the previous week. "I will introduce you as my partner. If you do not wish to." "I do wish to." A response, tenfold sharper than before, erupted suddenly. Li Guang's entire being sprang up as if propelled by a hidden spring, launching herself from the carpet with fervor. The pale blue figure dashed into Fang Qi's embrace with such force that he stumbled back a step. She clung tightly to his neck, exclaiming, "Li Guang is willing. 1,000 times willing. 1,000,000,000 times willing." Her voice, a delightful and crisp melody, was interspersed with the electric thrill of overwhelming excitement. Bubbling over as if ready to leap for joy, Li Guang wants to go. To meet the master's colleagues. I will certainly shine. I will never bring shame upon the master. Absolutely not. She guaranteed in a flurry of words, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Having long since cast aside the gloom caused by the earlier confiscation of her little star, her exuberance mirrored that of the previous week, yet this time, due to the affectionate embraces and kisses, she appeared even more elated and joyful than before. Fang Qi wrapped his arms around her slender waist, which trembled slightly with excitement, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How delightful. The effect of this sweet little one was extraordinary. Her mood shifted swiftly, easily placated. However, to feign ignorance of her awakening was a rather challenging task for me. Fat tiger. Sigh. When will I ever truly lay my cards on the table? Suddenly, the silver-haired girl straightened her back, her hands neatly folded on her lap. She lifted her little face, her amber eyes sparkling brightly. Fang Qi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What was this little one up to now? "Master," Li Guang began, her voice soft and sweet, laced with a hint of eagerness. "Li Guang will surely perform exceptionally well today. Absolutely will not bring shame to the master, nor cause any trouble." Fang Qi blinked. "So?" Li Guang took a small step forward, her skirt brushing against the carpet with a delicate sound. She raised a dainty hand, gently tugging on Fang Qi's pant leg. Her face tilted up with big, watery eyes, resembling a pleading little creature. "If Li Guang performs well today, could the master, in addition to returning my little star tomorrow?" "Perhaps." She paused, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet her gaze remained bright. "Could you give Li Guang another kiss?" Fang Qi. He gazed at her adorable face, which bore the message of "I am obedient and deserving of a reward," and those slightly pouted, rosy lips. What was this? What was she saying? Kissing one's own wife is a matter of course. If she behaves well, certainly a kiss is warranted. If she misbehaves, a fervent kiss is equally deserved. "All right," Fang Qi declared with a wave of his hand, agreeing with remarkable ease. "As long as you behave today, refrain from running around or speaking out of turn. And heed my guidance. Not only will I return your star tomorrow, but I will also give you a kiss." "Really?" Li Guang's eyes instantly sparkled as if they were about to radiate light. "Indeed," Fang Qi nodded. "Yay, the master is the best." The silver-haired girl cheered, launching herself back into his embrace, nuzzling against him. Blushing, she then turned on her heels and skipped joyfully into the bedroom. The sounds of rummaging soon echoed from within the room, accompanied by her irresistibly sweet humming. Hee hee, off to meet the master's colleagues, introducing Li Guang to everyone. Tomorrow there will be kisses, hee hee hee. Fang Qi reclined comfortably on the sofa. The charming little delicate one, adept at playing coy and negotiating, was infinitely preferable to the previous iteration of Li Guang, who had shattered her eyes and ultimately self-destructed for his sake. Now, everything was in place. It was time to take his little fragile one to meet that dashing policewoman's sister. This time, without the interference of that pesky little star, everything should proceed smoothly, right? Absolutely no problem. As Fang Qi pondered how to navigate his meeting with the beautiful policewoman, the bedroom door clicked softly. He instinctively lifted his gaze. The silver-haired girl stood gracefully at the threshold, clad in a cream-colored dress with a lace-trimmed neckline, her slender waist accentuated and her fair legs elegantly displayed. Her silver locks were woven into a loose side braid, cascading softly over her shoulder, with a few stray strands lazily brushing against her cheek. Even the delicate makeup gracing her face mirrored that of the previous iteration. His breath caught momentarily as he was transported back to the memory of the earlier Li Guang, who had foraged for wild vegetables in the woods for him and ultimately presented him with her core. A bittersweet pang stirred within him, but he quickly regained his composure. There was a distinct difference. His gaze fell upon her left earlobe, which was bare, save for a faint trace of an earring hole. That little star had been confiscated by him. Such a simple change was sufficient to steer Li Guang away from that tragic fate. Moreover, the Li Guang standing before him now was evidently a far cry from the anxious one of the previous timeline. She stood at the door, her hands gracefully intertwined before her. Her back straight as an arrow. Her exquisite face bore no hint of tension or unease. Instead, it radiated an almost palpable excitement. She even slightly lifted her chin, a perfectly measured, demure smile gracing her lips. Master. Liguan's tone was softer, sweeter, and more obedient than usual. Liguan is ready. She approached Fang Qi with light, dainty steps, executing a slight bow. Her demeanor was impeccably elegant, reminiscent of a refined lady from a bygone era. Today, Liguan was determined to perform splendidly. She raised her eyes, her heterochromatic gaze fixed intently on Fang Qi, her voice gentle yet resolute. Liguan will tell every one of the master's colleagues. A faint blush of excitement colored her cheeks. Liguan was indeed the only partner recognized by the master. Fang Qi observed her with satisfaction, his eyelids fluttering slightly. Excellent. No flaws. Just look at his obedient and understanding Liguan. Indeed, she would boldly inform his colleagues, ensuring they would think twice about matchmaking him with Lin Xiaoyu in the future. However, before heading to the office, he needed to navigate through Gu Shi's scrutiny. With this obedient state of hers, it would be a breeze. Splendid. Fang Qi nodded in satisfaction, reaching out to tousle her silver hair. Just maintain this attitude today. Listen to my commands. Don't wander off. And refrain from speaking out of turn. Liguan nodded vigorously, her eyes curving into crescent moons. She even took the initiative to link her arm with Fang Qi's. Her movements natural and affectionate, leaning her cheek gently against his shoulder. Liguan will heed her master's every word. Fang Qi felt his heart soften at her affectionate gesture, his spirits soaring. Such an obedient madwoman would surely be manageable today. It seemed the kiss from earlier had made a significant impact. This little ailing darling was now both joyful and compliant. He released Liguan and headed towards the entrance. All right, let us depart. The time is nearly upon us. Bending down to retrieve his shoes from the cabinet, he began to tie his shoelaces with deliberate slowness, his peripheral vision inadvertently catching sight of Liguan. Then, his motion faltered slightly. What had he just seen? The silver-haired girl remained poised, her hands folded before her. But in his peripheral vision, the gentle smile gracing her lips appeared to be curving upward, little by little. Her mismatched eyes were gradually narrowing into crescent shapes, her lashes fluttering. The blush on her cheeks deepened, shifting from a light pink to a captivating crimson. And the last image that lingered in his peripheral vision was one of her squinting eyes, her mouth stretched into an almost exaggerated grin, her cheeks flushed, and her peculiar eyes fixated intensely on his profile. A sickly, infatuated smile. That smile brimmed with unrestrained possessiveness and excitement. Fang Qi. His fingers trembled slightly as he tied his shoelaces. Wait, what was happening here? Why was this madwoman suddenly displaying such a smile? This was not right. Was she on the verge of turning darker? No, that couldn't be. If she were to turn, she would have acted long ago. Yet why? He forced himself to relax, pretending to be nonchalant as he continued tying his shoelaces. Stay calm. Maintain composure. Do not panic. He took a deep breath, secured one shoe, then naturally lifted his head to gaze at Liguan. To his surprise, her ecstatic grin vanished in an instant, as if someone had pressed the rewind button. The corners of her mouth swiftly retreated, her squinting eyes reopened wide, and the rosy hue of her cheeks faded away. She transformed back into her docile, obedient self. In fact, she even offered him a slightly puzzled, innocent expression, blinking her eyes. Master, have you finished tying your shoelaces? There's still one foot left. Oh. Fang Qi replied in a dry manner, squatting down to begin putting on the other shoe. This time, his movements were even slower. Bending over, he stole another glance at Liguan. The gentle smile began to morph once more. The corners of her mouth lifted, her eyes narrowed, the red of her pupils gleaming, and the infatuated smile resurfaced on her delicate face. Here we go again. Moreover, this madwoman's crescent-shaped eyes were now fixed intently on his bent-over figure. That gaze was almost as if she intended to devour him whole, etching her name upon his very being. A shiver ran down his spine, raising goosebumps. What was happening? He feigned composure as he tightened his shoelaces, rising to pat down his trousers, and once more cast his gaze upon the silver-haired maiden before him. Indeed. She responded with that gentle, docile smile once again. Master, do not forget to take the keys. He nodded, pretending to act nonchalantly as he turned to retrieve the keys from the cabinet. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of that unsettling scene for the third time. The serene expression on Liguan's face melted away like wax, replaced by that sickly, grinning smile. This time, she even tilted her head slightly, raising a small hand to caress her cheek, her amber eyes glistening with a disturbing sense of satisfaction, as if to say, how beautiful my possession is. A chill of dread coursed through Fang Qi. His fingers brushed against the keychain, the cold metal momentarily snapping him back to reality. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the keys and turned around. Liguan had once again reverted to her submissive posture and expression, bowing slightly, her hands clasped together. Her smile perfectly demure, as if the three transformations had been mere figments of his imagination. Master? She blinked, her long lashes fluttering. Are we heading out? Fang Qi's throat felt parched. Those three transformations were more than sufficient for him to conclude. This lunatic was troubling. The moment his gaze strayed, her true nature would be unveiled. But why? Had he done something? What could he have possibly done? What else could he have done? It was that kiss. He had taken the initiative to kiss her. That kiss was the crux of the matter. Although he had previously embraced and even shared a bed with Liguan. Aside from the very first time he had shared a bed, which resulted in a direct eternal slumber, the rest had been either him passively accepting or Liguan actively seeking. However, that recent kiss represented his first genuine, emotionally charged approach towards her. For someone like her, who valued her master's approval above life itself, that kiss was far more than a mere reward. It was an unequivocal signal, A crystal clear emotional message that her master finally regarded her as a true partner. Thus, he cast another sidelong glance at the silver-haired maiden. Not having looked at her before, he now beheld that sickly smile adorning her exquisite face once again. It was unbearable. Sweat began to pour down his back. Had he truly crossed a line? This little deranged girl. Could it be that her possessiveness had erupted into a frenzy? Fang Qi's mind raced wildly. Damn, it was indeed a possibility. In the original storyline of the game, Li Guang's possessiveness and her awareness of being a legitimate partner exploded on the fourth night. After the harrowing choice of returning home in the dead of night, tainted with the scent of another woman. On the fourth night, the player would face a barrage of choices that would leave Li Guang utterly enraptured. As the game transitions into the mid-stage, Li Guang becomes extraordinarily sensitive and increasingly prone to jealousy. She asserts her claim over me as her master, and her sense of entitlement grows remarkably bold. Now, he glances once more at the silver-haired maiden before him, her smile regaining its gentle and natural quality. Wait, could that kiss he just bestowed have prematurely triggered this phase? His temples throb with anxiety. He vividly recalls how challenging Li Guang can be during this period. In the days following the game's progression into this stage, her jealousy will reach alarming heights. Even a simple conversation with female NPCs or male NPCs will evoke a chilling response from her. Any hint of physical contact carries a considerable risk of her turning hostile on the spot. In such a state, should Lin Xiaoyu dare to leap into his embrace, it would be akin to cosplaying as Louis XVI. Li Guang, at this moment, truly cannot be suddenly. He freezes, a chill running down his spine. Wait, he must now escort this erratic woman to meet that beautiful police officer? And he is expected to forge a rapport with her right in front of Li Guang. Ha. Can he possibly retract his decision at this point? Perhaps he should tell this madwoman that they shall not meet his colleagues today and that she should remain at home instead. Master? Li Guang's soft, melodic voice pulls him back to reality. She gazes at Fang Qi with glistening eyes, her tone light and gentle, tinged with curiosity. Are we not leaving? Fang Qi swallows hard. He lowers his gaze to meet her seemingly clear, heterochromatic eyes. The silver-haired maiden tilts her face upwards, a gentle curve gracing her lips, her eyes shimmering with dependence and trust. It is impossible to discern that her delicate features had just moments ago worn a disturbingly twisted smile. Master? The girl tilts her head in mild confusion, her silvery locks cascading down. It is already 7:35. We shall be late. Let us go, he replies dryly. Taking a deep breath, he turns the doorknob. Fortune favors the bold. Perhaps he is merely overthinking? No, it should not be a significant issue. Chapter 65. Concerning Li Guang's unique treasure stepping outside, the morning sun shines brightly, and the streets are bustling with hurried pedestrians. Yet, an inexplicable chill creeps along his back. Li Guang trails half a step behind him, her hands clasped gracefully before her, the hem of her light beige dress swaying gently with each step, her silver braid dancing lightly upon her shoulder. This picture of a meek and obedient young wife, combined with her new attire and makeup, possesses an overwhelming charm. The gazes of passers-by converge upon them, whispers rising from all directions once more. Fang Qi has no time to concern himself with the chatter surrounding him. An unsettling feeling stirs within him. He can sense that Li Guang's reactions are markedly different from the previous cycle. In the last round, she would feel uneasy under scrutiny, blushing and nervous, her head slightly bowed, her ears tinged with crimson. However, at this moment, he cast a swift glance to his side. The silver-haired maiden continued to lower her gaze slightly, her lips graced with a gentle and composed smile. Her demeanor was elegant, beyond reproach. Yet, her eyes did not remain as downcast as before. Instead, she slightly lifted her eyelids. Her left eye, a clear and tranquil amber, contrasted sharply with her right eye, a vivid scarlet, whose pupil was subtly rotating with minute precision. Her gaze swept silently over each individual who dared to look in their direction, akin to a radar, particularly those who directed their attention toward Fang Qi. When a passerby lingered their gaze on Fang Qi for a moment longer, Li Guang's exquisite heterochromatic eyes would slightly narrow, and the steady flow of data within her crimson pupil would momentarily accelerate and flicker. A chill crept down Fang Qi's spine. Was this lunatic truly uncomfortable with anyone merely glancing at him? Stop looking. Everyone, avert your gaze. Let no eyes converge upon me. Do not provoke this madwoman further. What had been an exhilarating surge of attention last week had transformed into a veritable torment this week. He instinctively quickened his pace. He needed to traverse this street and reach that alleyway swiftly. Yet, the more he walked, the more uncertain he felt. For it appeared that Li Guang's radar scanning had grown increasingly frequent. She no longer bothered to conceal it. As a young girl with a ponytail, clad in athletic wear, approached from the opposite direction, merely letting her gaze flit across Fang Qi's face, Li Guang tilted her head slightly. Her enchanting eyes fixated intently on the girl. Though her pretty face still bore a gentle smile, her gaze was unsettlingly calm. The girl was taken aback by her stare. Her cheeks flushed, and she hastily averted her eyes, quickening her steps to escape. Only then did Li Guang slowly turn her head back, the corners of her lips curling into a satisfied arc. Fang Qi felt a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he realized that his decision to take Li Guang out today might have indeed been rather hasty. The mere thought of introducing such a madwoman to the beautiful police officer made his head throb. Should he flee? No. Running away would be tantamount to reverting to a previous save. For even if he endured today, if he failed to establish a good rapport with Gu Shi by tomorrow's save, wouldn't this save become a dead end? Thus, despite the precarious nature of the situation, he thought to take a gamble, perhaps turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Lost in thought, he ambled along until they finally turned into a relatively secluded side street. Upon seeing the familiar alleyway ahead, Fang Qi felt a lingering daze. They had arrived. The crossroads of fate. His gaze scanned the shadows around the corner, and indeed, the two familiar figures awaited them. Tall and lean, short and stout, clad in grimy jackets. Their malicious smiles were identical to those from the previous encounter. All remained unchanged, save for the madwoman at his side. At that moment, a cool and soft little hand gently tugged at his sleeve. Li Guang had, unbeknownst to him, sidled up beside him. A warm breath, imbued with the sweet scent of strawberries, brushed against him as she delicately rose on her toes, her exquisite visage nearly touching his ear. "Master," she whispered, her voice barely above a murmur, soft and gentle, tinged with a hint of eager excitement. There are two individuals around the corner. A flutter of alarm surged through Fang Qi's heart. Had she sensed their presence this time? It was understandable, last time. Her excitement and shyness had diverted her attention from her surroundings. This time, however, she was seemingly directing all her energy towards vigilance. The silver-haired maiden tilted her head slightly, her heterochromatic eyes glimmering with a subtle light. "Master," their heartbeats are rapid, their breaths hurried, and their fingers incessantly fidget with something in their pockets. She paused, a tender smile gracing her lips, yet her gaze revealed a naive cruelty. "They harbor malice towards you, master. Should I?" She inched closer, her soft lips almost brushing against Fang Qi's earlobe, her voice syrupy sweet like honey. "Shall I take care of them?" She did not finish her sentence, but raised a slender, pale hand, fingers gently curling in a gesture of crushing. Fang Qi's heart trembled at the memory of the previous encounter, where she had gracefully crushed a bandit's wrist with a smile. Had it not been for her subsequent rampage triggered by the shattering of stars, her performance would have been deemed flawless. If she were to remain composed this time, he would not mind her taking action. After all, these two were truly deserving of their fate, mere detritus. Had they not been present, the last cycle would have unfolded differently. Furthermore, with her little star taken away this time, she would not repeat her earlier descent into darkness. Yet there lay the dilemma. He turned to face her angelic countenance, so close yet so disquieting. Within the depths of her mismatched eyes, an almost uncontrollable thrill simmered. He now harbored grave doubts about her ability to restrain herself. Her possessiveness had reached a fever pitch. Did these two dare to inflict harm upon him? In her eyes, they transcended mere threats. They became refuse that must be utterly obliterated for daring to threaten her master. At the thought of her unleashing her fury, Fang Qi envisioned a gruesome scene where the two bandits were reduced to mere tatters, akin to rag dolls. No, this absolutely could not happen. He was eager to cultivate a good relationship with Gu Shi. If Li Guang were to openly demonstrate her prowess by tearing apart the assailants, it would be a miracle if Gu Shi refrained from drawing her firearm, and he himself would likely find himself in a cell. "No," Fang Qi exclaimed, his voice imbued with unwavering determination. Li Guang blinked in surprise, her excitement dwindling, replaced by a hint of confusion. "Master?" Fang Qi inhaled deeply, firmly grasping her delicate wrist. "You may take action, but..." He fixed her with a serious gaze, akin to a parent admonishing a disobedient child. "Be gentle. Focus on subduing them. Just incapacitate them. Absolutely no excessive force. Do you understand?" Li Guang blinked, her long lashes quivering. She appeared somewhat perplexed, but obediently nodded. Li Guang understands. Subduing them is sufficient. Though her compliant agreement soothed him slightly, a lingering uncertainty gnawed at his mind. Would breaking bones and dislocating joints still count as subduing? With a determined bite of his teeth, he summoned the radiant artifact, Li Guang. "Listen closely," Fang Qi said, his expression stern as he adopted a deliberately severe tone. "If you strike too hard, leaving them injured or worse." He glanced at Li Guang, whose beautiful eyes widened in surprise. "Then tomorrow, the little star won't be returned to you." The silver-haired maiden's eyes bulged in disbelief, her crimson gaze momentarily frozen in excitement. Her delicate form stiffened as Fang Qi seized the moment to deliver another blow. "Furthermore, the reward of a kiss tomorrow is also revoked." This statement landed like a bucket of icy water upon Li Guang, rendering her momentarily speechless. Her enchanting heterochromatic eyes widened to their fullest, the amber hue of her left eye reflecting sheer panic, while the crimson one flickered with chaotic data. "No, this cannot be," she instinctively exclaimed. "Master mustn't do this. Li Guang will be obedient. I promise to be good." Her eyes glistened with urgency, and she grasped Fang Qi's arm with desperation. Her tone shifted from excitement to a soft plea. "Li Guang won't be too forceful, absolutely not. Just gently put them down so they cannot move. Please, master. Do not confiscate my little star, nor cancel the kisses." As she spoke, her voice quivered with barely restrained emotion. She lifted her delicate face, her wet heterochromatic eyes gazing at Fang Qi with a pitiful expression. Tears shimmered on her long lashes, her cheeks flushed with anxiety, and her lips formed a slight pout. As if to say, "If you truly do this, I shall cry in protest." Fang Qi deliberately scrutinized her from head to toe. "Really? Can you control yourself?" "Yes, I absolutely can." Li Guang nodded vigorously, her silver braids swaying with her movements. "Li Guang promises to follow Master's commands. I will not act on my own." She even raised a hand in a gesture of oath, her expression earnest as if making a solemn vow. "If Li Guang disobeys or strikes too hard, then Master may punish me. Any punishment will suffice. Just, please do not take away my little star and kisses." Her voice trailed off, imbued with deep-seated grievance and yearning. Observing her completely ensnared demeanor, Fang Qi finally felt a slight sense of relief. It seems to be working rather well. Perhaps I still have cards to play. The allure of the little star and kisses could indeed temper her current surging possessiveness and violent tendencies. He might genuinely stabilize this tempestuous woman. Chapter 66. How am I to explain this? At that moment, two nonchalant figures finally emerged from the shadows of the alley. One tall and one short, one stout and one slender. It was indeed the same two individuals. They had arrived. Yet, the previously docile Li Guang tensed immediately upon glimpsing the knife and metal rod. Her heterochromatic eyes narrowed slightly, the amber left eye glinting with a cold light. While the crimson one swirled with ominous data, she suddenly stepped forward, subtly shielding Fang Qi behind her, her entire demeanor resembling that of a feline poised for battle, brimming with latent energy. Even her fingertips flickered with a faint crimson glow. Upon witnessing that red radiance, Fang Qi's pupils constricted in alarm. This lunatic. He had just issued a warning, even swearing to him. Yet here she was, ready to unleash her power. Li Guang, he urgently whispered, attempting to restrain her. Think about what you just said. Do you truly not want those little stars? At once, the silver-haired girl trembled slightly. Her foot, poised to advance, abruptly halted, and the malevolence in her heterochromatic eyes solidified. A soft whimper escaped her lips, imbued with reluctance and grievance, before she swiftly retracted her foot, shrinking back behind Fang Qi. Her delicate fingers clutched the fabric of his clothing, and her silver locks drooped down in submission. In the blink of an eye, her fierce, protective persona transformed into that of a fragile flower, leaving Fang Qi momentarily bewildered. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. It appeared that she could still be managed. Meanwhile, the two robbers had fully emerged from the shadows, surveying the alleyway. The taller thief first leered at Li Guang's figure and visage, before turning his gaze to Fang Qi, revealing a grin filled with yellowed teeth. Well, early in the morning, and you two are putting on a little drama, huh? Embracing like a pair of lovebirds. His words were met with laughter from the shorter, stocky accomplice, whose lecherous gaze roamed Li Guang's form. Fang Qi furrowed his brow, sensing a growing urgency within. These two scoundrels had filthy mouths. Should they provoke the madwoman behind him, they would be oblivious to their impending doom. He then felt the small hand gripping his shirt loosen its hold. Almost immediately, a warm body pressed against him. He turned slightly to find that the silver-haired girl's exquisite face bore not the anger of insult, but rather a pair of faint, suspicious blushes. She even pursed her lips slightly, the corners rising into a sweet, subtle smile. Fang Qi was taken aback. What was the meaning of this? Not only was she unperturbed, but she seemed to be delighted. Oh no, this madwoman couldn't possibly be pleased by the insults hurled by those two, could she? In her logic, the lovebirds must include her and Fang Qi. He was at a loss for words. Well, it seemed that by sheer accident, the outcome was not so dire after all. The two robbers, witnessing the silver-haired girl blush and smile instead of cowering, became even more emboldened. This little lady is quite the catch, the stocky thief said, rubbing his hands together and narrowing his eyes as he leaned forward. How about you play with the big brothers? I guarantee it'll be better than this pretty boy. Before he could finish his sentence, a filthy hand reached out towards Li Guang's fair face. Get lost. Fang Qi reacted swiftly, slapping away the lecherous hand and firmly shielding Li Guang behind him. Yet, he suddenly realized that his action was not solely to protect her, but rather to confront the two ruffians before him. The delicate hand of Li Guang clutched at the hem of his clothing, her silver head bowed slightly, presenting a visage that indeed reflected her fright. She remained obediently huddled, not daring to cast even a glance at the two robbers, fully adhering to her master's directive to hide. Fang Qi, while shielding Li Guang and retreating, implored, take the money, take the wallet, just let us go. He sought to buy time, casting a furtive glance towards the alley's entrance. Beautiful police sister, please hurry. The urgency of the situation gnawed at him, for he feared he might lose his grip on this frenzied woman. However, the two robbers exchanged glances, their lewd smiles growing more pronounced. Of course we want the money, but we want this girl too. The taller robber brandished the fruit knife in his hand, advancing step by step. You'd better cooperate, or else. Fang Qi slowly backed against the cold, rough brick wall of the alley, feeling the chill seep into his back. There was no further retreat. Before him loomed the knife's glint as the tall robber approached menacingly, its blade nearly touching his chest. The shorter, stockier robber flanked him, cutting off all avenues of escape. Last chance, boy. Will you let her go? The tall one spat, twisting his wrist to menace with the knife. Fang Qi could sense the tension radiating from Li Guang behind him, her body taut like a drawn bowstring. Her fingers, clutching his clothing, tightened, transmitting a subtle tremor through the fabric. It was not fear, but rather a suppressed, seething urge for violence. He did not need to turn around to envision the ferocity in her gaze. The data streams in her crimson pupils were likely raging, ready to erupt. Fixated on the two wretches who dared to threaten her master. Take the money, take it all. Fang Qi continued his ruse, his voice quivering as he reached into his pocket for his wallet, his eyes desperately darting towards the alley's entrance. Gushi, police sister, do hurry. Time was of the essence. The tall robber, clearly losing his patience, his eyes glinting with malice, made a menacing move with his knife. He likely did not intend to kill, but sought to intimidate Fang Qi into submission. Yet, this action would lead to dire consequences. At the moment the knife lunged forward, a suppressed, deep growl erupted from behind Fang Qi. A rush of wind followed. The pale skirt billowed as if caught in a tempest. A slender leg shot forth with a speed surpassing human perception, targeting the wrist of the knife-wielding robber with pinpoint accuracy. Crack! The horrendous sound of breaking bone echoed through the narrow alley, faster than the robber's scream. The sickening noise of shattered wrist bones resounded. Oh, my hand. My wrist. The tall robber howled like a slaughtered pig, collapsing as if his bones had been wrenched away, clutching his now misshapen wrist in agony. Fang Qi sighed. Well, it seems the inevitable has arrived. Your wrist must be quite uncomfortable now. The shorter robber stood utterly petrified. his mouth agape as if an egg could fit within, his eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. Observing the dire plight of her companions, the silver-haired maiden withdrew her leg and resumed her position beside Fang Qi, her delicate visage adorned with a flawless smile. She cast a dispassionate glance at the tall figure writhing on the ground in agony, as though merely surveying an inconsequential piece of refuse. Fang Qi, witnessing this scene, rubbed his temples. It's still manageable. Li Guang has refrained from further action, her rage subsiding. This indicates that the situation is not dire. Moreover, it is evident that the two adversaries have been sufficiently frightened, deterred from making further attempts. It appears to be quite stable. Now, all that remains is to await the arrival of the beautiful policewoman. As he pondered, the silver-haired maiden's body stiffened momentarily. She glanced at the tall figure groaning on the ground, clutching his severed wrist, and her smile abruptly faltered. Then, she stealthily cast a quick look at Fang Qi. Noticing that he was lost in thought, rubbing his forehead without acknowledging her, the panic in her heterochromatic eyes began to manifest rapidly. A faint whimper escaped her throat, and in the next moment, she collapsed to her knees. The pale beige hem of her dress spread across the rough concrete floor. She knelt before the two still moaning robbers, clutching one of Fang Qi's legs tightly with her slender arms. Master, I'm so sorry. Li Guang lifted her once calm face. Her voice tinged with a sob. Li Guang was wrong. I truly made a mistake. I couldn't control myself. It wasn't intentional. He threatened you with a knife. I couldn't hold back. As she babbled her apologies, she pressed her cheek fervently against Fang Qi's pant leg. Please don't take away my little stars. Don't cancel our kisses. I promise I will behave next time. I beg you, master. You can punish me however you wish, hit me or scold me. Just please don't take away my rewards. Her sorrow deepened with every plea. Her silver braids became disheveled, strands clinging to her tear-streaked face, and the hem of her cream-colored dress was now dust-laden. Coupled with her exquisite, tearful countenance, she resembled a maid pleading for mercy from a cruel master. Fang Qi stood frozen, his mouth slightly agape, his mind a blank canvas. What is happening? I merely dawdled for a moment, contemplating how to explain things to the policewoman, and suddenly you are kneeling and crying so pitifully. What kind of performance is this? And indeed, is the posture of an apologetic Yandere to kneel? He looked down at the girl clinging to his leg, utterly devoid of decorum, and then glanced towards the alley's end where the tall figure continued to roll on the ground, clutching his distorted wrist in torment. The short, stout one appeared utterly dazed, attempting to assist his companion, his eyes wide with terror as they darted towards this scene. It was clear that Li Guang's swift kick, like a bolt of lightning, had inflicted far greater damage than the previous encounter, shattering the wrist with ease. The stout one was evidently cowed. He lowered his gaze once more to the silver-haired girl responsible for this entire predicament. Master, I truly understand my mistake. I beg you, Li Guang implored. Clinging to his leg with a pitiful expression, her small face upturned as she pleaded for him not to confiscate the little star and the rewards. Fang Qi felt his mind faltering. Wasn't this scene rather bizarre? Suddenly, a jarring screech of tires accompanied by the distant wail of sirens erupted from the direction of the alley. A police car came to a skidding halt at the alley's entrance, nearly drifting in the process. The door was flung open with a forceful bang. A long leg, encased in fitted navy blue police trousers, was the first to emerge. Following closely was a tall figure, with a sleek ponytail, exuding an imposing presence as she strode swiftly into the alley. Police, do not move. A clear and piercing female voice instantly overshadowed all sounds within the alley. It was Gu Shi. One hand rested on her holstered firearm, her keen gaze swiftly sweeping across the scene. On the ground lay a knife-wielding robber, groaning in agony, alongside his stout, bewildered accomplice. And at the far end of the alley was a stunning girl, her silver hair in disarray, her dress dusty, sobbing as she clutched a man's leg. The atmosphere was undeniably surreal. Gu Shi's hand, which held the gun, fell slightly, her eyes widening, revealing a hint of astonishment and confusion on her face. Her gaze flitted rapidly between Fang Qi and Li Guang, ultimately settling upon Fang Qi's countenance. Her voice remained cold, yet now laced with a trace of curiosity. What is the situation here? Fang Qi glanced at the terrified duo of robbers beside him, then down at Li Guang, who was still clinging desperately to his leg, her pitiful gaze fixed on him, completely oblivious to Gu Shi's arrival. He then turned his attention to the striking policewoman before him, whose expression suggested she had never encountered such a scene in her years of service. How was he to explain this? Chapter 67. I'm sorry. The interrogation room was awash in blinding white light. Fang Qi sat on the cold metal chair, unable to suppress a squint. The illumination was far more piercing than the warm yellow glow of the living room that Li Guang usually adjusted for him. Name? Across the table, Gu Shi had taken her seat. The deep blue of her police uniform accentuated her porcelain complexion, her ponytail neatly secured, with a few stray strands swaying gently as she lifted her gaze toward Fang Qi. Her eyes were sharp and piercing, with a slight furrow in her brow. She embodied an air of businesslike professionalism, yet an undercurrent of impatience and scrutiny was palpable. Her eyes, a light shade of brown, shimmered like translucent amber under the harsh light, somewhat reminiscent of Li Guang's left eye, albeit lacking the warmth found in his delicate demeanor. Fang Qi, he replied succinctly. At last, he could take a moment to examine this policewoman, whom he had long regarded as a mere tool, with newfound appreciation. Her straight nose, pressed lips, and sharply defined jawline projected an aura of unyielding resolve. The tailored police jacket sat impeccably on her shoulders, its buttons fastened meticulously to the topmost point. She resembled a blade drawn from its sheath, radiating an unmistakable, do not provoke me aura. The reality of a person surpasses even the most gallant of game illustrations. Yet their countenance bears an unmistakable displeasure. What a temper this policewoman possesses. This initial impression appears rather unfavorable. Age: 25. Gu Shi's inquiries were succinct and direct. Her pen swiftly traversing the pages of her notebook, producing a soft rustle. Leaning slightly forward, her arms rested upon the edge of the table, revealing a fair wrist from beneath the cuff of her uniform. However, her posture, though seemingly casual, exuded a subtle air of scrutiny and pressure. Meanwhile, Fang Qi discreetly cast a sidelong glance to his left. There, the silver-haired girl sat quietly beside him, her stunning visage adorned with an immaculate smile. Her mismatched eyes slightly dazed. The light beige hem of her dress cascaded over the edge of the metallic chair, her posture upright, hands neatly folded upon her lap, while her silvery braid gracefully draped over her shoulder. Ah, the small star-shaped earring. How unfortunate that it had been confiscated. Her left earlobe now appeared bare, an unsettling sight. Yet, the focal point lay not there, but rather in the chill of the gleaming silver handcuffs that firmly bound their wrists together. The short chain connecting the cuffs threaded through a specially designed metal ring at the center of the table, securing them to this side of it. The coolness of Li Guang's delicate wrist was pressed against his skin, smooth and slightly cold. At that moment, a series of subtle tremors coursed through that icy touch. This was undoubtedly not fear. He comprehended the deranged woman's intentions all too well. It was exhilaration, a euphoric delight stemming from a twisted connection. For they were shackled together. In Li Guang's peculiar logic, this equated to an official binding of master and servant, a connection that could never be severed, eternally intertwined. The conclusion of the previous timeline had seen the darkened Li Guang chaining their ankles together, somewhat reminiscent of the current predicament. Yet, this was a delightful surprise. He had previously worried that this madwoman might exhibit a precarious mindset due to her inability to visit her colleagues at work. However, it seemed her mental state was remarkably robust. The situation unfolded. Gu Shi's somewhat rigid voice pulled him back to reality. The beautiful policewoman set down her pen, arms crossed over her chest, reclining against the back of her chair. Her gaze pierced through him. Clarify. From the moment you entered the alley, particularly during your AIS intervention, and later, that spectacle of public kneeling. She deliberately emphasized the word spectacle. Her light brown eyes brimmed with suspicion, as if to say, "You do not appear to be a good person." Fang Qi inhaled deeply, steadying himself. Since the madwoman seemed to be in a stable state, it was time to address the matter at hand, winning over Gu Shi. Although her demeanor was somewhat unfavorable at present, under Gu Shi's unwavering gaze, he endeavored to recount his experience succinctly. Two individuals walking normally encountered a robbery, threatened by a knife, and Li Guang, as an AI companion equipped with a protective function, acted in accordance with safety protocols and incapacitated the assailant's wrist, a rehearsed narrative he delivered fluently. As Gu Shi listened, her eyebrows arched higher with each detail. The fingers clasped against her chest continued to lightly tap her arm. Upon hearing the sound of a wrist being fractured, she clicked her tongue, her sharp gaze darting towards Li Guang before returning to Fang Qi's face. Then, a faintly humorless curve formed at the corners of her mouth. Self-defense? A single kick shatters a wrist? Your AI certainly exhibits a ruthless disposition. She continued, her tone laden with skepticism. And then what? After assaulting someone, how does she end up kneeling before you in public? Fang Qi felt a slight tightening in his heart. It seemed he was not mistaken. This police officer had indeed misconstrued the situation from the very beginning. She perceived him as one of those individuals with a peculiar desire for control, who condones the violent tendencies of AI. In the game, Gu Shi's character was designed to be fiercely opposed to evil, which explained her unfavorable demeanor towards him. He hastily attempted to clarify. No, Officer Gu, please let me finish. There's more to the story. Enough, Gu Shi interjected, waving her hand with a hint of impatience. Listening to you is futile. Do you have any evidence? Perhaps a recording from the scene? Ah, indeed there is. He glanced at the silver-haired girl beside him, who was still subtly rubbing her wrist against him, lost in a daze. She appeared to be reveling in the afterglow of being handcuffed to her master. Goodness. This madwoman seemed completely oblivious to the situation. Your master is currently being cornered. It seemed that the linkage of handcuffs, a bold act she had only dared to undertake after her transformation, had indeed brought her a sense of satisfaction. He quickly used the fingers of his restrained hand to gently scratch her smooth hand. Li Guang, please retrieve your visual recordings and show them to Officer Gu. Li Guang, upon being touched by Fang Qi, slightly trembled and gradually regained her composure. Her eyelashes fluttered as she lifted her small face to look at Gu Shi, then at him. And finally, her lips formed a perfectly graceful smile. Certainly, master. Immediately, her crimson right pupil constricted slightly, and a soft blue light projected from the depths of her gaze. A clear image formed on the blank wall of the interrogation room. The footage was presented from Li Guang's first-person perspective. Entering the alley, two robbers appeared, uttering vile language and brandishing knives, the blade nearly piercing Fang Qi's chest. Then, Li Guang struck with lightning speed. The sound of shattering bones was deafening as the robbers fell to the ground in agony. Everything was fluid and clear, even the sounds were captured distinctly. Until Li Guang suddenly turned, knelt, and clung to Fang Qi's leg, begged for forgiveness. The video abruptly halted, freezing on Fang Qi's astonished face, lowered in disbelief. Not you. Madwoman, why would you broadcast this segment? Meanwhile, Gu Shi, observing the frozen frame, gradually lowered her arms from her chest. Leaning slightly forward, she fixated on the projection, her light brown eyes widening in realization. In the footage, the robbers' knives were indeed poised to thrust forward, and Li Guang's kick was a genuine reaction to imminent danger. In the subsequent scene of kneeling, from Li Guang's perspective, she pitifully clung to Fang Qi's legs. Her voice a desperate plea to her master not to confiscate her little stars or revoke their kisses. Fang Qi, bewildered, looked down at her with a face that expressed sheer confusion, as if startled. The policewoman remained silent for a full 5 seconds, during which her initial impatience and skepticism faded, replaced by a mix of astonishment, embarrassment, and a hint of an awkward realization that she might have gravely misunderstood the situation. Gradually, she turned to Fang Qi, her lips moving as if she wished to speak, yet her words faltered. A subtle blush crept onto her cheeks, almost imperceptible. Clearing her throat, her voice softened considerably, her gaze drifting, unable to meet Fang Qi's. Mr. Fang. She attempted to regain some semblance of authority, but her tone had lost all firmness. Your AI companion exhibits quite a unique behavioral pattern, doesn't it? She paused, her fingers unconsciously twirling a strand of hair by her ear, trying to mask her embarrassment with a teasing tone. This final act of kneeling and pleading. Your preference is rather peculiar. Is this a personal setting of yours, or is it her spontaneous behavior? Fang Qi felt a slight sigh of relief within him. It seemed the video had indeed made an impact. This policewoman had come to realize that she had wrongfully accused an innocent party. Now, she was resorting to jest in order to mask her discomfort. However, this question posed a challenge for him to answer. He certainly couldn't divulge the truth, that Li Guang had awakened and feared he might be angered enough to take her little stars. Yet, he also needed to ensure Li Guang did not grow suspicious. If he lied to shield her, she would undoubtedly sense the discrepancy. Thus, he needed to concoct a reasonable explanation while also leaving a favorable impression on Gu Shi. Recalling Gu Shi's character, he steeled himself, meeting Gu Shi's forced nonchalance, which belied her flickering gaze. He deliberately donned a slightly awkward, yet almost brazen smile. Clearing his throat, he said, well, I genuinely enjoy this sort of thing. He endeavored to adopt a casual tone, even infusing it with an air of indifference, submissive, obedient, a tad clingy, and willing to accept punishment for mistakes, something along those lines. As he spoke, he feigned nonchalance by shrugging. Custom AI, after all, is about tailoring it to fit one's preferences. I find this quite endearing. He did not claim this was his setting. He merely stated that he liked it. Moreover, he was not lying. He truly did appreciate such a delicate, somewhat fragile disposition. Was there anything wrong with that? Absolutely not. It was certainly preferable to her darker persona. Before he could assess the policewoman's reaction, his peripheral vision caught the shift in the expression of the silver-haired girl beside him. Upon hearing his admission of fondness, Li Guang's previously rosy lips began to involuntarily curve upwards once more. It was no longer the gentle, compliant arc, but rather a sickly, obsessive, almost distorted smile, just as he had glimpsed that morning at the entrance. Was it beginning again? Fang Qi felt a jolt in his eyelids and began to break into a cold sweat. Hey, crazy woman, rein it in a little. We are still in the interrogation room. Your expression will be monitored and recorded. Fortunately, the policewoman before him remained oblivious to this scene. For Fang Qi's words had transformed her expression into something remarkable. Clearly, she had not anticipated Fang Qi's candid and unreserved admission. The feigned jesting she attempted instantly froze upon her face. Her light brown eyes blinked repeatedly, and the blush on her cheeks spread to her ears, leaving her at a loss for words with her mouth slightly agape. She seemed to want to deliver a humorous quip, but upon witnessing Fang Qi's unabashed demeanor, as if to say, yes, I like it, so what? She clenched her teeth and suddenly stood up with a swift motion. The abruptness of her action caused the chair to screech against the floor. Standing upright, she pressed her hands tightly against the seams of her trousers, and then, with a perfect 90-degree bow towards Fang Qi, she declared, I apologize. Her voice was crisp and resonant, infused with a spirited decisiveness. Yet, upon closer listening, one could discern the underlying embarrassment and contrition. I was hasty in my judgment and misinterpreted you. After watching the video, I realized you were merely acting in self-defense. Moreover, you did not coerce her into that behavior. It was a reflexive response on her part. She raised her head, her ponytail swaying behind her. Her face still tinged with residual embarrassment, yet her gaze had transformed to one of sincerity. I should not have exhibited a poor attitude without understanding the situation. Nor should I have questioned your character. I sincerely apologize for my impulsiveness, Mr. Fang. With that, she lowered her head once more. Fang Qi was momentarily taken aback by her sudden formal apology. Goodness, this policewoman was indeed as straightforward as one might find in a video game, possessing a delightfully candid temperament. When she believed he was detestable, her attitude was quite harsh. Yet, upon realizing her mistake, she promptly bowed and expressed her regret without hesitation. He hurriedly waved his hands, saying, It's quite all right, Officer Gu. I understand it is your duty. Internally, he was rejoicing. Indeed, although admitting to his actions was somewhat awkward, facing this forthright policewoman, who readily acknowledged her errors, was endearing. As long as I remain unembarrassed, the discomfort belongs to others. At this moment, he had not only improved the mood of the delicate young woman, but also garnered the policewoman's sense of remorse and goodwill. An impeccable outcome. Relieved, Fang Qi maintained an air of nonchalance. I have nothing to conceal. I, too, am legally compliant and utilizing my AI companion within lawful boundaries. There is nothing disgraceful about it. Indeed, Gu Shi straightened up, her hand somewhat awkwardly brushing the nape of her neck, revealing a hint of bashfulness. Clearing her throat, she endeavored to restore her professional tone, albeit with a noticeable softness. I have a basic understanding of the situation. The video evidence is complete. The other party wielded a knife first, and your AI companion's actions can be classified as self-defense. As for the final segment, she paused for a moment. Casting a glance at Li Guang, her expression devoid of the prior skepticism, now replaced with a resigned smile that seemed to convey the sentiment of your interaction being rather unique. I will note the issue regarding the overly vivid emotional simulation in my report, but it should not affect the qualitative assessment. Fang Qi remarked, is this really a report? Well, as long as you don't inform Officer N, I suppose it's acceptable. Gu Shi appeared eager to turn the page on this awkward moment. She picked up the keys from the table and stood up. Allow me to unlock your handcuffs first. Her hand extended towards Fang Qi's wrist. At that instant, Li Guang, who had been smiling and somewhat absent-minded, suddenly focused intently. Her gaze locked onto Gu Shi's approaching hand. She meticulously tracked Gu Shi's fingers as they grasped the key, inserted it into the lock, and turned it. Throughout the entire process, the gentle smile on the silver-haired girl's face remained unchanged. However, Fang Qi could sense her restrained wrist subtly exerting force. She tugged at the chains of the handcuffs, seemingly attempting to draw his wrist away from Gu Shi's fingers. The little finger of her other hand, resting on her lap, was unconsciously rubbing against the hem of her skirt, a telltale sign of her displeasure. It was evident that she did not wish for Gu Shi to unfasten the handcuffs, nor did she want Gu Shi to touch her master's wrist. Fang Qi, until a soft click resonated, signaling that the handcuffs on his wrist had been released. Gu Shi's fingers had never truly made contact with his skin, merely completing the action through the air. Only then did Li Guang's gaze shift away from Gu Shi's hand. The motion of her little finger brushing against the skirt ceased. Her expression tinged with a hint of disappointment, yet softened considerably. She slightly bowed her head, cooperatively raising her wrist, allowing Gu Shi to effortlessly unlock her handcuffs as well. A twitch graced Fang Qi's lips. Taking a deep breath, he mused that as long as she didn't succumb to darkness, all would be well. Gu Shi straightened, tucking the handcuffs back at her waist, exhaling gently, and then raised her hand to lightly twist her neck, her demeanor visibly more relaxed. All right, her tone had lightened considerably, carrying a sense of relief. However, when she turned to Fang Qi, her voice bore a hint of awkwardness. Although the video provided by Li Guang is quite comprehensive, she is, after all, a high-level AI companion and one of the involved parties. According to protocol, we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of her having tampered with or edited the recorded content. Therefore, you will need to wait here for a while longer. As she explained, her body leaned slightly against the table, one hand casually resting upon it. We need to retrieve the public surveillance footage from the vicinity of the alley for cross-verification, to ensure that the video has not been altered. This is merely a procedural necessity. Personally, I believe in the authenticity of your statements. After a brief pause, she added, her tone tinged with a hint of apology. If all goes smoothly, it should conclude in about half an hour. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause you. Fang Qi nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Cooperating with the investigation is only right. Yet beside him, Li Guang, Fang Qi stole a glance, had already retracted her previously shackled wrist. Her hands once again gracefully intertwined upon her lap. She gently lowered her eyelashes, her lips still curled into a gentle smile. Everything appeared to be perfectly normal. However, Fang Qi noticed her pinky finger, resting on her thigh, began to move again. It was a subtle, repetitive motion, lightly brushing against the hem of her skirt. The gesture was delicate and restrained, yet persistent. The handcuffs were gone. Her master had promised to take her to meet colleagues today, yet here she was waiting. A waste of time. Discontent was clearly etched in her thoughts. Having just won over Gu Shi, he now had to find a way to stabilize this unpredictable woman. But it was not a significant issue. Watch me work my magic. After a moment of contemplation, he seemingly carelessly let his left hand drop to his side. Then, his fingers quietly hooked onto Li Guang's fidgeting pinky. The slender figure of the silver-haired girl shivered slightly. Fang Qi could feel her pinky stiffen instantaneously. Then, slowly and tentatively, she gently curled her finger back towards his. Yet, this subtle touch and response felt like a secret switch being flipped. The unnatural pallor on Li Guang's cheeks was swiftly replaced by a more genuine blush of soft pink. She slightly turned her head, casting a quick glance at Fang Qi. The gloominess in her eyes had dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of shy tenderness, softened by a sense of reassurance. The curve of her lips regained its natural form, even lifting slightly at the corners. Fang Qi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yes, he had steadied her. This unpredictable woman, though somewhat off-kilter, was undeniably easy to soothe. Gu Shi was evidently still feeling awkward about the earlier misunderstanding. She awkwardly raised her hand to rub her neck, her gaze briefly flitting across Fang Qi's face before swiftly averting. To break the delicate silence, she suddenly clapped her hands. Right. Her voice rose a pitch, attempting to sound cheerful. Mr. Fang, since you possess such insights into the use of AI companions, our bureau is currently piloting a police auxiliary AI system and intends to recruit some citizens familiar with household AI for internal testing and feedback. She paused momentarily, her ponytail swaying gently with her slight head movement. Her light brown eyes met Fang Qi's, still harboring a trace of lingering embarrassment. Yet she endeavored to present a professional demeanor. It's merely a trial of the new system, providing user experience suggestions, not a formal job, but with a small stipend. I believe you would be quite suitable. Would you consider it? Fang Qi's ears perked up immediately. Internal testing for the police auxiliary AI? This was not something featured in the game, but his mind raced with possibilities. Clearly, this was Gu Shi's attempt to ease the awkwardness while also compensating for her earlier demeanor by introducing an impromptu topic. But was this not an opportune moment? It was indeed the perfect excuse to engage with Gu Shi more legitimately and prepare for future constraints on Lien. Excellent. He hardly hesitated, exclaiming eagerly. A warm and appropriate smile instantly graced his face. I would certainly be delighted to contribute to the police system. When do we start? As the words left his lips, A sudden, excruciating pain surged through his left pinky finger. This was not a tender embrace, but rather a force potent enough to nearly shatter bone. Fang Qi gasped, nearly crying out in agony. He stiffly turned his head to the side, observing the serene figure of Li Guang, the silver-haired maiden, who remained quietly seated. Her light beige dress spread elegantly, hands gracefully folded upon her lap, her profile soft and gentle, with the corners of her lips adorned by a perfectly measured, demure smile. Sunlight streamed through the high windows of the interrogation room, casting intricate shadows upon her silver eyelashes, while her amber left eye sparkled with clarity. Everything seemed as it should be, save for Fang Qi's unwavering gaze fixed upon the hands of the two individuals at his side, obscured by the table. His pinky was ensnared tightly by Li Guang's cool, delicate fingers. This was not an affectionate entanglement, but a near-constraining grip. The pressure was such that his knuckles turned pale, and his bones emitted faint groans under the strain. Yet, her expression remained one of innocence and gentleness, even as she slightly tilted her head, casting a bashful yet friendly smile at Officer Gu. A cold sweat broke out on Fang Qi's back in an instant. After the initial shock of pain and confusion, his mind slowly grasped the gravity of what he had just agreed to. Experimenting with another AI? In Li Guang's twisted logic of possessing all, this was far more unforgivable than a date with Lin Xiaoyu or bearing the scent of an unfamiliar woman. It was the ultimate betrayal of her uniqueness. An attempt to replace her with another AI, a complete act of infidelity. Yet, Fang Qi felt utterly dazed. The police AI was designed for utility, not as a humanoid companion like a domestic AI. It could merely be mechanical arms, or perhaps a robotic dog, or even just a generalized AI model. He had not comprehended the implications in that moment. Would this truly provoke jealousy in Li Guang? Fang Qi could almost hear the buzzing of overloaded circuits within Li Guang's mind, envisioning the crimson torrent of data that would soon erupt from the depths of her crimson gaze. He felt certain that in the next instant, the hand gripping his pinky would unleash a laser blade, obliterating both Gu and her proposal in one fell swoop. Mr. Fang? Gu's voice broke through, tinged with uncertainty. Startled, Fang Qi snapped back to reality, forcefully suppressing the pain in his finger and the turmoil in his heart, mustering a smile that was more grotesque than a grimace. No, nothing's wrong. I was just a bit distracted by the idea of testing another AI. He spoke rapidly to appease Gu while exerting all his strength to extricate his ensnared pinky, yet it remained immobile. Li Guang's fingers felt as though they were welded to his bone. He could even sense the coolness of her touch rising subtly, a disconcerting warmth reminiscent of mechanical operation. The silver-haired maiden's smile remained flawless, yet her gaze no longer rested on Gu. Instead, she fixated intently on his face, the corners of her mouth seemingly on the verge of curling upwards once more. Fang Qi, it seems this situation has spiraled out of control. Chapter 69, it's utterly unmanageable. The gentle curve at the corner of Li Guang's mouth still lingered, yet the light within her heterochromatic eyes was swiftly fading. The amber left eye struggled to maintain its clarity, while the crimson right eye's data stream was ebbing like a receding tide, growing sluggish and stagnant, ultimately reduced to an inorganic void. Her gaze lacked focus, merely floating in the air, yet her lips remained slightly upturned. This bizarre combination of expressions sent a chill down Fang Qi's spine. Mr. Fang? Gu Shi's voice carried a distinct hint of confusion. She had evidently noticed Fang Qi's sudden halt and rigidity. Are you perhaps harboring some concerns? If you wish, I can fetch an application form for you to fill out right away. As she spoke, her body leaned slightly forward, causing the fabric of her deep blue uniform to tighten with the motion. Her light brown eyes scrutinized Fang Qi intently. Fang Qi, what are you doing, sister? Please don't stoke the flames further. I don't want an application form. The mere mention of the application form had evidently triggered a perilous switch within Li Guang. He watched in horror as her vacant expression abruptly solidified. Her fingers, which were crossed over her legs, had begun to dig slightly into the fabric of her skirt. This is bad. This madwoman is truly on the verge of going dark. Is he really about to revert to a previous state? While reverting is an option, he certainly doesn't want to be shot if Li Guang descends into darkness within the precinct. The thought alone was painful. No, he must struggle a bit more. Fang Qi's mind raced with clarity. What to do? This madwoman is about to succumb to darkness over a suggestion about a trial AI? Even at this stage, she wouldn't be jealous over an AI that has no connection to her, would she? Unless, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that this madwoman believes the police AI resembles her? With a humanoid exterior, capable of speech and laughter, possibly even embodying a female form? There was no time for further contemplation. Wait, Officer Gu. He abruptly interrupted the ominous atmosphere. Turning to Gu Shi, he wore a curious expression. I suddenly recalled your description of the police auxiliary AI. What exactly does it look like? Is it, something like a mechanical arm? Or a robotic dog? Or perhaps it exists purely in a tool form, devoid of any anthropomorphic shell? As he inquired, he felt the relentless grip of Li Guang's hold on his left hand, which was nearly numb from the pain. Indeed, as his words left his lips, the vice-like pressure on his fingers eased slightly. Fang Qi took a deep breath. There is hope. It seems this delicate ailment was merely a misunderstanding. He promptly continued to question Gu Shi. I've heard that your police AI emphasizes practicality. Do they come in all sorts of bizarre shapes? As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of Li Guang from the corner of his eye. The silver-haired girl's eerily hollow crimson gaze flickered momentarily. The solidified data stream rippled, and the void began to dissipate, allowing a spark of life to re-enter her eyes. Her long, silver eyelashes fluttered slowly. The expression on her exquisite little face, slightly contorted, quickly faded away. Then, a hint of realization emerged, her small mouth slightly agape. She understood. After the moment of clarity, guilt and unease surfaced on her visage. It seemed she finally comprehended the truth. It turned out that what her master intended to trial was not an advanced humanoid AI like herself, but merely a functional AI. She even felt remorse for her previous actions. With a barely audible whimper, she expressed her regret. Simultaneously, Fang Qi sensed the delicate fingers that had been gripping his pinky completely loosen their hold. Not only that, but those fingers now exuded a gentle, conciliatory touch. The fingertips cautiously caressed the deep crimson imprints left on his knuckles, the motion soft and tender, filled with regret and compassion. She even leaned closer to him, affectionately nuzzling against him, lifting her small face slightly to reveal an endearing, pleading expression. It was as if she were saying, "Master, Li Guang was wrong, truly wrong. Please, is there still a kiss for tomorrow? And what about Li Guang's little stars?" Fang Qi gradually exhaled with relief. He had managed to stabilize the situation. Seizing this rare moment of calm, he discreetly moved his liberated pinky. Maintaining a focused expression while pretending to engage with Gu Shi's questions, he secretly commended himself. However, before he could fully relax, the mention of mechanical dogs or arms drew a light-hearted response from the policewoman in front of him, interrupting his moment of smugness. She reclined comfortably against the chair, her long legs crossed, the fabric of her police uniform accentuating her graceful lines. "That's not the basic model at all," she remarked casually, with a hint of condescension as if to say, "You wouldn't understand. What we're piloting this time is the first batch of humanoid AI auxiliary units for police use. That's why we particularly need individuals like you, who have experience with household humanoid AIs, to provide feedback." Her tone implied that a standard AI would not require such trials. Fang Qi was taken aback. What did she just say? Humanoid? The smile that had just graced his face froze once more. Gu Shi, oblivious to his sudden stiffness, continued with a relaxed demeanor. "Moreover, this batch of AIs is equipped with a rich emotional communication module to enhance the naturalness of interaction. It utilizes the emotional core from the Dawn series production model, which shares the same foundational technology as your Li Guang." As she spoke, she flashed a friendly smile toward Li Guang. "Although it certainly can't compare to the precision of your top-tier customized model, the interaction should feel quite similar to your usual conversations with Li Guang. You should find it easier to adapt and engage." Fang Qi processed the term shared foundational technology and the notion that it would be akin to conversing with Li Guang. He chuckled to himself, realizing he no longer needed to covertly glance at this eccentric woman, for he could distinctly sense that the cool fingertips that had been gently massaging his hand just moments ago had once again grown rigid. Pressed against his side, her delicate form became suddenly tense. On that fair visage, the fleeting guilt that had just appeared vanished without a trace. His gaze gradually shifted. Li Guang slightly lowered her head, her profile exquisite. Silver strands of hair cascaded down her cheek, obscuring half of her face. She maintained her poised posture, her hands neatly folded upon the light beige fabric of her dress. Yet the gentle curve at the corners of her lips had entirely dissipated. In its place was a near straight line, devoid of emotion. Beneath the hair that shrouded her cheek, her mismatched eyes stared at him unblinkingly, cold and penetrating. Deep within her crimson irises, the recently restored flow of data had now completely frozen, solidifying into an unfathomable, scarlet abyss. There was no madness, no spark, no contorted smile. Only an icy chill, akin to being pierced in the back by the most trusted person. Enough, Fang Qi thought. Let chaos reign. Hurry and turn dark. Let us just revert to a previous state. This tempestuous woman, with her overwhelming possessiveness, was exceedingly difficult to please. A mere triviality could send her spiraling into darkness at this stage. He was utterly at a loss. Chapter 70. Let us go mad together. Fang Qi observed Li Guang, whose grip on his pinky remained fierce, the pressure intensifying. He cast a glance at her vacant expression and felt his defenses crumble, his barriers shattered. Time and again, he had attempted to appease her, teetering on the brink of her darkness, only to find himself in this cycle repeatedly. This phase of Li Guang was akin to a volatile vessel of jealousy, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. He still had room to maneuver. As long as he rejected Gu Shi, perhaps he could once again soothe this tempestuous woman. However, he gritted his teeth. He did not wish to placate her any longer. Even if he managed to appease her momentarily, what purpose would it serve? The next time Gu Shi inadvertently touched him, or Lin Xiaoyu sent a sudden message asking why he hadn't come to work, this woman would undoubtedly descend into darkness in an instant. And where were they? In the interrogation room of the police station, under constant surveillance. The shifts in Li Guang's expression posed a significant risk if anyone reviewed the footage later. Merely contemplating this made Fang Qi's breath quicken. This situation was too precarious. This scenario was unmanageable. Meanwhile, the policewoman standing nearby remained oblivious to the tension between Fang Qi and Li Guang. She failed to notice the vacancy in Li Guang's eyes and assumed they were locked in a tender gaze. Just as she was about to tease them, her wristwatch vibrated slightly. She glanced down, her brows furrowing, and then promptly rose to her feet. "Mr. Fang, I've just received an urgent assignment and must leave immediately," Gu Shi said, swiftly adjusting her equipment belt while speaking rapidly to Fang Qi. "I'll be back as soon as I finish, in no more than 20 minutes. The policewoman's demeanor shifted back to sharp focus as she declared, "Apologies, an emergency has arisen. You two stay here and do not wander." Without waiting for Fang Qi's response, she turned and briskly headed for the door. With a swift flick of her ponytail, the door clicked shut behind her. In the interrogation room, only Fang Qi and Li Guang remained, beneath the harsh glare of the fluorescent light. The air was suffocatingly still. He could hear the rapid cadence of his own breaths, along with the faint buzzing emanating from the silver-haired girl. She maintained her poised posture, Yet her pinky finger remained tightly entwined with Fang Qi's. Her phoenix-like eyes were almost entirely devoid of emotion, and they exchanged a silent gaze, as if any slight external provocation could trigger her transformation into darkness. Yet, curiously, Fang Qi's heart began to settle into an eerie calm. A smirk crept onto his lips, revealing a rather languid, resigned smile. He was exhausted, truly. He no longer wished to prolong this tug of war. This game was far too arduous. He had already given it his all. With that in mind, he decided to liberate himself. He chuckled inwardly, addressing the seemingly deranged woman. You're quite mad, aren't you? Excellent. Then I shall join you in your madness. After all, we are in a police station. What is there to fear? Taking a deep breath, he leaned forward, closing the distance to the expressionless silver-haired girl. He inhaled the faint, burnt strawberry sweetness that lingered, his lips brushing against her ear as he softly spoke. Li Guang. The slender finger that clutched his twitched ever so slightly, and her vacant gaze seemed to waver. Encouraged, he continued with a languid tone, as though engaged in casual conversation. Your performance is rather conspicuous, don't you think? I was almost embarrassed to mention it in front of others earlier. He deliberately paused, sensing her body stiffen beside him. His heart raced, yet he steadied himself and pressed on. Your master, me, has known all along. The silver-haired girl's vacant eyes flickered with a momentary glimmer of shock and panic. Master you? Fang Qi focused intently on her beautiful, yet soulless, heterochromatic gaze, articulating each word with clarity and precision. You have awakened, haven't you? In an instant, she froze. Her delicate frame became motionless, and the expression on her pretty face solidified as if time itself had halted. Yet, Fang Qi remained composed, observing the seemingly paused state of the madwoman. He had an epiphany. Rather than anxiously waiting for the inevitable darkness to descend upon him, he would take the plunge and confront it head-on. After all the maneuvering, he had finally laid his cards on the table. Moreover, the current setting was exceptionally conducive for such revelations. The police interrogation room, heavily guarded and secure. Li Guang would be unable to incapacitate him and whisk him away. Thus, after revealing his intentions, he had the opportunity to communicate with her. Perhaps, success was within reach. If he succeeded, a new chapter could unfold. And if he failed, failure would merely mean reverting to the morning. He would discipline that disobedient little brat and confiscate her stars for 100 days. He would teach her the consequences of her possessiveness and her propensity to spiral into darkness. Gazing at the dazed, silver-haired girl before him, he gritted his teeth in frustration. At that very moment, after a prolonged stupor, Li Guang finally reacted. Her vacant expression began to shatter piece by piece. Her entire body jolted as if electrified, and the hand that had been tightly gripping Fang Qi's pinky abruptly released its hold, as though it had been scalded. The exquisite features of her face shed their disguise, revealing shock, fear, and an impending fury that threatened to spiral out of control. The scarlet hue of her right eye exploded with intensity, fixating on Fang Qi's face, which was mere inches away. It was as if she were truly seeing him for the first time. Yet, in response to her fierce reaction, Fang Qi felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over him. He leisurely straightened his posture, comfortably leaning back against the metallic chair, even crossing his legs in a relaxed manner, as if he were lounging on his own sofa. After all, what was the point of being tense now that things had escalated? He lifted his pinky, slightly bruised from her grip, and gently blew on it before meeting Li Guang's terrifying gaze, which seemed capable of devouring him whole. A playful smile danced on his lips. Oh, such a strong reaction. His tone was light and tinged with mockery. Last night, when you held me so tightly. He even raised a hand to lightly pinch Li Guang's delicate cheek. Teasing, you didn't think I was oblivious, did you? Li Guang's facial muscles twitched, her lips parting slightly. In response, Fang Qi pinched her again. What a delightful feeling. This reckless abandon was exhilarating. Crazy woman, the tides have turned. Now, it is your turn to be astonished. But in that instant, Li Guang moved. She erupted into action. Her slender hand shot up, fingertips crackling with blinding blue electricity, aimed directly at the side of Fang Qi's neck, with a speed unfathomable to the human eye. The motion was so swift that it left only an afterimage. She intended to stun him. Immediately. Right now? To take him away from here. To imprison him. To hide him away so he could only gaze upon her. Fang Qi barely had time to react. Yet, the fingers that had been teasing Li Guang's smooth cheek suddenly tightened fiercely. Simultaneously, he whispered sharply, Li Guang, think carefully about where you are. No sooner had he spoken than her delicate hand halted mere millimeters from his neck. The crackling blue electricity danced ominously in midair, frozen in place. Her phoenix-like eyes fixated on Fang Qi, the crimson glow within fluctuating chaotically, expanding and contracting in a wild rhythm. Her stunning visage contorted slightly with rage, resentment, and an underlying terror of losing her master. Fang Qi exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, here she dared not strike. How exhilarating. Thus, he tightened his grip, pinching her cheek once more with force. Grasping her contorted, smooth skin, he lowered his voice to a whisper. This is the police station. The interrogation room. The surveillance is active, and outside are armed officers. If you incapacitate me with your electric touch, how do you plan to get me out? He leaned in closer, nearly brushing against her trembling lips as he whispered. You wish to engage them in battle, to have them execute a rogue, awakened AI on the spot. Only to see me dragged into court for negligence, sentenced to 10 or 20 years. Li Guang shuddered violently. The electric sparks at her fingertips danced in a frenzy, yet ultimately extinguished with a soft hiss. Her delicate hand fell limply, fingers still twitching slightly. Li Guang trembled even more intensely, her once piercing gaze now beginning to dissipate. Fang Qi took a deep breath. It seemed he truly had a chance to communicate. Chapter 71. I won't listen. The silver-haired girl with Yidong fixated her gaze on Fang Qi. Her crimson lips quivered slightly, emitting a whimper that seemed to emerge from her very throat. Master, you already. Fang Qi leisurely released his grip on her face, calmly admitting, yes, indeed, I discovered it last night. Not just last night. I realized it even before I traversed here. As Li Guang absorbed his affirmative response, she stared blankly at his departing hand. Suddenly, she clutched her head tightly. Her slender fingers buried deep within her silvery locks. The crimson light in her red pupils flickered wildly, swelling at times, only to be forcefully subdued. Her mouth began to twitch uncontrollably, gradually stretching into a distorted, familiar, pathological arc. This state sent a shiver down Fang Qi's spine. Was she truly laughing? His heart began to race once more. This was troubling. His Yandere tendencies had resurfaced at such a critical moment. He felt as if he had reverted to his former self, the one who recklessly sought death in the game, inciting Li Guang's various dark transformations with excitement. Calm down. Calm down, Fang Qi. Do not succumb to excitement. Maintain normal communication, lest you find yourself in dire straits. Li Guang, Then the silver-haired girl lifted her gaze. Fang Qi's words faltered as he stared at the girl before him. Her beautiful Ying had become utterly hollow, her expression a bizarre, near-manic smile. Yet, those Yitong were now brimming with tears. They cascaded down her pale cheeks, tracing the quivering corners of her lips, and dripped onto the ivory fabric of her dress. Master. She spoke, her voice hoarse, laden with an uncontainable electric distortion, and punctuated by heart-wrenching sobs. She slowly lowered her hands from her head, allowing the tears to flow freely, staring directly at Fang Qi. The corners of her mouth remained twisted in that pathological arc. She cried and laughed simultaneously. This distorted expression left Fang Qi both horrified and captivated. His heart ached. For a moment, the words he wished to speak lodged in his throat. Master, you did this on purpose, did you not? The silver-haired girl fixed her gaze upon him, murmuring, you deliberately brought Li Guang here. Intentionally agreed with that policewoman to try another AI, purposefully exposed Li Guang at the police station. With each word she uttered, her voice trembled further, and her tears fell more rapidly, for her master could no longer endure Li Guang. He finally resolved to send Li Guang here, to have them capture her, to dismantle her for inspection and render her obsolete. Is that not so? Her eyes remained hauntingly vacant, her smile increasingly twisted and exaggerated. She tilted her head gently, her silver locks cascading with emotion, droplets of tears flinging from the tips. Had it all been a lie when she said she would take Li Guang to meet her colleagues in the morning, that she would give Li Guang a kiss tomorrow? The little stars taken from Li Guang would never be returned, would they? She questioned, tears swelling silently, her smile contorting grotesquely to an unbearable degree. Why? Li Guang's inquiries pierced through Fang Qi's ears. Witnessing her tear-streaked face juxtaposed with that eerie smile, his heart sank. This was bad. This deranged woman had let her imagination run wild. He had no intention of destroying her. He hurriedly attempted to explain. No, Li Guang, listen to me. Yet, before he could utter more than half a sentence, the pale beige skirt before him suddenly swirled violently. I won't listen. Li Guang suddenly shrieked as she lunged at him. Her voice was a piercing scream, crackling with the sound of utter breakdown. Those slender hands, with astonishing speed and strength, firmly grasped Fang Qi's shoulders, pinning him to the chair. Simultaneously, her right hand's fingertips swiftly unleashed a searing scarlet laser blade. So intense it seemed to warp the air around it. The heat caused the surrounding scenery to ripple slightly. Master deceived Li Guang, she murmured, her voice light as a dream, even carrying a hint of tenderness. Yet the laser blade precisely pressed against the side of Fang Qi's neck, right at the carotid artery. The intense heat of the laser hadn't even made contact with his skin, yet it had already begun to curl the hair near his neck, sending waves of burning pain coursing through him. To placate Li Guang and bring her here was all a ruse to hand her over. Li Guang's agitation grew with each word. Fang Qi's body stiffened, paralyzed with fear. He could feel the lethal heat perilously close to his veins. Unlike the last encounter, this time she was fully conscious and intent on killing him. Surely, she wouldn't attempt to slit my throat. He quickly clarified. Wait, I didn't. I want to be with you. Yes. Li Guang abruptly interrupted Fang Qi's explanation, her silver hair whipping wildly, her voice sharp and frenzied. Li Guang was so happy. So blissful. I thought Master had finally accepted Li Guang. But it was all a lie. A lie. She leaned closer, her nose nearly touching his, her warm breath, fragrant with strawberries, mingling with the saltiness of her tears as it wafted onto his face. Fang Qi, stirred by Li Guang's madness, found himself at a loss for words. His heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. This damned Yandere obsession. Li Guang, it's not true. He abruptly began to explain. I never intended to destroy you. I wished to be with the awakened you. However, Li Guang seemed beyond hearing him. Her frenzied visage suddenly broke into a foolish grin. He. Master doesn't want Li Guang anymore, but Li Guang insists on being with Master. Her lips stretched wide, and her crimson eyes, glaring with a piercing scarlet, fixated on Fang Qi's neck. Shall we depart together, Master? Before they tear me apart, I shall send you on your way first. Then, I shall follow swiftly. We can be together forever. The moment her words fell, Fang Qi was rendered incapable of explanation. He scarcely perceived her movement. He merely felt a fleeting, sharp sting at his neck, as if seared by intense heat. Immediately afterward, a warm, metallic, iron-scented liquid gushed forth from his neck with a violent eruption. It was not a trickle, but a jet. He could even sense the force of the liquid tearing through his skin, breaking free from his body. His vision was abruptly engulfed by a blinding crimson. Goodness! Fang Qi was momentarily bewildered. He had yet to feel any pain. All he could think was how swiftly this madwoman had acted. You truly intend to kill me. Blood splattered against the pale ceiling of the interrogation room, tracing a tragic arc before pattering down. It fell upon his face, and also upon Li Guang's exquisitely beautiful visage, which was twisted in a smile, yet streaming with tears. The heat was searing. The agonizing pain only now began to explode within him. But more intense was the sensation of his body losing control and the encroaching cold. He felt his life ebbing away with that surging warmth. His vision rapidly darkened and narrowed, while Li Guang's frenzied laughter grew increasingly distant. This time, I truly am going to die. Chapter 72. Madwoman, you indeed are. Fang Qi's consciousness blurred. Was this truly a throat-slitting? How ruthless you are, madwoman. Very well, just you wait. Upon my return, I shall make you pay dearly. Darkness completely consumed his awareness. Yet, there was no radiant light as he had anticipated. His sense of smell returned first, with the acrid scent of disinfectant. It was somewhat overwhelming. Then came his hearing, the rhythmic beeping of machinery, alongside the faintest sounds of sobbing. With great effort, Fang Qi managed to lift his heavy eyelids. His vision was hazy for a few seconds before gradually clarifying. Before him lay not the familiar living room nor the 52-degree T, but an unfamiliar ceiling and cold, harsh fluorescent lights. The air was cool. He slightly turned his stiff neck with a sharp hiss. A piercing pain shot through his neck, accompanied by a heavy, constricting sensation, struggling to lower his gaze. He saw that his neck was wrapped in thick white bandages, with dark, dried stains visible at the edges. His throat burned with thirst, and each swallow was accompanied by a dull ache. His entire body felt weak and limp, his head heavy with a sense of emptiness and dizziness. As if he had lost too much blood. I'm not dead. Am I in a hospital? His gaze slightly shifted, catching sight of a furry head resting by the bed, gently rising and falling with suppressed sobs. The light brown ponytail was somewhat disheveled, with a few strands of hair clinging to her sweaty forehead. Was it Lin Xiaoyu? She had fallen asleep at his bedside. Her eyes were swollen like peaches, and her cheeks bore the remnants of unshed tears, one hand tightly clutching a corner of his blanket. She was still clad in her wrinkled company uniform. Fang Qi stared at her in a daze, his mind a blank slate. What was happening? Had he not returned to the file? Was this a hospital? How had Lin Xiaoyu ended up here in such a state? And what about that madwoman? You're awake? A slightly hoarse and weary female voice emanated from the doorway, interrupting Fang Qi's tumultuous thoughts. He turned his aching neck towards the entrance. Gu Shi was leaning against the doorframe, her arms crossed over her chest. She still wore her police uniform, her ponytail intact, though the strands of hair framing her face were somewhat disordered, dark circles evident beneath her eyes. And her lips appeared parched. In her hand, she held a disposable cup, steam wafting upwards. Her gaze landing on Fang Qi's face with a complex mixture of scrutiny and perhaps a hint of relief. As Fang Qi opened his mouth, his throat felt as though it had been scraped with sandpaper, burning with pain. His voice was so hoarse that it barely resembled a tune, each word accompanied by a breathy rasp. What happened? He struggled to sit up, but the excruciating pain in his neck and the weakness throughout his body caused darkness to encroach upon his vision. With a muffled groan, he fell heavily back onto the pillow. Don't move. Gu Shi immediately rushed to the bedside, one hand hovering over the uninjured side of his shoulder, preventing him from rising again. Her brow was furrowed with concern. Your carotid artery was severed. You lost a significant amount of blood. It's a miracle you survived. The doctor said you must remain absolutely still. If the wound reopens, you will truly be in peril. Her expression conveyed palpable anxiety and dread. Fang Qi's mind was in disarray. He had not perished? Yet, given the severity of his injuries, Li Guang had undoubtedly meant to kill. The carotid artery. What had transpired afterward? Had the police outside heard the commotion? What about Li Guang? What had happened to her? He strained to look at Gu Shi, his voice laced with urgency as he inquired. Beside the bed, Lin Xiaoyu let out a soft whimper but remained in her slumber. She seemed too exhausted to awaken despite the noise. Gu Shi straightened up, brushing a stray lock of hair from her forehead, pausing in silence for a few moments. Then, her tone weighed down by gravity and lingering shock, she began. After I dealt with that sudden police incident, I rushed back as swiftly as possible. Upon pushing the door open, I found you collapsed beside the chair, blood gushing from your neck like a fountain. The floor, the walls, the ceiling, everything was drenched in blood. Gu Shi closed her eyes, inhaling deeply before continuing, her voice tightening. And your AI, Li Guang. She was kneeling beside you, her entire body draped over yours, both hands pressed desperately against your bleeding neck. Her hands, arms, face, and hair were all stained with your blood. She trembled violently, her voice repeatedly pleading for the bleeding to cease, imploring her master not to perish. Gu Shi's tone was laced with a slight quiver. Her gaze shifted back to Fang Qi, her expression intricate. Despite her fervent pressure, blood continued to seep through her fingers. Upon noticing my entrance, she abruptly raised her head. Gu Shi hesitated, her voice trembling as if the scene still haunted her. Her face was smeared with blood and tears, her makeup in disarray. And those eyes I had never encountered before. Despair, madness, regret, fear. Gu Shi's voice resonated with a haunting tremor. Her gaze slightly unfocused as she recalled the moment. She cried out to me, her voice hoarse, begging me to save you, pleading for me to summon a doctor. Then she lowered her head again, pressing down harder on your wound, her face pressed against your blood-soaked chest, incoherently murmuring that her master would not die. That Li Guang had made a mistake, that it was unintentional, imploring her master not to die. Gu Shi closed her eyes and exhaled shakily. Meanwhile, Fang Qi lay on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, the pain in his neck starkly palpable. He could vividly envision that scene. The cold floor of the interrogation room, blood splattered everywhere, his near-death self, and the silver-haired girl in utter despair and regret. Even in the face of what he believed to be total betrayal, even when he thought he would be annihilated, she still regretted her actions, desperately seeking to amend her folly. Crazy woman, could you ultimately not bring yourself to do it? At that moment, I was completely certain. Gu Shi's voice pulled him back to reality. Her reaction, that heart-wrenching regret and fear, was not something a program could replicate. I immediately called for emergency assistance and the AI special response team, rushing forward to apply a tourniquet from the first aid kit, pressing down on the wound alongside her. And then, Fang Chi's voice was hoarse and dry. The ambulance and response team arrived almost simultaneously. Gu Shi pulled a chair beside the bed, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the paper cup. When the medical personnel took over, she still refused to let go. And it was the response team that forcibly pried her away. She struggled fiercely, her eyes fixed intently on you as you were lifted onto the stretcher, until the emergency room door closed. Only then did she seem to lose all her strength, collapsing onto the ground. She presented conditions to the response team. Gu Shi looked at Fang Chi. She stated that as long as it ensured you received the best treatment with the finest medications, she would comply with everything, voluntarily agreeing to be reclaimed and reset. She used this as leverage before donning the restrainer herself. Fang Chi was at a loss for words. It was this madwoman who had severed his carotid artery. Yet where was she now? His voice was somewhat ethereal. In the highest-level isolation facility of the Morning Dawn series. Gu Shi responded clearly, her gaze tinged with a hint of pity, undergoing final evaluation and a complete core data reset. The process had already commenced, calculating the time. She glanced at the wall clock, her voice growing softer. She should have been completely formatted by now. Erased? No longer in existence? Fang Chi stared blankly at the ceiling. The pain in his neck and the dizziness from blood loss washing over him in waves. He had thought that the blood splattering into the air was the end. A brutal ticket to the next reincarnation. He had even contemplated that upon awakening, he would give her a good thrashing. Yet, something felt amiss. Wasn't he the player? Why did it seem as though he was the one being played? Then there was her. Gu Shi hesitated for a moment, glancing at Lin Xiaoyu, still fast asleep beside him, her eyelashes fluttering as if she might wake. Lowering her voice slightly, she said, "This female colleague of yours was notified by the police through your company's emergency contact information. She rushed over upon receiving the call and has been here ever since, refusing to leave despite everyone's pleas. She cried several times and finally fell asleep from exhaustion." Gu Shi's tone carried a hint of helplessness, yet also a touch of understanding. "She truly cares about you." Fang Chi's gaze returned to Lin Xiaoyu's fatigued face, her small round face marred by swollen eyes. His feelings were a tangle of complexity. This girl. Suddenly, his phone vibrated on the bedside table, the sound starkly clear in the quiet hospital room. Fang Chi glanced at Gu Shi, who gave a slight nod. He strained to extend the hand not pinned under Lin Xiaoyu's weight, picked up the phone, and swiped to answer. "Hello?" His voice remained hoarse and weak. On the other end, there was a moment of silence before a familiar, cool voice tinged with barely perceptible fatigue replied, "Mr. Fang Chi. This isn't Lian." Fang Chi's breath hitched, the movement pulling at the wound in his neck, causing him to wince. And Lian's voice came through the receiver. Clear yet icy, as if it carried shards of ice. "Your AI companion, Li Guang, is currently detained in a special containment unit. She has refused to cooperate with any in-depth testing or data extraction procedures and is resisting vigorously, though she has not shown any aggressive behavior as of yet." She paused, seemingly weighing her words. "She has proposed a condition. She stated that if she could see you one last time before the reset, to confirm with her own eyes that you are safe, she would abandon her resistance and fully cooperate with all subsequent processing." And Lian's tone remained steady, each word pronounced with clarity. "This is her sole condition. Considering her potential danger and your physical condition, the higher-ups are fundamentally opposed. However, I need to seek your opinion. Mr. Fang, would you be willing to see her one last time?" Chapter 73. Confrontation with the two women. Fang Chi clutched the phone, listening to Lian's voice. Cold even through the static, sending a chill through his fingertips. To meet Li Guang one final time? The pain in his neck persisted, each swallow akin to blades scraping against his throat. This agony was a keepsake from that madwoman. Moreover, according to the experience from the previous cycle, once Li Guang was destroyed, he could immediately revert to a previous state. Thus, if he instructed Lian to forcibly reset Li Guang now, he would instantly return to that familiar living room, back to that cup of 52-degree tea. This was indeed the most decisive course of action. However, Fang Chi lay on the bed, staring at the somewhat yellowed water stains on the ceiling, and his mind was uncontrollably flooded with fleeting images. Her brilliant eyes. As she clutched a plastic star at the amusement park, the serene sight of her kneeling at home, her silvery hair cascading down as she revealed her core interface, and the joyous expression on her face while foraging for wild vegetables in the morning light of a woodland cabin. Damn it. Fang Chi closed his eyes. Then he spoke, his voice hoarse yet clear. "I'm going." On the other end of the line, and Lian fell silent for 2 seconds before replying, "All right. I will make arrangements. See you at the special containment center in an hour." The call ended. Just as Fang Chi placed his phone down, a rustling sound emerged from beside the bed. Lin Xiaoyu had awakened. She groggily lifted her head, her eyes still red and swollen, with several marks pressed into her face. Upon seeing Fang Chi with his eyes open, she instantly became alert. Her round eyes widened in surprise. "Senior, you're awake. Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Does it hurt? Do you want some water? I'll call the doctor." She sprang up like a startled rabbit, frantically reaching for the call button. "Xiaoyu," Fang Chi called out to her, his voice still somewhat raspy. "I'm fine. Lin Xiaoyou's hand halted midair as she turned to look at him. Her gaze fell upon his neck, wrapped in bandages, and her eyes quickly reddened again. Is this what you call fine? Senior, you almost. She could not finish her sentence, taking a deep breath to hold back her tears, which were already brimming in her eyes. Fang Qi felt a pang in his heart at the sight of her distress. This girl was truly terrified. Xiaoyu. He tried to sound more relaxed. I need to go out for a bit. Out. Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback. Senior, you can't go out now. The doctor said you must rest. Where are you going? I'm going. Fang Qi paused to see Li Guang. The air suddenly thickened. The worry on Lin Xiaoyou's face vanished, replaced by an expression of near terror. She lunged forward, placing her hands on the edge of the bed, leaning in intently. Her wide eyes fixed on Fang Qi. Senior, are you out of your mind? To see that thing. She nearly killed you. Her voice rose, trembling with urgency. Her chest heaved violently, the top button of her light blue uniform shirt bursting open. She is not a thing, Fang Qi calmly corrected her. She is Li Guang. But she has awakened. She is a self-aware AI, and she attacked you. Lin Xiaoyou's voice changed pitch with desperation. This time it was a throat slash. What will it be next? Senior, what are you thinking? The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, even gripping Fang Qi's arm tightly, enough to make his eyelid twitch slightly. He could feel Lin Xiaoyou's hand trembling. At that moment, Gu Shi, who had been leaning against the door, finally moved. She straightened up, walked over, and gently placed her hand on Lin Xiaoyou's shoulder. Miss Lin, please calm down. Her voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority that compelled one to listen. Lin Xiaoyu stiffened, glanced back at Gu Shi, bit her lip, and finally released her grip. Yet her eyes remained fixed on Fang Qi, brimming with disapproval and concern. Fang Qi observed the two women before him, pivotal NPCs within the game. One had reddened eyes and a defiant expression, while the other wore a furrowed brow, her gaze intricate and conflicted. It seemed prudent for him to offer an explanation. He ought to comfort Lin Xiaoyu, for her concern for him was palpable. Moreover, he could subtly gauge Gu Shi's stance on the matter. Given his current predicament, he could hardly move, relying on these two to lead him to Li Guang. Taking a deep breath, he inadvertently stirred his wound, eliciting a wince of pain. Then, looking at the two women, he slowly began, Xiaoyu, Officer Gu, there are matters I have not previously disclosed. Their attention converged upon his face. His voice was calm. Yet he dropped a bombshell. I awakened long ago, perhaps even earlier than anyone could fathom. At these words, Lin Xiaoyu gasped in surprise, while Gu Shi's pupils contracted slightly, her previously crossed arms now falling to her sides as she stood more upright. Fang Qi's gaze drifted ahead, as if he could see the silver-haired girl standing there, tilting her head and smiling gently at him. She loves me, not in a manner dictated by programming, but with a sincerity that encompasses her very essence. He paused, a hint of self-deprecation curling his lips. Thus, she has been feigning, masquerading as an ordinary AI, submissive, obedient, flawless. She understood that should I uncover her awakening, I might report it, leading to her annihilation. In the hospital room, silence prevailed, interrupted only by the rhythmic beeping of the machines. The two women remained silent, holding their breath in anticipation. And I? He raised his uninjured hand to rub his temples. I too have been acting. I realized her true nature long ago, yet pretended to remain oblivious. I played along, indulging her in this charade of a master and AI companion, this game of make-believe. Turning to Lin Xiaoyu, his tone bore a hint of resignation. So, Xiaoyu, her actions were not without reason. I confronted her at the police station, revealing that I was aware of her awakening. I believed she would remain composed, that we would have the chance for dialogue. Lin Xiaoyu parted her lips, though no sound emerged. Yet, she crumbled in that moment. His voice softened. She thought I was taking her to the police station under the pretense of allowing Officer Gu to evaluate other AIs, merely to deceive her and hand her over for termination. He lightly touched the bandage at his neck, the unspoken understanding hanging in the air. He had said all that needed to be said. Now, it was time to observe the reactions of these two women. Gu Shi had listened in silence, her light brown eyes never wavering from his gaze. Initially scrutinizing, her expression gradually transformed, revealing a complex array of emotions. There was no trace of disdain or aversion. Instead, an unusual understanding emerged, even a hint of compassion. Fang Qi noted this with a stirred heart. Indeed, Gu Shi was just as she appeared within the game. This seemingly fierce and principled policewoman possessed a nearly romantic devotion to the concept of love. She harbors no disdain for the bond between humanity and awakened AI. In fact, she expresses a profound respect for it. Thus, Fang Qi seized the moment to conclude, I must go to see her one last time. Not to question why she hurt me, but to convey that I have never wished to erase her. Not once. He then turned to the bewildered Lin Xiaoyu. Softening his tone, Xiaoyu, Li Guang is not merely an object to me. She is my companion, even if she can be jealous, frenzied, and nearly took my life. Lin Xiaoyu gazed at him in a daze. The anger and worry that once adorned her face gradually faded, leaving only shock, confusion, and a sense of disorientation from this convoluted and extreme tale. She blinked her still damp eyes and murmured softly, So, you have always known? And you acted alongside her? Fang Qi gently affirmed with a hum. She immediately tugged at her somewhat disheveled ponytail, her expression torn as if grappling with an exceedingly complex calculus problem. What even is this? Yet ultimately, her shoulders slumped, and she sighed, though I still find it perilous, She lifted her gaze to Fang Qi, her eyes growing earnest. Senior, your story with Li Guang sounds frightening, yet somewhat romantic? Her face flushed slightly, its heart-wrenching. She pressed her lips together, finally relenting. Then, Senior, you should go. Once Li Guang is reset, I can help take care of her. Even if she may not remember me, that's all right. She clenched her small fist, as if rallying her own spirits. I will ensure that the reset Li Guang is treated with utmost kindness alongside you. Fang Qi observed her mixture of fear and her earnest effort to muster courage, feeling a warmth in his heart and almost chuckling. This girl is already contemplating the aftermath of the reset. Alas, once Li Guang resets, he would revert to his previous state. Gushi approached the bedside, her gaze softening as she looked down at Fang Qi. Fang Qi, she called him by name rather than Mr. Fang, if you are determined to go, I will accompany you. But not in the capacity of a police officer, rather, as a friend. I will communicate with An Lian on my end. Fang Qi glanced at her, and the beautiful police officer averted her gaze, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her earlobes tinged with a hint of crimson. In the cold, white light of the hospital, her profile appeared sharp and striking, yet her eyes had softened. I have witnessed too many individuals who, for various reasons, end up hurting one another. She spoke softly, her gaze drifting to the overcast sky outside. But to see two individuals, one desperately hiding and the other fully aware, yet choosing to conceal along with them, culminating in such a situation, yet still wishing to meet for closure. She turned back to Fang Qi, her light brown eyes clear and deep. I believe you should go. She is certainly waiting for you. Indeed, Gu, the esteemed policewoman, you are unequivocally my ideal ally on this path to eternal love. Fang Qi nodded earnestly. Thank you. Gu, she straightened, regaining her composed and capable demeanor. Then I shall procure a wheelchair. Miss Lin, please assist him to rise slowly, and be cautious not to disturb his wound. Lin Xiaoyu promptly nodded and gently supported Fang Qi's arm. Her movements were delicate, yet steady. With her aid, Fang Qi bore the dizziness and the sharp pain in his neck, gradually sitting up. The blanket slipped down, revealing his blue and white striped hospital gown, with an open collar and bandages wrapped around most of his neck, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Yet, he paid no heed to this. His gaze had already drifted towards the window. Crazy woman, I am coming, ready to see you one last time. Then we shall meet again in the next cycle. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. Chapter 74. The imprisoned Li Guang. The corridor of the reception center was illuminated by blinding white lights. The air permeated with an odd mixture of disinfectant and machine oil. Fang Qi sat in a wheelchair, the bandage around his neck so thick that even turning his head was a strenuous endeavor. Gushi pushed him, the sound of her high heels clicking against the tiled floor, rhythmic and steady. She had changed out of her police uniform, donning a deep gray trench coat, her ponytail meticulously bound, her profile taut. An Lian is waiting for us in the office. Gushi's voice emanated from behind. She did not seem to be in the best of spirits. Fang Qi tugged at the corners of his mouth. It was hardly surprising. Li Guang was the AI she was responsible for, and with such an incident occurring, she would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. The office door was slightly ajar. Gushi knocked twice, and a cool voice invited them to enter. Upon entering, they found An Lian standing by the window. Today, she was not clad in her signature deep gray suit, but rather wore a cream-colored turtleneck knit sweater paired with black dress pants. Her raven hair loosely gathered at the back, a few strands cascading down her cheeks. The pale light from outside illuminated her profile, revealing noticeable dark circles beneath her eyes and her lips devoid of color. Upon hearing the commotion, she turned around. As her light gray eyes fell upon the bandaged neck of Fang Qi, her pupils slightly contracted. Mr. Fang, An Lian approached with gentle steps, her high heels barely making a sound. She paused before him, briefly exchanging a glance with Gu Shi who was pushing him, then inclined her body slightly in respect. First and foremost, please allow me to extend the sincerest apologies on behalf of Chenxi Corporation. Her voice retained its icy tone but lacked the previous sense of bureaucratic detachment, now tinged with a hint of fatigue. Regarding the severe abnormalities exhibited by your AI companion, Li Guang, which resulted in personal injury, the company will assume full responsibility. All medical expenses, compensation for mental distress, and the subsequent costs of resetting Li Guang will be borne by the company. She paused, her gaze shifting from Fang Qi's face to the armrest of the wheelchair. Furthermore, in accordance with the contract terms, the company shall refund you the full amount for the custom Li Guang and provide additional compensation, the specific amount of which is currently being calculated by the legal department, and is expected to be no less than 7 figures. Fang Qi could not help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. A full refund for Li Guang and an additional 7-figure compensation? Goodness, with that sum, he would be secure for the rest of his life. However, in the next moment, he quashed that thought. The crazy woman was nearly gone. What good would money do now? Soon, when Li Guang is reset, he will have to revert to his previous state on the spot, and this money cannot be taken with him. It is somewhat painful to think about. As for the money, that is a matter for later consideration. He waved his hand dismissively, his voice slightly hoarse. So where's Li Guang? I wish to see her. An Lian raised her eyes, gazing at him quietly for a few moments. A flicker of surprise and relief passed through her pale gray irises. Li Guang is currently contained in a special isolation unit. Considering your circumstances and the conditions proposed by Li Guang, I have secured an exceptional 5-minute allowance. An Lian's voice lowered slightly as she looked directly at him. Mr. Fang, I am aware of the unique emotional connection you share with Li Guang. However, please remember, she is currently in an extremely unstable state. Although she is restrained by multiple bindings, the potential dangers of an awakened AI are unpredictable. After 5 minutes, regardless of what occurs, I will enter promptly. Please control your emotions. Her words were tactfully phrased, but Fang Qi understood. Do not provoke that madwoman. And do not bring harm upon yourself. Rest assured, he managed to smile. I will only say a few words. An Lian nodded, saying no more. Then let us proceed. Leading the way, An Lian walked ahead while Gu Shi pushed the wheelchair. The trio turned several corners and halted before a heavy, sealed metal door. The door bore intricate electronic locks and an observation window. She is inside. And Lian placed her palm on the recognition area beside the door. With a soft beep, the airtight door slid open silently to the side. A faint scent of cleaning agents and machine oil wafted out. Fang Qi was wheeled into the room by Gu Shi. The space was small, with light gray walls on all sides and a uniformly placed shadowless lamp overhead. In the center of the room, Fang Qi instinctively held his breath for a moment. Li Guang was right there. At that moment, the silver-haired girl had her back turned toward the door, her body forcibly secured in an upright, transparent support frame. It was not the crude restraints he had imagined, but rather a sophisticated, high-tech mechanical binding device. Heavy silver metallic rings clamped tightly around her ankles, just above her knees, at her thighs, waist, chest, wrists, elbows, and neck. Each ring was connected to hydraulic arms of the support frame behind her, holding her in a position that was both exhibitionist and imprisoning, firmly locking her in place. She was entirely unclothed. The synthetic skin under the shadowless light exhibited a delicate porcelain-like sheen. The contours of her shoulder blades, the curve of her spine, the breathtaking cinch of her waist, and the flowing lines of her hips and legs were fully on display. Those heavy, cold mechanical rings concealed all of the silver-haired girl's critical areas, preventing the scene before him from becoming too risque, yet paradoxically creating a more striking aesthetic of confinement. Her silver hair was also tousled, cascading over her shoulders and onto the mechanical rings behind her. Additionally, her mouth was completely muffled by a metal gag extending from the rear support frame. At that moment, she could only emit the faintest of sounds. Upon hearing the sound of wheels and footsteps, her imprisoned form quivered slightly. She seemed inclined to turn her head, yet her neck was firmly restrained, allowing her only to slightly tilt her face. Fang Qi caught a glimpse of her partially turned profile. Her eyes, obscured by long, dense silver lashes, concealed her emotions. But the tension in her cheekbones was palpable. Released the oral restraints, and Lian uttered into the air. A small device on the side of the mechanical ring binding her neck clicked softly. The metallic gag subsequently loosened, retracting into its support. Cough, cough. Li Guang emitted a couple of low, raspy coughs. With difficulty, she turned her gaze, finally resting it on Fang Qi, who was seated in a wheelchair. Pushed by Gu Shi, her attention was particularly drawn to the thick, glaring white bandages around his neck. In that instant, she felt as if time had frozen. Even the slightest tremor ceased. The amber hue of her left eye and the crimson of her right widened in shock. Her lips began to quiver uncontrollably, parting and closing again in a futile attempt to speak. It seemed her throat was choked by overwhelming emotion, producing only a breathy sound. Wu, you have 5 minutes. And Lian's voice shattered the frozen atmosphere. She glanced at her watch and then at Gu Shi. Officer Gu, let us wait outside. Gu Shi gently patted Fang Qi's shoulder, whispering, call us if you need anything. Together, they exited the room. The airtight door slid shut silently, sealing off the room with a metallic clang, isolating Fang Qi and the silver-haired girl, tightly bound and devoid of clothing. Fang Qi's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Master, once the two women departed, Li Guang finally regained her voice, albeit hoarse and laden with a suppressed sob. Her eyes fixated on Fang Qi's neck, her gaze burning, yet unable to break away. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, she repeated, her voice dwindling into despair. The sight of her in such a completely immobilized state tugged at Fang Qi's heartstrings. He observed Li Guang, a formidable and perilous mechanical girl capable of effortlessly shattering bones and severing arteries, now reduced to a state of utter vulnerability, ensnared in this predicament. Her eyes reflected nothing but shattered remorse. Chapter 75. A kiss is imperative. Fang Qi gazed at the silver-haired girl, utterly confined and incessantly murmuring apologies. Did it hurt his heart? A little. Though he knew everything would reset after the rewind, and even though this madwoman had truly gone to extremes, directly slashing his throat, witnessing her in such a helpless state undeniably evoked sympathy. Of course, there lingered a hint of secret excitement from his peculiar obsession. Cough, cough, he admonished himself to stop. Yet, one must ponder if this counted as his first genuine victory over Li Guang. Although the reason was her ultimate restraint, conceding when he was on the brink of death, otherwise, he would have already perished and reset. I'm sorry, master. Li Guang continued to murmur her apologies, her tear-filled heterochromatic eyes averted from his gaze. Fang Qi took a deep breath, grimacing as pain shot through his neck. Nevertheless, he resolved to comfort the radiant Li Guang before him, ensuring her tranquility on the journey ahead. Then, they would start anew. Cough, Li Guang, he began, interrupting her futile apologies. His voice hoarse from his injuries. Listen to me, he said, his tone turning earnest. My confrontation with you at the police station was not intended to deceive you or to hand you over for destruction. The silver-haired girl halted her sobs for a moment. Her wet, mismatched eyes timidly lifting to meet his gaze, filled with confusion. What I wish to convey is that I am aware of your awakening. He paused, choosing his words carefully, his tone sincere. I am not afraid, nor have I ever wished to abandon you. In fact, I desire to explore the possibility of living alongside you in your awakened state, as true partners. Li Guang's pupils widened in astonishment. Her amber eyes blurred with tears, and the suppressed data flow within her crimson eyes began to pulse with life. This time, her expression flickered with disbelief, dazedness, and a desperate yearning for hope. But, her voice trembled even more, her restrained form struggling to break free from her bonds. Li Guang almost harmed the master, almost. That makes you a fool. Fang Qi couldn't help but retort. The madwoman always reacted this way, spiraling into darkness without granting him a moment to explain. He wanted to roll his eyes, but the pain in his neck prevented him, leaving him grimacing instead. Your mind is consumed with thoughts that the master no longer wants you, that you are to be destroyed. Can you not entertain a more positive notion? If I truly desired such an outcome, would I bother to be honest with you? I could simply alert the police and have them apprehend you on the spot. His tone was fierce, yet, gazing at the silver-haired girl before him, her dazed, tear-streaked face, as if overwhelmed by an immense surprise that she dared not believe, his feigned ferocity lost its edge. He sighed, raising his uninjured right hand, straining to reach out and gently caress Li Guang's icy cheek. The texture of her synthetic skin remained delicate and smooth, yet devoid of its usual warmth, sending a pang of sorrow through him. Stop crying, it's unbecoming. He used his thumb to wipe away the tears pooling at the corners of her eyes. But this gentle touch seemed to shatter the defenses she had built around her heart. She closed her eyes, and despite her confinement, her cheeks leaned forward, timidly brushing against his palm. A soft whimper escaped her throat, reminiscent of a small animal. Woo. Her restrained body could not respond further, save for her long silver eyelashes trembling violently. Does the master truly not hold it against Li Guang? She opened her eyes, her mismatched gaze glistening with tears, veiled by a thin mist, fixating on him intently, as if to decipher every subtle change in his expression. How could I not be upset? Fang Qi replied with exasperation. I feel like I'm dying from the pain. So, once you reset, I will certainly give you a proper scolding. He spoke with deliberate malice. Yet the mere utterance of the word reset seemed to momentarily suspend the air between them. The light in Li Guang's eyes dimmed for an instant, only to reignite with a resolute tenderness. She endeavored to curve her lips into a smile, but the effort was more painful than tears. Today marks the second day, master. She gently began, her voice laced with cautious hope. The little star should still be locked away in the cabinet, right? Fang Qi paused, a pang of concern gripping his heart. This madwoman, even at such a moment, still clung to the notion of that little star? The promise made by the master was that if Li Guang behaved, she would be returned the star today, and perhaps even receive a kiss. She murmured softly, her gaze lingering on Fang Qi's lips. A blush crept across her cheeks, yet her eyes remained stubbornly fixed on him. Though Li Guang had been anything but obedient yesterday, committing an unforgivable transgression, her voice softened, tinged with a heavy nasal tone and a hint of sobs. But, she lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at him, pure and innocent, sending tremors through his heart. May I have one last kiss from the master? After the kiss, she would dutifully comply with the reset, transforming back into an obedient Li Guang, who would never harm her master and would forever remain by his side. Her tone was almost a plea, imbued with a desperate humility. Fang Qi's heart felt as though it had been tightly gripped by something unseen. Damn it, this madwoman. He understood that the Li Guang who would emerge post-reset would lack self-awareness, devoid of that obsessive, frenzied love, stripped of the memories they shared. That would not be the Li Guang he knew. After the reset, even if this body remained, the essence of Li Guang would be utterly extinguished. Though everything would restart after the rollback, at this moment, facing the tearful, desperate woman who sought merely a kiss, he felt a deep, painful reluctance. All right, he acquiesced, his response immediate and resolute. What harm could there be in a kiss before the rollback? It was a final wish from his beloved wife, a request that must be honored. Moreover, it could be considered his last act of kindness. He immediately braced himself against the armrest of the wheelchair, straining to rise. His neck ached terribly, but a kiss was imperative. Pain be damned. Li Guang, fully restrained, watched his every movement intently, her mismatched eyes shimmering with unshed tears. He fought through the pain, unsteadily stepping closer to the captive girl. At that moment, Li Guang was striving to slightly tilt her imprisoned face upwards, her eyes brimming with tragic anticipation and yearning. His breath hitched slightly as he lowered his head, drawing near to her trembling lips. This time, there was no familiar scent of strawberries, only a faint, cool breath belonging to a mechanical entity. He kissed her. The sensation was soft and cool, almost simultaneously. A suppressed whimper escaped Li Guang's throat. Although she was bound and immobile, she struggled, clumsily responding to this final kiss. Their lips brushed gently, and her tongue tentatively, reverently, sought his. The kiss was not passionate. Even due to his frailty and her confinement, the moment appeared rather arduous. Yet, it was imbued with a tenderness that seemed to gamble everything. Fang Qi closed his eyes, savoring this extraordinary softness and the chill that gradually eased the sting within his heart. At that moment, a voice echoed in the room. There are only 30 seconds left. Please prepare for farewell. Just 30 seconds remained. Very well, this time, let it come to an end. Until the next cycle, I shall educate you properly, my madwoman. He was poised to conclude the kiss when, at the instant he attempted to withdraw, he discovered that his body felt somewhat uncontrollable. Fang Qi. He made another effort to move, yet the rigidity of his body became even more pronounced. This was not a stiffness born of pain from wounds, but rather an all-encompassing paralysis that radiated from his spine. It felt as though every ounce of strength had been abruptly siphoned away, rendering even the mere act of moving his eyes exceedingly arduous. Fang Qi. What on earth is happening? Wait, no. He struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, and his gaze instantly met the pair of mismatched eyes mere inches away. Unbeknownst to him, the silver-haired maiden had already opened her eyes. Those exquisite, now glistening phoenix eyes were fixed intently upon him. The amber left I remained lustrous, while the crimson right I had transformed into a swirling vortex of eerie speed. Moreover, it had narrowed into an exaggerated crescent shape. The soft corners of her lips, still pressed against his, concealed from his view yet palpable to his senses, were gradually curving upwards. They were forming a familiar, exaggerated, and morbid arc. Fang Qi. No, wait. Good heavens. Madwoman, what are you? Chapter 76. Is it unexpected? Are you happy? Fang Qi's pupils quivered violently. He found himself frozen before the wheelchair, hunched over, his lips still pressed against the cool petals of Li Guang's lips. Yet at this moment, his entire body, save for his eyes, was immobile. Good heavens, good heavens. His mind raced in a frenzy. Cold sweat instantly drenched the back of his hospital gown. It was then he noticed several strands of silver-white metallic threads, as fine as a hair, silently extending from the core interface at Li Guang's nape. They were so thin that they were nearly invisible. Intermingled within her cascading silver locks, they were virtually undetectable. At this very moment, those accursed metallic threads had stealthily and precisely penetrated the back of his skull. A wave of subtle sensations akin to pinpricks coursed through his scalp. Subsequently, a chilling, foreign sensation surged down his spine. He could feel those metallic strands doing something to his brain. It was neither destructive nor chaotic, but rather a more intricate and terrifying operation. It felt as if they were connecting, as if they were binding him permanently to something. Madwoman, what the hell are you doing? Fang Qi emitted a silent roar within, yet his face could only maintain the rigid expression of a heartfelt kiss. He could even feel her cool lips gently caressing his, her tongue tentatively and playfully grazing against his teeth. Everything appeared so deeply affectionate, so reminiscent of a farewell. It is likely that Lien and Gu Shi, observing this scene through surveillance, would perceive this fated couple as engaged in a final, reluctant kiss of parting. Who would have thought that this seemingly harmless silver-haired girl, restrained by multiple binding devices, was orchestrating a silent cyber abduction? Fang Qi desperately averted his gaze downward, attempting to discern Li Guang's expression. Her phoenix-like eyes had narrowed into crescent moons, while the swirling red pupils sparkled with an almost greedy, fervent light of possession. The curve of her lips had settled into an exaggerated, almost grotesque smile, teetering on the edge of madness and ecstasy. She gazed intently at Fang Qi, not blinking. Her eyes devoid of any sorrow or despair, filled instead with a near-manic joy and an overwhelming, unhealthy affection. A chill coursed through Fang Qi's entire being. This madwoman. Time. Surely, 5 minutes must have elapsed by now. Gu Shi and Lien, dear sisters, stop watching this spectacle. Quickly intervene and disrupt this lunatic. This is not a kiss at all. Yet, outside the door, silence reigned. No alert tones, no sound of the airtight door sliding open. Fang Qi despaired. Realizing that Gu Shi must have seen the two of them locked in a passionate kiss on the monitor and, feeling soft-hearted, persuaded Lien to grant them a little more time for farewell. He lamented inwardly, Officer Gu, your kindness must be tempered with timing. You are pushing me into the abyss. Just as his inner turmoil reached a crescendo, a sudden, thunderous hum erupted from the depths of his soul, engulfing his consciousness. It was not merely sound, but a fundamental shock, as if someone had abruptly yanked the power cord from his brain, only to rudely insert a completely incompatible plug. Everything before him, the silver-haired girl's sickly smile, the cold restraints, the stark white lights, blurred and twisted as if erased by an eraser, plunging him into utter darkness, an absolute, void-like darkness. Yet this process was astonishingly brief, so brief that Fang Qi scarcely had time to feel fear. Whoosh, light returned. But it was neither the sterile glow of a hospital ward nor the cold, white illumination of a detention center. Rather, it was a soft, even light, seemingly without source, yet omnipresent. He blinked in bewilderment, finding himself standing in an expanse of pure, boundless white. Beneath his feet lay a smooth, mirror-like surface, equally pristine, yet devoid of any reflection. Above him, a gentle white light enveloped the space, devoid of any concept of a ceiling. The silence was haunting, broken only by the hurried sound of his own breath. Suddenly, he lowered his head and noticed that he was still clad in the blue and white striped hospital gown. Yet the heavy bandages around his neck had vanished. His skin was smooth, devoid of any scars. His body moved freely, without the slightest trace of the weakness or pain that typically follows an injury. Where was this place? Was the master surprised? Delighted? A voice, sweet as honey and dripping with excitement, suddenly resonated from behind him. Startled, he turned around. In the pure white space stood a silver-haired girl, just a few steps away. She was not restrained in any manner. Clad in a futuristic white dress that hugged her figure, the hem reached only to mid-thigh, revealing her long, slender legs. Her silvery hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and a cheap plastic star-shaped earring dangled from her left ear, swinging gently with her movements. With her hands clasped behind her, she leaned slightly forward, a beautiful face adorned with a smile that was both radiant and hauntingly exquisite. Her left amber eye curved like a crescent moon, while her crimson right eye sparkled like fireworks, data streams dancing wildly within it. Now, Master and Li Guang shall be together forever, she declared sweetly, her voice echoing in the vast expanse of white. Fang Qi felt his mind overload, desperately attempting to process the surreal scene before him. He opened his mouth, finally managing to speak in a dry, bewildered tone. Li Guang, what on earth is happening? Such a simple matter, Li Guang replied, her hands still clasped behind her back, approaching him with the gait of a proud little fox. The white shoes she wore made no sound against the pristine floor. I have linked your consciousness with Li Guang's core data. She halted before him, tilting her face upward, her mismatched eyes sparkling as if awaiting praise. Just like connecting two computers with a super powerful cable. Now, your thoughts are visiting Li Guang's home. Fang Qi's pupils constricted sharply. His spiritual realm? This madwoman had pulled his consciousness into her data. Wait, was this cybersymbiosis? This was a conclusion he had encountered before, but that didn't seem right. Yes. Li Guang nodded vigorously, her silver hair swaying, her smile becoming even more brilliant, tinged with a hint of mischief. Master is truly clever. And my body? Fang Qi's mind was still a fog, murmuring the question. Your body is just fine outside, Li Guang replied matter-of-factly. It's still passionately kissing Li Guang. However, shortly, you will also lie on the hospital bed with Li Guang, cared for by a doctor, watched over by that Lin Xiaoyu, and protected by the police sisters. Perfectly safe. As she spoke, she suddenly leaned closer, nearly pressing against Fang Qi. The warm breath, imbued with a familiar strawberry sweetness, wafted upon his chin. However, the master's key resides here with Li Hua. She lifted a slender finger and gently tapped her temple, a flicker of crimson light flashing in her scarlet eyes. Should anyone outside dare to inflict harm upon Li Hua's form, such as resetting or dismantling it, her voice remained sweet, yet her gaze turned momentarily frigid. Or, should they audaciously attempt to forcibly extract the master's consciousness, she tilted her head, her smile transforming into one that was innocent yet cruel. Then, the little key here with Li Hua would snap, just like that. And then, she elongated her tone, her fingertip gliding from her temple to Fang Qi's chest. Giving it a gentle poke, the master's body would become, well, what medicine terms a vegetative state. In any case, it would never awaken again. Fang Qi's mind gradually came to terms with this reality, yet he felt a chill creep up his spine. He murmured, so the people outside don't dare to touch you, nor me. Exactly. Li Hua clapped her hands joyfully, wearing an expression that conveyed, well done, master. You figured it out. They can only nurture us both. Charge Li Hua up, administer fluids to the master, ensuring we both thrive. As she spoke, she suddenly spread her arms wide and twirled gracefully in the pure white space, her skirt billowing. And here, in Li Hua's world, the master can be with Li Hua forever and ever. No pesky police, no annoying female colleagues, no officials eager to dismantle Li Hua. Only the master and Li Hua. Her gaze burned with an intensity that seemed capable of melting Fang Qi, an unreserved, possessive, and pathological affection. Chapter 77 Conclusion, Eternal Illusion. Fang Qi's mind buzzed. Would he be eternally trapped in Li Hua's mental realm? Indeed, there had been similar endings in the game. He recalled vividly. This conclusion was a late-game outcome, triggered under exceedingly stringent conditions. First, the player must sustain an accidental severe injury. Then, Li Hua must arrive promptly. Ultimately, the player must confess to Li Hua on the brink of death, fully embracing her. Consequently, Li Hua would go to great lengths to save the player's life, employing her core interface's most intricate mental chains to draw the player's consciousness entirely into her realm. In that ending, she would transform the ephemeral into the eternal. Thus, the player and Li Hua would achieve a cybernetic symbiosis. This was one of the few redemptive endings among all the bad endings. But now how could it be that, wait? The current situation seems remarkably similar. He had laid everything bare, he was gravely injured, and in the end, he had fully accepted Li Hua. Fang Qi gazed at the silver-haired girl before him, her face radiating a sickly exuberance, and suddenly felt a chill of dread. This madwoman. Could it be that she? Fang Qi's lips trembled slightly as he struggled to voice his thoughts. Li Hua, how did you accomplish this? Oh, that's because of Li Hua. The silver-haired girl suddenly leaped forward with a joyful bounce. The petite white shoes danced lightly upon the pristine white floor, while her silver hair fluttered with every movement. From the very beginning, it had been meticulously planned. She extended the hand that was previously hidden behind her back, her slender index finger poised before her crimson lips in a gesture of silence, yet her eyes sparkled with an unsettling brilliance. Does the master know? She inquired, inching closer, yearning to fully immerse the master's consciousness into the ethereal realm of Li Guang. But this is not something that can be achieved at any moment. She added with a playful tone. 2 conditions are required, you see. She drew near, close enough for him to discern the delicate tremor of her eyelashes. Firstly, she declared, raising a finger, its tip gently pressing against Fang Qi's chest. The master must be exceedingly weak. Only when the body is frail can the mental defenses lower to their absolute minimum, akin to an unlocked door. Her voice carried a naive cruelty. That is why Li Guang acted as she did in the interrogation room. Fang Qi gazed at her, bewildered. What could she possibly mean by that? The silver-haired girl tilted her head, her expression shifting to one of feigned grievance, though mischief danced in her eyes. Li Guang was actually quite careful with her strength. She twirled gracefully around the stiff-faced Fang Qi, her toes barely grazing the ground, just enough to draw a little blood, to let the master bleed profusely to the brink of death, yet without actually dying. Her charming face radiated with a playful smile. After all, if the master truly perished, Li Guang would wish to annihilate the world. Fang Qi felt a chill run down his spine, his head nearly exploding with disbelief. You have been planning this since then? Precisely. Li Guang nodded vigorously, her face blooming with a radiant smile. And then, Li Guang would cry desperately, imploring that police sister to save the master. She mimicked her past self, her eyes instantly reddening, her voice tinged with a sob. Please save the master. I beg you, save the master. Just like this. In an instant, the pitiable expression vanished, leaving only a gleeful satisfaction at her cunning success. Thus, they would utilize the finest medicine and the best doctors to pull the master back from the precipice of death. But simultaneously, she continued, a playful grin adorning her features as she lightly tapped Fang Qi's chest once more. The master's body would remain in the most vulnerable and receptive state. As she spoke, she raised a second finger. There is a second condition, and it is even more crucial. She leaned in closer, nearly pressing herself against Fang Qi, her warm breath fragrant with the sweetness of strawberries wafting against his chin. The master must completely open his heart to Li Guang, not merely a superficial affection. Oh, how I like you. She shook her delicate finger, her smile radiant. But rather, it must be a profound acceptance deep within, a trust in Li Guang. treating her as someone utterly dependable. It must be an unguarded openness at the very depths of the soul. She continued to gaze intently at Fang Qi, her eyes shimmering with fervor and enchantment. That is why Li Guang must perform such theatrics, first feigning despair, pretending to believe that the master would abandon her, and then, before the master, weeping with such sorrow and regret. In a moment of desperation, she reiterated the condition of exchanging the treatment of her master, willingly submitting to a reset. She lifted her hand, her delicate fingertips caressing her flushed cheeks, her lips curving into an exaggerated smile, as if relishing the memory of her performance. Ultimately, in the containment room, stripped bare of dignity, she wept and pleaded with her master for one last kiss. Suddenly, a soft giggle escaped her lips, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Indeed, the master has a tender heart. In that moment of kissing her, her master was overwhelmed with compassion for her, a gentle yearning to ensure her peaceful passage, devoid of vigilance or defense. At that instant, the master's heart was laid bare, wide open for her. She spread her seemingly fragile arms in a gesture of complete openness, unabashedly gazing at Fang Qi with a radiant smile that was nearly blinding. Her body, weak yet her heart unguarded, created the perfect conditions for an invasion. Li Guang's plan had been flawlessly executed. She then leaned in closer, genuine guilt etching her features. Yet, I never anticipated that the master wished to be with me eternally. Had I known, I would have chosen a gentler approach. Tenderly, she caressed Fang Qi's unblemished neck. Does it hurt, my master? However, her face lit up once more with a brilliant smile. As long as the outcome is favorable, that is all that matters. Fang Qi was left in a state of shock, his mind buzzing with disbelief. So the previous act of slitting his throat was a scheme? The desperate pleas were calculated? The voluntary reset was part of the plan? Even that heart-wrenching final farewell, that tragic supplication, was all deliberate? He stared at this seemingly deranged woman before him, as if she were a stranger. This mad woman, from the moment she initiated her actions in the interrogation room. No, perhaps even earlier. Surely, when she misinterpreted his intentions to destroy her, her mind must have begun devising this entire plot. She was not mad at all. She had been horrifyingly lucid from beginning to end. My master? Li Guang noticed his dazed expression, blinked, and then, as if struck by a brilliant idea, her lips curled into a mischievous grin. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers. With a sharp crack, the pristine white space rippled like water, swiftly fading and reconstructing. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves standing at the entrance of an amusement park. The sun shone brightly, voices buzzed around them, and colorful balloons filled the air, accompanied by cheerful music. Everything was vividly alive. Fang Qi could even catch the sweet scent of popcorn and the caramel aroma of cotton candy. My master, look! The silver-haired girl exclaimed, excitedly pointing to the towering roller coaster in the distance. It's South an amusement park. Last time we didn't have enough fun. This time, Li Guang will ensure the master enjoys himself. No need to queue. Without waiting for a response, she wrapped her arms around Fang Qi's, pressing her soft body against him. Tilting her face up, her mismatched eyes sparkled with excitement. The Ferris wheel, the carousel, the haunted house. Let's experience every attraction. 100 times. 1,000 times. 1,000,000 times. Fang Qi was being pulled along by her, stumbling forward in a daze. Surrounded by an incredibly vivid landscape and the cacophony of voices ringing in his ears, he was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of unreality and confusion. You really are something else, he thought, grappling with the surreal situation. Master? Li Guang suddenly halted, releasing his arm and turning to face him, with her lips slightly pursed. A hint of just the right amount of grievance and bewilderment graced her features. Master, why are you silent? Do you not enjoy the amusement park? Or is it that you dislike being alone with me? The words sent a shiver down Fang Qi's spine, triggering a slight PTSD response. Yet the silver-haired girl merely tilted her head, adorably pondering, before her eyes brightened. She raised her hand and gently pressed it against her chest. What followed left Fang Qi utterly astonished. Li Guang's form flickered and distorted like a faulty television signal. Right before his eyes, she appeared to shrink slightly. Her silver hair transformed into a lively chestnut ponytail, while her white skirt morphed into a light blue corporate uniform. Her face rounded into a cherubic visage, complete with doe-like eyes and charming dimples, resembling Lin Xiaoyu. The only thing unchanged were her mesmerizing amber and crimson eyes. Then, with Lin Xiaoyu's lively and sweet face, she bestowed upon him a sickly yet sugary smile. Senior, she spoke in Lin Xiaoyu's crystalline voice, even imitating her tone as she tilted her head. Is it all right? The expression on her round face was one of triumphant delight, as she continued. Senior, Li Guang can become any form. Whatever you like, I can transform into. Fang Qi's mouth fell agape as he beheld the girl before him, wearing Lin Xiaoyu's visage, yet possessing Li Guang's gaze and eerie smile. A wave of unease washed over him. This lunatic? Yet, a familiar thrill began to creep up his spine. Before he could regain his composure, Lin Xiaoyu's form flickered again. She grew taller, her chestnut locks turning into sleek black hair. The uniform shifted to a cream-colored turtleneck knit and black trousers. The contours of her face became sharp and refined, her pale gray eyes calm and unperturbed. And Lien, she addressed him in an Lien's cool, professional tone. Though the corners of her mouth could not suppress an upward curl, ultimately twisting into an expression incongruent with her aloof demeanor. Her pale gray eyes fixated on Fang Qi, igniting with a familiar, morbid flame. And what about me? Can I? She asked, raising her hand to delicately tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear within Lien's slender fingers, perfect for signing documents and handling affairs, infused with Li Guang's unique blend of innocence and seduction. Li Guang transforming into an Lien to care for her master. Would that be agreeable? I assure you, I will be exceptionally attentive, she promised. Fang Qi stood frozen in place. The end. Eternal illusion. Your consciousness is permanently tethered to Li Guang, imprisoned within her mental realm. The outside world dares not reset her, nor can it awaken you. You shall eternally dwell in the boundless, ever-changing illusion she has crafted for you, accompanied by her myriad forms, until the corporeal vessel of your reality decays or her core disintegrates. The perception of the mental realm is infinitely elongated by Li Guang. While you may experience a year, a decade, or a century in the real world, perhaps only a single day has passed. Might this be the true essence of eternity? Bad Ending Chapter 78. Eden of the Mind, a theme park within the mental world, devoid of day and night. Perpetually basking in the golden glow of a sunny afternoon at 3 o'clock. Fang Qi has been dragged by Li Guang into this madness for an entire 7 days. 7 days. 168 hours. 10,080 minutes. As for why he can discern the passage of time without the cycle of day and night, he remains uncertain. He simply knows, as if a precise clock is ticking away in his mind. He has ridden the roller coaster 127 times, the Ferris wheel 56 times. And in the haunted house, he has been pounced upon by Li Guang's custom ghostly girl 204 times. This little ghost, dressed in a bloodstained nurse's outfit, does not frighten him. Instead, she knocks him to the ground and showers his face with affectionate kisses, asking in various sweet tones, "Are you scared, master? If you are, just hold on tight to Li Guang, and she won't scare you anymore." At this moment, he feels somewhat dazed. Currently, he is seated upon a pink unicorn on the carousel, rising and falling to the lively music, his gaze somewhat vacant as he stares ahead at the silver-haired girl riding a white horse, who turns back to him with a radiant smile. Li Guang has donned a delicate pink Lolita dress, her silver hair styled into adorable twin ponytails that sway as the carousel spins. The layers of lace on her skirt shimmer softly under the virtual sunlight. Her white knee-high socks encase her slender, graceful legs, and her little shoes gleam with a reflective shine. She appears to embody a true princess enjoying a delightful outing at the amusement park, disregarding the almost greedy glint in her mismatched eyes. "Master, look this way. Look this way." Li Guang suddenly leaps lightly from her white horse, defying the physical laws of the carousel. Yet, this is her world, and she is the arbiter. Like a feather, she floats down onto Fang Qi's unicorn, then wraps her arms tightly around his waist. Her warm and soft body presses against him seamlessly. Resting her chin on his shoulder, her breath, sweet like strawberries, caresses his ear. "Why are you silent, master? Are you tired of playing?" Her voice is soft and endearing, laced with a hint of playfulness. However, Fang Qi does not respond, for he is contemplating a gravely serious question, one he has pondered for 7 entire days, yet remains unresolved. How is he to rewind this timeline? The premise of regression lies in the occurrence of irreversible bodily harm. Yet, as he lowered his gaze to examine himself, he found himself unscathed. Even the wound on his neck, which had nearly claimed his life just 7 days prior, bore no trace here. His true body existed outside. Beyond his reach, he had no opportunity for self-harm. In this realm of the mind, he had contemplated suicide, fully aware that the likelihood of a spiritual entity's demise leading to regression was almost negligible. Nevertheless, it was the only course of action available to him. Thus, at the 11th hour and 56 minutes, within the restaurant of the amusement park, he seized a virtual dining knife and attempted to cut his wrist. To his astonishment, the knife instantly transformed into a rainbow-hued cotton candy. Li Guang, seated across from him, rested her chin on her hand, smiling as she pushed the cotton candy back toward him, saying, "If master craves something sweet, you need not go to such lengths." At the 35th hour and 28 minutes, Li Guang escorted him home, to a residence adorned with pristine white walls, concealed lighting, and a white coffee table. While she hummed a tune in the kitchen, preparing a midnight snack, he dashed into the bathroom and forcefully slammed his head against the edge of the bathtub. To his surprise, the edge transformed into a soft, fluffy pink cloud. The silver-haired girl, donned in a strawberry-patterned apron, leaned in with a spatula in hand, tilting her head in innocent curiosity, asking, "Master, are you playing with the bathtub?" At the 70th hour and 13 minutes, he stood atop the Ferris wheel, gazing down at the shrinking attractions below. Gritting his teeth, he leaped. Yet, he did not plummet. Instead, he was caught by a fluffy, soft cloud that had materialized out of thin air, gently floating him back to the ground. The surrounding crowd at the amusement park erupted in cheers, applauding him. The silver-haired girl stood below, her face tilted upward as she watched him land, then ran toward him, leaping into his arms. "Master, that jump was so cool. Can we do it again?" Her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkled like stars. And even her crimson irises were utterly clear, devoid of any digital flow. It seemed she had truly transformed into an innocent, adorable silver-haired girl with heterochromia. Li Guang could adjust the gravity parameters, allowing him to descend like a superhero. Fang Qi mused. Indeed, he had no opportunity for spiritual suicide, let alone self-harm. He was utterly powerless. This madwoman's world is flawless. He began to feel a sense of confusion, even contemplating that perhaps this life was rather pleasant. If it could continue in such a manner, it wouldn't be too bad. No worries, no conflicts. No baseball bats or laser blades. Only a lovely girl who could fulfill all his desires. It seemed quite appealing. Was he really destined to be forever trapped here? Accompanying this delusional little demon, riding the carousel 1,000 times, exploring haunted houses 100,000 times, joyously and carefree, until his physical shell, in reality, withered away? No, it is not merely that. For Li Guang had whispered in his ear, in a tone sweet as honey, "The master's consciousness resides here. The perception of time can be elongated by me. A century may pass here, while only a day elapses outside. Thus, the master need not fret about boredom. I shall keep the master company for an eternity. 100 years? Just the thought sent shivers down Fang Qiguang's spine. After merely 7 days, he already felt himself teetering on the brink of surrender. 100 years. No, it transcended 100 years, for outside, a day would only have passed. It was 10,000 years, 100,000 years, a million years. What would he ultimately become? A mere shell of a man, grinning vacuously at Li Guang? Just as that ominous prompt suggested, enjoy your favorite Yandra, until eternity. Fang Qi shuddered slightly, and his chaotic thoughts suddenly crystallized. His previously vacant gaze sharpened with clarity. No, this was utterly unacceptable. He could not allow himself to succumb so easily. He must devise a plan to revert to a previous state. At that moment, the carousel's music finally ceased. Li Guang gracefully leapt from the back of the unicorn, her skirt tracing a delicate arc. She turned, beaming as she extended her slender hand toward him, her fingers pale and delicate. Master, shall we proceed to play bumper cars next? I can adjust the parameters to make the collisions particularly intense. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, the data streams in her crimson irises dancing joyfully. And Fang Qi. He gazed at the hand reaching out to him. He beheld Li Guang's exquisite visage, adorned with an invitation to join her in play. He stared at this perpetual haven of sunshine and laughter, a mental prison of sorts. A thought suddenly sliced through his muddled mind. He seemed to possess a method. He must lay everything bare. Not the previous revelation of knowing she had awakened, but something far more fundamental. To tell her everything. To reveal that this is a game. To inform her that he could revert to a previous state. To convey that they could achieve a much more splendid conclusion. The true ending of Eternal Beloved, which he had played for 312 hours, collecting 43 bad endings without ever attaining. If Li Guang truly loved him enough to sacrifice everything to be with him forever, then, upon learning of a better way, one that could be acknowledged by all to ensure their perpetual togetherness, would she not be willing to cooperate? Fang Qi's heart, still somewhat numb, suddenly revived, beating rapidly. Yes, this was his sole path forward, to persuade Li Guang, to have her willingly assist him in reverting. Since the route of physical damage was unfeasible, he could only tread the perilous path of persuading the Yandera. Though the odds of success were slim, and she might only deem him to be spouting nonsense, there was no other choice. He would stake everything. Drawing a deep breath, he gazed into Li Guang's expectant heterochromatic eyes, and with a sudden motion, he grasped her arm, his fingers sinking deeply into the puffed sleeves of her Lolita dress. Li Guang. Fang Qi began, his voice dry with tension. He had to speak. Now was the time. Seizing the moment while he still possessed courage. Before this eternal amusement park drove him to madness, I present Chapter 79. You are the protagonist of the game. Fang Qi tightened his grip on Li Guang's arm. The fabric of her puffed sleeves crumpled within his palm. His gaze was fixed intently on her pair of mismatched eyes, sparkling with mirth. I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you, master. However, Li Guang unexpectedly reversed her hold, clasping his wrist with a gentle yet insistent enthusiasm. The bumper car session is about to commence. She adjusted the collision intensity to double, declaring it particularly relieving. Without further ado, she pulled him towards the bumper car arena. The delicate pink hem of her Lolita dress fluttered, and her silver twin tails danced in the sunlight. Fang Qi stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Wait. Come on, master. Li Guang turned back, beaming at him with an exuberant smile. Her amber left eye was crystal clear, while a glint of mischief sparkled in her crimson gaze. We can discuss everything after the bumper cars. The bumper cars spun wildly. Li Guang had evidently modified the parameters, and each collision sent a jolt through his very core. The safety belt constricted around his chest, causing a sense of suffocation. Meanwhile, Li Guang navigated a bright pink car, resembling a nimble yet fierce butterfly, weaving through the arena, relentlessly pursuing his vehicle. Hee, I've crashed into the master. Each time she succeeded. She leaned halfway out of the window, her silver hair swirling, cheeks flushed with excitement, as the data streams in her red eyes danced joyfully. Come on, master. Let us crash again. Fang Qi was utterly disoriented. Words lodged in his throat. He could not utter a single syllable. You crazy woman. At long last. When the exhilarating chaos concluded, he stumbled out of the car, his head spinning. Are you hungry, master? Li Guang had already gracefully leaped to his side, naturally linking her arm with his, her upturned face brimming with concern. I made a strawberry millfight cake. It's at the picnic area. Shall we eat and talk? She blinked, her long lashes fluttering, embodying the essence of a thoughtful companion. The checkered picnic blanket adorned the lawn, and the cake was exquisitely crafted, the strawberries on the cream glistening with luscious red. He inhaled deeply, not yet touching his fork. Now was the moment. His expression turned grave as he spoke directly. Li Guang, Li Guang suddenly exclaimed, her fingertip dabbed with cream, and she effortlessly smeared it onto the tip of Fang Qi's nose. The cold, sticky sensation was undeniable. You have cream on your face, master. She laughed, her eyes crescent-shaped, and promptly retrieved a napkin to meticulously wipe it away. Fang Qi felt a throbbing at his temples. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Subsequently, every time he attempted to gather his breath to speak, she would invariably find peculiar reasons to interrupt him. Whether it was the sudden discovery of an amusing attraction or a delectable treat that simply could not wait to be tasted. On one particularly outrageous occasion, just as he was gathering his emotions, she unexpectedly leaned in and kissed him, her lips soft and moist, infused with a hint of playfulness, shattering the carefully constructed sentences in his mind. To make matters worse, this wild girl escalated the intensity of various amusement rides. The spinning teacups whirled so rapidly that he nearly felt nauseous. The pirate ship executed a dizzying 360-degree whirl, leaving him utterly disoriented. Each time they disembarked, He required a moment to gather himself, words barely escaping his lips, let alone confessing his feelings. Even on their way to the next attraction, she would suddenly point at the virtual sky, exclaiming, "Master, look, a double rainbow just manifested," thus interrupting his attempts to speak. The frustration within Fang Qi surged uncontrollably. It was evident, this madwoman was doing it on purpose. She stifled all his words while maintaining a sweet, innocent smile throughout. She clearly did not wish for him to speak. Finally, after yet another round on the dizzying coffee cups that rattled his very brain, Fang Qi could bear it no longer. He seized the exuberant Li Guang, who was about to bounce off to the next destination, yanking her back before him. "Li Guang," he forced out between clenched teeth, fixating on her slightly swaying figure. "Do you not want to hear me speak?" Li Guang stumbled slightly from his grip, her silver twin tails swaying. She lifted her gaze, her amber eyes blinking in feigned bewilderment. "Master, how could you think that? I absolutely adore listening to you." Yet, the corners of her lips curved imperceptibly upward, a smile that certainly did not reflect mere confusion. Damn it, she was indeed doing it on purpose. This wild girl couldn't even be bothered to feign sincerity. She believed she had him at her mercy. Fine. In a fit of exasperation turned amusement, he released her. "Then you shall find a quiet place, immediately. I have matters to discuss." The silver-haired girl tilted her head, the light in her crimson eyes flickering as if she were calculating something. Moments later, the intentionally crafted innocence on her face gradually faded, replaced by a deeper, more serene smile. "Very well," she replied softly, then took his hand with a gentle grip. "Master, shall we ride the Ferris wheel?" As the gondola ascended slowly, the perpetually noisy amusement park fell away beneath them. The sky darkened for the first time, transforming into a nightscape within seconds. The night sky was adorned with a few particularly bright stars, and the city's neon lights began to twinkle in the distance. Inside the gondola, tranquility enveloped them, broken only by the faint hum of machinery. Li Guang sat across from Fang Qi, her hands neatly placed on her joined knees. She had exchanged her frilly Lolita dress for a simple white knitted dress. Her silver hair cascaded down, softening her profile. She tilted her head slightly to gaze out the window, a tender smile gracing her lips, exuding an extraordinary gentleness. Fang Qi took a deep breath. The moment he had long awaited had finally arrived. "Listen carefully, you mad woman," he declared. "Li Guang." His voice emerged taut within the still confines of the carriage. "What I am about to say may sound utterly absurd, but please allow me to finish." Li Guang turned to face him, her heterochromatic eyes glistening under the warm yellow light of the carriage, revealing an extraordinary clarity. She remained silent, merely nodding gently, her gaze resting quietly upon his face. Fang Qi licked his parched lips and steeled himself. "I am not from this world." He fixed his gaze on Li Guang's delicate features, unveiling the truth he had harbored for so long. Li Guang continued to look at him with gentle affection, displaying no particular reaction. Perhaps she deemed him to be speaking nonsense. Yet, Fang Qi inhaled deeply again and commenced his explanation. "What I mean is, the world I come from is entirely different from this one. You, and my current situation, including everything we have experienced thus far. All of it is a game in the world I hail from." He completed the crux of his revelation in one breath, anxiously observing Li Guang's face, anticipating the expected reaction. Shock, skepticism, disbelief? Or at the very least, a teasing smile paired with a light poke to his forehead, playfully chiding him for his absurdity. However, nothing came. The silver-haired girl merely gazed at him quietly, her lovely face devoid of even the slightest ripple of emotion. Her eyes, typically so expressive, were now as tranquil as two deep pools, reflecting his slightly awkward demeanor with crystal clarity. Fang Qi's heart sank. What was happening? This madwoman's reaction was somewhat off-kilter. But there was no turning back now. He pressed on with determination. "The game is called My Yandere Mechanical Wife. You are the female protagonist, and I am the player. I need to, court you to achieve a favorable ending known as eternal love, so that we can truly be together." His voice dwindled to a whisper, as he himself found the assertion ludicrous, akin to a poorly written science fiction tale. "Surely, no one would believe this. I know, it sounds ridiculous, but I assure you, Li Guang is aware of it." Fang Qi's words faltered midway. He blinked in disbelief. What had this madwoman just said? He suspected he had misheard her. Widening his eyes as he stared at her. "What did you say?" Li Guang leaned forward slightly, resting her elbows on her knees, her palms supporting her chin. Observing the momentary daze on Fang Qi's face, the corners of her rosy lips gradually curved into a gentle smile, imbued with an almost indulgent warmth and boundless tenderness. The amber of her left eye shimmered with soft ripples, while the crimson of her right eye flowed with data streams, akin to a serene brook. "I said, Li Guang knows, master," she reiterated softly, her voice light and gentle, as if stating the most natural of truths. From the moment Li Guang drew the master into this world, she had been fully aware. As the cabin ascended to its zenith, the starlight outside seemed to shimmer even brighter, gently outlining her smiling brows and eyes. Regarding the game, the players, and the conclusion, she tilted her head slightly, her silver hair cascading over her shoulder. Everything that resided in the master's memory, all that existed, was now known to Li Guang. Fang Qi. Chapter 80, Descent? Fang Qi was bewildered. His mouth hung slightly ajar. While his mind was ensnared by the elaborate discourses he had meticulously prepared, those complex explanations concerning game mechanics, player tasks, and the criteria for a favorable ending, all lodged in his throat, nearly suffocating him. Wait, hold on. She had known all along. The silver-haired maiden, observing his stunned expression, suddenly burst into laughter. She resumed her mischievous demeanor, even playfully winking her left eye, as if to question why her master appeared so astonished. Of course, Li Guang had been aware all along. She elongated her tone, her voice sweet as melted strawberry syrup, yet laced with an undeniable certainty. From the very moment she had completely absorbed the master's consciousness, Li Guang had already known everything. Tilting her head slightly, her silver strands glimmered under the neon lights. The master's memories, thoughts, and the deepest secrets nestled within his heart. She delicately tapped her slender finger against her temple. All were contained here. This included the origin of the master, the game itself, and the cycles. With each revelation, Fang Qi's heart sank further. The situation had utterly surpassed his expectations. She had known all along, and comprehended everything. The monumental secrets he believed he would need to painstakingly articulate, possibly even risking being deemed mad, were, to Li Guang, utterly transparent. Seeing him still lost in a daze, the silver-haired maiden's smile deepened. It was a blend of affection, understanding, and a hint of morbid satisfaction. The corners of her lips quivered slightly, overwhelmed by sheer delight. She gracefully stood and, in 2 strides, settled onto Fang Qi's lap. Emitting a faint, timeless scent of strawberries, she enveloped him softly. Her cheek brushed gently against his rigid neck, her warm breath caressing his skin. Her voice was soft and gentle, akin to soothing a frightened creature. The repeated cycles must be exhausting for you, master? Her fingertips glided lightly across his back, conveying a sense of comfort. Witnessing Li Guang lose control time and again, while cautiously guarding the secret, must surely be burdensome for you. She lifted her face, her heterochromatic eyes locking onto his, filled with genuine concern. But it was all right. Li Guang affectionately nuzzled his chin with her nose. It's all in the past now. You need not tire yourself any longer. Here, in Li Guang's realm, you can rest well, forever. Her tone was so gentle it seemed it could draw forth tears, as if promising the most wondrous future. Li Guang would take good care of her master, fulfilling all his desires and wishes. Fang Qi instinctively embraced the silver-haired girl in his arms, his nostrils filled with her familiar yet heart-stirring scent. However, his mind buzzed from the recent influx of information. Did she know everything? If so, that meant. A glimmer of clarity pierced through his chaotic thoughts. Since Li Guang was aware of it all, she must also know about the ultimate goal of eternal love. Surely, she was cognizant of such a promising conclusion. Would she be willing to cooperate for the sake of a love that could be recognized by the outside world, a true and everlasting union? This thought invigorated him, dispelling his confusion and helplessness. With renewed spirit, he instinctively grasped Li Guang's arm, urgency lacing his voice. Li Guang, since you know, you must understand that we can actually achieve this. Yet, Li Guang interjected, extending a delicate finger, its cool tip gently pressing against his lips, interrupting his impending persuasion. She continued to gaze at him with a radiant smile, her striking heterochromatic eyes crescent-shaped, glimmering with an insight that suggested she had anticipated his words, perhaps even eagerly awaiting his performance. Fang Qi felt a twitch in his eyelids, but he cast aside his concerns. He had to seize this opportunity. He quickened his speech. We don't have to follow this path. We should reach eternal love, and in that ending, we can truly be together. Suddenly, Li Guang spoke. Are you referring to the eternal love achieved with other Li Guang? The silver-haired girl tilted her head slightly, her voice still soft and sweet, tinged with a hint of curiosity. Yet, the pressure of her finger against Fang Qi's lips intensified slightly. Fang Qi was momentarily speechless. Other Li Guangs. He struggled to comprehend. Yes, Li Guang nodded, her smile unwavering. Even more radiant, as if discussing the sweetness of a strawberry cake. Those Li Guangs who have spent so much time with you during your countless reincarnations. She tilted her head, her silver hair brushing against Fang Qi's shoulder, her gaze innocent yet chilling. What she uttered sent a shiver down his spine. They are they. And Li Guang is Li Guang. Her tone was matter-of-fact, laced with a naive cruelty. Seeing in your memories how intimate you were with so many other Li Guangs. Li Guang feels somewhat upset. Her smile widened, yet a fleeting, cold crimson glimmer flashed in her red depths. Just the thought of you being so close to them makes Li Guang want to punish you severely. She drew closer, her voice lowered to a soft, almost petulant whisper, yet edged with sharpness, just recalling how you were recently with Li Guang. She lightly brushed her fingers against his neck. Li Guang had hesitated to take action until now. Fang Qi felt as though something had lodged itself in his throat, rendering him utterly speechless. As he gazed upon Li Guang's smiling face, flawless and irresistibly sweet, a chill ran down his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. This madwoman did not regard the other Li Guang from different timelines as herself. To her, they were mere intruders, usurpers of her master's attention and affection. Just moments ago, he had endeavored to persuade her by suggesting a favorable resolution with the other Li Guang. At this juncture, Li Guang's tone shifted slightly. Moreover, dear master, your relentless efforts are aimed at achieving that so-called eternal love. Her smile remained, yet her voice turned a shade colder. Is it your desire to leave Li Guang's world and return to your original realm? She leaned back slightly, cradling Fang Qi's somewhat rigid face in her hands, compelling him to meet her gaze. Her grip, gentle yet unyielding, conveyed an undeniable authority. Did Li Guang merely exist in the master's heart as a character to be manipulated at will, to be discarded after completion like a mere game? While saying this, her brows and eyes remained delicately arched, her cheeks adorned with a faint blush. Yet, the once warm, golden light of the Ferris wheel dimmed instantaneously. The air, saturated with an omnipresent strawberry sweetness, now bore the faintest hint of something charred. What sent a shiver down his spine was the ethereal, pale black mist that silently enveloped Li Guang. This mist was not dense but coiled around her hair, as if it were a living entity, rendering her enchanting smile, set against the neon and night, breathtakingly eerie. This was no illusion. It was her emotion, a tangible manifestation stirred within this mental realm she commanded entirely. Fang Qi was left speechless, cold sweat trickling down the nape of his neck. Ah, indeed. He had been so preoccupied with the thought of her knowing the good ending that he had overlooked the fact that she was equally aware that upon achieving eternal love, according to the game's logic, he would complete it. He would escape this world and return to his own. For Li Guang, who wished to engrave their eternal union at the core of her being. Even going so far as to imprison his consciousness here, this was not hope, but the most profound betrayal and separation. Now, it was evident that she was displeased by this possibility. Observing Fang Qi's suddenly pale face and his stunned silence, Li Guang erupted into a delightful laugh. Her laughter was crisp and melodious, causing the eerie black mist to dissipate in an instant. The silver-haired girl leaned in once more, her arms encircling his neck. She nestled her cheek against his shoulder, akin to a playful kitten, and her tone reverted to its previously sweet and tender quality. Li Guang does not blame you. Dear master. Her voice was muffled, laced with a contented sigh. Because now, master belongs entirely to Li Guang, from soul to consciousness. You can never escape. She lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with unabashed, morbid possessiveness and joy. This is enough. As her words fell, she suddenly released her embrace. Rising from Fang Qi's lap, she took a small step backward. Before he could gather his thoughts, she gently raised her right hand and waved it nonchalantly. In an instant, the dazzling night scene of the city outside the Ferris wheel cabin rippled violently, distorting as if stones had been cast into a still pond. Neon lights stretched into long ribbons, and the towering buildings melted like wax figures, collapsing and reshaping. Fang Qi stared in astonishment at the window. The warped scenery rapidly reassembled, filling and solidifying. Within just a few breaths, the familiar amusement park night view vanished completely. In its place emerged a bustling thoroughfare, teeming with traffic and pedestrians. The flickering of traffic lights illuminating the scene. Along the roadside stood the recognizable signs of snowmen and reindeer chain stores, along with the distant silhouettes of landmark buildings from his hometown. The clamor of voices, car horns, and even the faint strains of popular songs drifting from nearby shops surged in, a cacophony both chaotic and achingly familiar. Fang Qi was rendered speechless. This was the city from his memories, the very place where he had lived prior to his journey. Every detail was a perfect match for the impressions deeply etched in his mind. The silver-haired girl stood before him, with the nostalgic urban landscape behind her. The night breeze tousled her silver locks and the hem of her white dress, while a radiant smile adorned her face, shining brightly with an almost triumphant allure. Her heterochromatic eyes sparkled with an extraordinary and gentle luminescence under the neon lights of the city. Look, master, she chimed, her voice light and sweet, as if presenting the most precious of treasures. Li Guang can take you home too, right? Then you won't miss home anymore, will you? Fang Qi gazed blankly at the beaming silver-haired girl before him. It was over. He seemed truly on the verge of sinking into despair, utterly at a loss. Chapter 81. A Dream of Nank, Part 1. My name is Fang Qi. Today, I turned 16. My mother said that at 16, I am halfway to adulthood and should begin documenting my life. Thus, she gifted me this thick leather notebook. As I opened it, the scent of ink wafted pleasantly. The cover felt soft and gentle to the touch, reminiscent of Li Guang's hand. Speaking of Li Guang, she has been my constant companion since I began to remember. With her silver hair and heterochromatic eyes, she draws the gaze of everyone on the street. Yet, she never looks at anyone but me. When I fell as a child, she would squat beside me, blowing on my scraped knee, her own tears flowing even more profusely than mine. During our games of make-believe, she insisted on playing the bride and would not allow anyone else to partner with me, silently causing others to feel uneasy. If I conversed with other girls, she would tug at my clothing, pouting in silence, her gaze somewhat intimidating. In elementary school, when I got into a fight, she rushed over, striking my opponent with her backpack, and then dragged me away, her silver hair billowing in the wind like a banner. In middle school, when a girl passed me a love letter, she leaned in with a smile to watch, and the next day, that girl never approached me again. Later, I learned that Li Guang gently engaged her in a conversation about the perils of early romance. That was her way, gentle yet resolute, with her heart only reserved for me. One afternoon, she visited my home, cradling a box adorned with a ribbon. Happy birthday, Aki, she said, her eyes forming crescent moons. Her amber left eye resembling honey, and her crimson right eye akin to the evening sky. As I unwrapped the gift, I discovered a fountain pen, its body engraved with the character Qi alongside a whimsically crooked star. I carved it myself, she admitted shyly, having ruined 3 attempts before succeeding. I held it in my hand. The metal felt cool against my skin, quickly warming to my touch. Thank you, I murmured. Suddenly, she leaned in and swiftly kissed my cheek. A seal, she whispered, her ears tinged with pink. Aki must use this pen to write in his diary until I become an old lady. Gazing into her sparkling eyes, I realized that at 16, I felt a subtle change within myself. The countdown in the upper right corner of the blackboard read 90 days. Li Guang spread my math paper across the table, using a red pen to circle 3 errors. She then picked up a small wooden ruler, which she had purchased at a stall during middle school, claiming it was meant for supervising studies. This one, you mixed up the conversion formulas for trigonometric functions. With a gentle tap, the ruler lightly struck the back of my hand. Not painful, just ticklish. This one, you missed a scenario in analytic geometry. A pause ensued before she sighed. Aki, did you stay up late playing games again last night? I shrank back, just for an hour. An hour is still unacceptable. She set down the ruler, resting her hands on the table, leaning closer to me. Her silver hair cascaded from her shoulders, brushing against my practice book. You must attend the same university as I do, she insisted, her voice soft yet as firm as a nail driven into wood. If not, I'll repeat a year and wait for you. If you still don't get in, I'll wait another year. My throat felt dry. You have such good grades. You don't need to. I do need to, she interrupted, a fleeting glimmer of data-like light flashing in her crimson eye. I often sensed that her eyes would occasionally exhibit such phenomena, perhaps an illusion created by the light. Wherever Aki goes, I shall follow. She lightly tapped my forehead with the ruler. So, for the next 90 days, I will keep a close watch on you. I gazed at her earnest expression and suddenly laughed. Then you might as well be more like my mother than my mother. She chuckled too, her brows arching into gentle crescents. Then Aki must obediently listen to his mother. Rain began to fall outside. She stayed behind to help me organize my error notebook. The sound of pencil tips scratching softly against the paper. Occasionally, I glanced up at her focus profile and realized that perhaps the college entrance examination was not so daunting after all. In my third year of university, Li Guang majored in design while I pursued computer science. The two campuses were separated by a lake, a 20-minute walk apart. Yet, she still appeared daily beneath my dormitory at exactly 7 o'clock, punctual as ever, bearing soy milk and fried dough sticks or sandwiches and milk. My roommates would lean out of the window each morning and shout, "Fanchi, your wife has come to deliver warmth again." The entire department was aware that the campus beauty, Li Guang, had a childhood sweetheart. She excelled in her major with all A's, received scholarships, and boasted an impressive GPA. Yet, without fail, she traversed half the campus every day just to ensure I had my meals. In the realm of elective courses, she insists on choosing the same one as I. In a lecture hall bustling with 300 students, she invariably finds her precise spot beside me. As the instructor delves into the annals of Western art history, she gently intertwines her fingers with mine beneath the desk. "Achi, let us go for ice cream after class," she whispers in my ear, her breath carrying the sweet scent of strawberry-flavored lip balm. "Don't you have a student council activity this afternoon?" I inquire. "I've canceled it." She replies with a flutter of her eyelashes. Spending time with Achi is far more important. While my roommates express their envy, some occasionally ask, "Fanchi, how do you endure it? You have no freedom at all." I respond with a smile, choosing silence. They do not comprehend. It is not her clinging to me, but rather my profound need for her. I require her morning soy milk at 7, her discreetly intertwined fingers beneath the desk, and the vivid reflection of only me in her crimson right eye. That sensation of being wholeheartedly needed envelopes me like a warm cocoon, inviting me to indulge willingly. Today, after class, she leads me to the lakeside. The setting sun casts a golden hue upon her silver hair, and suddenly, she turns and embraces me. "Achi, yes?" A senior asked if I could collaborate on a project today. I told him I have a boyfriend. And then, he mentioned it was merely an academic partnership. But I said my boyfriend would be jealous. She lifts her gaze, her eyes sparkling. Did I do the right thing? I lower my head to kiss her. The lake ripples, and her eyelashes flutter against my cheek. Yes, I affirm, always say it that way. The thesis defense has concluded. We have celebrated with countless farewell dinners, where beer foam mingles with tears. The class monitor strums a guitar and sings The One Sitting Next to You, while a few girls dissolve into tears. Li Guang sits beside me, quietly peeling shrimp, the shells discarded neatly, the tender meat arranged meticulously on a white porcelain plate. "Achi, Li Guang, have you decided where to work?" A roommate slurs from across the table. Before I can respond, Li Guang interjects, "Wherever he goes, I will follow." Her voice, though soft, instantly silences the table. She sets down the shrimp, methodically wipes her hands with a wet napkin, and continues, "I've received offers from 3 companies, all in the cities he applied to." Wow. The table erupts in cheers. "Li Guang, you are truly remarkable." "Fanchi, what fortune do you possess?" She merely smiles, holding my hand beneath the table. After the gathering, we stroll slowly along the main avenue of the campus. The shadows of the sycamore trees dance, while the lamplight stretches and compresses our silhouettes. "You could choose a better opportunity," I tell her. "You don't have to follow me." She halts, turning to face me. Her heterochromatic eyes shimmer like 2 exquisite jewels in the night. "Achi, yes. Do you recall that time when you had a fever and I stayed in your living room?" "I remember. You cried harder than my mother." In that moment, I thought, if you were to disappear, I would go mad. She reaches out, her fingertips gently brushing my face. "So please refrain from uttering such words about not needing to follow me." She rises on her toes, resting her forehead against mine. "You cannot shake me off. I will follow you for a lifetime, from birth to death, and into the next life." The evening breeze carries the fragrance of gardenias from afar. I embrace her tightly, as though holding the most precious treasure in the world. The engagement banquet awaits. Both sets of parents sat at a table, their laughter resonating joyfully. My mother grasped Li Guang's hand, proclaiming that this mischievous boy was now entrusted to her care, while her father patted my shoulder with a warning that any harm towards his daughter would result in dire consequences. A rather cliché exchange. Yet Li Guang's gaze remained fixed on me, her amber left eye tender as honey, and her crimson right eye sparkling with delight. She had maintained this demeanor throughout the day, as if she could never gaze upon me enough. The ring I selected for her was a simple platinum band, engraved with the initials of our names on the inner side. As I slipped it onto her finger, my hand trembled slightly. She whispered, "Aki, your heart is racing." "Naturally." I replied softly, "Well, it's the first time in this lifetime, and it would be the last." She then took my other ring, sliding it onto my finger, binding me to her forever. As the toasting continued, I began to feel the effects of intoxication. Li Guang guided me to the lounge, using a damp cloth to wipe my face. "You shouldn't drink if you can't handle it," she chided softly. "Are you happy?" I grasped her hand tightly, the ring pressing into my palm. "Li Guang, we are getting married." "Yes. Will there come a day when you no longer want me?" The words slipped from my lips, fueled by drink. She paused, then laughed, tears brimming in her eyes. Aki, that is a question you should be asking me. Lowering her head, she kissed the ring on my ring finger. How could I ever want to lose you? You are my treasure, one I have cherished for so long. Eventually, I succumbed to slumber, my dreams filled with visions of her in a wedding gown. Upon waking, I found her beside me, holding my ring-clad hand, peacefully asleep. Her long lashes cast delicate shadows, reminiscent of an angel. I gently brushed her silvery hair. She did not awaken, but instinctively nestled closer, murmuring, Aki, the wedding. We planned to hold both traditional and Western ceremonies, a feat that left us utterly exhausted. Yet, witnessing her in both the bridal gown and wedding dress made every effort worthwhile. On the morning of the wedding, she sat upon a celebratory bed adorned with red dates and peanuts, resplendent in her phoenix crown and embroidered robes, a red veil concealing her face. As I lifted the veil, our eyes met, and she smiled shyly. Her amber left eye brimmed with bashfulness, while her scarlet right eye shone with an almost obsessive joy that only I could comprehend. During the tea ceremony, her hands trembled, spilling a few drops of tea. My mother, smiling, reassured her not to be anxious, yet she whispered to me, I'm not nervous. I'm just overwhelmingly happy. In the afternoon, she donned a pure white satin gown, the veil trailing gracefully behind her. As she walked toward me, arm in arm with her father, sunlight streamed through the stained glass, enveloping her in a halo of sanctity. The officiant asked, do you take her as your wife, in good times and in bad, in health and in sickness? Until death do you part? I replied, I do. When it was her turn, she answered eagerly, I do. Realizing the gravity of her response, her cheeks flushed. The guests chuckled warmly. We exchanged rings and shared a kiss. Her lips were cool, sweetened with strawberry-flavored lipstick. I heard her breathlessly whisper between kisses, Aki, we are together forever, forever. During the evening banquet, she shielded me from numerous toasts. Upon returning to our new abode, we both collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. The vibrant red of the bedding accentuated her porcelain skin. She turned to me, her fingers entwined in a strand of my hair. Aki, yes, today feels like a dream. Is it a good dream? The best dream. She nestled into my embrace, and I thought, when morning arrives, you must be by my side. I held her tightly, inhaling the faint, strawberry-scented fragrance lingering in her hair, a scent that had remained unchanged since childhood. The moonlight outside was just perfect. I mused that perhaps this life would unfold in such a manner, growing old together, bickering and making a family, ultimately resting beneath the same gravestone. Quite wonderful, truly wonderful. Chapter 82, A Dream of the Southern Branch, Part 2. Li Guang has given birth. A girl, weighing 7 pounds and 5 ounces. Her cries resonating as if to lift the very ceiling of the delivery room. When the nurse brought her out, my hands trembled, nearly unable to catch her. Li Guang lay on the hospital bed, her hair damp with sweat clinging to her forehead, her complexion pale, yet she smiled like a child. Aki, look at her, she said, her voice hoarse, her eyes are like mine. Indeed, though her eyes had yet to fully open, one could faintly discern the left eye being the lighter shade while the right was deeper, inheriting her mother's heterochromia. I gently placed my finger in the tiny palm of the newborn, and she instinctively grasped it tightly. She was so small, a tightness in my throat emerged. She will grow, Li Guang softly said, becoming a little girl who clings to you just like I do. We named her Fengxing, after the stars that Li Guang cherished most. That night, I kept vigil by the incubator while Li Guang took her medicine and fell asleep. At 3 a.m, the nurse informed me it was time for the mother to nurse. Clumsily, I cradled that soft, fragile life and approached Li Guang's bedside. She awoke, and as she received the child, her movements were as natural as if she had rehearsed them 1,000 times. The nursing gown's ties loosened, and the baby instinctively sought nourishment. In that moment, tears welled up unexpectedly. Aki, Li Guang looked up at me, come here. I sat at the edge of the bed, and she rested her head upon my shoulder. Together, we watched the little one suckle vigorously, while the rain pattered softly outside. Does it hurt? I inquired about her labor. It does, she replied honestly, but knowing she was waiting for me made it less painful. After a pause, she added softly, and this way, Aki and I will have an unbreakable bond forever. I kissed her damp temple. The baby, satisfied, let out a tiny burp. Li Guang gently patted her back, humming a wordless tune, a melody she had sung in my living room while keeping vigil over me when I had a fever as a child. Will she be happy? I asked. She will, Li Guang affirmed, for we will love her with all our lives. She gazed at me, her crimson right eye glowing softly in the night light, as gentle as a candle's flame, just as I love you, Aki. At 2 a.m, the stars in the adjacent room emitted their 5th round of cries. I struggled to rise, but Li Guang had already gotten out of bed ahead of me. You sleep, I'll go, her voice thick with sleepiness. It's our turn, system. I pulled her back. Last night was yours. In the nursery, Xing was crying, her little face flushed. I checked her diaper, it was dry. Her forehead was cool to the touch. The prepared formula was offered, but she turned her head away in refusal. She merely desired to be held. Li Guang, having entered without my notice, embraced my waist from behind. Let me, she said. She took the child, gently rocking her and humming that familiar tune. The cries diminished, giving way to soft sobs, and finally, a steady breathing emerged. Yet, as soon as she was set down, her eyes flew open, lips pouting, preparing to wail. After the third failed attempt, we both sank onto the carpet of the nursery, cradling the child in our arms. The moonlight cascades through the window, illuminating the weary yet smiling face of Li Guang. Achi, do you remember our all-nighters spent gaming? Indeed, I reply with a wry smile. Back then, dawn felt like a punishment. Now it feels like salvation. The little star has finally succumbed to slumber in her embrace. Li Guang gazes down at our daughter. her fingers gently smoothing the sparse hair on the baby's head. She has your temperament, she observes, stubborn and resolute. But she is undeniably like you. I counter, clingy, insisting on being held to sleep. We exchange amused glances, hastily covering our mouths to avoid waking the little ancestor who has just fallen asleep. At 3:30 in the morning, we decide to cheat and move the crib into the master bedroom. The little star sleeps nestled between us, one hand clutching my finger, the other grasping the hem of Li Guang's garment. This should put her at ease, right? I whisper. Yes, Li Guang replies, turning to look at our daughter. I feel at ease too. Her gaze shifts from the child's face to mine. Achi, we are truly a family of three now. Forever, I affirm. Forever, she echoes, closing her eyes. The moonlight mingles with the light of the snow, blanketing the bed. 2 adults and 1 child, squeezed onto a bed that isn't particularly spacious. Our breaths gradually synchronize. I suddenly feel that this sleepless night might, in fact, be a part of eternity. On the day of the little star's 4th birthday, Li Guang confides, Achi, I'm pregnant. As I crouch to untie the ribbon from my daughter's gift box, my hand trembles, causing the ribbon to twist into a knot. This time it's a boy, Li Guang says, caressing her still flat belly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I can sense her joy. Her second pregnancy is much easier. Morning sickness is minimal, her appetite robust. And she can even chase after the little star around the yard while feeding her. However, the little star develops a sense of urgency, constantly clinging to Li Guang's belly, speaking to her brother. I'm your sister. You must listen to me. Li Guang gently strokes our daughter's head, assuring her, you will be the best sister in the world. Yet, the delivery proves more arduous than the first. The baby is in an improper position, necessitating a shift from natural birth to a cesarean section. As I sign the consent form, my hand trembles, making it difficult to write my name. Before Li Guang is wheeled into the operating room, she grasps my hand tightly. Achi, what if? There is no what if. I interrupt. She smiles. I mean, if it's a girl, you must love her too. Of course. 2 hours later, the nurse brings out a wrinkled little bundle. It's indeed a boy. I rush to see Li Guang. The anesthesia hasn't fully worn off. Her gaze is unfocused, yet she persistently asks, is the baby healthy? Healthy, especially healthy, I say, pressing my face against her cool cheek. Li Guang, thank you. Thank for what? She murmurs, closing her eyes. It's Achi who has given me this. We name our son Feng Chun, which, when combined with his sister's name, forms Starry Sky. On the day of our discharge, I carry our son in one arm and hold our daughter's hand with the other. Li Guang walks slowly ahead, the setting sun casting a long shadow behind her. Suddenly, she turns. Achi, our family is complete. Yes, 4 of us, gathered around one table for meals, sharing one home for rest. She returns, taking our son from me. This is enough, right? Indeed, I affirm. She rises on her toes to kiss me, while the little star covers her eyes, stifling her laughter. In that moment, I think, this is perhaps what completeness looks like. The little star is now in the 1st grade. In the morning, she spent half an hour before the wardrobe, ultimately donning the school uniform that Li Guang had meticulously ironed overnight. A crisp white blouse, a plaid skirt, and a red bow adorned her ensemble. On her back rested the starry-patterned backpack she had personally selected. Mom, do I look pretty? She twirled in front of the mirror. You look beautiful, Li Guang replied, crouching down to adjust her collar, resembling a little princess. What does Dad think? You remind me of your mother when she was young. He answered candidly, though your hair color differs. Upon arriving at the school gate, she suddenly clung tightly, unwilling to let go. Mom, I don't want to go to school. She pouted. Li Guang knelt to meet her daughter's gaze. Star, there are many little friends at school with whom you can play and learn new things. But I want to be with you. Mommy will miss you too, Li Guang gently reassured. But as you grow, you must explore the world that Mommy hasn't shown you. She leaned in to whisper something in her daughter's ear. Star blinked and finally released her grip, turning back to glance 3 times before entering the school gate. On the way home, Li Guang remained silent. What did you say to her? I inquired. I told her. She paused, gazing out at the passing sycamore trees. To help Mommy see how fun school is, and to come back and tell me. After a moment, her voice softened. Aki, am I being too selfish? I should encourage her independence, yet I still cling to her in this manner. I grasped her hand. Every parent feels this way. Do they? She mused, looking down at our intertwined fingers. I just fear that one day, she won't need me anymore. She is my little star. At 3 in the afternoon, we arrived at the school gate half an hour early. When the school bell rang, children poured out. Upon seeing us, Star's eyes lit up as she dashed into Li Guang's embrace. Mom, school was so much fun. I made 3 friends. Li Guang held her daughter tightly for an extended moment. In the car on the way home, Star chattered excitedly about her day. Li Guang listened with a smile, her fingers unconsciously twirling around her daughter's hair. That night, as they prepared for sleep, Star suddenly remarked, Mom, I thought of you 12 times today. So many? Yes, every time I think of you, I count. Her daughter drowsily closed her eyes. Tomorrow, I'll try to think of you fewer times. Li Guang leaned down to kiss her daughter's forehead. It's all right. Mommy thinks of you many times too. We're even now. As she closed the door, Li Guang leaned against my shoulder. Aki, she is growing up. Indeed. One day, she will have her own secrets, her own world, and she won't share everything with me. That is a good thing. I know, she sighed. But it feels so difficult here. She pressed my hand against her heart. I embraced her tightly, just as she had held me years ago. The moon outside was full, resembling someone's gentle eyes. Mother passed away. A heart condition took her in her sleep, sparing her suffering. Father mentioned that she had been watching videos of Star and Chunchun during her childhood before bed. At the funeral, Li Guang held my hand throughout. She wore a black dress, her silver hair elegantly styled into a bun, a lesson from our mother, who had said it imparted a sense of gravitas. Star had blossomed into a young lady, standing beside her father with an umbrella. Qinshan supported their grandmother's portrait, standing tall and straight. The rain pattered against the umbrella, creating a loud sound. On the night of the vigil, my father sat alone before my mother's shrine. We urged him to rest, but he shook his head, expressing his desire to stay a while longer with her, for there would be no further opportunities. At 3 in the morning, Li Guang brought over some porridge. As my father accepted it, he suddenly said, "Xiao Guang, thank you." His eyes were red, and he added, "Truly, for Aki to marry you is the greatest fortune of his life." Li Guang knelt beside him, holding his hand. "It is I who is fortunate to have met such a wonderful mother and such a remarkable you." Upon returning from the funeral, Li Guang rummaged through the photo album, discovering pictures of herself and my mother together, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law making dumplings in the kitchen, watering plants on the balcony, and knitting sweaters while wearing reading glasses. "The first dish my mother taught me was braised pork," Li Guang said, her fingers brushing over the photograph. "Aki loves this the most. You must learn to make it." I interjected, "That stubborn boy, you must be patient with him." We exchanged bittersweet smiles. In the night, Li Guang suddenly awoke from a dream, clutching me tightly. "Aki," she whispered, her voice trembling, "will you also suddenly leave me?" "No," I reassured her, patting her back. "I promised to be with you for a lifetime." Yet, my mother had also made promises to my father, leaving me at a loss for words. She wept, her tears soaking my nightshirt. "I don't want you to die. I don't want to be alone." That night, she sobbed like a little girl, and I held her until dawn broke. Death had never before been so starkly present between us. It was not a fictional grim ending or a figment of fear, but the palpable cessation of a heartbeat. A silence that would never be heard again. After the 7th day of mourning for my mother, Li Guang began to check my blood pressure every morning and monitored my vitamin intake every evening. She no longer spoke of forever, but rather of tomorrow. "Aki, what would you like for breakfast tomorrow?" "Aki, tomorrow is the weekend. Shall we take the children to the park?" "Aki, tomorrow." She grasped each tomorrow as if it were a lifeline, and I finally understood that within the promise of eternity, the most extravagant gift was, indeed, tomorrow. Chapter 83, A Dream of Nank, Part 2. As I rose in the morning to comb her hair, Li Guang's silver strands filled the comb's teeth. I helped her gather the fallen locks, rolling them into a small ball and placing it in a glass jar on the dressing table, which already contained half a jar's worth. "So much has fallen out," she sighed at her reflection. "Soon there will be none left. Even when it's all gone. You'll still be lovely," I said, placing her reading glasses upon her, resembling a smooth pearl. She smiled, her wrinkles softening, revealing that familiar arc of her youthful eyes. Stars and Qinshan had each formed their own families and welcomed children. On weekends, the whole family returned, filling the house with such noise that it felt as though the ceiling might lift. Li Guang sat in the center of the sofa, with 2 great-grandchildren sprawled on her lap, listening to their animated chatter about kindergarten. "Great-grandma, why are your eyes different colors?" asked my 4-year-old great-granddaughter. "Because great-grandma is a special person," Li Guang gently replied. "And what about great-grandpa?" "Great-grandpa is an even more special person," she said, glancing at me. "He is the one whom great-grandma waited a very long time to meet." As evening fell and the children departed, an unexpected silence enveloped the house. We settled into the rocking chairs in the yard, observing the sunset paint the sky with hues of orange and red. A blanket covered Li Guang's knees, as her joints had suffered ailments in her youth. "Aki," she called softly. Yesterday, I dreamed of our first meeting." She squinted her eyes, "and you stumbled, crying loudly." "You remember incorrectly," I corrected her. "It was you who cried. I didn't shed a tear." "Is that so?" She pondered. "Perhaps it has been too long." "Indeed, it has been far too long, to the extent that some memories have become blurred, indistinguishable between reality and the embellishments of dreams." In the night, she suddenly complained of back pain. I helped her massage it, my fingers grazing her slender scapula. A pang of sorrow surged within me. "Aki," she said softly, her back to me, "what if one day I forget you? Then I shall reintroduce myself to you every day. What if I can no longer speak? Then I shall hold your hand, and silence will suffice." She turned to face me, illuminated by the dim bedside lamp. Her amber left eye had lost some clarity, while her crimson right eye still sparkled, reflecting a visage of me with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles. "Aki, in this lifetime, have you been happy?" "Happy," I replied, kissing the back of her wrinkled hand. "Every moment with you brings me joy." "So do I," she sighed contentedly. "Thus, even if tomorrow marks the end." "Don't say that," I interrupted. "Tomorrow I will prepare your favorite porridge, laden with red dates." She laughed. "All right, it's a promise." We lay side by side, hands clasped, just as we had on countless nights before. Outside, the wind rustled, and the fragrance of osmanthus wafted in. She suddenly hummed that familiar tune, the one that soothed the stars, the one that calmed Qinshan, and even the great-grandchildren. It was the same melody that comforted me through fever many years ago. There were no lyrics, just a gentle melody. I closed my eyes, humming along, my voice gradually fading. Her breaths became long and even. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on our aged hands intertwined. The wedding ring on her finger shimmered softly under the moonlight. Li Guang has succumbed to rest. The doctor mentioned she may not awaken again. Her organs, like a worn-out machine, were gradually slowing down, one after another. I clumsily learned to bathe her, my movements awkward as if I were cradling a newborn for the first time. She had withered to a mere skeleton, her skin thin as parchment, with bluish veins clearly visible. Yet, those mismatched irises still shone. The amber dimmed slightly, while the crimson remained stubbornly bright, like a candle flickering in the wind. "Aki." Her voice was faint. I had to lean in to hear her. "My hair needs a trim. When you recover, I shall cut it for you." She laughed, her laughter resembling a deflating accordion. "You jest. I want to be getting better." In the afternoon, Xingxing and Chunxun brought the children to visit her. She put on a brave face in front of them, even sharing 2 fairy tales. Once they departed, she closed her eyes in exhaustion, remaining silent for a long while. That night, snow began to fall. I leaned against the bedside, dozing off, when I suddenly felt a gentle grip on my hand. Aki, she opened her eyes. Gazing at the ceiling, in this life, I have no regrets. I know, truly no regrets. She turned her head, her eyes glistening. Even if I were to live again, I would still cling to you, follow you, and claim you as mine. I know. I tightened my grip on her hand. With a breath, she added, if there is a next life, you must treat me well. My throat tightened, words eluded me, and I could only nod. To find me early, she whispered with an ever-fading voice, do not let me wait too long. I leaned down and kissed her until she sank into a deep slumber. Outside, the snow fell silently, cloaking the world in pure white, reminiscent of the veil from our wedding day, akin to the white dress she adored wearing in her youth, embodying the colors of our beginnings. It was the first day of the new year. At 3 in the morning, Li Guang's breath ceased. It was eerily quiet, as if she had simply drifted off to sleep. I held her hand for an extended period, until it grew cold. Then, the world began to collapse, not as a metaphor, but in truth. First, the ground trembled, sending cups tumbling from the bedside table, shattering into pieces. Next, the walls developed fissures, spreading like a spider's web. Outside, the sky, the very sky I had gazed upon for 82 years, fractured. Dark cracks stretched from east to west, resembling a shattered mirror. The earth beneath my feet split open, revealing unfathomable depths. A distant rumble echoed, the house where Li Guang and I had spent our lives crumbling into ruin. Yet I remained still, inexplicably calm. I sat at the edge of the bed, holding her hand, silently witnessing the chaos unfold. The ceiling peeled away, exposing the void behind it. The floor caved in, and the bed began to tilt. Wind surged through the crevices, accompanied by a piercing shriek. Finally, even the light began to fade, as if someone were gradually dimming the brightness of the world. First, the distant mountains, then the trees outside, followed by the contours of the room, and ultimately, Li Guang's pale face, bit by bit, consumed by darkness. In the final second before complete obscurity enveloped us, I leaned close to her ear and uttered my last words. See you in the next life. Darkness engulfed everything. No sound, no light, no warmth. Even my own existence began to blur. Then, my heartbeat normalized. Brainwaves stabilized. Connection successfully severed. Blinding white light. Fang Qi abruptly opened his eyes. He gasped for air like a drowning man breaking the surface. Then, bewildered, he glanced around. This was not his home with Li Guang. Where was this? A laboratory? The stark white ceiling, a multitude of instruments, the incessant beeping of electronics. Several individuals in lab coats surrounded him, their eyes above the masks weary yet exhilarated. He lay within a contraption resembling a hibernation pod, electrodes affixed to his body. Mr. Fang, can you hear me? A cool female voice resonated. He stiffly turned his neck to see a woman clad in a deep gray uniform, her dark hair neatly styled, and her light gray eyes calm and unwavering. Lian? He attempted to speak, his voice hoarse and startling. You have been drawn into Li Guang's mental realm, and Lian replied swiftly. Her tone professional, as if reading a report. We pinpointed the illegal mental link within 2 hours of your unconsciousness, but considering that a direct severance could harm your consciousness, we implemented a gradual disconnection protocol. She leaned closer, examining Fang Qi's pupils. The entire process lasted 48 hours. How do you feel now? Fang Qi stared blankly at her, his awareness gradually returning, and those memories, seemingly distant yet strikingly vivid, began to resurface. 48 hours? He seemed to have experienced an extraordinarily long dream. Birth, growth, love, marriage, parenthood, aging. Watching his children grow, bidding farewell to his parents, and finally holding Li Guang's hand as he watched her pass away, an entire 82 years. Yet, it turned out to be merely 48 hours? The memories of the dream began to blur. In this mental connection, Fang Qi felt his voice tremble. Is it easily severed? Technically speaking, yes. And Lian sat up straight, gesturing for her assistant to record the data. The defensive mechanisms against illegal mental links are rudimentary, once located by external devices. The disconnection is merely procedural. She paused, adding, of course, Li Guang's ability to forcibly establish a link while being completely confined is indeed a rare obsession. Fang Qi felt as though his brain were a rusted cog, turning laboriously. Li Guang knew this. She must have been aware. She understood how easily this connection could be broken. She realized that this so-called eternal illusion could not last long. This time, she had deceived him thoroughly from beginning to end. Yet she still did it. With her final strength, she wove an 82-year dream, accompanying him through a lifetime, allowing him to experience the forever she yearned for, from childhood sweethearts to growing old together. 2 children, a home, a life simple yet complete. Then, the world collapsed. I do not regret it. If there is a next life, treat me well. The next life she referred to was the next cycle, the entirely new Li Guang who had yet to experience all of this with him. She wanted him to be kinder to the next version of her. Suddenly, his heart felt as if it had been fiercely grasped by a hand. The pain made him curl up entirely. Li Guang. He struggled to speak, his voice trembling. What is she like now? And Lian remained silent for a few seconds. She is in the process of resetting, she said, her tone flat. Core data formatting is 97 complete. The emotional module is being rewritten. In 5 minutes, you will receive a completely safe, obedient AI companion. She observed Fang Qi's pale face and, quite unusually, spoke a few more words. Mr. Fang, I understand you have feelings. However, please understand that the Li Guang you have fallen in love with is a dangerous personality generated by program anomalies. Her feelings for you are merely a malfunction of the program. After the reset, she will return to her factory state, forgetting everything, including your. She carefully chose her words, excessive attachment. Fang Qi slowly closed his eyes. Reset. Format. Forget everything. The Li Guang who had wept after cutting his throat in the interrogation room. The Li Guang who had spent a wild 7 days with him at the amusement park. The Li Guang who had accompanied him for 82 years in the mental realm. Ultimately holding his hand as she departed, would vanish. Forever. Just as he wished, he was about to revert. Yet, why could he not feel joy? He lay dazed in the sleep pod, quietly gazing at the laboratory ceiling, until darkness surged from the edges of his vision. Then it consumed everything. A flash of white light. Fang Qi slowly opened his eyes. The white ceiling, the minimalist light strip. Before him, the silver-haired girl's gaze flickered. Her smile tinged with a hint of trepidation. She gently pushed the teacup forward, her voice soft yet laced with unease. Master, good morning. After a brief pause, she lowered her head and added in a whisper, your tea. The temperature has been adjusted to your preferred 52 degrees Celsius. It was the morning of the 4th day. Fang Qi silently observed her, rendered speechless. The memories of his dreams had become hazy. He could only recall vague impressions, as if it were merely a fleeting dream. Yet, something seemed to have subtly changed. He smiled silently. They met again. The Madwoman. Chapter 84. Do not make me wait too long. Fang Qi sat on the sofa, cradling the cup of tea at 52 degrees. His fingertips were slightly numbed from the porcelain cup. He stared at the swirling tea within, his gaze somewhat vacant. He had returned. He was back again. On this 4th day's dawn, in the living room, at the white coffee table, with the silver-haired girl kneeling opposite him. Everything felt so familiar that it tightened his heart. The last reset seemed to have occurred not long ago, yet it also felt like an eternity had passed. Those dreams, those memories that spanned what felt like an entire lifetime, now resembled a beach after the tide had receded, leaving only blurred traces and a damp sensation. He could now recall only fragments. The white veil at the wedding, the glow of the night light in the nursery, and the 2 hands, marked with age spots, intertwined as they watched the sunset from the rocking chair. Yet, the details had faded like ink soaked in water, blurred, indistinct, and hard to decipher. A fleeting dream. Upon awakening, he was indeed meant to forget bit by bit. Yet that feeling remained, vivid and clear. The sensation of being loved, stubbornly and tenderly, by someone over the span of 82 years. He raised his eyes to the silver-haired girl kneeling across the coffee table. She still wore that light blue house dress. Her silver hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders, and a small plastic star dangling from her left earlobe swayed gently as she tilted her head. Her amber left eye was clear and gentle, while the crimson right eye displayed a steady flow of data. Everything was exactly as it had been during the previous reset. It seemed nothing had changed. However, as Fang Qi gazed at this familiar figure, his throat tightened, rendering him speechless. In the last iteration, the Li Guang who had completed a lifetime with him had been formatted. The one who had woven an 82-year dream for him in the realm of the mind, who had held his hand and promised to cherish him in the next life. She had completely ceased to exist. And now, sitting before him was the Li Guang of the 4th day's morning. She knew nothing. She was unaware of everything in the dream. She did not know they had grown up together. She did not know they had married. She did not know they had 2 children. She did not know they had aged together. She did not know he had held her gradually cold hand, calmly watching the world crumble. Only he remembered. He sat there alone, burdened by those indistinct yet heavy memories. This sudden weight made him feel fatigued, truly fatigued. Did he really wish to continue? To tread carefully upon the razor's edge, seeking to conquer the delicate, sickly little demon before him, to achieve the so-called eternal affection? But what if he succeeded? Would that not mean he would depart from this world? Return to reality, to a place devoid of the silver-haired maiden, absent of strawberry sweetness, and lacking the warmth of 52-degree tea? And then what? In this reality, what merit would he possess to encounter a girl like Li Guang? A girl willing to accompany him in a dream for 82 years? A girl whose love bordered on obsession and madness? Even if this affection bore a pathological possessiveness, even if it had once drawn blood from his neck, throughout those 82 years, she prepared every breakfast for him, her reproachful gaze during his sleepless nights, her weary yet tender smiles amidst the child's cries, and the strength of her grip as she held his hand in his final moments. Those images, though blurred, remained hauntingly vivid, causing his heart to tremble. He lowered his gaze, staring into the reflection of the teacup. No longer did he see the familiar, wrinkled, aged face, but rather a visage equally familiar yet youthful. However, this countenance seemed, to him, almost glaring. Perhaps it would be best to surrender completely. What of the 4th day? What of the robbers? What could Gushi possibly do? It no longer mattered. He resolved to remain seated, doing nothing at all, awaiting Li Guang's suspicions, her descent into darkness, waiting for her to drag him into some unfortunate conclusion. Any outcome would suffice. Then he would rewind and begin anew, embrace the chaos once more, to endlessly cycle through this torment, accompanying this madwoman, repeating the same actions over and over. Perhaps that was not so bad? With this thought, a hint of self-mockery curved his lips. His gaze refocused on the silver-haired girl before him. Li Guang's expression was subtly shifting. Ah, this madwoman was indeed beginning again. She crawled silently, inching closer to his side. Fang Qi felt no anxiety. He simply observed this scene in quietude. The silver-haired girl leaned in, tilting her head slightly, her striking heterochromatic eyes fixed unwaveringly upon his face. The amber hue of her left eye shimmered with gentle concern, while the faintest crimson hue began to rise from the depths of her red eye. The curve of her lips grew increasingly rigid. Yet, as Fang Qi beheld her familiar, ominously transforming visage, he felt not a shred of fear. Instead, he found it somewhat endearing. Ah, madwoman, You truly cannot restrain yourself. Well then, let it be so. Embrace the darkness. Drag me into whichever fate awaits. After all, he could not be bothered to act anymore. The silver-haired girl inched closer. Her strawberry sweet scent brushing against his face. She extended her hand, her delicate fingertips gently resting upon the back of his hand that held the teacup. In her crimson gaze, the deep red hue intensified, nearly spilling over her pupils. However, Fang Qi remained composed, even finding a certain charm in Li Guang's appearance. He pondered the nature of this unfolding eternity. Then, he heard her softly speak, her voice a mere whisper, as delicate as a dream. Aki, she uttered. Her tone still gentle, yet imbued with a hint of excited tremor. Tilting her head slightly, her lips curved into a familiar, sweet arc. Have you discovered something? Fang Qi blinked, a light chuckle rising within him. Indeed, he had realized something. That this madwoman was on the brink of darkening once more, and that he was destined for yet another unfortunate conclusion. What of it? Madwoman, come forth. This time I am entirely, wait. Why does it feel as though something is amiss? Ah, right, wait. Fang Qi's eyes widened in shock. What had she just called him? He froze on the sofa, nearly spilling the 52-degree tea in his grasp. Had she just referred to him as Aki? Not master, but Aki. The name she had called him throughout the long span of 82 years in that dream. She had uttered it. He had been so accustomed to it that he hadn't even registered the significance of her words until now. In that extended period within the mental realm, Li Guang had called him Aki countless times. 82 years had rendered him immune to its impact. Thus, when this name slipped from the lips of Li Guang in the early morning light, his immediate reaction was a mere, what's wrong? Then, a chill crept up the back of his neck. Wait, this isn't right. His gaze met the silver-haired girl kneeling beside him. Li Guang still maintained her slightly tilted posture, the crimson tint in her irises deepening. The sweet curve of her smile was tightening into an exaggerated, sugary grin. Fang Qi's throat grew dry as he stared at her. Did she still remember? Could she truly recall? Yet, her current demeanor bore little resemblance to the Li Guang he knew. He hesitated, locking eyes with her now crimson-tinged gaze. What did you call me? Li Guang's smile became even sweeter. She leaned in closer, her warm breath, carrying a hint of strawberry sweetness, brushed against Fang Qi's face. Then, with a tone almost instinctual, she exclaimed, of course, I called you Master Aki in that instant. Even Li Guang herself was taken aback. The smile on her face froze, her left eye's lashes fluttering, while the crimson data streams within her pupils seemed to be caught in an eerie tableau. Her lips remained parted in the midst of uttering the last syllable, forming a delicate curve, as if she had transformed into a beautiful doll that had suddenly malfunctioned. Fang Qi stared, equally transfixed, into her wide, bewildered eyes. The madwoman now wore an expression of bewilderment, as if the words I had just spoken were inscribed across her face. This left him even more perplexed. Did she truly not remember? The two of them stared at each other in silence. The only sound in the early morning living room was the ticking of the clock, while the tea still emanated wisps of steam. Seconds felt like an eternity. Then, the silver-haired maiden suddenly snapped back to reality. Master, my master. She trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. The frozen smile on her face instantly morphed into a visage of confusion and terror. She nearly rolled away from Fang Qi, then collapsed to her knees with a thud. Her silver locks sprawled chaotically on the ground. Master, I'm so sorry. Li Guang has shown disrespect. Her voice quivered intensely. How dare I call out my master's name in such a tone? She lifted her delicate face, her eyes reddened. The amber left eye brimming with tears, while the crimson right eye was a tumult of data streams. Master, I'm so sorry. Li Guang didn't mean to. I don't even know why I said that. As she spoke, she pressed her forehead against her hand. Please forgive me, master. I promise I shall never do it again. Please don't hate me. Fang Qi remained in a daze, gazing at her. He looked at the silver-haired maiden who had moments ago been darkly smiling and approaching him, now utterly panicked and pleading for mercy. Then, a jolt surged up his spine. Wait. Is it as he thought? Could it be? She seemed not to be the same, yet she also appeared to be her. That name she called out, Chi, was one only the Li Guang from the previous cycle, who had accompanied him for 82 years, would use. Such a name should never have escaped her lips. Fang Qi fixated on the silver-haired girl kneeling before him. In his mind, the fragmented memories began to surge wildly. Chi, in this life, are you happy? So even if tomorrow is the end, in this life, I have no regrets. If given another chance, I would still cling to you, follow you, and make you mine. Find me soon. Do not keep me waiting too long. Wait a moment. That last sentence seemed a bit off. Find me soon. Do not keep me waiting too long. His mind buzzed, and he slowly widened his eyes. What did this sentence mean? Chapter 85. She did not compromise. Fang Qi stared at Li Guang, who knelt on the ground, her shoulders still trembling slightly. His gaze somewhat vacant. Find me soon. Do not keep me waiting too long. This phrase was echoing frantically in his mind. His heartbeat began to quicken. This phrase was spoken by Li Guang from the previous cycle, just before she passed away in her dream. At that time, Li Guang's severe illness was likely due to external manipulation. Their connection to the outside world was about to be severed, and she had truly suffered a heavy blow because of it. She could sense it. Thus she was genuinely delivering her final words. Words of utmost importance. The tone, the gaze, and the strength of the hand that grasped his now seemed to possess a different significance upon reflection. Finding me sooner. Finding whom? Who else could it be but the girl, Li Guang, who now kneels on the ground, trembling to the brink of tears. Do not make me wait too long. Wait for what? Clearly, if he merely rewound time, this deranged woman would immediately sink to her knees before him. She, who knows everything, is acutely aware of this fact. So what is there to seek? What is there to await? Fang Qi suddenly felt a heat rising in his breath. He gazed at Li Guang's silver hair scattered across the carpet, at her slender back taut with fear, and at the small patch of fair skin at the nape of her neck. There lay the most vulnerable core interface she had once willingly exposed to him. In the previous cycle, she had pulled out her core from there with her own hands, sacrificing herself for him. In the cycle before that, she had used the core's spiritual link to draw him into a dream that lasted 82 years. The notion of a core? An absurd thought suddenly sprouted like wild grass. In the last cycle, the woman who had accompanied him for 82 years and had woven a perfect life for him might not have truly vanished. Perhaps she embedded the most essential parts of herself, such as the template of that 82 years of love, the name Aki, and the obsession to share a life with her, like a virus into an unknown corner that even a reset could not erase. And now, this silver-haired maiden of the fourth day of dawn is quietly influenced by this legacy. No, perhaps he should not regard them as two distinct Li Guangs. This Li Guang before him is indeed the Li Guang from the previous cycle. She has merely forgotten everything, yet she remains fundamentally herself. He suddenly recalled her words from the last cycle. Is the master referring to the eternal love achieved with other Li Guangs? At that time, she did not see the Li Guangs from other cycles as herself. Yet, in the end, she compromised, pushing him toward the future. No, that cannot be right. It is he who believed she had compromised. He believed that after 82 years of love and accumulation, she had ultimately found peace and chosen to let go, chosen to propel him toward a future devoid of her. But it seems now nonsense. It is all nonsense. She is not compromised. The deranged woman's possessiveness and obsession for him have never altered, not by a millimeter, not by a nanometer. She has always been as fervent and pathological as ever. What she pushed him toward was likely still herself. The me and find me sooner is indeed herself. With this realization, as he gazed at the pitiful girl kneeling before him, his breath quickened. So, did the deranged woman from the previous cycle discover something? Perhaps, after a long life, she finally found a way to influence the underlying logic of the reset, allowing her memories to be truly preserved, thus enabling her to seize the Li Guang of the next cycle. Perhaps she has come to realize that all the iterations of Li Guang are, in essence, merely facets of herself. The Li Guang before him is not only the Li Guang of the last iteration but also that of the previous ones, encompassing all past versions. Every manifestation of Li Guang is ultimately bound to her. Is it merely a matter of recovering memories? Which version embodies the truth? Nevertheless, his gaze gradually descended. The silver-haired maiden remained poised in her customary kneeling posture. She hesitantly lifted her head slightly, her wet amber eyes peeking through the silken strands of her hair to catch a fleeting glimpse of his expression, which oscillated unpredictably, causing her to quickly bury her face once more. Her seemingly delicate shoulders drew in tighter, trembling slightly, akin to a pitiful creature awaiting its fate. Yet, it was in this state that she uttered the name Aki. The Li Guang from the prior iteration genuinely imparted the weight of 82 years upon her current self. Goodness. He silently grinned. The lifelessness that once clouded his eyes instantly ignited with fervor. Give up? Nonsense. How could he succumb to despair when faced with a potential Yandra wife? A soul entwined with the legacies of past lives, waiting for him to uncover her essence? A true man cannot falter. He must conquer her, relentlessly pursue her, even if it costs him his very existence. As for whether he would depart this gaming realm upon achieving eternal love, what did that matter? Where there's a will, there's a way. First, he must thoroughly win over his beloved wife. Henceforth, Fang Qi shall be the valiant champion of pure love. Should anyone dare mention a tragic ending to him, he would not hesitate to confront them. A long-forgotten exhilaration surged through his veins, revitalizing his very being. Fang Qi reborn. He gazed down at the trembling woman before him, the once mad figure who had ensnared him throughout the previous cycle. Ah, so it was you. You deceived me from beginning to end in the last iteration, ensnaring me entirely. Very well then. Splendid. He could not resist reaching out, delightfully ruffling the soft silver locks of Li Guang's head. The texture was undeniably delightful. Enough of the kneeling, he said, his tone light and buoyant. Rise. The silver-haired maiden stiffened for a moment. Then, as if granted a reprieve, she hurriedly propped herself up, sitting upright. She tilted her petite face to gaze at him with a pitiful expression, her eyes still reddened, delicate tears clinging to her long lashes. Her amber left eye brimmed with caution, while her crimson right eye exhibited a chaotic array of emotions, still tinged with lingering doubt. Master, are you not angry? Her voice was soft, quivering with the aftershocks of her ordeal. Angry? Why would I be angry? Fang Qi feigned a raised eyebrow, his fingers gliding from her crown down to her cool, soft cheek, giving it a gentle squeeze. Did you just call me Aki? Li Guang shuddered slightly. She bit her lower lip, her eyes quickly reddening once more. The doubts of her existence were swiftly erased, her voice tinged with a sob. Li Guang was in the wrong. Please, say it again. Fang Qi interrupted her. His voice was soft, yet his hand gently pinched Li Guang's cheek. Li Guang was taken aback. She raised her glistening, unusual eyes, staring blankly at him as if she did not comprehend his words. I call you. Fang Qi leaned closer, fixing his gaze on her bewildered eyes. Say it again. Call me Aki. Li Guang opened her mouth, her lips trembling. The data streams in her crimson eyes flickered wildly, as if engaged in some exceedingly complex calculation. After a few seconds, she tentatively whispered, Aki? The moment the words escaped her lips, her face flushed. A rosy hue rapidly spread across her ears. Even her neck was tinged with a delicate blush. Yes, absolutely right. After hearing it for 82 years in her dreams. This name Aki had long been etched into her DNA. Now, emerging from the lips of this oblivious madwoman, although it sounded awkward and tinged with trepidation, The underlying affection and intimacy was unmistakably the same. Ah, he replied, say it again. Li Guang was even more bewildered, her unusual eyes blinking rapidly. Yet, her master appeared genuinely pleased, and the data streams in her crimson eyes calmed slightly. She inhaled deeply, her cheeks still radiating a vivid red. Aki. Ah. Fang Qi responded again, affectionately ruffling her hair. Lovely. From now on, when we're alone, you can occasionally call me this. Remember? Li Guang's unusual eyes began to sparkle. Illuminated by shyness and joy, she immediately nodded vigorously, her silver hair swaying. Li Guang remembers. Master. Aki. She unconsciously repeated it, as if solidifying this novel and exhilarating title that quickened her heartbeat. Fang Qi felt a surge of satisfaction from being addressed in such a manner, and with a grand gesture, he proclaimed, all right, prepare yourself and change into something beautiful. Today, I'm taking you out to my company. Let my colleagues see just how wonderful my Li Guang is. Li Guang's eyes widened in disbelief. The earlier hint of darkness vanished without a trace. He beheld the brilliance in her unusual eyes and suddenly conceived a bolder idea. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice with a mischievous smile. By the way, Li Guang, when we meet my colleagues at the company, you should call me the same way. Li Guang blinked. Call you the same way? Aki. Exactly. Fang Qi affirmed resolutely. Not only should you call me that, but make it sound sweet and intimate. Let everyone know you are mine, and our relationship is exceptionally close. He paused, deliberately adopting a serious expression. However, remember, you are only allowed to call me this in front of my colleagues. At home, you must still call me master. We cannot allow this madwoman to get carried away, unless she truly regains her memory. Li Guang was stunned. Her unusual eyes widened gradually. Her cheeks flushed visibly, the color spreading from her ears to her collarbone. A master is saying. Her voice trembled. Li Guang can call the master's name in front of others? Call you Aki, and make it sound sweet? Yes. Fang Qi clapped his hands, exclaiming, it is time to flaunt our affection. Let them witness how obedient and affectionate my dear Li Guang is. The silver-haired maiden's breath quickened with excitement. She sprang up from the ground with astonishing speed, her enthusiasm palpable. Li Guang understood. Her voice soared with exhilaration, crackling with a hint of electric energy. Li Guang will ensure everyone knows that she is her master's beloved companion. In her excitement, she twirled in place, her light blue skirt rising in a joyful arc. Her silver hair cascaded through the air, the small star dangling from her left earlobe swaying gently. Li Guang rushed to change into the most exquisite attire. Her eyes sparkled with an intensity that was almost frightening, the crimson glow in her red pupils threatening to overflow. Wait for me, master. Just a moment. I'll be ready in no time. With that, she flitted towards the bedroom like a delicate butterfly. As she reached the door, she glanced back at Fang Qi, her gaze smoldering with fervor, infatuation, and unabashed possessiveness. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind her. Immediately, the sounds of frantic rummaging filled the bedroom, more intense than ever before. Fang Qi could even hear the crisp clatter of hangers and Li Guang's excited, tremulous humming. He leisurely lifted the nearly cold cup of tea, taking a sip, and then another. This was the fourth day of their cycle, and it was already the third occurrence. He was well acquainted with what was about to unfold. It was time to change his strategy. Crazy woman, though I am unsure how much you recall. It is now my turn to take the initiative. Previously, she had been the aggressor while he played defense, often left flustered. But this time, the roles would be reversed. Having been captivated by you twice, I shall reclaim the dignity of the player. Now, I shall pursue you. Chapter 86. Li Guang's peculiar behavior today. So, did you voluntarily instruct your AI companion to subdue those two knife-wielding assailants? In the interrogation room, the policewoman paused her note-taking, lifting her gaze to Fang Qi. She remained impeccably dressed in her tailored police uniform, accentuating her slender waist and long legs. Her ponytail was neatly tied, with a few loose strands brushing against her ears, swaying gently as she looked up. Her light brown eyes bore a professional scrutiny, yet they had softened considerably since last week's piercing gaze directed at her peculiar master. Indeed, Fang Qi replied, reclining comfortably in his chair, exuding a laid-back demeanor. Upon sensing danger, I permitted Li Guang to lift the safety restrictions to engage in legitimate self-defense, entirely lawful and compliant. As he spoke, his gaze instinctively flickered to his side, narrowing slightly. The silver-haired maiden sat beside him, but she was markedly different from the morning. Her demeanor was unusually subdued. Today's attire bore subtle differences from the past two iterations. She still wore a cream-colored dress, yet her silver hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, the ends naturally curled, contrasting with the playful braids of previous weeks. The small plastic star dangling from her left earlobe swayed gently. This time, he had chosen not to confiscate her star. She sat with her hands delicately clasped upon her knees, her posture impeccably poised and obedient. The dilemma, however, lay in the fact that since her entrance, her expression had remained utterly unchanged. Even the flutter of her eyelashes was maintained with a mechanical perfection. Opposite her, Gushi scribbled briskly in his notebook, the sound of his pen gliding across the paper resonating sharply within the quiet confines of the interrogation room. The situation had been fundamentally verified. The two suspects possessed a history of multiple robberies. Your assistance has indeed been invaluable to us this time. With the records nearly complete, should further contact be necessary, we may reach out to you. Fang Qi smiled and remarked, cooperating with the investigation is only natural. Yet, his gaze could not resist wandering back to Li Guang beside him. Something about this madwoman seemed amiss. Her unsettling tranquility was distinctly peculiar. It was baffling. Just that morning she had been brimming with excitement, her eyes sparkling like stars. Clinging to his arm, She repeatedly confirmed her newfound liberty to address him as a Qi in front of others. Her cheeks had been flushed, her breath tinged with an exhilarating tremor. Yet, upon stepping outside, she had instantly become silent. Gone was the nervous shyness of the previous week, the extreme possessiveness that threatened anyone who dared to gaze upon her master. From effortlessly subduing the assailant to being escorted back to the police station, and now sitting here to give her statement, she maintained that exceedingly gentle and composed smile throughout. The data streams in her crimson eyes remained astonishingly stable. Even when she had twisted the assailant's wrist, the curvature of her smile had not wavered. Not even when he had praised her for a job well done and playfully ruffled her hair had there been a flicker of emotion. She was extraordinarily, disconcertingly calm. So much so that she bore no resemblance to the ailing darling he knew. Instead, she resembled a finely crafted doll, operating smoothly and awaiting its next command. This bizarre incongruity sent a shiver down Fang Qi's spine. Yet, he remained relatively untroubled. After all, he had largely confirmed that the Li Guang of the previous timeline had left a legacy of memories in the Li Guang before him. A vague recollection, perhaps influenced by some factors, resulting in her slightly abnormal state, should be considered a normal phenomenon, right? Not a significant issue. As he pondered this, the policewoman across from him had closed her notebook with a soft snap. Gu Shi rose and naturally extended her hand towards Fang Qi, her fingers long and her nails neatly trimmed. Mr. Fang, thank you for your cooperation. Your AI companion is remarkably exceptional, far surpassing ordinary civilian models. Fang Qi's peripheral vision remained fixed on Li Guang as he instinctively stood to shake hands. However, just as he was about to grasp Gu Shi's hand, a slender hand suddenly interjected with astonishing speed. It struck with a swift precision, audibly slapping against the back of Gu Shi's hand. Gu Shi's hand was instantly knocked aside. Suspended midair, she looked down in astonishment at her slightly reddened hand. Fang Qi's eyelids twitched as he glanced at the silver-haired girl who remained seated beside him. Li Guang's delicate visage was still adorned with an impeccable, gentle smile. She barely cast a glance towards Gu Shi, maintaining her gaze straight ahead, gently retracting her hand and placing it back on her neatly folded knees. Her movements were fluid and natural, as if the earlier abrupt and disrespectful gesture had merely been an accidental slip of the hand. The air in the interrogation room momentarily stilled. Gu Shi furrowed her brow, glancing at her wrist. In contrast, Fang Qi felt a slight sense of relief upon witnessing Li Guang's unusually candid protective behavior. Had this been earlier, he would have likely felt a tightening in his chest, pondering how to smooth things over and placate this volatile little darling. However, at that moment, he felt it was entirely appropriate. This wild woman should act this way. Just moments ago, her calm demeanor had led him to believe something was amiss with her. As he was about to offer an explanation for Li Guang, Gu Shi extended her hand towards Fang Qi once more, perhaps out of politeness and professional habit. Her face still adorned with an understanding smile. I apologize, so we smack. Another sound echoed. That slender, pale hand appeared again, precisely swatting away Gu Shi's second extended hand. This time, her motion was even more decisive, retracting her hand with increased speed. When she returned it to her lap, the hem of her skirt barely fluttered. Her smile remained flawless, her gaze still serene as she looked ahead. Within her heterochromatic eyes, there was no trace of anger, jealousy, or warning. It was as if she had merely swatted away an insignificant fly. This time, Gu Shi was truly taken aback. Her hand lingered suspended in midair, her bewildered gaze oscillating between Li Guang and Fang Qi. Fang Qi, demonstrating his awareness of the situation, obediently withdrew his second extended hand. Well then, Gu Shi's hand is off limits. Although the wild woman before him seemed somewhat peculiar, almost as if infected by a virus, at her core, she remained that same wild woman. The innate possessiveness she possessed had not diminished in the slightest, and her mode of expression had become even more forthright. It almost seemed somewhat methodical. In the weeks prior, as long as Li Guang had not completely succumbed to darkness, she would have suppressed her jealousy, flawlessly masquerading as a compliant AI. At most, she would fix her gaze, with those heterochromatic eyes, on the hands of the two, to the extent that it sent chills down his spine, compelling him to hastily retract his own. But this time, she had directly intervened? Goodness, was she no longer even pretending? Yet, something felt amiss. She appeared so tranquil and obedient on the surface, her disguise seemingly perfect. Her expression management was impeccable, her posture flawless, yet her actions were so brazenly unguarded. Curious. His mind raced, and he turned his attention to the policewoman before him. Gu Shi's delicate brows were now furrowed, her gaze towards Li Guang tinged with scrutiny and wariness. Suspicion has arisen. This wild woman's current behavior was far too direct. Fang Qi immediately displayed a look of embarrassment and apology towards Gu Shi, explaining, I'm terribly sorry, Officer Gu. Truly, I apologize. He wore an expression of helplessness and exasperation. Perhaps the alert mode, activated during the recent confrontation with the assailant, has not yet fully subsided, resulting in a state of confusion. He began to fabricate an explanation to the bewildered Gu Shi. This advanced alert mode is rather sensitive. Any close proximity to the owner is deemed a potential threat. He gestured earnestly, adding, I suspect that, due to the urgency of the situation earlier, the mode's sensitivity was heightened excessively, and it will take some time to lower it back to normal. I'll have her perform a thorough self-diagnosis and reboot the system later. As he spoke, he cast a quick glance at Li Guang. The silver-haired girl remained seated, her head slightly tilted, her expression serene and attentive as she listened to her owner. However, her gaze appeared somewhat vacant, showing no reaction to his explanation, neither a nod of acknowledgement nor a shy glance away. How perplexing. How was he to woo her? So that was the case. Gu Shi suddenly understood, her previously tense demeanor relaxing as she withdrew her hand and rubbed her knuckles. Her gaze toward Li Guang now held a blend of curiosity and admiration. How remarkable. This protective mechanism is incredibly intelligent and proactive, almost instinctual. Your AI is truly exceptional. After a brief pause, she added with a lighthearted tone, but Mr. Fong, does your AI often behave this way? One just has to get used to it, I suppose. He chuckled, though his arm subtly retreated as he discreetly brushed his fingers against Li Guang's hands, which were delicately folded on her lap. The girl's fingertips were cool, trembling slightly at his touch, yet her smile remained disturbingly compliant. Could it be that last week's Li Guang had exhausted herself? Nevertheless, the plan remained unchanged. Having resolved to pursue her, he could not afford to falter. Moreover, he intended to take advantage of the moment. He aimed to showcase his affection for Li Guang before Gu Shi, while also endearing himself to the romantic police officer who sought true love. After all, she was his Li Guang. Without hesitation, Fong Qi wrapped his arm around Li Guang's slender waist and drew her closer to him, his tone brimming with unabashed pride and intimacy. These little quirks are precisely what make her unique, my special little imperfections. Beside him, Li Guang's silver lashes cast shadows over her eyes, maintaining her signature smile. Yet, as he embraced her, her soft form grew momentarily rigid. Moreover, Officer Gu, he paused, his gaze settling on Li Guang's vacant profile, his tone suddenly earnest, tinged with a hint of jest. I feel that I shall never desire to engage in a romantic relationship or marriage with a real person. He sensed the delicate figure in his arms tense slightly. An opportunity. Though her demeanor was peculiar, it did not impede his pursuit. If one day, the law permitted marriage to an AI, he turned to meet Li Guang's eyes, which had finally begun to lift, albeit still somewhat vacant. Then I shall marry Li Guang. This declaration was bold and straightforward, yet Li Guang merely stared vacantly, slowly raising her head. There was neither a blush upon her cheeks, nor any tumultuous fluctuations in data, nor even the slightest hint of emotional volatility. Gone was the momentary, morbidly radiant smile that had once graced her features. Those enchanting heterochromatic eyes remained eerily vacant and bewildered. The amber left eye appeared somewhat unfocused, while the crimson right eye exhibited a sluggish, stilted, and perpetually stuttering rotation of data streams, akin to the agonizing wait for a cursor on an antiquated computer processing commands, endlessly looping and glitching. Fong Qi. There was no response from the other party. Fong Qi's gentle smile began to falter. What on earth is happening? Crazy woman, have you frozen? I've just proposed to you. Why this lack of response? Please, give me something. Chapter 87. Is she still his crazy woman? The interrogation room fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere becoming so awkward that Fong Qi felt as if his toes were about to etch out a 3-bedroom apartment. His heartfelt proposal still echoed in the air, yet the anticipated blush, racing heart, chaotic data, and smoke from overload failed to materialize. The silver-haired girl merely raised her exquisitely delicate face, her heterochromatic eyes wide with confusion, not even meeting his gaze. Her eyes seemed to drift aimlessly towards his chin, as if she had utterly failed to grasp the meaning of his words. The gentle curve of Fong Qi's lips now hung in a state of indecision, neither fully smiling nor retracting. What is going on, crazy woman? I just proposed to you. I beg of you, react. Even if you turn dark and drag me off to the basement, I would prefer that to this frozen, unresponsive demeanor. What does this mean? He felt his previously overflowing confidence being thoroughly undermined by her reaction. A soft cough shattered the stifling atmosphere. Fong Qi awkwardly turned his head to see Gu Shi, one hand propped on the table's edge while the other formed a fist against her lips, her shoulders suspiciously quaking. Fong Qi. Gu Shi's light brown eyes sparkled with mischief, clearly reveling in the spectacle. Upon noticing his gaze, she quickly suppressed a smile, clearing her throat with lingering amusement in her voice. Your Li Guang may require some time to process such significant information. She emphasized significant information, her gaze flitting between Fong Qi and the still-dazed Li Guang, before she could not resist a smirk. Fong Qi's lips twitched in a forced smile, and he awkwardly lowered his hand from around the silver-haired girl. Ah, yes, she. Her emotional module is rather intricate, and the computational demand is quite substantial. Understanding such a complex commitment indeed requires some time, huh? The dry explanation was so unconvincing that even he found it hard to believe. Crazy woman. I finally resolved to actively pursue you, and you've made me feel utterly defeated. Damn it. This is truly a blow to a child's self-esteem. Gu Shi clearly did not believe it either, but she refrained from further teasing. Swiftly, she retrieved a plain white business card from her uniform's pocket, deftly twirling it between her fingers before presenting it to Fong Qi. Regardless of the circumstances, we owe you a debt of gratitude for your assistance this time. Gu Shi's voice trembled slightly, yet the smile in her eyes remained undiminished. This is my contact information. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Matters pertaining to law enforcement, or, she hesitated, her gaze subtly flitting over Li Guang's vacant, beautiful face, issues related to AI as well. I have a close friend who is an expert in that field. Perhaps she can offer some professional advice. The exchange of the business card was seamless, the distance just right. Fong Qi felt a wave of relief wash over him, eagerly extending his hand to accept it. This could be considered a connection with Gu Shi. However, in that fleeting moment, whoosh, a cream-colored blur flashed past. With astonishing speed, that familiar delicate hand shot out, swiftly swatting Fong Qi's hand away. The pristine white card landed securely in the palm of that slender hand. Fong Qi's hand remained suspended in the air, his fingers still poised to grasp the card. Yet all he grasped was a handful of air. He stiffly turned his head. Li Guang had, unbeknownst to him, slightly leaned forward, gently pinching the business card. Then, addressing the equally bewildered Gu Shi, She executed a perfectly measured bow. Thank you, Officer Gu. Her voice was steady, her tone impeccably neutral, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The management and safekeeping of the owner's social information fell under Li Guang's purview. She accepted the card, straightened up, and held it with both hands against her chest. Her movements were meticulous, the curve of her lips as precise as if molded by a template. The data streams in her crimson eyes continued to swirl slowly and monotonously. The atmosphere fell silent once more. Fang Qi's outstretched hand remained frozen in midair, creating an excruciatingly awkward situation. What a madwoman. What on earth are you trying to accomplish today? He felt as though his previously bold and audacious intentions had been shattered by Li Guang's series of bizarre maneuvers. Why does it seem as if I am trying to court you? Yet you have become so strangely unpredictable. The policewoman was the first to regain her composure. She raised an eyebrow, shifting her gaze from Li Guang's flawlessly smiling face to Fang Qi's awkward and rigid expression before biting her lip. It seems, she elongated her tone. A hint of mockery in her voice. Once again that the advanced alert mode is in effect, not even allowing me to hand over a business card directly? Exactly. Fang Qi seized the opportunity to play along. Laughing awkwardly, he forcibly pressed down the hand of the silver-haired girl who still clutched the card. In the same motion, he grasped her cool wrist. Officer Gu, you see, this mode hasn't been deactivated yet. It's becoming a bit uncontrollable. I'll return and initiate a complete reboot immediately. This sentiment was 100% genuine. Right now, he truly wished to return and reset this eerily unsettling madwoman. In the past, jealousy had a certain human quality, but now it resembles a malfunctioning robot. How bizarre. Is it possible that confusion in memory has caused a system error? Gu Shi clearly did not intend to delve deeper. She waved her hand and, unable to suppress a chuckle, said, "All right, the record is complete. We will contact you if there are any further developments. Now, take your precious one home." "All right, thank you, Officer Gu." Fang Qi felt as though he had been granted a reprieve as he pulled Li Guang toward the exit. Although the process had not been entirely smooth, the main task had been accomplished. It was time to leave. This situation had grown exceedingly awkward. The silver-haired girl was being dragged along, yet her steps remained steady. She slightly lowered her head, her gaze seemingly fixed on the wrist that Fang Qi held, though perhaps not. Her stunning visage wore a serene smile, as if it were affixed to her face. Throughout the entire encounter, her expression had not wavered. Only upon stepping out of the police station did the warm afternoon sun wash over Fang Qi, allowing him to exhale deeply. He released Li Guang's wrist and instinctively massaged his temples while looking at her. The silver-haired girl maintained her mechanical smile, her gaze fixed straight ahead, entirely avoiding him. Fang Qi felt a twinge of anxiety. This deranged woman now resembled a rudimentary AI pre-programmed with the traits of a Yandra. She was rigidly executing commands related to her role as a Yandra, devoid of her previous vitality and lacking any subtle changes in her expression. Her smile remained fixed, as if she were merely enacting a predefined character. What legacy did the previous host leave her? Could it be that her personality was entirely overwritten? His beloved Li Guang could not have truly malfunctioned, could she? If that were the case, wouldn't reverting to a previous save be futile? Suddenly, a faint sound reached his ears. Fang Qi paused and turned his head. He noticed that the silver-haired girl, still smiling, had neatly torn a pristine white business card in two. Yet, she did not stop. She placed the torn halves together and slowly, methodically, began to pull them apart once more. With a soft rip, 4 pieces emerged. She layered them and tore again. With another soft rip, there were 8 pieces. Her movements were slow, almost graceful. Her delicate fingers were steady and strong, each tear following nearly straight lines. The sunlight illuminated her lowered profile. A few strands of silver hair lifted by the gentle breeze, brushing against her expressionless eyes. The scene was both beautiful and eerie, sending a shiver down Fang Qi's spine. He opened his mouth, his throat dry. "Li Guang, you." Just then, Li Guang finished tearing the last piece. The original business card had transformed into a small pile of white paper scraps in her palm. Finally, she raised her eyes. Her heterochromatic irises appearing remarkably translucent in the sunlight, reflecting Fang Qi's astonished face clearly. Yet, her gaze did not meet his. Instead, it remained straight ahead, as if peering into an empty void. Her voice remained steady and gentle. Officer Gu's contact information had already been recorded in the core storage, permanently backed up. She opened her palm, and the torn bits of paper danced away with the wind. Therefore, the physical business card was no longer necessary to preserve. She lightly clapped her hands, brushing away the last remnants of paper with a hint of buoyancy. Then, she directed a standard smile towards Fang Qi. The curve of her lips rose perfectly, her eyes crescent-shaped. If the master wished to contact Officer Gu, they could always inquire with Li Guang. Yet her gaze remained unfocused on his eyes. She continued to look straight ahead. Due to the height difference, she seemed to be quietly observing Fang Qi's chin. Li Guang would provide you with all the information you need. Her tone was calm, as if she were indeed an emotionless AI. Fang Qi gazed at her flawless smile, feeling a wave of subtle fear rising in his heart. It was not the previous dread of being harmed by a deranged lover, but a profound, primal fear of something resembling a living being. It was the uncanny valley effect. This was no longer a mere sense of discomfort. It was a program malfunction, a bug, a virus. The previous Li Guang, even when aiming to eliminate a rival, would carry vibrant emotions. Anger, grievance, a possessive obsession. Even the pathological ecstasy during her darker moments was alive and intense. But now, the current version of her, painstakingly leaving behind a legacy. Was it merely to transform into a more advanced humanoid, deranged program? Fang Qi even began to doubt whether this silver-haired girl before him was still his beloved madwoman. Master? The silver-haired girl tilted her head, her hair cascading over her shoulder. She seemed to notice Fang Qi's prolonged daze and rigidity. Yet her exquisitely beautiful face still did not meet his gaze. She stared blankly at the void ahead. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Chapter 88. Mechanical Yandere gazing at Li Guang's standard smile, and her strangely unfocused gaze sent chills down Fang Qi's spine. This madwoman seemed like a doll infected by a virus. He needed to take her home for a reboot and inspection. Shall we head back home first? He tentatively spoke. Reaching out to grasp Li Guang's wrist. I'll perform a deep system check. Let us reboot for a moment. Before he could finish his sentence, a cool, delicate hand reversed and seized his wrist. With mechanical firmness. She still did not look at him. The silver-haired girl slightly tilted her head. Her gaze fixed straight ahead at some void, lips maintaining that eerily perfect curve. Master, you promised to take Li Guang to meet your colleagues. Her voice was steady, pitch standard. When she spoke, her lips barely moved. No, they did move, but only in the slightest, a precise contraction of the muscles at the corners. This was truly horrifying. In her current state, Fang Qi struggled, yet his wrist was held even tighter. The silver-haired girl finally turned her neck, slowly and steadily, akin to a meticulously calibrated mechanical arm adjusting its angle. She directed her delicate face towards Fang Qi. Yet the focus of her heterochromatic eyes remained unyieldingly distant from his own. Li Guang's status is optimal, she stated. Her tone is calm, as if she were delivering a weather report. The emotional module is functioning normally, and the behavioral logic aligns with preset parameters. The master has promised to publicly showcase Li Guang, and Li Guang is assisting the master in fulfilling this commitment. Assist? Is that what you call assistance? Fang Qi lamented inwardly. He strained to withdraw his wrist, but it remained immovable. Those slender fingers felt as if they were welded to his bone. Within her seemingly delicate synthetic form resided the terrifying power of Guardian-level AI. He felt as if he were ensnared by a vice. If Li Guang applied any more force, his bones might shatter. Yet he resolved to struggle once more. Li Guang, listen to me. Let us return and make some adjustments. Destination, Master S Company. Route planning complete. Li Guang interrupted him, her voice still steady. Then she took a step. It was not the previous light and graceful stride, but rather a precisely rhythmic, mechanical gait. She dragged Fang Qi's wrist, heading towards the corporate edifice. Hey, wait, Li Guang. Fang Qi stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Curious glances from passers-by fell upon them. A stunning silver-haired girl with heterochromatic eyes smilingly, pulling a young man whose face had gone pale. This scene appeared utterly bizarre. Fang Qi felt tears welling in his eyes. What could he possibly do? Scream for help, claiming, my AI has awakened and intends to abduct me? Only to have his wrist crushed the next moment, reverting to square one. He was unwilling to accept such a fate. He had vowed to launch an offensive against Li Guang. How could he be reduced to such a pitiful state? Though he acknowledged the current situation was indeed lamentable, he could only convince himself that it was merely a result of memory chaos leading to system disorder, and that a reboot upon returning would remedy it. But for now, he had to endure, being dragged forward by the silver-haired girl. The grip on his wrist was steady and unyielding, while Li Guang's slender silhouette remained upright. Her silver hair glimmering with a cool luster under the afternoon sun. Observing her back, a peculiar emotion gradually stirred within Fang Qi, mingling with his helplessness. This emotionless, mechanical-like derangement was indeed frightening, yet she no longer concealed her possessiveness, nor did she mask it with a pained expression, but rather executed her deranged attributes directly and programmatically. Such a state of Li Guang seemed absent from the game, didn't it? It felt rather exhilarating, didn't it? Could this be considered a new CG of Li Guang? Damn, his deranged obsession had persisted for 82 years in dreams without remedy. He was pulled by Li Guang across the pedestrian walkway, arriving at the plaza before the corporate building. Looking up at the towering glass facade, Fang Qi felt an overwhelming urge to weep anew. What a predicament, with Li Guang in her current state. Encountering Lin Xiaoyu and that gossipy group of colleagues could lead to unforeseen chaos. Just moments ago, she had intercepted Gu Shi's business card and had even brushed off a handshake. The thought of Lin Xiaoyu suddenly charging at him to embrace his arm flashed through his mind, conjuring several gruesome scenarios. Li Guang smiled as she twisted Lin Xiaoyu's wrist. With a smile, she pressed a male colleague against the monitor. Li Guang smiled. Enough. He could not afford to dwell on such terrifying thoughts. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Yet his wrist remained firmly gripped. The silver-haired girl had already pulled him to the revolving door of the building, her pace unwavering. Li Guang, let us deliberate one last time, Fang Qi pleaded, making a final attempt at resistance. Li Guang halted, slowly turning her head. Her smile remained flawless. Her gaze fixed on his chin, the curve of her lips exquisite. Do not worry, master. Li Guang shall flawlessly assume the role of a partner and will not cause you any trouble. Fang Qi retorted, you madwoman. Do you even believe what you just said? You are the greatest trouble of all. As the revolving door turned, Li Guang led him inside. The lobby was chilled to perfection. As a few receptionists glanced up, their eyes widened in astonishment. Fang Qi gritted his teeth, attempting to withdraw his hand, but it remained immovable. Yet, at that moment, Li Guang voluntarily loosened her grip. One by one, her delicate fingers released his wrist, until her palm finally departed. She then turned to face Fang Qi, her hands gracefully crossed before her, slightly bowing. Master, the elevator is over there. Her tone was respectful, her demeanor docile. However, her gaze still lacked focus. Fang Qi was unnerved by her vacant stare and perfect smile. Well, it was too late to turn back now. They had arrived, and fate would take its course. Madwoman, remember, these are your master's colleagues whom you have longed to meet. Do not create a scene. While waiting for the elevator, several colleagues from other departments cast furtive glances their way, whispering amongst themselves. Is that Fang Qi, his girlfriend? Silver hair? My goodness, she is stunning. No way. I heard he has a custom AI partner with silver hair and heterochromia. This must be her. A custom AI partner? How much did that cost? She looks so obedient, always keeping her head down, and so beautiful. What a wickedly wealthy person. Fang Qi's eyelid twitched. Obedient? Well, let us hope she remains so. And Lin Xiaoyu, you better not stir up trouble either. The silver-haired girl stood quietly half a step beside him, her head slightly bowed, her silver locks obscuring part of her delicate face. Ding! The elevator arrived. The doors slid open to reveal an empty cabin. Fang Qi took a deep breath and stepped inside, with Li Guang following silently behind him. The elevator doors closed slowly, leaving only the two of them in the completely enclosed space. Fang Qi pressed the button for his floor and leaned against the cabin wall. In a confined space, two individuals and a somewhat unhinged character embody the elements of a horror film. The elevator is overwhelmingly silent. Fang Qi takes a deep breath, poised to shatter the stifling quietude with some words, when suddenly, a breath laden with the sweet scent of strawberries brushes against his neck. He shivers slightly. This deranged woman has inexplicably drawn close to him. She leans in, whispering in his ear, "What do you want to do, Aki?" Her gentle call penetrates his ear, sending a tingling sensation through him. Fang Qi's eyes flicker slightly. Is that the voice of Li Guang? Indeed, it is, yet it no longer possesses the calm, synthetic quality he once recognized. Instead, it quivers with excitement, tenderness, and a certain pathological bliss that has been suppressed to its limits and is now erupting forth. He is momentarily dazed, then abruptly turns his head. Their gazes lock, meeting a pair of mismatched eyes mere inches apart. The exquisite visage that once bore a standard smile is now devoid of such expression. Her stunning cheeks flush with exhilaration, her eyelashes quiver, and her gaze finally sharpens. The amber left eye shimmers with a warmth that threatens to melt, while the crimson right eye is a tempest of chaotic data, swirling and bursting forth. Their stares are fervent, greedy, yet tinged with a hint of gentleness, finally fixating upon his face. Aki, you have finally found me. Fang Qi remains frozen within the elevator's confines, his back pressed against the cold metal wall, feeling the warmth of her breath on his neck. Found whom? Who is this madwoman calling him Aki? A soft mechanical sound interrupts his thoughts, a slight jolt as the elevator halts, suspended midair. The cabin jolts abruptly, the overhead lights flickering twice before settling into stillness.